I'm so fucking scared. Okay.
Where did I put the... Oh, there it is.
Nothing. I started the stream, but they can't hear it.
Where did I put the... Oh, there it is.
All right.
People.
Hello, everyone.
Pointing.
Welcome to this.
Terrified.
All right. So welcome to the new setup, by the way. Okay, so
I'm on the couch.
You are on the couch. You are my guest star. Hello. All right. So
Hi.
welcome to whatever this is. Basically, so hi, I'm a Gravity Falls fan, and I have been a Gravity Falls fan for quite a while now, since probably about a year at this point. The Book of Bill dropped, and then a couple weeks later, I got my hands on it, and then I rewatched the show, and then I've been hyperfixated on it ever since. And I want to say 11 months ago now. Thank you,
Hello,
Doodle.
I just had a
Yo,
lovely time
welcome.
irradiating customers.
Oh my God, Cassie, jump scare! Let's
I just had a
go!
lovely time irradiating customers.
Excellent.
Oh,
Damn, that's
I
a
love
lot of
radiation.
devices. This is what my actual desk looks like. I have my drawing tablet, which is hooked up to my laptop, and then my other laptop, and also my phone.
Brother, your webcam is off.
What?
Your webcam's off.
I don't want it on.
Wait,
Live.
so what? Huh?
I'm streaming.
Stream.
Oh, we're in the just
Oh!
fucking vibing. Hello. I forgot.
Whoops.
Hold on, hold on, let me become marketable. Hold on, let me become marketable.
Let me
I'm
stream.
marketable now!
There we go. Alright,
Put
I'm
him on
doing
my
the thing
head,
that
put him on my
Cassie
head.
does.
Yeah, baby!
Hold on. Okay, I think Cassie's too loud. Okay, hold on. How do I fix...
Hang on.
Alright, I need to go into Discord. Hold on. I need to...
Yeah.
Right, you're back up at
Hang
200
on,
again.
My reflection shows memories, but not my own. I don't
Alright.
like
Alright, Chad, is
what
that
I
better? Mud, speak.
Hi.
Okay, now, in comparison, Mud is too loud now.
Wait,
Okay,
hold on.
Oh,
turn you down. Turn you up.
I
Okay.
need to stop being the yapper.
You are the yapper, you're the
Okay,
one who yaps.
I think my volume is good.
Okay. Alright. So we should be good now. Alright, you come here. You.
Onto mine head.
There we go.
Hold on, move my layer above Mud's.
I just did.
No, you gotta be behind my antenna.
Fucking piggyback.
Actually, you know what? Hold on. I got an idea. Let me. There we go. And then you have. Whoop. Beautiful. There we go.
Yay!
All right. Thank you. Okay, so what we're going to be doing.
Quartz committed a crime.
Good
Rose
God.
Quartz committed a crime.
She sure did.
She did do that.
Okay, this
But
is not about
consider,
Steven
it was
Universe.
very slay of her.
Very true. Okay. So, what we're going to be doing, so
Wait,
this is going to be a bit of an experimental stream. Am I quiet? Am I quiet? But okay, so while you're doing that, what we're going to
Your
be doing
mic is
today.
good.
Yay. Okay. So what we're going to be doing, this is going to be a bit of an experimental stream, where I am going to be attempting to draw, right? And I've got something pulled up on Fire Alpaca already. I'm going to be attempting to render a Portal Forward that I started like months ago and then forgot about.
Portal 4? I didn't know. Portal
No,
4? I
Portal-
didn't know 3!
Portal Forward with the D.
I know, I'm just fucking with you.
God, imagine if there were 4 Portal games. That'd be so cool.
There could be 4 lesbianism games.
Imagine
And
the world we could
maybe
have.
more. Maybe more. Imagine.
Okay, so let me give the backstory real quick, and then we can talk about. But basically, so around the Book of Bill is now 1 year old, and I got into Gravity Falls fandom in like early August, so it's been about a year for me in this fandom, and something that happened is that about 11 months ago, I don't remember the name of the channel, but someone released a now kind of infamous Ford video that was like everything
With
you
a
know about
very funny
Stanford Pines
thumbnail.
is wrong. Yeah, and they had this thumbnail that just said "bad person" in big red letters with a yellow arrow
Bad
pointing to the
person.
saddest man you've ever seen in your life. And,
Oh, by the
um,
way, your Discord mic is kind of fucked. Like, I think the stream mic is fine, but your Discord mic is fucked.
God damn it! Okay, hold on, let me fix that real quick. I know what it is. All right,
It's
hold on.
it's very peaky.
It's lagging. There we go. Okay. Da, 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 da. Ah, it's because they're my fucking headphones. Hold on. There we go.
God damn it!
Whoa.
That keeps happening.
Discord hates me.
That's nice.
There we go. See, I have a good microphone when it wants to like work. But yeah, so then so this Ford video came out, and I didn't watch it myself, but I did hear people talking about it, and a lot of people were saying that it was just being extremely mean to him and just completely misunderstanding his character. So last night, I was just sitting there at like 11 p.m. going like, you know what? I'm curious. Like, that Ford video keeps popping up in my recommendations, and I've only heard bad things about it, and I'm very, very curious as to what the fuck even happens in this video. So I decided last night to bite the bullet and we're going to watch it. But, late breaking update, while I was telling people on Discord that I was going to watch it, someone actually told me that when that video came out, they watched it and they thought that it was just okay. So, this has made me more curious as to what happens in this fucking video. Like, is it slander or is it just like pointing out everything that Ford did wrong? So, which those are two different things, you know? So how this is going to work is I'm going to be attempting to focus on drawing while we're going to be like listening to this video. Hopefully you guys can hear it. If not, we're going to have a little bit of technical difficulties. I think it should be fine because I'm streaming my
Always.
I'm streaming my Streamlabs to you, so you should be able to hear it. I might just have to stream my whole screen. We'll see what happens. Anyway, but
I'm
like,
fine with not being able to hear it because I think that's funnier for me.
Mud, what say you?
I am indifferent.
Okay, so I won't bother with it then. This is just gonna be me reacting to it if it turns out that you guys can't hear it.
And I'm gonna be trying to draw mouthwashing art or FNAF
Yay.
art or
So this
maybe
is just
something else
the-
entirely.
This is just that everyone is gonna sit down and draw while I lose my mind stream.
Maybe I might just sit here. Depends on how I feel.
Fair enough. But
Sit
okay,
here
so
and spin around and have Lorbo thoughts.
Yes,
okay,
Clary.
so I've never even heard of that Ford video until now, so I'm just curious to see how things go here. We'll find out together. So, because like, okay, so if this video turns out to just be Ford slander, then I get to dust off my extensive Ford knowledge and understanding. I have Journal 3, the Book of Bill, and Lost Legends right behind me as we speak, and I also have like pretty much everything he does from the show memorized. And I've taken a lot of time to think about why he does the things that he does. So if it comes down to it, I'm ready
autism.
I do. Like, if it comes down to it, I'm willing to step up to bat for my boy, and I'm going to be defending him as hard as I can. But if this video turns out that it was just very clickbaity, and it's going to be taking an honest look at Ford, then I'm just going to be interjecting with my commentary and kind of just yelling at the video for being clickbaity at that point.
I was just about to say I'll be drawing two Lamau, but then I remembered I have wretched laundry, dear god.
Oh no. Be using this as
I'm
laundry
sorry.
and lunch background. Fair. Honestly, I don't know how long we're gonna be here, so we might be able to do both. But yes, so, and then if we finish this video and I still have brain space left, I also kind of want to watch the Game Theory Billford video, because I've also been dodging that one, but for very different reasons. That one I feel like I'm gonna die on stream, you know? So, anyway, enough stalling. Let's hop into this mess.
Oh my god, Mud has been flipped around.
I have been.
Yep. He
I
got
need to
flipped
watch.
last night.
Wait, hold on.
We pull up
Hold
Fire
on.
Alpaca, make sure
Let me
it's
open my thing.
working.
I
There we
might
go.
not be marketable for long, everybody.
Okay, chat,
Aw.
this is my portal fort that I'm working on.
Yo!
Oh yeah, you want to see something fucked, but also really cool? This
Show
is
me.
all the same layer.
I love fucking around with rendering.
I'm sorry.
Oh my god! I switched out of my marketable sprite.
You're now being
no,
eaten by Puddle.
How short are you?
No.
Let me turn you down a
I'm
little
gonna
bit.
switch back to being marketable. Hold on.
Okay, there we go.
The marketable sprite is for when I'm on other people's streams.
Fair enough. Okay, alright, so that's what I'm gonna be doing. Now, down at the bottom, you'll notice that we have the media player on. I had to download it because my browser, no matter which browser I was using, kept doing that thing where it blacked out like the video whenever it popped up on Streamlabs. So we have to do this.
Alas.
So if we wind up
Alas.
doing the game theory video, I'm gonna have to take a little bit of time to download that too, which means I'm gonna have a game theory video downloaded onto my laptop. So that'll be fun.
I'm neutral on. I feel like game theory like nowadays is more of a content farm than anything, but I'm not.
What is
It's-
that, Pat?
It is borderline content farm, yeah.
Mm.
But I do think
give your theories
splitting
some
it.
time to simmer.
Yeah, I do think splitting it between 4 different teams and have 4 different hosts was a good idea. But like, because that does mean that they have more time and effort that they can put into it, but not very much.
Yeah, like do at least bi-weekly videos instead of weekly.
Yeah, it's like
Ideally monthly.
yeah, because that one leaves you with more time to actually let things cook, you know?
Yeah. Let your team actually cook. Let them cook.
Let them cook!
Let them cook.
Like, this is why a lot of the best theories on YouTube are from people are like, from people who aren't on the Game Theorist channel, but most people will never even like discover them. Like, oh, Cassie, before like when you're finally ready to get into Deltarune again, I'm going to send you something called device theory.
Ooh, intriguing. I don't know. All I know about the new chapters of Deltarune is water cooler scary and uses pronouns, I think. B,
Fucking water cooler.
Tenna. Don't worry, don't worry, GMM. I won't give Deltarune spoilers. Because I don't know what happens in the next chapters. All I know is the water cooler is scary and Tenna exists and is Blorbo.
I love Tenna.
More flashbacks.
I love Tenna. I love Tenna so much. I love Tenna. I can't get into Tenna right now. I already passed chapter 3. Nice. Okay. Never heard of device theory. I've heard of device theory, but never seen it. Okay. Just as a really, really quick rundown, because this theory came out before chapters 3 and 4 did. No, okay.
So, goodbye.
Oh, goodbye. Like, so basically, it's taking a look at Deltarune as a video game and how it as a video game ties into, like, the story. Like, it's complicated to explain, but that's the basics. It's like basically looking at it and being like, okay, you are a player on the outside, and the device you use to interact with this world is the soul and the actual window that the game is in. So it's like several layers of like stacked on top of each other of interactivity happening, and it's really fucking cool. But that's the basics of it. The theory is long, but if you want like a really quick summary, the first like 5 minutes of the third video give a recap of the other two. So if you want to just skip those two and just watch the third one, there you go. I haven't watched the whole thing myself yet. I just know the bare bones, but it's been rotating because it's a really cool theory. Okay, someone tell Cassie he can come back.
On it. Hold on. 5 minutes. Not 5 minutes, 5 seconds. I'm fighting. For my life. I'm free! I'm free from my shackles. Oh my god.
Bro, why is it called a restroom? I'm fighting for my life in here. Anyway.
Welcome.
I have static, my Flavor Folly stuck in my head, and I need to make a Doki Doki Literature Club animatic to it right now or I'll die.
Do it. Okay,
It's
so
such a Monica, my
it
love.
is. I can only think about Tenna when I think about that song, but real, go off.
Yeah, I can only think about Tenna too. And
not until I get my grubby mitts on it.
Okay, alright, I'm stalling, we're stalling.
I had a thought, but I forgot it.
Panic and static and
Alas.
manic. Don't you find erratic the way it used to be? Classic, static, it's magic, sick, that's plastic. The way I forgot the words.
This is how it should be.
Studio seats, but you go wired in the CRT. You skip the side, millions. This is how it should be. Thank you. I'll be here all night.
Throwing roses on the stage for you two.
Yay! Okay. Enough stalling, let's do this fucking thing. Let's find out if you guys can hear this or not. Oh yeah, one more thing before we get- I'm stalling. One more thing. Is that I'm going to be pausing this video. So we are not just going to be watching it straight, I'm going to be pausing it to have commentary, and I'm going to try to do that not super frequently.
Who do y'all think we are? Sniper Wolf?
Oh my god.
I'm drinking. I bought Gatorade yesterday purely so that I could drink it and pretend I'm drinking mouthwash.
Oh my
Dude.
god. All day fire fresh.
Oh boy.
Fire fresh, baby!
Oh, I made a post last night on Tumblr where I was just going off about like people who only ship things and like only into things to ship things and nothing else. And I was like, I don't want to name specific examples because I want this post to be broad, but there's one specific game that I cannot believe that people like are only in it for shipping. Like you missed out on so much. And one of my friends like was in the comments. It was like, I agree with all of this, but also were you talking about mouthwashing? And I was like, yes, I was.
Yes. Hold on. Let me find that post.
Oh, you saw it. Hey.
I remember when
I have not seen it. Hold on.
I remember when mouthwashing first released, and I was in it before all of yous. I'm the original, all right? Just
You're
saying.
the original Star Walker.
It was bad then.
He's seen
It was
things.
bad then. It was so bad. Oh my
I believe
god.
I believe you.
Every time I go into a mouthwashing comment section, I feel my bones melt. Like, please shut up. You don't know anything.
I lose like 10 years off of my life.
About Anya. I've seen some stupid ass takes, dude.
No, I liked it when it was
Same.
cool, and that was the biggest mistake of my life.
The one fandom where you're like, I shouldn't have been there when it was cool. I had to go. Okay.
It's so bad. The
Alright,
fucking
forward.
dog buttons.
I do not want to talk about that. I gotta be real.
Yeah,
Let's not
avoid
talk about that.
That
Let's
makes
not
me
talk
so
about that.
uncomfortable.
Okay. Alright, enough stalling. I'm gonna hit play on this fucking thing. I need to close
Oh,
Steam.
boy.
Alright, fucking pray for me.
Good luck.
Okay, my hand is like shaking. Okay.
You're that nervous?
Jennifer Kynes is a bad person, and many people.
No,
Oh,
the
alas.
fuck he's not. We're getting into
We
it
can't
already.
hear.
We
Damn.
can't hear it. This is very funny for me.
Alright, if you guys
Yeah,
want me to
would you
switch
say bad
though,
person?
bad person.
Bad person.
Okay, I'm gonna die in real life.
Wait, hold
I'm gonna
on.
die in real life.
Let me check if the stream.
Oh yeah, chat, let me know if you can't hear it. They should be able to, because it's like through Streamlabs, so it should be audible, but like... Yeah, if you guys can't hear it, let me know. Okay. Okay, good. Alright, so I will say immediately right out of the gate, like...
The stream as a whole sounds quiet, but I don't know if that's just my headphones fucking up. It probably is because my headphones are having audio issues.
Yeah.
Like, nothing in specific is quieter than anything else.
It's a tad quiet, but I can hear it. Okay, so let me see if I can't find it on. Cassie,
Scroll
how do we
down.
do that thing again? Where we like
Okay, hold on.
base boosted it?
Fire, fire,
Ignore Fire
okay,
Alpaca. It's fine.
okay,
Okay.
yeah, Fire Alpaca isn't playing audio, so you can hide it in the mixer.
I did.
Okay, scroll
I have
down
the mixer.
again.
I have the mixer open.
I can't see it.
Okay, source settings media player is where I'm at right now.
Okay, hold on. You gotta leave that menu.
Okay.
Okay, so go down, okay, so media player, right click it, I think?
Yep.
And there should be somewhere, like, hold on,
Projector,
let me
performance, properties, filters.
filters.
Okay. Edit filters?
Edit filters. And
Okay.
then
Can't be a dim stream without technical difficulties.
can't be a dim stream without technical difficulties, baby.
To be fair, this is less of a difficulty and more of a I just wasn't prepared for that.
Alright, so once you're in edit filters, you go to add filter and then filter type gain.
Gain.
Yeah.
Why does it say it
don't-
twice? Okay, no.
Huh?
No, wait, that's the name. That's the name? I'm stupid. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Don't have it be don't have it gain by too much, otherwise you're going to blow out everyone's eardrums. Have it gain by like 1 to 3 decibels.
Okay, so like okay, I have it at like 1.2.
That should work.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Okay. Okay, let's see if this is let me let me rewind this. Back to the beginning for you. Okay.
Stanford Pines is a bad person. And
Here we go. Hey chat, how
Bad
much clearer
person.
was that? Bad
Hang
person.
on.
Hello, Fire Alpaca. I need to not Fire Alpaca, fucking Firefox. Get out of here. I closed it this time. There we go. And let me close settings. There we go.
Okay, have it be by 2 decibels, that might work more.
Okay. Holding my hammer behind my back.
Behind my back.
You and me both.
Hold on. Oh my god, I forgot a joke that I really wanted to do during the mouth-washing stream, but then I forgot to do it. I wanted to at one point when Jimmy was being stupid say, chat, get the hammers. And I forgot. It's
Larson,
okay.
kill this man.
Chat, kill this
Mike,
guy.
kill this man.
Love how we're incorporating our different fandoms into this.
Okay. I need to stop being a coward. Okay.
many people will have a knee-jerk reaction
I'm
when I
holding
say
your
this
hand,
and come to his
gentle
defense
think?
by
style.
saying that sometimes people will make mistakes. But how many times can a person make the same mistake before it just becomes
Mistakes.
part of their personality?
Wow. Okay.
This is so funny.
Okay, I already have a lot to say about that. All right, so what this person just said is like a lot of people are going to have a knee jerk reaction when I say that and say that he just made some mistakes, but how many times can a person make the same mistake before it just becomes part of their personality? Wow, okay. All right. Okay, we're going to get to it. All right. All right. All right. Okay. So I'm very curious as to what mistake specifically this person is going to point to for that. But like there's okay, so all right, so my stance on Ford is that like he is just a man who's made a lot of mistakes. And I'm going to be
He's
like throughout
just a
this
man?
video, he's just a man, guys, who's trying to go home.
For 10 years?
30 actually. Like,
Oh! He really is Odysseus.
yeah, no, I keep making like Ford is Odysseus jokes and people keep not taking me seriously. Guys, come on, please.
One day they will. I
One day
swear
they'll
it's
see.
on his life.
Which his, Odysseus or Ford?
My comedy style is just say shit. I just throw shit at a wall and hope it's funny.
We're just normal men. We're just innocent men.
Release me!
But like, okay, the thing
No.
with Ford is that like he has a lot of trust issues that like make him make mistakes. And a lot of people are gonna say like, oh well, he's like egotistical or like he's self-centered. That's not really true. I mean it is, but like he uses ego to put up a front because like all of his worth as a person comes down to him like just thinking he needs to contribute to the people around him in some way. The fuck are you guys laughing at? Like,
Mud is being
I'm being silly, but I didn't want to interrupt.
okay. But
Hold on, I'm turning off my
I need to draw. But like the thing with Ford is that like, you know, he was raised to believe that like he is only worth what he can give to other people, you know, like, and for him, that's academics. So his, like, from a very early age, he becomes very, very focused on, like, trying to get into, like, you know, a good school, doing well in school, because that's, like, the only way that they can impress their shitty dad. And I have a lot of thoughts on Philbrick as well, but I'm gonna try to not get into him too much unless the situation calls for it. But just know that Philbrick is a guy who made a lot of mistakes, and I don't like him, but he is also still like a human. I can explain what that means, just not right now. But like, and so for Ford, you know, like he like was raised to believe that like if he's not actively like you know, if he's not actively trying to be the best that he can be, then he's not enough. So that's where a lot of like his ego comes from, is that like he has to be the one that is constantly on top or he's worth fucking nothing, because that's the way that his father raised him. It's the way that all of his teachers treated him. It's also like the way that like Bill treats him later. Like even at the peak of their friendship, Bill was very much like, you know, highlighting his smarts as the thing that makes Ford great and not anything else about him. Like, you know, all of Bill's nicknames for Ford, except for like the one Sixer, which he stole from Stan, are a reflection of, you know, his smarts, you know, calling him like IQ, Brainiac, etc. Like just reflect how smart Ford is. And Ford leaned into that because he's actually extremely insecure about it. Like, you know, like about like the fact that, you know, he doesn't think that he has worth outside of, you know, how smart he is. When he gets like a roadblock in his studies where he can't figure something out, suddenly his like smart is brought into question and he feels worthless. So then Bill is able to scoos in and be like, oh, would you like the answer? And of course Ford jumped on it because yes, of fucking course, because he doesn't want to feel like he's worthless. And you know, like a lot of this is like intertwined and I'm already getting extremely off track, but yeah. So like when it comes to like obviously I'm not saying that Ford didn't make mistakes or isn't capable of like having his ego get in the way of him being a better person or listening to the people around him, but I am saying that like, you know, a lot of people like to point at Ford and be like, oh, his egotistical ass like isn't able to like fucking my brain just died. This is not good. But like, you know, a lot of people like point to him and being like he has like he has a large ego and therefore he is a bad person, without understanding why he has that ego and the fact that his ego is a facade for the fact that he actually feels extremely insecure and doesn't feel like if he's not the smartest person in the room, then he's not worth anything, you know.
Plus like ego doesn't inherently mean that like I'm trying to figure out how to work. You know how at the end of you know how Steven Universe ends with White realizing she's imperfect and being like, I can't have a flaw. If I'm not flawless, then who am I? Like
that's Ford, yeah.
Saying.
Yeah. No, you're right though. That's Ford. Like I can't have a flaw. I'm supposed to be flawless. Is the mentality that Ford was raised with. And so, you know, you can't expect him to just magically unlearn that when he's an adult, especially because, like, him in his adult era, he actually feels empowered that he can actually reach for that now because he has the resources and he has the grant. So if he's at any point in his life, if he was going to be able to become quote unquote flawless and become like the best in the room, it would be when he's an adult. So like you people like you can't expect him to just magically unlearn it now that he's an adult, you know? Anyway, I don't know if that's what this video. I need to just keep playing the fucking like. How many times can you make the same mistake before it just becomes part of your personality? I bet you're talking about for its ego getting in the way. That's like the main argument when people mention.
Find so many
Mud
times
sent a
within
song
fandom
that may or may not be forward into the chat.
Oh no!
No, it is Ford. Do not
Oh.
do not say may or may not. That is Ford. It's are you
I don't know
satisfied?
anything.
It's are you satisfied?
Are you satisfied by Mariana? Yes,
Yes.
Marina.
Ah.
Marina. I haven't listened.
I
I
got
listened to that one like
jump-scared.
once.
Oh, it's so good. It's literally
Okay,
Ford.
I need to tap it back like 2 seconds. Hold on. Whoops, I tapped it all the way back to the beginning. Okay, well, it's fine. We're barely into this thing anyway. It's fine.
Stanford Pines is a bad person, and many people will have a knee-jerk
Bad
reaction
person.
when I say this, and come to
person.
defense by saying that sometimes people will make mistakes. But how many times can a person make the same mistake before it just becomes part of
Mistakes.
their person? And I find so many times within fandom discussion that
Mistakes.
people will not allow Stanford to take responsibility for his own actions, whether it be the
Take responsibility, jump scare. Okay,
Take
Whoa.
responsibility, jump scare.
okay.
Did they
so,
deadass say that?
Yeah, they were like, a lot of people. Hang on, let me tap it back 10 seconds. Yeah.
before
Okay.
it just becomes
Mistakes.
part of their person. And I find so many times
Mistakes.
within fandom discussion
Mistakes.
that people will not allow Stanford to take responsibility for his own actions, whether it be
Okay, yeah, so they're saying that people in fandom will not allow Ford to take responsibility for his actions. I do agree. There is a small subset of people who are Ford defenders who will just be like, oh, he did nothing wrong. He did nothing wrong, and everything that he did wrong was because he was being manipulated. And it's like, no, you're stripping him of his agency if you say that. Because like, that's another big part of Ford's arc, is that, like, you know, like, his agency isn't his own a good lot of the time. Because, like, you know, when he was a kid, he was, like, always doing everything that Philbrick wanted, and he never really had much of a say in it himself. And then as, like, honestly, the time in his life where he had the most agency is probably when he was in college and like the early years he spent studying in Gravity Falls. Once Bill got introduced into the picture, he had like, you know, his autonomy was stripped away from him again because then like Bill was just like basically having him do whatever Bill wanted him to. But that said, Ford is also still the one who chose to summon him. Like Ford is the one who read out like the warning that said, hey, don't summon this fucking thing, it's really bad, and then he summoned him anyway.
That's
And
why
then
you can't stop me because I can't read.
exactly. I can't read, I'm an Undertale fan. And then like, you know, then Bill manipulated him, which is not Ford's fault. Like, we're not gonna victim blame him for that. I'm very curious if this video is going to do that. We'll see. And oh, my brain just died again. Yay. Chat, I need you to know that I woke up at 4:30, which was 2 hours ago. But like, this is why I pushed the stream back an hour, by the way, is because I literally just woke up. But yeah, so like, brain, please. Brain, come on, I need you to function today. Brain, please.
Your brain
Brain.
will function or I will remove it.
Thanks. Can you like drop it in a vat of acid and then give it back?
No.
Of course.
You
No,
gotta blast malevolent just to the brain. Trust.
Hold on, for ultimate hyperfixation combination, what we're going to do, we're gonna take your brain, we're going to put it in fuck. What's the something from Gravity Falls? Fuck, hold on.
You're gonna do the mind
Cryostasis.
wipe.
We're going okay, so
Shoot
for
me with the
ultimate
memory gun.
hyperfixation. We're
The
gonna
memory gun.
we're gonna take your brain. We're gonna shoot it with the memory gun. We're gonna blast malevolent into it, and we're going to dunk it into a vat of mouthwash. And that will be
Wonderful.
how you become a god.
Screw vaccines. This is the true way to power.
What do you mean you have to kill all other versions of yourself? No, you just gotta do all those 3 things.
Oh, that's
At
the
the
wrong.
same time, in any other order than at the same time, will result in pure destruction. Hey yo, mouthwashing reference, yay!
Hello, fellow mouthwasher. I played it and it
Mouthwasher.
was good.
Yeah, that person was in the chat during your
Oh, you know then.
during your Yep.
Hello, fellow mouthwasher.
Hello, fellow mouthwasher. I'm drinking Gatorade and pretending it's mouthwash.
Dabs.
Okay, so I'm already getting so fucking off track. Okay, we gotta go. We're gonna be here forever.
Go,
If I can
go,
reverse
go.
Stanford's decision,
Yeah.
or just shifting the blame to another
Rationalization.
person, I find that so many people don't actually understand who Stanford is as a character.
Okay, right. So a person was saying that either they'll rationalize his actions or they'll shift the blame to another character. I agree. Okay. So like again with the like one small subsection of Ford fans, they do tend to do that where they'll be like, "Oh no, like that scene in Greasy's diner where Fiddleford like tried to get Ford to pull out of to pull out of the project and like stop it, and he brought out the Ford's all of Ford's research. It was like, just publish this and you'll be famous. You don't have to have the portal. And then Ford basically told Fiddleford, no, I'm turning on the portal, be there or be fucking square. And then stormed out. Like, they'll say, like, oh, no,
And then
that
he
was because
became Triangle.
And then he became Triangle. But they'll be like,
And
oh,
then
no,
became Triangle.
that was Bill's fault because Bill is the one who manipulated Ford to think that way about Fiddleford. And like on the one hand, that's true. Like without Bill's like interference, Ford wouldn't have thought those things about Fiddleford. But on the other hand, Ford is still the one who chose to speak that way to his friend. Like Bill was not there for that conversation. So that does ultimately fall on Ford's shoulders that he reacted the way that he did. And like, yes, obviously, like he wouldn't have been thinking that way if it weren't for Bill like influencing him and making him think that Fiddleford was going to betray the project at some point. That's not Ford's fault. And during that scene, Ford saw that and basically went, holy shit, my muse was right. Fiddleford was trying to sabotage the project, and here's the proof. And so, in a fit of anger, he was like, no, we're still turning on that goddamn portal, be there or be square. And then stormed out. And then obviously Fiddleford was there, and then everything happened. He saw
And
the
then, of
horrors.
course, the events.
The events.
The events.
That happens in Malevolent too.
God damn it.
Yeah, baby.
God, we need to watch
I'm starting
Malevolent.
to believe everything happened in Malevolent.
I should make a content list like you did with
Yakko's
Mouthwashing.
World, but for Malevolent.
Yep.
Oh god, you're gonna get it stuck in my head again.
This is your own
It was
fault.
such an ordeal.
Only issue I cannot sing.
It's
Okay.
fine.
So, all right. So I feel like in lieu of what this video is saying, I do want to clarify that I'm going to be attempting to rationalize Ford's actions only because Ford also does that. Like, in order to understand Ford, you have to know that he does rationalize his own actions. This does not mean he's correct. Like, for the
characters can be wrong, and it can be
sometimes-
interesting.
sometimes Ford is the world's smartest dumbass, Like he waltzes into a cave that has like ominous, creepy paintings, and on the one hand it says, this is a being of all giving knowledge, and then underneath of that in big bold red letters it says, do not summon at any cost or it'll destroy your entire life and like, kill your dog. Like, and then Ford decides to read it out loud anyway.
Poor dog.
That's his fault, He didn't listen to the cave warnings. That falls on him. Like, for like anything else, that like if Bill like does anything to him, then that's not Ford's fault. That falls on Bill. Whoever is
Yeah.
doing the action, that is their fault, basically. Like how it works in real life.
Yeah.
So,
I'm gonna eat
that's
some
how we're
fucking
going to be
Nutella.
doing this. Good. Nutella's good. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm hitting play.
Since Gravity Falls is as popular as ever, and it seems like we're going to continue to get more content, I think that we need to have a retrospective on Stanford's character as a whole. Because of that, we need to ask a simple question. Why is Stanford such a compelling character? But to truly
Okay. Alright, so so this video is basically like we need to have a retrospective on Ford and ask why he's such a compelling character. Okay, I think this video is not as bad as people were saying it was, just from that alone. Thank you. Okay. Alright, because like from what discussions were on Tumblr back when this video first came out, is that they were
Your first
basically
mistake was
saying
getting all your news from Tumblr.
this is true. The Distiel News website isn't super reliable.
Lowers the hammer slightly.
But I do still want to rebuke the Ford is a bad person thing though. I don't believe that, like, for even a second. Even at Ford's worst, I don't believe he's a bad person. He was just put in really horrible circumstances. So we'll see if the video gets that niche. I'm thinking maybe it will, based on this. But also, at that point, then the argument stops being about, like, okay, well, Ford actually isn't the bad person, you're wrong, and more so becomes like, okay, but why did you say it like that? Okay.
To answer
Let's
that
keep-
question, I think we need to start at the beginning. One of the most important
The
episodes
beginning.
in Gravity Falls
Beginning.
is definitely
Was
a
that
tale of two
misspelled?
stands, and I feel like a lot of people
What?
Was the beginning misspelled?
Was it? Hold on, I
compelling
wasn't looking.
character. But to truly answer that question, I think we need to start at the beginning.
It is!
Oh my god.
There are 3 N's in the word beginning!
We're missing one. We had to go so back to the beginning that we had to cut corners.
One of the most important episodes in Gravity Falls is definitely A Tale of Two Stands, and I feel like a lot of people underrate this episode's importance. Because not only
They
does
do?
this episode give us a great parallel
Wait, what? Who's underrating A Tale of Two Stands?
What?
Huh?
That's a bold
This is
claim.
one of-
Alright.
That is.
Everyone
disagree with
collectively
that.
agrees this is one of the best 3 episodes of the series.
Yeah. Tale of Two
Who's
Stands is really
underrating A
good.
Tale of Two Stands? Hello?
I think they're just saying that to say that.
Oh, they're just pulling shit out of their ass. Okay.
Sometimes you just say words.
Hang on,
Who
I
knows
need
if
to.
they're right, but they're words.
I need to shut my door because I feel like I'm being loud. Hold on. I need to find my cats.
Checkers!
Well, Chester just ran out too, so I'm just gonna shut the door until I hear one of them yelling at me. There we go. Okay. I'm not gonna do a cat hunt in the middle of the street. Okay. That is a bold statement.
between the two sets of
Points to
twins that we have in the
promote
show,
best
but it gives us a
episode,
pretty comprehensive look at what
underrated episode. Have you guys heard of this episode? That's very beloved. Man, have we?
Watch any Gravity Falls ranking video. It's going to be in the top 5 at least, if not the top 3.
Oh,
I've
yeah,
only seen it be
absolutely.
in the top 3 from all the ones that I've seen personally. It's this one, Not What He Seems, and Weird
Oh yeah,
Mageddon
that
3.
episode fucks.
Yeah, Not
Yeah,
What He Seems
I
is so
understand that.
fucking good.
Not What He Seems is so good.
That episode is a fucking masterpiece.
Changed me. I'm a changed
yeah.
man.
I have a fun fact about that episode, actually, is that Disney actually didn't like it, and they kept trying to, like, make it so that way, like, it stopped being, like, not that it wasn't as dramatic, but they kept trying to have it, like, be funnier, because there were less laughs per minute in that episode, and they thought that it would perform less because it wasn't as funny. Which is why there's a couple
you,
jokes
Disney.
in there that kind of halt the pacing, because Alex literally had to go in and insert them because Daddy Disney thought that people wouldn't like it if it wasn't making them laugh.
I fucking hate Disney.
Disney's stupid.
According, one of my mutuals has this post about Not Always Seems about that one that the I trust you shot, which is such a good shot.
It's so good. It's like one of the
Oh,
most
so
iconic
good.
shots from the show.
Fucking woke up the artist community so they could all redraw it.
Real. I'm
Yeah.
like the one Gravity Falls artist that hasn't redrawn that scene. I should do that next. After
You
I'm
should
done
do
with
that.
this,
Do it.
The creature.
I need to show you guys the detail in his eyes, so that way specifically
saw
so
it
you can
last
yell at
night.
me for all being on the same layer.
Whoa! Why is that on the same layer? Stupid. Affectionate.
I don't know. Ask me from a couple months ago. I actually have no idea.
Listen, man, I did that last night. I can't be saying anything.
Sometimes the best blending method is to have them all be on the same layer. And that's okay.
Yep.
Ford's life was really like, and in turn shows us how his actions have actually impacted the lives of other people. The episode starts off with a young Stan and Ford, and right away they're building the relationship between the set of twins. And it's pretty clear from their interactions while they were younger that they had a pretty good relationship, which is why it's so jarring that in the very next scene we see that Ford is still mad at Stan for something that happened in the past. And he's not just mad, he immediately attacks Stan, which is pretty weird because Stan's
Okay. Alright, I was with you. I was with you, video. I was with you. Okay, you were saying, like, okay, so the video was
That's
talking
past
about how.
tense.
Yes. Okay, so the video was saying that, like, in A Tale of Two Stands, we see that, like, they were really close when they were little, which makes it so jarring that in the next scene that the two of them start fighting. But it says, like, the specific word that this video uses to describe Ford punching Stan in the face is that Ford attacks him. You have lost me. All Ford did was punch him in the face because he needed to get that catharsis, and then he started yelling at Stan. Ford didn't really attack him. That's a bit of a strong word.
Yeah, that is a very strong word for what happened.
Okay.
Like, yeah, he decked him.
He
but
definitely
it's not like
decked
his
him.
nose was bleeding. It's not like he had a bruise.
Actually, fun fact, there was a cut storyboard where he did actually give Stan a bloody nose for that.
Fuck you, Disney.
Disney
They
are
cut it out.
cowards.
They are. Only allowed to show blood during the season finale, didn't you know?
Pointing at the mansion episode with all the fucking heads bleeding.
Ancient sins.
I have no idea how the fuck
Ancient
Alex got away with that. Ancient
Yeah, me neither. I love it so much.
sins. Ancient sins.
Ancient sins. But yeah, if either of the brothers attacked each other, it was Stan going after Ford right there. And even then, like, once Stan, like, you'll probably see it in the footage, but, like, once Stan takes a swing at Ford, Ford just, like, ducks out of the way, grabs Stan, and then wrestles him to the ground. Like,
Yeah, he immobilized him so that
Yeah.
Ford wouldn't get hurt. He was protecting himself. Even though, yeah, he started it,
very
but
skillfully. And, like, he didn't even hurt
Yeah.
Stan in the process either. He just grabbed his arms and then, like, pushed him to the ground. Like, Stan didn't get hurt during that. The only time he got hurt during this scene is when Ford fucking decked him.
yeah, that's it.
Attack
Like,
is
he
a
might have
very
gotten
strong
emotionally
word.
hurt. He definitely got emotionally hurt.
Oh, yeah.
But, like, physically, that's a strong word.
There's, I don't know if I can mention this on stream because of the subject matter, but there's this one post that I'll send to you
Oh,
if I
boy.
can find it again. But, like, you know that like image of, like, the guy, like, in a sunset with his hands raised above his head with, like, a broken chain?
Yes.
There's like a Stan version of that when Ford comes out of the portal. Hang on, let me type it in chat because it's.
Oh, boy.
Hang on.
Uh-oh.
Oh, hey, are my friends coming back from Australia?
Hey. Okay, so I'm sorry. I think about this joke so much. It's
That is so accurate. That is so fucking accurate. That is canon. That is canon in my heart.
You can't fucking say that!
So I don't know if I could say this on stream, but I think about that post so much. Anyway, but just like, yeah, anyway, okay. You had me until you said that Ford attacked Stan, because that is not what happens right there.
Which is why it's so jarring that in the very
Carry
Oh
on,
yeah,
video.
the
Ford is
children's
still mad at
scenes.
Stan for
I
something
find
that
that so
happened to
funny because they have the accurate number of fingers, and then we look over to Dipper and
Dipper
Mabel,
and
and they have
Mabel.
less.
Yeah.
Like,
It is funny though. I do think it's like a very funny
They lost a
headcanon whenever
finger
this
in the
pops up.
One
Like,
generation down, they all lost a finger.
yeah.
I think it is a really funny crack headcanon that I've seen a couple times, that like in the Gravity Falls universe it's normal for someone to have 4 or 5 fingers. It's just weird when you have 6. Which is funny. That is a joke this show would make.
That is.
past. And he's not just mad, he immediately attacks Stan, which is pretty weird because Stan's reaction is entirely different. I think it's pretty important to note here that Ford in this situation is the one who is being completely irrational. It's been over 20 years and he knows that his brother has been doing everything in his power to try to reopen the portal to get him back. Ford sees—
That's not true! Okay, alright. Okay. So this person goes on to say that in the situation, Ford is the one that's being irrational and not Stan, and that he has known that Stan was trying to do everything in his power to open the portal the entire time that Ford's been gone.
Did he?
Didn't know that. How could he have known
Loud
that?
and correct, Bucker. Loud and correct, buzzer. No, that's not true.
How could he have known it? How could he have possibly known that?
Yeah, okay. Journal 3, come here. Okay. Alright, so I have here my sources. I can't say that on stream because that's Deltarune spoilers. Okay,
I also have Journal 3. I got Journal 3 when I hyperfixated on Gravity Falls. Everything's
Oh,
fine.
that's good.
What the fuck was that?
Journal 3.
Crushed my falling
Everything's
books like in
fine.
an animation.
Okay, chat, I need you to
I
know.
also have Journal 3.
Chat, I need you to know I'm holding Journal 3 in my hands. Alright. I have it in my hands. Okay, hang on. I'm trying to find a specific bit here. I love the way that Ford talks in this fucking book. He sounds so fucking pretentious. I never thought in a
I've never
thousand
fully
years that I
read
would
it.
hold this book again. The weight of it in my hands and the smell of its parchment whisks my memory back to the tragic accident that forever changed my life.
Alright, sir, pack it up.
It's the prose.
The tragic
The drama.
accident from so many years ago.
Ford is a dramatic ass motherfucker, and I do not like it when this fandom pretends that he's not. He is so fucking dramatic.
He's a fucking theater kid.
They're both theater kids, honestly.
He would know what zip zap zop
Blacklight
means.
text wear off? I think the blacklight text wore off. No.
No!
That's horrible.
Hold on. What's a page that you know has blacklight writing on it?
I think the Platypus page? Because people were complaining about that.
What page number?
They're not numbered. There are no page numbers in Journal 3.
Oh fuck! There it is. No.
Wait, do you have the Blacklight edition, or do you just have the normal one?
I'm pretty sure I had blacklight when I got it like a few years ago. Wait.
'Cause it sounds like you might just have the normal
Blacklight-
one.
I think the blacklight is kind of worn off, but not fully.
Okay, that's good. Okay.
Maybe. I don't know. Hard to tell.
Yeah, okay, here we go. Okay, how is it that I am back? It turns out that despite my warnings and the possibility of global catastrophe, my cat is yelling at me. Okay, so it turns out that despite my warnings and the possibility of global catastrophe, Stanley managed to reactivate the portal and bring me back to my home dimension. While his intentions might have been pure, he was just as careless bringing me back as he was knocking me through in the first place. He destroyed the portal in the process, risked endangering the entire fabric of reality, and even found himself the target of a federal manhunt by the US government. A logical progression from his days in the principal's office. Fuck!
What? Or you're insane.
That's so unnecessary. But yeah, like from the way, like you can see just from the way that he wrote about that, he was not expecting Stan to actually fix the fucking portal. Like
That,
from
or he didn't believe he
Ford's,
was capable of it.
yeah, like 'cause,
Either way,
you know,
he was
Stan,
surprised.
like okay, so Alex Hirsch has said that Stan and Ford are pretty equal in levels of intelligence. It's just that Stan doesn't give a fuck. So like
Iconic.
iconic. I love this guy. Like, and also Stan genuinely thinks that he's stupid. I'm killing Philbrook. I'm killing Philbrook Pines. Like,
Stan, I love you. Please don't die.
this is not about Philbrook though. I'm going to resist bringing up Philbrook so bad. But like from Ford's POV right here, like yeah, the whole thing comes down to that he straight up told Stan to his face, "Hey, this is a portal that could potentially end the world, which is why I'm hiding my journals that explain how to operate it. I need you to take journal 1 and sail away and hide it so that way no one can ever activate it." And from Stan's point of view, who thought that maybe Ford actually wanted to reconnect after all this time, got really fucking pissed because really that's it. You wanted to see me after 30 years and it's to tell me it's gonna to get as far away from you as possible. And then Ford shoots back, "Stanley, you don't know what I'm up against, what I've been through." And Stan's like, "No, no, 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 you don't know what I've been through. I've been to jail in 3 different countries. I want to chew my way out of the trunk of a car. You think you've got issues? I've got a mullet, Stanford." And then, they keep fighting about it. But, like, the
I love
point
that
is,
line.
he's got a mullet, Stanford. But, like,
I've got
Not that one. The
Stanford!
chewing through a car.
they actually, in the charity live stream that they did for the LA fires, they actually depicted that scene, and it's just as goofy in Gravity Falls as the rest of the show is, where he, like, actually ate his way through the metal part, like, stuck at his head out and just said, "Superman." I love this guy. I love this guy so much. Oh, gotta go see you all. Bye. Bye, Grim. Gim.
Bye.
Gim.
Microwave noises.
Mm.
Mm.
Hi, you're yelling at me. You are yelling at me. Hello. Is there something you want to say to the people watching at home? Is
Apparently
there
not.
something you want to say? No? Okay. Okay. Alright, so but yeah, so the point is that like even if Ford thought that Stan might try to reopen the portal, like Stan didn't do well in school. He never paid attention. It was very clear he didn't want to do any of this shit. So why would Ford think that Stan would be capable of opening the portal? Like even if Ford knew that Stan was smart, it's still evident that he can't focus or concentrate on things long enough to learn this stuff. Like, to think that Stan would actually be able to reopen the portal is kind of a pipe dream, given the evidence. Obviously, Stan does, because he's really fucking cool. But, like, Ford didn't know that. And... Is anything working? Hello? There we go.
Hello.
Oh, I'm using the goddamn pen again, that's why. Okay. I keep using the wrong... Ah, okay. Woes of an artist. Ignore me. But, like, Ford even says in Journal 3 that he gave up hope on trying to return home pretty fast. So the fact that he did actually manage to return home was very much a shock to the system. And, like, the worst part is that he was about to kill Bill Cipher. Like,
Oh, yeah.
He was in the nightmare realm. He had the triangle, like, in his sight. It was about to pull the fucking trigger, and then suddenly the portal opened up, like, 20 yards behind him, and he had to make a mad dash for it so that way he could get in before any of the hench maniacs could. And so when he got back and he saw Stan, like, with the portal reopened, he just had to fucking deck him over it. It's so funny. Like, okay, I guess that the point is that looking at Ford's, like, Ford being the one that's being unreasonable here completely ignores the fact that Stan is the one who actually attacked Ford, if we're gonna use that language. Like, Stan is the one who did that, and then, like, oh, I forgot I have this sprite.
Oh my god.
Actually.
Actually.
Pushes up my glasses. Okay, go. Shutting the door behind you, Jess. He's gonna be yelling to be let back in just a minute. Watch, I'm gonna be opening and closing this door the entire stream. But like, at least one of those twins is so undiagnosed neurodivergent, I feel it in my heart. They both are. Stan is undiagnosed ADHD,
Yep.
Ford is undiagnosed autism. In fact, if you want to take this further, they both have ADHD and autism. It's just that Ford expresses more autistic traits and Stan, like, shows more ADHD traits. And also Stan is dyslexic as fuck! Anyway.
Indeed.
Ford also has PTSD.
So does Stan.
Hey.
So does Stan. And also, if we're gonna just talk about neurodivergence, Fiddleford has OCD so fucking bad. Like, he has both religious and moral. He has religious OCD and he has a little bit of contamination OCD. Not enough to not drink the milk that one time, but at least a little bit.
We
don't talk
I
about
don't
the milk
remember
incident.
what the fuck you mean by this.
We don't talk about the milk incident.
I'm just gonna cuddle my Sonic the Hedgehog plushie. He's so soft.
This is based.
I'm gonna cuddle my Anubis plushie.
Yay! Hey, Dims. 1 week.
What?
What happens in a week?
1 week.
What?
He arrives.
Who's arriving in a week?
You can't just say that!
He arrives in a week.
I'll tell
What are
you,
you
I'll
two
tell you
fucking
later.
talking about?
I'll tell you later.
We'll tell you later.
Okay, so
Fine.
I lost my train of thought. Thank you, Jess. But like, everyone say thank you to my cat for distracting me.
This is a classic kitty move.
They love to do this.
Cats
But,
are always doing this.
Constantly, it's nonstop. Hi, Ford. I was talking about you. I forgot what I was talking about. I need to rewind this video by 10 seconds so I can remember what the fuck I was talking about. Oh, yeah. Okay, hang on. I want you guys to watch this footage and tell me, like, you two and chat. Everyone, watch this footage.
In the past, and he's not just mad.
Look, Ford
he
punches Stan, right?
immediately attacks Stan, which is pretty weird because Stan's reaction is entirely different. I think it's pretty important to note here that Ford in this situation is the one who is being completely.
I love how over the voice at. Yeah, he just pushes Stan down to the ground. Like, he didn't hurt Stan. Aside from the punch.
Except for the punch.
It's fine. It's fine. Me and my little
They're
brother
just
push each other
siblings
down the
being
stairs
siblings.
sometimes.
They're just siblings doing sibling things. This happens. We've all punched our siblings at least once, I think.
Sorry.
I bit my older sibling once.
Oh, I bit my brother once.
Actually, it was twice, according to them.
The last time I saw my sibling, not this year, but like in the winter, I tried to push them into a snowbank. They're the same height as me now, so it didn't work, but I tried. For context, my sibling is 8 years younger than me. We're the same height now, and I hate it. He might be taller than me, actually.
My little brother is getting taller than me, and I am very distressed by this.
My brother is also taller than me,
it.
and I'm not happy.
I hate it. I hate it so much. It's like,
Listen,
okay,
you two are
I'm-
short, so, you know, that's fair.
No, listen. I'm taller than my eldest sister.
Yeah, and how tall are you again?
I'm like
Same
5'3".
height. We're the same height.
How tall are
We
you
need
two?
it.
Not 5'3".
I am 5'3". Pay attention.
Damn. 5'6" over here.
Killing you with an axe.
Unfair and cruel. I have a
Chat, by the way, I
trans
need you
my
to know.
window.
Nice. Chat, I need you to know that whenever any of us just hop in VC just to hang out, which has happened only a few times with Mud, I gotta be real, but like whenever me and Cassie just hop in VC just to hang out, it
bad.
always goes like this. We like hop into VC for like a specific reason, and then we just spiral.
I'm trying to figure. Oh my god! There was a specific thing. A few years ago, we hopped into VC to talk about Bendy and the Ink Machine. We got into talking about Rubber Hose. That spiraled into talking about the Cuphead show, and then we hyperfixated on the Cuphead show.
Jesus.
You still need to watch the other 2 seasons.
I know.
Dude.
I got scared.
I will say none of our theories were correct, which makes me a little sad.
God damn it.
It's fine though. We still have Contract AU where everything was correct.
What if we lived in make-believe land where everything is what we want and Jimmy Mouthwashing is dead?
Rejoice!
Rejoice!
Yippee!
Jimmy Mouthwashing is dead!
Ding
You
dong,
need-
which is dead.
You need to play. No, I can't say that.
Both my younger siblings are taller than me. At least the pro is that they've also surpassed my dad, which is all I needed. Nice.
I'm taller than my eldest. I'm taller than my eldest sister. This is a
It's just-
tragedy.
It's just me and my sibling. There's only 2 of us, and they're taller than me, and I want to butcher him with a knife.
One day you will. I believe this.
They're not allowed to be taller than me.
Look, this is okay.
Feels so
You
incorrect.
just need to do a light chop to the head. And
It's
then-
nature's snooze
and
button.
Okay, back to it.
I feel like this show has taught me all the wrong lessons. Thank you, Stan. Also, can we talk about the fact that Alex Hirsch uses crime as a joke the same way that Toby Fox uses divorce as a joke?
Yeah, it's great.
It's funny.
Okay.
I
can
love
ask
I
one-
love their whole interaction on Twitter or Blue Sky, wherever it was.
Does Cassie know?
Can I
That was
ask-
iconic.
I don't know. I've been scared. I've had Deltarune
Okay.
blocked.
No,
So-
no. It's not in
No, this
spoilers.
was
This happened
before
before
Deltarune
chapter
dropped.
3.
Yeah, so what happened was Toby tweeted Deltarune tomorrow. Alex responds with deciphering it as an anagram or something.
It was like Mad Lad or something like that. And then Toby
Hold on.
See if I
responded
can
with,
find
I
it.
was waiting for you to figure it out, Alex. And then we all lost our minds. He said it's Nooner Lad, that's what it was.
Can I ask
Put her
one?
away!
Can I ask one question that I think I asked before but don't remember the answer to?
Yes.
Yes or no? No nuance allowed. Are Spamton and Tenna divorced?
Yes.
Yes.
Toby Fox can't stop! He can't stop with the divorce! He's frothing at the mouth to add another one!
I am resisting sending you so many fucking spam Tenna memes because they're so funny, but they're also technically spoilers.
No, not yet, firm, not yet, firm.
Not yet,
I
firm.
finished the fucking. Holy shit! You're streaming at 1440p.
I am aware. I have
To
it on
us.
ultra low latency. Oh, to you. Okay, hold on. I can fix Discord. Hey, Discord. What, you don't want to watch me in 60 frames per second? Eh. Yeah. There, get 480p.
Yes, I did screenshots.
There we go. I was waiting for you to solve that, Alex. Wait, I figured it out. Deltarune tomorrow is an anagram of torture a lewd moron. This changes everything. So Alex, you finally. Okay, this one's wrong actually. Oh, I mean, hastily rearranges red yarn on a corkboard to say, a lower rodent tumor, a rumor rotten owl, a wet nerd rumor, and a turtle wooer. Throws down corkboard in disgust.
Dims, can you turn the streaming quality up to 720p because I can't fucking read the chat.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I can't see anything.
Hold on. 720.
Yay!
Can you read when the thing says bad person?
Yeah. Hopefully.
I can't get over the editing. Okay. So if we can focus on the video, again for a second, I do want to say that it's really funny whenever they choose to throw words up on screen.
It's funnier for us because there's no audio.
Okay, we need to catch back up to where we were.
Rational. It's been over
I need
20
to draw
years,
that
and he
fuck
knows
ass
that
guy
his
named
brother has been
Jimmy.
doing.
Oh yeah, it's been over
Unfortunately.
20 years. It's been over 20 years since word fell through the portal.
You can't say these words.
It's been over 20 years.
You can't say this.
No, I mean, like, it's so easy. It's 30. It's exactly 30. It's been 30 years. What do you mean over 20? Just say 30.
Wait! What? I thought you meant since the episode aired!
No.
Oh
no,
my god.
No. Gravity Falls aired. Gravity Falls aired in 2012. It has not been that long.
What? Just say 30! Just say 30!
Well, you can hang on, let me show you. Text pops up on screen. There's like a correction.
Is the one who is
Hang on.
completely irrational. It's been over 20 years, and he knows that
It's been over 20
To be
years.
exact.
30 to be exact. Bitch,
This is such an easy fact. This is such an
30.
easy fact. How did you get this wrong?
Bro, just say 30 years.
I feel like I'm being overly mean to this video, but at the same time, it's like your credibility. Your credibility is slipping.
30 years.
What's he singing?
What song is that? I
That
thought you were
song.
singing Legendary for a
It's
second.
5 nights at Freddy's 3.
Oh.
That's right.
It's 5 Nights at Freddy's 3. Legendary. I forgot. Never mind. That's a good
It
song
was
though.
that or a Bendy and the Ink Machine reference, and I didn't
my God.
remember any songs.
People love to just use 30 years.
30 years is a nice round number for shit to happen.
Cassie, I gotta show you my eye stalks.
Oh shit, I love eye stalks.
That's such a non sequitur. It just happened. Okay, while you guys do that, I'm gonna actually watch this
Ford has been
video.
doing everything in his power to try to reopen the portal to get him back.
trying.
Ford sees how excited
No,
Stanley
Cassie,
is
look
to
at my
see
eye
him again,
stalks.
and
Look. Cassie,
Huh?
Cassie,
Where?
don't leave me.
immediately Snow picks up
Cassie,
the
don't
ball
leave me
from
here.
over 20
Let me
years.
out.
Where?
Hang on, I cannot hear. Hold on.
Where am I to look?
My camera.
Mud has his camera on.
Oh, I did not know you had your camera on. Hold on. Ah, shit. I'm okay. I'm normal. I almost fell into my fan.
Honestly, I can see them as that one that goes, are they
Holy
exes or are they
shit.
lovers? Worse. My god.
Holy. Oh my fucking moon and stars. Oh my god.
Mud, I feel like you can describe
that.
Mud, I feel like you can describe Spamtenna like that, actually.
Yeah, I can just describe a lot of ships that I like that.
Are they exes?
Are they
Worse.
lovers? Worse.
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 This is Bill
I'm
Ford,
pretty sure that
actually.
was about fucking. I'm pretty sure that was about fucking. Hold on, let me fact check.
Did
This
you just
applies
say you were
to
gonna
Bill Ford,
fax
though.
check? Like, as in FAX, fax something?
It was
I
not
don't-
about Wallace and Gromit.
Why
What?
did you think it was about Wallace and Gromit? That was so
Because I don't
random.
know
Isn't
what
one of them a
anyone
dog?
looks- I don't know what anyone looks. I don't know what anyone
To be
looks
fair,
like, I
since when
just
has that
remember
ever stopped a
names.
cartoon? Cartoons are the
Fair.
primary place for humans and animals to date. Okay, I need to lock in. Hold on.
Lock in.
Doing everything in his power
Lock
to
the
try
fuck
to
in!
open the portal to get him back. Ford
looked
sees
at my
how
username
excited
again.
Stanley is to see him again and immediately still brings up their beef from over 20 years ago, which of course leads into one of the most important backstories in the show, the
Okay. No,
actual
hang on.
childhood of Stanford and Stanley. And of course, the backstory starts off with
Backstory.
both Stan and Ford having a very good relationship
Backstory.
with Stan.
Okay, hang on. I am going to stop you before you move on to the next section. Okay, it's just so Ford sees how excited that Stan is to have reopened the portal and still brings up their beef anyway. Okay, are you going to explain why he did that? Or are you just going to state it like a fact and then move on? It's like, he had a good reason for doing that because, like, I need to remind you guys that Ford was under the impression that if anyone opened that goddamn portal, then Bill could potentially come through and cause the end of the fucking world. Like, yeah, he's gonna be upset that Stan opened the portal. Like, he already gave up. Like, okay, so this kind of ties into Ford's sense of self-worth and how he kind of doesn't see himself as worth saving because he didn't do anything of worth back in his own dimension. But we can also just ignore that and talk about everything else. Remember kids summarizing the events, just stating that things happened isn't an analysis on its own. You gotta expand, baby. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
So, like, what happened is that Ford didn't think he was going to be rescued. Like, he gave up hope pretty much immediately as soon as he got away from Bill in the Nightmare Realm when he first fell through the portal, that he was ever going to get home. Like, he gave up hope immediately and then instead decided to dedicate his life to killing Bill Cipher because it's, you know, the first worthwhile thing he would do with his life, one might say. So, this video is going to bring that up, and I'm going to have so much to say about that. By the way,
Toxic Yowie.
they want each other dead so bad. But like to it, like Ford
Looking at
straight
the
up
bones of
told
people.
Stan, if you open up this portal, you could cause the end of the world. I don't want that to happen. Here's my book. Take it and get as far away as possible to ensure that everyone else on the world doesn't suffer from my mistakes. That was the entire point of Ford giving Stan the book. It wasn't just to call Stan over, to call Stan an idiot. I feel like a lot of people look at that scene as that's what it is. But no, he was trying to prevent the end of the fucking world. So, you know, to
Wait, people
Ford,
deadass think that?
that's how they talk about it. Like,
What
when
the fuck?
okay, so I have read quite a bit of Gravity Falls fanfiction. I don't know if you know this. But like,
Figured.
a big thing that this fandom does with Ford is that they tend to have Ford act as Stan's like maid slash emotional support animal, and they tend to like look over all of the issues that Ford himself was having. And like this happens a lot in No Portal, Nobody Fell Through the Portal AUs, where like, you know, in A Tale of Two Stands, Ford didn't fall through and they instead like managed to talk, or something else happened that prevented them from going downstairs, etc. Um and in AUs like that, what tends to
There's nothing
happen
about this I understand.
but in I love that scene. Like there's something that happens in most of the AUs that I have read. You know, again, I'm not a monolith. I've not read every single No Portal AU fic, but from the ones that I personally have read, what tends to happen is that, you know, they go, they fight, they go back upstairs, and then like Ford starts to find out how bad Stan had it while he was like out living on the road. And then Ford like shifts his entire focus from dealing with Bill to like trying to help Stan. And on the one hand, I get it. Like, that's cathartic because we want to see Stan happy. But on the other hand, guys, Bill was trying to end the world. Like, he kind of
Jesus
can't
Christ,
shift
that
his
scared the shit out
focus.
of me.
Hi. He kind of can't shift his focus away from Bill, though. Like, if he stops worrying about Bill and instead focuses all of his attention and effort on trying to help Stan, Bill is going to get one over on him. Like, that's just how this is going to work. Not to mention, Bill is still able to possess him. Bill is still able to psychologically torment him even when he's not possessing him. Like, as we see in the Book of Bill, Bill could just appear to Ford whenever he wanted. Like, you know, as like a figment of Ford's like imagination, because Bill had access to his brain, and having access to his brain meant having access to his ears and eyes. So he was basically giving Ford little hallucinations to show that Bill was there. This happens at least twice, where Bill has just like appeared in the corner of Ford's eye. He doesn't usually do that. Bill usually prefers to talk to him in the mindscape, or to just like whisper things in his brain without physically appearing, but it is something he can do. Like, we see in the Book of Bill that Bill is capable of a lot of heinous things without possessing Ford. Like, the worst thing that Bill does to Ford in the Book of Bill has nothing to do with possession. Ford, I mean, like, he gets into it because it's the aftermath of a possession, but that's not the worst thing. Where Ford wakes up on the roof of his house in the freezing cold weather, standing on the edge, looking down. And Ford's immediate first thought, his immediate first thought is that Bill was sending him a message. Like, Bill could have easily had him step off the roof and kill him, but that's not what Bill wants. But he could, at any time. At any time, Bill could decide to end Ford's life. And, you know, Ford has to climb back down the roof. He's shaking. You know, he's cold. He goes inside, and there's a warm fire. And there's a chessboard set up that shows, like, you know, the black piece is about to overtake the white ones and win. Like, it basically shows a checkmate on the board. And then he steps in, and there's, over by the fridge, he has, like, Ford, for some reason, Ford has those, like, alphabet fridge letters. I don't know why he has these. It's very whimsical of him, actually. Like, Bill has, like, arranged them to, like, down at the bottom, and it says, like, look here, with an arrow pointing down, and there's, like, a little VHS tape sitting down there. So Ford picks it up and puts it in the TV, and it shows everything that Bill was doing while Ford was asleep that night. Like, that night, he did so much fucking shit. And there's also pictures that he has collected. Bill collected, like, 6 or 8 pictures. I don't remember. It was an even number. I think 6. Of things that he did. One of them being, like, you know, he got super drunk in, like, a bar. Another one being that he got Ford a really embarrassing tattoo that people debate is still there or not. He got, he didn't punch a cop, but he did slap one. The cop also didn't seem to have a reaction to that. Like,
That's
the cop was just kind of standing there.
The one and only base thing that Bill Cipher has done.
Yeah. Which, it's I want to agree with you, but it's actually not the point of that picture. Like, because the very next picture after that is, like, Ford not wearing any shoes, with his shirt off, like, holding his shirt above his head and whipping it around, like, standing on top of a cop car. Which, on the one hand, that is funny, but on the other hand, sir, your reputation. His reputation. Like, Bill also made him eat spiders. There's a picture of him, like, downing a jar of spiders.
Oh, I remember that one.
I'm trying to remember what the last one was.
It was the tramp stamp, right?
No, I mentioned that one. Right, it was him rolling down a hill. Like, Ford with his shirt off, just rolling down a hill recklessly. I don't know how Bill got that picture, but okay. So,
he can just do that.
He could do it with his mind.
Blows up pancakes with mind.
Yeah, but then on the VHS tape, we see, I need to switch to the sprite. On the VHS tape, we see that Bill has this entire thing set up. This is not in Ford's house. Which implies that this happened at the library because that's like where it starts in sock opera with like the puppets and shit. But Bill has a Ford puppet that he made, like a little sock puppet that he held up, and he had this backdrop that said Puppet Hour with like these blue curtains that had like stars on them. And he was like, "Hey kids, welcome back to Puppet Hour with Sixer." Actually, let me pull up the book of Bill so I can just read this. Hold on.
I'm gonna
Hey, come here.
take
Okay.
Sonic in the meantime.
You should do that. That's good to do. Good to do this.
Whimsy!
Whimsy!
Whimsy while
Alright.
Whimsy while I
While I
analyze
describe-
an abusive relationship.
I get to tell you about the worst thing that happens in this book, and it's horrible and abusive as fuck. Okay, here we go. Okay. Welcome back to Puppet Hour with Bill. Say hi, kids. Today's puppet is my old pal Sixer. Sixer's had a rough day, but his night was even rougher. You want to see? Cipher proceeded to play a horrifying montage he had filmed in the night before of himself taking a joyride in my body. Every time the camera cut, it would jump to some increasingly mortifying scene. As though that weren't enough, he left Polaroids of my night scattered across the floor like a mental patient's scrapbook, and then the next page is all of those. Then he had rabble-rousing, unsafe working conditions, a tattoo that I would never agree to under any circumstances, blemishes to my spotless criminal record. Has he done this before? How far would he go? But then he crossed a line. Helplessly, I watched Cipher in my own body limp up to a payphone and dial Stanley's number from the infomercial. No, he wouldn't. Hey, brother, it's Sixer. Going to take a swim in the frozen lake tomorrow, and I might not ever come back. So if you don't hear from me, I just want you to know that it's because I never loved you. Bye-bye. My heart was in my throat. Yeah, my heart was in my throat until I heard the dial tone. The payphone was out of order. The message hadn't gotten through. Cipher turned back to address me. Tisk, 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 look at what you made me make you do. Tomorrow's tape is going to be much worse. Want the show to end? Go downstairs and turn on the portal, or I'm going to have to show you what I'm really capable of. I was livid. I hurled the tape into the fire and screamed, "You have no power here! You're just in my mind! I can outlast anything you can!" When suddenly, something started to feel off. My vision flickered. The clock had stopped ticking. Something was wrong then. Blackness, blackness, blackness. Where was I? My body was paralyzed. I felt my bones being pulled slowly out of their sockets. It was excruciating. I tried to scream, but nothing came out. I have a sticky note blocking my vision. Okay. Think, Sixer. You let me in your head. Do you realize what I can do in here if I want? I can flip a switch that makes every neuron burn with pain beyond your imagination. I can rewire your optic nerves so that the sky is below you. Play a tone that gets louder and louder until you bash in your own skull just to make it stop. I can delete memories randomly, just for fun. Maybe I already have. What do you want to remember? Your mother's face? Your own name? Who are you, anyway? That's ridiculous, I shouted. I panicked. I couldn't recall my name. I began to shake. He flipped his fingers like he was turning on a light switch, and it came to me. I'm Stanford! He flipped again. I went black. I felt my socket start to strain. Any second, my tendons would pop. My bones would splinter. I fell to the ground on the verge of vomiting. You're my property. Don't forget it. The hillbilly abandoned you. Your father won't want you returning home without millions. You have no friends, and if you died out here in the snow, who would even miss you? Turn on the portal. I've waited too long for this. By the way, I'm sending someone to steal your eyes. That's not a joke. I have a friend that will steal your eyes. You have 72 hours. Don't cross me again. I awoke from the hallucination, heart pounding, to find myself back in my living room, clock ticking, record skipping, and began to weep. He's right. What was I thinking? Throughout all recorded history, none have stopped Bill. Who was I to believe that I would be the first? Only one man in the world could possibly help me. I ransacked F's notes for any hint of his whereabouts, only to find but only found 2 remaining items in his desk. 5 failed prototypes for the perfect 6-fingered gloves, and this ripped photo from the day in college where we became roommates. There was nothing else. He was gone. I'm out of options.
What
The
the
caves.
fuck?
Yeah! I'm out of
Ouch.
options. The caves, the symbols that summoned Cipher. The symbols that summoned Cipher must hold the key to stopping him. The snow has begun to fall again, and there's very little time. There's only one left that I can turn to protect my journals while I prepare for the journey. And then he contemplates whether or not he should call Stan.
Jesus
That is
fucking Christ!
that is the worst thing that Bill Cipher has ever done. Yeah. And this is how Timmons became the world's #1 Ice Stealer fan. Yeah.
Oh my god! What
No,
the
it's
fuck?
it's like
Fuck!
like
What?
putting yourself in Ford's shoes, right? He literally had nothing else because and yet his autonomy was in Bill's hands, and Bill made it so fucking clear he could do whatever he wanted with it. This entire sequence was just dedicating to showing just how fucking powerless Ford truly is, and him realizing, there's no hope for me. There is no hope. Because, the entire, Ford's entire, journal section of the Book of Bill up to this point had been him trying to find a way to, take down Bill, to find a way. There's got to be some way, right? There was this one group of people that tried making a Bill-proof suit that would trap him in a fake brain. He tried that, but he doesn't have the mechanical prowess that Fiddleford does, so he was not able to figure out how to make that. We have Project Mentum, which was meant to encrypt your thoughts so that way Bill can't read them, which would be nice, but it also wouldn't prevent it wouldn't prevent the possession. That has nothing to do with Bill being able to read your thoughts. So there was also the unicorn hair to make a barrier around the house, but Ford was unable to acquire that before his life was on the line. And now that his life is on the line and he's gone grave digging to see if he can't find a fake brain to use to lure Bill out, the unicorns are definitely not going to give him hair because he's still under the impression that you need to be pure of heart to get their hair. He didn't realize that they were scamming him. So, the only other option that he could have done that Bill says is that he could start wearing tinfoil. Literally put on a tinfoil hat and Bill wouldn't be able to get in there. But Ford is a prideful guy, and also that's extremely unreliable and embarrassing, and would basically, in Ford's eyes, be him admitting defeat. There's gotta be another way, right? So, the whole thing with the caves was his last-ditch effort. Even before we knew about all of that shit from the Book of Bill, you could still deduce that, he was hopeless and at his limit. The caves are his only hope to go back to the source of where this all started and see if there's something there. And obviously we know that there isn't. Well, kind of. The Cipher Wheel is there, but even if Ford were to figure out that the Cipher Wheel isn't just cave tomfoolery and that it actually could help him in his situation, he was a fucking hermit before all of this. He doesn't know people. The Cipher Wheel works by taking members of a community and putting them next to each other so that way they could all hold hands and defeat Bill with the power of community. Because, Bill is the antithesis to community. Bill wants to isolate you and get you away from all of your friends and family so that way he can control you. So, the way to combat that is to have a support system. That makes sense. But Ford doesn't have a support system. He doesn't have a community. He doesn't have, any of that. Even if he did, all he has is Fiddleford, Philbrick, Karen, maybe potentially Shermie, depending on what you believe, and Stan. That's not enough people to fill out the whole wheel. So that's not an option either. He was fucked. So,
What the fuck was the video even talking about? I don't remember. I got so enraptured by the horror.
I kind of also don't remember. Hold on. I think it was that Ford is the one being unreasonable. When Stan came back through the portal, or when Stan opened the portal for Ford to come back through. The video called him the one that was being irrational about it. Like, yeah, that's what it was. He saw Stan so happy for the portal to finally work and instead brought up old beef anyway. And I said, do you even realize why he did that? That's why he did that.
Bitch, of course he was being irrational! He was in an abusive relationship! Do you think...
It's like, it's not even, like, it is about that, but, like, more so, it's to the fact that Ford told Stan to his face, if you open this portal, it could end the world. And, like, yeah, Ford's dramatic ass drew a picture of the earth cracked in half after that, but, like, you know, he draws to emphasize his point, you know? But, and he's embarrassed about what happened between him and Bill. Like, he's embarrassed that he got tricked like that. He admits it pretty easily when it is brought to light, but he would rather not talk about that, which is, you know, what normal abuse survivors do. You don't go around telling everyone about, like, your ex that killed you, basically. Like, hi, I'm gonna let you in, so you can't yell about it.
The meow meow!
He has
Meow, meow.
returned. Okay. Like, yeah, so when Ford steps through the portal and sees Stan so happy to see Ford again, Ford's first thought is, you fucking idiot! You know, like, of course he was
Because-
gonna be fucking mad. Like, even discounting everything I just read from the Book of Bill, use your noggin. Because all of that information was already available. We just, seeing the actual abuse itself made it worse. But we already knew all of that. This is old information that was brought in a new light, you know? Like, of fucking course. Ford was
Yeah,
going
like,
to be
presented,
pissed that
like-
Stan opened the
like-
portal.
Like, it was went from, oh yeah, like, subtextually, hey, that ain't good, to, yeah, it's just flat out abuse.
Yeah, like, straight up. And just fucking, like, saying that Ford is the one, this is what I keep getting tripped up on, is that you're saying that Ford is the one being irrational here. I don't think either of them are being irrational. Stan wanted his brother back and worked his ass off to finally get to see Ford again. Meanwhile, Ford understands the danger of opening the portal, and Stan has all 3 journals by this point. He should also be aware of the danger of opening the portal, and he actively chose, to ignore
Yeah,
that.
like, isn't there a line where he reads from it and he's like, fucking can it, Sixer, I've spent all this time trying to like...
To bring you back, and
Yeah,
you
I'm
still
pretty sure
haven't
there
thanked
is.
me. Yes. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I went through all of this
Yay,
trouble
my
to bring you
memory.
back, and you still haven't thanked me. And then Ford's like, you want me to fucking thank you? Like,
Yeah!
both of their arguments are completely sound. Like, I don't... Okay, I'm just over here, like, I don't know what I would do in this situation if I was either of them, you know? It's like, if say I was Ford and I got pushed into an interdimensional portal for which there was very low chance that I could return, and even if I could return, it could possibly end the world, don't save me, you know?
Yeah!
Don't save me! Like, I'm honestly with Ford on that one. But also, if the script were flipped and, like, my sibling went through the portal, I could see myself being like Stan and risking the end of the world to save them. Like, 100%. I see both sides. So it's like...
Yeah.
Honestly, I would be either side if this were me and my sibling. It would play out the exact same way that it does in Gravity Falls. Like...
Yeah, me too. Except my brother would
This
beat my
is-
ass up much worse than Ford. I don't have the strength to fight
Yeah.
back.
I don't think I would punch my sibling, but I absolutely would tackle them to the ground and shake their shoulders aggressively. Like, I would not be calm. Ford was honestly way more calm than me, because all he did was punch Stan once. He punched Stan once and then was good. I would keep
Punches
shaking my
you
sibling's shoulders.
one time.
Punches you a single time.
Just once.
That's
Just
all you
once.
need. Just once.
Aha! One!
One!
One.
Hey, can you guys stop having relationship issues while I'm on the phone with my dentist?
I miss my wife, Trails. I miss her a lot. I'll be
God.
back.
I'll be back.
I need to keep playing Sonic Adventure.
When you get home, you can keep playing Sonic Adventure, and then you can play
I
Sonic
am
Adventure 2, and then we
home!
can show you Snapcube. Yay! Okay. Okay, anyway, back to the... Wow. This was such a roundabout point. We're 1 minute and 52 seconds into this.
Oh
How
God.
long is this video?
29.
Oh
We're gonna be here all
God.
night. We're gonna be here all night.
Chad, I'm so sorry. But like, anyway, I'm just getting mad at the language that's being used here. Okay, so I think so far the video has brought up some pretty valid points, but the language is very accusatory. Like, there is a lot happening in the writing of this show. You can't just say, oh, Ford is the one that was being irrational. You're showing your bias. You're on Stan's side here. You're not looking at it from Ford's point of view. Like, I don't think either of them were being irrational. Anyway, let's keep playing this
Into one of
video.
the most important backstories in the show, the actual childhood of Stanford and Stanley. And of course, the backstory starts off with both Stan and Ford having a very
Backstory.
good relationship,
Backstory.
with Stan being far more
Backstory.
romantic than Ford. Although the two twins were unable to make friends outside of themselves, it didn't really matter because at least they had each other. Of course,
I don't
there
know how
was a
they're not more
distinction made
sunburnt than
very
that.
early between the two twins,
Yeah.
most notably that Stanford was very intelligent.
Sun
But throughout
was
his
less
formative years,
deadly.
Stan never got jealous of him and was very supportive throughout it
I'm
all.
also
Stanley was
ginger, so that might
obviously
play a
more of
factor into
delinquent
this.
type person, but
Ooh, okay, video.
What?
Okay, hang on. Let me hear that again.
Stanford was very intelligent. But throughout his formative years, Stan never got jealous of him and was very supportive throughout it all. Stanley was obviously more of a delinquent type person, but he also had a lot of love for his brother. And because the
Okay. That's a headcanon.
What?
Uh-oh.
Okay, so this is gonna be a bit of a nitpick on this one. But do you want me in or out? Stop yelling at me. For sure. Pick one. Okay, but like, okay, so we're heading into headcanon territory now. This person just said that, like, Ford was very obviously brilliant, but Stan never got jealous of him and was always constantly supportive of him. Half that statement is true. Like, okay, it is very true that Stan was always extremely supportive of Ford. That is true. We don't know for a fact if he never got jealous or not, though. Like, you can still be jealous of someone and still support them. That's not the same thing. Like, you're thinking of resentment. Stan never really resented Ford for it. That doesn't mean he wasn't jealous. Like, again, that's a nitpick, but also the language that's being used in this video is not good. So, shout out to me, like, drawing in the background for this, and all I've really done is shade this part of Ford's... this part of
I'm
Ford's
playing
scarf.
Sonic. I got through Marble Zone.
Nice.
I'm falling asleep. No offense.
No, you're fine.
It is okay.
If it winds up just being me on this fucking stream by myself, just yelling into my microphone, I'll be okay with that. We're gonna be here for 5 hours. I know, I'm sorry, Doodle.
the twins had such a good relationship in their formative years, they both made a pact to
It was
sail
less
the
than
world
5
together.
hours.
They promised each other that they would go on adventures and support each other through thick
But
and thin. That is, of
Shit,
course,
Sonic,
until
I'm
Ford
sorry. He died.
Damn.
twins had such a good relationship in their formative years, they both made a pact to sail the world together. They promised each other that they would go on adventures and support each other through thick and thin. That is, of course, until Ford grows up. And this is one of the most important themes within Gravity Falls as a whole, that things don't always last. And after our conversation
Thank
with
you.
their
Okay.
principal, Ford is completely convinced that he's going to get into this very prestigious college and he's going to leave Stan behind. And this decision is completely reasonable. Ford has every single right to want to better himself and better his future. Now, of course,
Okay,
he's
thank
going
God.
to leave Stan behind, and without Ford,
Okay, good. Okay. So something this video said is that, like, one of the main themes of Gravity Falls is growing up. So, they had, when they were still little, they made this pact that they were going to grow up, sail the world together until Ford grows up. And then, then he's in high school and he gets presented with this opportunity to go to college and he wants to go to college. That's a completely reasonable thing that Ford wants to do. Thank you. Okay, I was worried this video was going to yell at him for that. Yay! All right. I don't really have anything else to say there. Yeah. Okay. I will say that calling Stan a bit of a delinquent type is funny. It's accurate, but it's also mean.
Yeah.
There's nothing against this video though. It's accurate. Shout out to him like spitting a spitball at like Dave over there who was doing nothing but trying to focus on his work. Why did he do that?
You need to know how
He was
funny
bored.
that is. Never mind, okay. I don't know what I'm saying.
Stan doesn't really have a future, but that isn't necessarily Ford's fault. But of course, we see that Stan ends up making a mistake, breaking his machine, and ruining his chances of getting into this very prestigious college. And because of this, Ford is mad at him, and very understandably so. It's pretty clear that if the perpetual motion machine
knows what he did.
Dave knows what he did.
Thank you, dude.
had actually functioned as it was supposed to, that he would have gotten into this very prestigious
Try not
college
to-
and his life would have basically been set. So yes, Ford's
Well, okay. Hang on, let me tap this back 10 seconds if I can hear that again,
It's
just to be
pretty
sure.
clear that if the perpetual motion machine had actually functioned as it was supposed to, that he would have gotten into this very prestigious college and his life would have basically
Shit.
been set. So
Okay, pause!
Sonic, no.
Okay. I just realized that Stan's hair isn't shaded during that shot.
This does
His hair
happen.
glows with ethereal energy. But like, okay, so video just said that like it becomes very clear that if Ford were to get into West Coast Tech, he would his whole life would basically be set. I'm gonna rebuke this a little bit. That's how it's presented in the show, but we don't know that for a fact. All we know is that this college was very prestigious and Ford wanted to get into it, and these guys were looking for bright young minds to take into a school like that. We do not know that Ford would have actually thrived there. And like again, this is a little bit of a nitpick, but I feel like this one's important because like all right, pulls out my Hana hyperfixates approved history encyclopedia. So this takes place in the late 60s, early 70s. According to Hana's timeline, it's 1969 because of the Jackie O comments, which I agree with.
Nice.
19 nice. Like that Jackie O, what a fox. During this era, there were multiple factors at play for why Ford would want to go to college. The biggest one being the fucking Vietnam War was like stewing on the horizon. So like people wanted to get into college because it was one of the ways to dodge the draft. And obviously like this give me a second, I'm cooking, but like this feels like a non sequitur, but I promise this all makes sense. And another one of the reasons that Ford might have wanted to get into West Coast Tech is purely just because it sounds like it'd be really prestigious. But another thing that was happening during this time is that a lot of colleges, especially colleges like West Coast Tech, which seems to be an Ivy League college, is that they had an anti-Semitic cap on how many Jewish students were allowed to attend the school that year. So like
Oh!
yeah, fun fact for you. So, if West Coast Tech is an Ivy League college, which it seems like it was, then Ford getting into this school would be a big fucking deal. So the fact that they were even looking at him at all is a huge part of the reason why Ford gets so upset. If this is history accurate, which it seems like it is, from the way that Joe Pitt has described working on the show, because he was like the history guy, he was like the timeline guy. He knew that the fucking Harajay owl hanging on the wall was going to be a few years early, but it's fine. Who the fuck knows that? Joe? But I love Joe Pitt. He's silly. Or no, was it? Wait, shit. Was it Joe or Rob? It doesn't matter. It's fine. But like,
It was something Joe.
it was either Joe or Rob. I'm pretty sure it was Joe. I think Joe was the timeline guy because Rob was the Ford guy from the way that Alex describes
Fighting
them.
every bone in my body to not make that joke.
Stares at you.
What?
Joe,
Shut the fuck up! I've never heard you make a single Joe Mama joke in my entire fucking life. Where the hell did that come from?
The urge, the knowledge that no one else would be brave enough.
You just
No,
got
I
possessed for
didn't
a
even
second.
process.
But yeah, so like with the anti-Semitic cap, it was not only like a big deal that Ford was even going to get looked at to go to this school, but also from the way that these people react to his project failing, crossing his name out immediately and then leaving, like without even giving him a chance, it seems like they weren't expecting him to do well. And even if he did, even let's say the project did fucking work and he did manage to get into this school, the school is anti-Semitic. Like, he would have had a rough time socially at a school like that. Just knowing from history. Like, and I do want to reiterate, it is 100% canon that the Pines are Jewish. Like, you can see it a couple times throughout the show. They have like Jewish imagery around Pines Ponds. Stan and Mabel both say "Holy Moses" at least twice. And Alex has confirmed on Twitter that they are all Jewish. Though he has also said that Stan and Ford are more atheist, and Mabel celebrates every holiday. So I love Mabel so much. She really was like, "Oh, we're missing out on so many holidays. I'm gonna celebrate all of them, regardless of what religion they come from." I love her.
She's so iconic.
I love her. Like,
Who is doing it like Mabel Pines? Fucking
no one.
nobody. 'Cause no one is brave enough.
Mabel
the
haters get
whimsy.
out. Like, but yeah, so like the whole like Ford going to college thing is kind of a big deal, and people like to pretend that it's not, but it really is. This was a really big fucking deal. And like, so when the people come in and they look at Ford's project and they just like immediately cross out his name and they're like, "I don't think you're West Coast Tech material," and Ford's like, but like it was sabotage. It was working fine last night. They don't even believe him. They just fucking leave. Like, this school was more than likely not going to be a good environment for him. And while, yes, I will concede I'm being a bit of a hypocrite in that that's definitely headcanon territory. We don't know that for certain. But I've not seen a single person.
Supported by the tech.
Yeah, like, I've not seen a single person in this fandom argue, aside from people who are arguing that Ford, like, had it better than Stan, that Ford would have thrived at West Coast Tech. That's the way that, like, it's presented to Ford, and that is the way it is presented to the family, because West Coast Tech is, like, a, like, very good school. It's at the very least, it's an Ivy League school. So it would have been cool to get to go, would have looked good on a resume, but that doesn't mean he would have thrived there. So, again, very nitpicky, I'm sorry, but, like, I have a lot to say about this video. Anyway, carry on. Stand with your ethereal, glowing hair.
Yes, Ford's emotional reaction was completely justified in this case, but it did
Yes.
end up ruining Stan's life. Stanley ends up getting kicked out of his own house, and Ford doesn't do anything to stop his father. Now, it is hinted within the show that Ford does get preferential treatment from his parents, specifically from his father. And one of the best pieces of evidence to support this claim is when Stanley is getting kicked out, his father says that his brother was the ticket to them getting out of this dump, which
Hold on. Okay, video, I'm with you for the most part. Again, it comes down to language. It comes down to the way that they're talking about these two brothers. Okay. So, the video just said that, like, you know, with Ford's reaction to not getting into West Coast Tech and being angry at Stan is completely founded. I agree. Then it goes on to state that inadvertently, though, this is going to ruin Stan's life. I agree. And then you have basically that, like, Ford had preferential treatment between the two twins, backed up by the statement that Philbrick claims that Ford was going to be their ticket out of this dump, and now you just cost this family potential millions. I disagree with that. It's not really supported by the text that Ford was like the preferential son. It is a widely accepted headcanon, and I could see that being true, but that is not a fact. Partially to the fact that, like, Philbrick is a very masculine, macho, manly man, and between the two brothers, Stan fits that description more. So you all kind of already have that to back up that Philbrick felt equally about both of them. Especially in that, like,
He felt equally bad about both of them because he sucked.
well, again, I don't want to get into Philbrick because I have so many thoughts about him. I joke about that, but I don't think that's inherently true. I think he loved his sons at least a little bit. Like,
abusers often can love their victims, but still,
yeah,
it's shit.
It's still abuse, yeah.
Yeah.
There's more evidence to support. There's more evidence to support that Philbrick felt love towards Stan than he felt pure hatred towards him. Most notably in Lost Legends, but again, I don't want to get into that. Yay! We love underage gambling. Video games love to do this for some reason. I think
Video games are always doing this.
Video games are always doing. What's the deal with that?
Gambling is fun.
Teach your child to gamble now. Get them to play Cuphead and don't deal with the devil.
Sonic the Hedgehog. The hog, he sins.
But hog, he sins.
The hog, he sins.
I will say that, like, for this bit here, though, like, it points out that Ford does nothing to stop Philbrick when Philbrick kicks out Stan. Question, what the fuck was Ford supposed to do there?
Abusive dad.
Yeah, like, okay, first of all, he's 17 and he's emotionally distraught and he probably doesn't understand the ramifications of being kicked out of the house next. But if you want to engage with the point, you could also say that, like, he's emotionally distraught and he's 17, he's focused on himself, and there's probably a part of Ford's brain that is like, good. Let him go learn a lesson out in the real world. That'll show him. Like, there probably is a part of Ford's brain that is thinking that. Even if it's not, like, whole and it's not genuine and he's going to wake up tomorrow and be like, I shouldn't have thought that. There is probably a part of his brain that's like, good, he deserves it. Like, I will concede to that. On the other hand, though, realistically, if Ford realized in the moment that this was absolutely horrible and Philbrick should not be doing this, no matter how betrayed he feels by Stan at the moment, realistically, what was Ford supposed to do? Just, like, run up to Philbrick and be like, no, it's fine. We can work this out on our own. Please don't kick Ford out of the house. Philbrick's type person, he doesn't give a fuck. Once Philbrick's mind is made up about something, he's gonna do it. There's nothing Ford could have said there to prevent Stan from being kicked out. And, like, yeah, him closing the curtains was a betrayal to Stan, and he didn't have to do that. And there's a lot of discussion you could have as to why Ford closed the curtains. But again, I'll reiterate, he's a 17-year-old who's upset. And from his POV, his entire future is now ruined. So, like, I don't know if you guys have ever been a teenager, but everything feels like the end of the world.
I am a teenager, and I agree in this. Except the perspective is kind of skewed because everything is the end of the world.
Yeah, 2025 is a bit of an extreme example. But, like, okay, so I was a teenager in 2020 as well, so I also understand that bit. Everything really does feel like the end of the world when you're that age. Like, you think about going to college as, like, the last thing you'll ever do in your life, because you can't picture yourself doing anything after that because you have no idea what your life is going to look like after college, Everyone's like, go to college and go get, like, education, and then your entire life will just fall into place. And you, as a kid who doesn't know any better, are just like, okay, yeah, that sounds legit. That's not how it works. Like, I'm saying this as a college dropout at this point. Like, you can do other things besides college. But they never tell you that because, like, especially back in, like, the 60s where it started to become, like, a more societal expectation rather than a choice to go to college. Like, this was the transitional period where that happened, was the 60s and the 70s. Like, there's other options. You don't need to go to college in order to have a good life. Like, you just don't. But people aren't going to tell you that because they want you to go to college because that's just the expectation. And especially for Ford, whose entire self-worth hinges on the fact that he is good at like education and he's like good at learning. He's good at being in school. You know, that's like his whole thing. Of fucking course he's gonna like yeah, like a fucking course. He's gonna think that his entire worth comes from whether or not he can get into a good college because that's gonna determine how good of a life he has afterwards. That's just straight up not true though. Like, if you've lived life, if you are in your 20s, 30s, or beyond, look me in my eyes and tell me that that is correct. Like, obviously, you guys are still teenagers, so you guys don't know, but I'm telling you guys as a 22-year-old, no. It's not the end of the world if you don't get into college. Because, like, there's other things you can do. Like, yeah, you have more limited options, but it's definitely not the end of the world. It's not the end of your life. And Ford would be able to find his worth elsewhere if he didn't get into a college. And even then, he still gets into backups more. Where, like, yeah, he had to work harder in order to, well, theoretically, he had to work harder in order to, like, get any of the achievements that he would have at West Coast Tech. I say theoretically because I don't know where Ford is getting the assumption that things would have been easier if he just went to big school. I feel like things would be harder if you go to big league school because they would have higher expectations, but that's just me. I don't know where he's getting these assumptions. But you know, like to a teenager, he does legitimately think that Stan just ruined his entire fucking life. And you're expecting him to be compassionate to someone who just like massively betrayed him. Like, I feel like that's unreasonable, you know? So, like, even because like we as an audience know it was an accident, but you know, Ford doesn't. Ford has no idea that it was an accident, and the evidence is pretty stacked against Stan that he did it on purpose, you know, because like they literally just last night they were having that conversation of like, okay, fine, if I don't achieve my dreams, then we'll go sailing together. And now suddenly he can't achieve his dreams, and Stan was at the scene of the crime. It looks pretty clearly like he did it on purpose. So, you know, that's we're getting into like the nuance of like what this entire conflict is about at this point. Like this is less about the superficial things now and more about like the core conflict between these two. But you know, now we're seeing that like, oh, even though it was an accident, like doesn't matter. Like you still cost me my entire future. Why would I want to do anything with you? Reasonable. Like, I think that's a reasonable reaction. And like I'm not saying that Ford should have let Stan get kicked out. Obviously fucking not. Obviously fucking not. Like if you think that I question whether you have good or bad faith takes about this show. But like, you know, from Ford's perspective, like, you know, he did just get massively betrayed, even if it was an accident. Because what the fuck, girl, what were you doing at the Devil's Sacrament? You know, like,
no one understands that except people who are at the Devil's Sacrament.
Exactly.
And I think that's how it should be. Fuck.
Your Honor, I saw the Lady Trebeth at the Devil's Sacrament. Girl, what were you doing at the Devil's Sacrament?
What were you doing at the Devil's Sacrament? It's the new I like your shoelaces.
It really is. It's great. I love it.
What?
But anyway, Ford was not at the Devil's Sacrament, so he didn't see Stan there. All he has is the evidence. And the evidence say that Stan is pretty fucking guilty. So, and maybe this might be where the person thinks that Stan, like, never got jealous of him, like, being good at education, but I'm gonna push back at that a little bit and feel like I think Stan was, specifically because he went there to go yell at it, you know? Like, he didn't have to do that. You know, he's upset that Ford's getting all of these good opportunities to go make something for himself, and Stan's gonna get left behind in, you know, like in Glass Shard Beach, where fucking nothing happens. It's a tourist town that seems to be pretty low income and doesn't have a lot of good, like, attractions. Like, they have, like, the boardwalk, like, Steven Universe style, and they have glass water taffy, whatever the fuck that is. And that's pretty much it. Like, nothing happens in
That
this
food
town, you
sounds
know?
tasty, but I like taffy in general, so my
Glass,
opinion is not
water,
universal.
taffy.
I like.
You,
Sue me.
Cassie likes eating glass. Cassie likes eating glass.
This was a secret? Was this a secret?
I didn't know that.
God forbid
But-
women do anything.
But yeah, so it's just like this whole time, like Stan's like, you know, seeing Ford do all these great things, and he's given up on himself by this point, right? Because you know he has undiagnosed dyslexia, and school is not going to help him out during that period. Also ADHD, but that's less important. Only slightly. But like, you know, during the 60s, they're not going to help you out if you have like if you're neurodivergent. They're just going to say that you're stupid and move on. They would use a worse word than stupid and then move on. Like, you know, they weren't throwing him any bones, so he just gave the fuck up. So like, understandable. So you know, then he sees Ford doing all of these things and getting places. Of course he's going to be upset. He's going to be mad. Especially when he just wants to stay by Ford's side and continue to just because, you know, like Ford is the one person who he knows he can have a future with because, you know, Ford is the brains, he's the brawn. They just work that way. So when confronted with this possibility that Ford's going to go away forever, Stan thinks his world is about to end. He even says so in his narration in A Tale of Two Stans. He's like, you know, without Ford, I was just one half of a dynamic duo. I couldn't do anything. Like I was going to be nothing without him. So if Ford left to go to that fancy college, I was going to lose everything. As an adult, no, he wasn't. But again, like when you're a kid, everything feels like the end of the world. Of course, he reacted like that. I don't blame him. So again, we're seeing more of Gravity Falls as extremely nuanced writing. Like there is no clear-cut answer here because Ford absolutely deserves to go off to college and, start his own life, have his own career. He shouldn't be held in one place by Stan. That's codependency. I don't think that's right. But on the other hand, I understand like Stan's reaction to being like, I'm going to be alone by myself and my entire life is going to amount to nothing if Ford goes away because he's a teenager and he doesn't know any better. So it's like, I don't know, this video, like the way it's talking about these two is like, on the one hand, it's saying a lot of good things, but it's also using language to like, wow, a video essay is using language to manipulate the audience into feeling a certain way. No fucking way. It's almost like that's the
I'm using language in my work in progress video essay to make people know the truth. To make people know the truth.
very true. It's almost like that's the
Transgender.
whole point of an essay is to make someone think or feel a certain way. Wow. But like it's like the entire point. But like for real though, it's like it's just extremely nuanced writing. It's nuanced writing, and talking about it in absolutes like this is removing a lot of the good parts of the writing from the excellent writing. You know, it's like this is where Ford was correct. This is where Stan was correct. This is where Ford was correct. This is where Stan was correct. Ford is the one being unreasonable. Ford attacked Stan. All of this stuff. You're using language to make it sound worse than it was while removing a lot of the nuance. Other than that, I agree so far. So, anyway, we're gonna be here forever. Let's keep going.
Forrest would point to the fact that they were trying to use Ford to escape their own situation, therefore vicariously living through their son. So now as Ford is left in a situation where he can basically be coddled by his parents, saying that he made the right decision of cutting Stan out of his life.
Whoa! Okay.
Whoa, what?
Oh.
I knocked out.
Okay.
What?
Hi, bud. Okay.
Hi.
The person making this video essay, again, using language to inaccurately describe the events, just used language to say that Ford's parents were coddling him. Did we watch the same show? Did we watch the same show? Philbrick and Karen were both pretty neglectful. Like,
yeah.
Stupid.
Like,
Jesus.
I do agree that Philbrick saw Ford, like, was living vicariously through Ford. I agree on that point. You realize that saying that, like, Philbrick was living vicariously through Ford and they were coddling him are two, like, kind of opposite statements. Like, that's not an equivalency. Because Philbrick, okay, we're gonna have to talk about Philbrick. Okay, so Philbrick saw Ford as a money ticket. We see this very plainly in A Tale of Two Stans, where, he kicked Stan out and was like, your brother was going to be our ticket out of this dump, but now you've cost our family a potential millions, and until you make us a fortune, you're not welcome in this household, etc., etc. The way he's talking about Ford is like he doesn't care that Ford was going to get into a good college. That's not the part that Philbrick was focusing on. He was focused on the fact that the teacher said your son may be a future millionaire. That's the only part that Philbrick was like, oh, I'm impressed. He said that after that bit. Not that Ford could get into West Coast Tech. Not that Ford was like valedictorian or whatever the fuck. He only cared that Ford might be a future millionaire. And that's when he was like, oh, I'm impressed. So, now that the project is ruined and Ford can't get into that school, Philbrick is focused on, you've cost this family potential millions. And that's the reason he's kicking Stan out. It has nothing to do with the fact that Stan ruined the project, aside from the fact that the project was the thing that was going to get Ford into West Coast Tech at all. That's all he cared about. And you can see in the Book of Bill as well, during that bit, like, where Ford is being tortured on his living room floor, Bill mentions that, like, your father doesn't want you coming back without millions. I don't know if Ford and Philbrick had that conversation, but it doesn't matter. Because the way that Bill says it, it's clear that Ford believes that. Probably because he saw Stan get kicked out at age 17. Like, they were not coddling him by any means. If they were coddling Ford, they would have been, like, so overprotective of him. It's like, oh, you were getting bullied at school. I'm so sorry. Here, let me go write a very angry letter to the parents and make a big stink about it. We're just going to become Karens about it. No, they didn't do that. The thing that they did to combat the bullying both boys were experiencing in school was sign them up for boxing. So that way they could fight back, which is not what you're supposed to do if you're being bullied, by the way. Like, I mean, it's not really a clear answer as to what you're supposed to do when you're being bullied. The thing that people say you should do is go get an adult, but the adults don't fucking do anything. That's an entire conversation separate from this, but yeah. If they were coddling Ford, they would have, like, just been, like, overly, basically treated him like glass, Like, oh, my precious baby, I'm so sorry that anything bad is happening to you ever. Well, that's not the attitude we see from Philbrick and Karen, like, even a little bit. I don't want to say they don't care, because it's clear that they do, otherwise Philbrick wouldn't have signed them up for boxing at all. But, like, it's... Anyway, okay.
Even though this person has been there to support him throughout thick and thin. But of course we can't dwell on the past, and Ford does end up going to college. Specifically, he goes to
Hold on, back
to
up.
escape their own situation, therefore vicariously living through their son. So now as Ford is left in a situation where he can basically be coddled by his parents, saying that he made the right decision of cutting Stan out of his life, even though this person has been there to support him throughout thick and thin. But
Okay. That's the other part that I was going to talk about, is that the full sentence is Ford can now be coddled by his parents who tell him that he made the right decision cutting Stan out of his life. That's manipulation. That's not coddling. I do agree that Philbrick absolutely would have doubled down and been like, good, it's good that I think it's good that he's gone, but like,
I think it's good that he died.
I think it's good that he died. I do agree that Philbrick would have doubled down and been like, good, it's good he's fucking gone. Fuck that guy. But, like, he would have just been reinforcing all the worst parts of Stanley's personality to Ford after Stan was gone. And he's not able to defend himself or, like, show that, like, actions speak louder than words. He would have called him a delinquent, like this video literally did earlier. He would have said that, he's just riding off your coattails. He was just jealous of your success. And after a while, Ford would have started to believe it, you know? Because, like, evidence kind of points to that being true. It's not. That's not true. That's not who Stan is. But, like, evidence would suggest that he sabotaged Ford's project on purpose because he was jealous and didn't want Ford to leave. So, and then you start seeing, like, he didn't try well in school because he knew that he always had you to fall back on, so he never felt the need to learn the material. This may or may not be true. But you could easily make an argument for it being true. You could see that. I could see Ford eventually even coming to that conclusion on his own after being told this over and over again. You could have it so that way, like, like Stan only ever hung out with you because he knew that you were smarter than him, and so if he was going to get anywhere in life, he had to like stick by you. Again, technically, that's true. You could make an argument for that, but that's not what Stan's motivation was. He just wanted to hang out with Ford because he wanted to hang out with Ford. And like, yeah, he had a lot of insecurity about like, his school life because he gave up because, he was going to a school that was not built for someone who like has like the mental handicaps that he has. Like he has dyslexia, he has ADHD, probably that's a headcanon.
My bones.
It's huh?
My bones.
Your bones.
Ah, my bones!
Stop dying.
I will try, my bones!
Your bones. But I need to take a drink of water. I've been talking for so long. But like, yeah, this whole idea that Ford already believed that kicking Stan out was good. I strongly disagree. Like, once Ford's calmed down a little bit and like taken the time to process what's just happened, because Ford didn't have time to process anything. Everything happened so fast. Like, neither of them had any time to fucking react. Like, if Stan and Ford had just had a normal fight in their room and Philbrick hadn't walked in, this probably would not have ended the way that it did. But because Philbrick walked in, overheard that Stan broke the project, and quote-unquote sabotaged Ford's entire future, to use his own words, like, then, Philbrick reacted and was like, oh no! My money, and then he reacted by kicking Stan out. So like,
Oh no, my money!
oh no, my money! Like,
Oh, I just saw the coolest Sonic.exe art.
nice. But like, again, all of this to say, Ford at this point in his life is extremely prone to being manipulated by people, and he is the type of person that, like, if he hears something over and over, he's gonna fucking believe it. We see that with Philbrick in the way that Philbrick talks about Stan, and we see it again with Bill. When Bill starts talking about McGucket, oh, McGucket's gonna sabotage the project, he's gonna sabotage the project, he's gonna sabotage the project. At first, Ford's gonna be like, that's ridiculous. I know Fiddleford, he would never do that. But then after a while of like evidence, quote unquote, slowly piling up and Bill saying it over and over and over again, we get to a point where Ford believes it just enough that when Fiddleford is like, here's all of your research, publish this, you'll be famous, we don't have to do the portal. Ford's in a spot now where he's like, oh shit, Bill was right. Fiddleford just wants to steal the portal from me. Oh my god. Obviously that's not fucking true. But Ford is susceptible enough to being manipulated that he thought it was. So, like, despite all evidence to the contrary. And I'm not saying this to shit on Ford. Like, that's just how manipulation works, And it's very clear that he cared a lot about Fiddleford and didn't really want any of this to happen. But he still was, like, manipulated and turned against Fiddleford, even though Fiddleford was trying to warn him about that exact thing happening. By being just like, publish this. You don't have to be this world-renowned researcher. You can just, do this. Just do this. You don't have to prove yourself to anybody. You've already done enough. And to Ford, that sounded like Fiddleford was trying to talk him out of the project into settling so that way Fiddleford could take it for himself because that's what Bill led him to believe. It's the same thing with Philbrick. Philbrick would have been over here like, good, I'm glad he's fucking gone. Fuck that guy. And then after a while, Ford's gonna start believing him, aided by the fact that Ford is still mad at Stan, so why wouldn't he? That's manipulation. It's not true. I don't think Ford ever really genuinely believed that until Filbert made him think that by saying it over and over and over again. It just doesn't align with Ford's character to be like, no, I agree, Stan is a waste of space, he should fucking die. He would not say that.
I have to go make myself a tasty treat. I will be back in like 30 minutes.
Go
I
eat.
should probably also eat dinner, but I will wait until Cassie's back.
Okay. Hello. Anyway, let's hit play on this fucking thing. I keep pausing
Of
it.
course, we can't dwell on the past, and Ford does end up going to college. Specifically, he goes to Backups more, which is a pretty funny pun. And obviously, despite going to a lesser college, Ford is massively successful. And not only is he nationally recognized for the research that he's doing, but he ends up getting this huge grant so that he can research whatever he wants. But we know that during this entire time, he never forgives Stanley and he never checks up on him. Ford is massively successful in his endeavors, and I think it's pretty interesting that despite him probably being able to get into this
Okay, I do want to pause for a second. Again, this is a nitpick. I'm not going to spend long on this. Saying that Ford never checked up on Stan is technically an accurate statement, but we do see in the Book of Bill that he did see Stan's advertisements. So it's not like he didn't know what Stan was doing.
He was mentally checking up on him. He wasn't, like, actually just doing it, though.
Yeah, like, again, it's a tiny little nitpick. Tiny little nitpick. It doesn't fucking mean anything, but yeah.
prestigious college now, he doesn't. Especially being a nationally recognized researcher, I'm sure that Ford could have just went to the college and asked to get one of his PhDs through there. And honestly, I think that this is a little bit of that resentment that we see kind of coming forward with Ford's character. Because think about
Hold
it,
on,
he
what?
went to the ant so that he can research whatever he wants. But we know that during this entire time, he never forgives Stanley and he never checks up on him. Ford is massively successful in his endeavors, and I think it's pretty interesting that despite him probably being able to get into this prestigious college now, he doesn't. Especially being a nationally recognized researcher, I'm sure that Ford could have just went to the college and asked to get one of his PhDs through there. And
Okay, that's a weird thing to bring up. Okay. Why are we talking about that? Okay, Mud.
Huh?
So
So,
this video just mentioned that, like, you know, Ford is now like a recognized figure, you know, nationwide, which is true. You know, he's already being recognized for his research, and he has a grant that he can study whatever he wants. And even though he's like, the video like claims that he could theoretically go to West Coast Tech now, and they would just give him a PhD. I'm like, that's such a weird thing to bring up.
yeah.
Why are we talking about that? Like, obviously he didn't do that, but also he doesn't need to. You're focusing too much on the college. It was never about West Coast Tech, you know? Like, the whole betrayal had nothing to do with the fact that Ford couldn't get into a specific college. It was about the fact that Ford thought that Stan had ruined his entire future. He thought that Stan had, like, sabotaged and betrayed him. Not that he couldn't specifically get into West Coast Tech. It was never about West Coast Tech specifically. It was just like the backbone from which the conflict like arose.
Also, just want to point out that looks really good.
Oh, thank you. Now that I've learned how to shade clothing folds, I'm unstoppable. You'll never kill me. I'm immortal now. Anyway.
honestly, I think that this is a little bit of that resentment that we see kind of coming forward with Ford's character. Because think about it, if Ford is able to eventually go to the college of his dreams, even if it's a little bit later in life and not necessarily the track that he wanted to take, doesn't that mean that he shouldn't really be mad at Stan anymore? And if he's no longer mad at Stan and Stan didn't ruin his life, then he has to come to the grips that he made a mistake when allowing his father to kick Stan out of their house.
Okay, that's a strange point. All right. Okay, we were elaborating on that statement. All right, so the video is claiming that because Ford could theoretically walk into West Coast Tech and be like, "Hi, I'm famous. Can I have a PhD?" Like, or at the very least that he could get into West Coast Tech if he wanted. Like, because he could do that, it means that he should no longer be angry at Stan, which means that, like, you know, he made a mistake letting Philbrick kick Stan out of the house. Okay.
It's not like he could have stopped him.
Again, yeah, it's not like he could have stopped him. And it's not about the college, it's about the fact that Ford thought Stan betrayed him. This has nothing to do with West Coast Tech. Like, the theme here is that, like, Ford was under the impression that Stan shut the curtain, like, that, not Stan shut the curtain, that like, Stan specifically went into the cafeteria and broke the project on purpose, and then, just so that way they could go sailing together. Even if he could get into West Coast Tech now, that does not mean he needs to stop being mad at Stan. That was a betrayal from the way that Ford sees it. Like, you're focusing so much on the fact that Ford wasn't able to get into this college when that's not what the conflict was about. Like, I've seen a couple people, like, mention, like, whenever they talk about Ford, they always mention, like, well, you could have just gone later. I've heard this argument before, just not very often, but, like, it's not about the college. It's about the fact that, you know, Stan went into the cafeteria, quote unquote, horsed around, and then now his project is ruined and he wasn't able to get into the college. Like, even if Ford can get into the college later, that's not the fucking point.
And of course, basically abandoning Stan to the world without having any support. But Ford doesn't really pay too much mind to Stan, and instead he ends up doing what he actually wanted to do, research anomalies. And honestly, this fits Ford's character so well, and it seems like he genuinely enjoyed doing this type of research. This is also the point where we learn that Ford began keeping journals and documenting all of his findings in Gravity Falls. Which of course leads into Stanford's first victim, Fiddleford McGucket. And I don't know if you guys realized—
Oh boy, oh no.
Wow!
What do they say? What do they say?
Ooh, the language in this video! Okay. Okay, I need to recover. I need to recover. I need to recover.
Oh god, how bad is it? Jesus.
Okay. I need to tap this back so I can quote exactly what this person says back
doing
at
what
you.
he actually wanted to do,
Oh,
research
no.
anomalies. And honestly, this fits Ford's
character so well, and it seems like he genuinely enjoyed doing this type of research. This is also the point where we learn that Ford began keeping a journal and documenting all of his findings in Gravity Falls, which of course leads him to Stanford's first victim, Fiddleford McGucket.
Victim! The thingy went away, but victim!
Yeah! Yeah! Why did it go away? Come back.
I don't know. Oh, it came back.
Streamlabs.
Freak.
What the freak? Oh, is it because I minimized the tab? That might be why. Okay.
That might be it.
How bad? Oh! Chat! Chat!
Oh god.
Oh! I need to recover. Oh, okay, I cannot tell if this video was, like, making an exaggeration, or if that's the claim it's actually about to go with, but Jesus Christ!
Good lord.
Okay. Okay.
Fiddleford, like, yeah.
Victim, huh?
Stanford didn't. What?
I need to, like, take a second. I need to, like, take a second.
Holy shit.
Oh my god, okay.
We need to tell Cassie about this when he comes back.
We do! Oh my god!
Oh my god.
I'm gonna let the video keep playing just to be sure that this was an exaggeration and you're not actually claiming that. Okay, hold on.
You guys realize that the introduction to Fiddleford was pretty interesting and also really rude, because as Ford puts it, Fiddleford was wasting his life away working on personal computers, because the Stanford—
Okay, no, we're actually claiming that Fiddleford was a victim. Okay, so
Oh my god.
what this video just said is that like our introduction to Fiddleford in The Tale of Two Stands is actually very rude because Ford introduces him as wasting his talents making personalized computers in Palo Alto, which is supposed to be a joke because Fiddleford is this universe's Steve Jobs. That's literally Steve Jobs' house, like from real life that Fiddleford is living in right now. But also, like, yeah, it was a bit mean. But Fiddleford isn't in the room with us. Like, if Ford thinks that, like, personalized computers are useless, that's because he's a boomer. He doesn't understand those newfangled laptops that the kids are using these days. And we see repeatedly that he sucks with technology, okay? Like, his opinion is his own. Fiddleford is not in the room. He's allowed to express his opinions about that. That doesn't mean he thinks that Fiddleford is, like, a piece of shit or something. Or that Fiddleford was, like, being worthless. Like...
Where's my damn water? I need a drink.
Take a shot.
It's the closest thing I've got, alright?
Oh my god! Like, again, this video is making claims that I agree with, but using language to make it sound so much worse than it actually is.
Good lord.
Okay, I need to take a walk. I need to. Oh, you know what I need to do? I need to get a DoorDash order before it's too late. I forgot I need milk. Hold on. Let me.
No,
Oh,
I
my
can't
phone.
drink
I'm
milk.
literally using my phone as the chat. It's sitting right there. Okay, let me order milk so I can go drink the last of my milk that's in my fridge right now. Okay, I'm trying to figure out how to words right now to talk about why that is so very incorrect. Like, let's talk about Fiddleford being called a victim for a second. Are you about to say that all of Ford's mistakes led to Fiddleford ruining his own life? Like with the memory gun? Because that was Fiddleford's decision.
Yeah, that was on Fiddleford.
Ford told him multiple times not to use the memory gun. And Fiddleford didn't listen. That is on Fiddleford, not Ford. Like, okay, I'm assuming that that's what the video is about to do, so I could be surprised, but that also does seem the direction that this video is going. And if that is true, I'm sorry, you're wrong. Like, I need to pick a pack here. There we go. I don't think we've done this one yet. Getting cat food for my guys. Hold on. Okay. Okay. I'm getting like 5 things and I'm spending $63.
Oh my god.
I love the economy. Oh yeah, plus all the taxes for DoorDash, and now I'm spending $71. I
Jesus
saved
fuck, man.
$4.99. You'll wonder why I can't afford rent. I got a little bit of food, I got cat litter, I got milk, I got some like deodorizing crystals, and that's like it. $71. But you're coming to my house, right? You're not going to work, you're coming to
Yes,
my
I am
house.
coming to your house.
Yay! Okay. Oh yeah, it's coming to my house. Good, 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 good. I've made that mistake before where I accidentally send it to work and then I have to like leave to go get it.
Oh my god.
I've done this before. Video, jump back to live, please. Thank you. Okay. Okay. I'm making assumptions on what the video is about to say about Fiddleford, but whoo, man, right out of the gate, calling him a victim is making me extremely, like, I don't trust
Nervous.
this. My pen is not working. What's going on?
My bad.
Why did you do this, Mod? Okay, there we go. Okay,
I got
I just had to
hungry.
plug it. So you ate my pen's, like, sensitivity controls?
Yeah, what about it?
Okay, anyway, let's keep going, or we're gonna be here forever.
His research is far more important than anyone else's. So, of course, both
No! Okay, okay.
Oh god. Oh no.
It just, Stanford thinks that his research is far more important than anyone else's. Shut up. That is not what that scene was telling us. He thinks that Fiddleford, quote unquote, wasting his time making what he sees as a useless machine does not mean that he thinks that everyone is inherently inferior to him. It just means he doesn't understand laptops. Yeah, he's being mean. I'll give that to you. He's being mean right there. That doesn't mean he thinks that his friend is, like, below him. What the fuck?
I think I'm having an aneurysm.
Oh, no. Okay. Okay.
Of them got to work dedicating their lives to building this portal. And now we get a little
They
bit
did-
more information in the Book of Bill
they did-
about how Fiddleford was actually affected.
Oh my god, you brought up the Book of Bill. You have read the Book of Bill. You have read the Book of Bill. Oh my god, I was giving you the benefit of the doubt. I was giving you the benefit of the doubt. Oh my god, you read. Oh, okay. Are you about to bring up the Fit Author B plot?
I'm about to
It's in
bring
this
up
book.
some things that are. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna
You
do
know what the
something
Fit
not
Author
nice.
B plot, right?
Okay, so funny story. I have both the Book of Bill and Journal 3. I have not read them. I've only skimmed them.
Uh-huh. Okay,
'Cause
so
I like
there's a
looking at all the
section.
pictures.
Fair enough. There's this section in the Book of Bill that's so fucking cute. But basically, Fiddleford spends a couple days making Ford some presents. And he makes him like this little globe of the lab, and like this little snow globe of the lab, and he gives Ford these 6-fingered gloves that he made himself.
I knew about that part.
It's
Thought that
so
was cute.
cute. Yeah, and then Fiddleford leaves and to go home to spend Christmas with his family because he did not dedicate his entire fucking life to the project video. I didn't pause for that one, but I fucking heard it and I have opinions, but like and like and then it's so cool because it ties into with the show where outside Ford hears like childlike yelling and then he runs out and there's no one there. It's the scene from A Time Traveler's Pig where we see Ford for the first time, like sticking his head out the door to look around and he like goes back inside. In the Book of Bill, yeah, in the Book of Bill we find out that he went back in to like put on his like snow gear so he could go out and see what the fuck that was.
Aww.
And he finds hoof prints. Like he finds it looks like there were 2 children running around each other, and then there were hoof prints. So he's under the impression of, oh my god, something just kidnapped 2 children. So he runs into the woods to go see if he can't find like this anomaly that seems to be kidnapping children. And he does find an anomaly that was kidnapping children. He finds Krampus.
Oh my god.
Krampus is just in the woods and he has like a basket full of kids. So Ford's like, stop, fiend, release them. And then Krampus is like, L plus ratio plus I have a shovel and you don't, and knocks Ford out.
Lord.
Rest in peace. And he wakes up and the Krampus is like stopped and all the kids are like tied up and Krampus is like creating a fire and Ford's like, you can't kidnap children, that's illegal. And Krampus is like, yeah, what are you gonna do, stop me? And Krampus is like 2 seconds away from pulling Ford into hell forever when he gets knocked out by a banjo because Fiddleford is here.
Aw.
And Fiddleford runs up and he's like, holy shit, what the fuck is going on here? And Ford's like, I don't fucking know. So they free the kids and the kids are able to go back to Gravity Falls fine. And then Fiddleford reveals that he came back because he forgot to get his wife a Christmas present and she basically kicked him out.
Oh. Fiddleford, I love you.
Yeah. He got Ford 2 extremely thoughtful gifts and then forgot to get his wife anything. She was right to kick him out.
She was so right to kick him out.
She was so right for that. So he went back up to Gravity Falls to his not boyfriend question mark and
Totally
then was
not.
like,
Totally not.
totally not. Two
not,
bros
Disney. Don't look in this direction.
2 bros chilling in the hot tub 5 feet apart because they're not gay.
Exactly.
But,
That is what happened.
But then yeah, so Fiddleford and Ford go back to the lab and they decide to spend Christmas together with Ford basically learning the magic of putting up with Grandma got run over by a reindeer because it makes his best friend happy.
Oh.
It's so cute. So every time you say that Ford thinks any like little of Fiddleford, you tell me you've read the Book of Bill, which means you've probably also read Journal 3, which means that I get to hold you accountable for fucking up that bad.
Oh,
You're in trouble now, video. So Ford does not see Fiddleford as lesser, and we see that very clearly both in the Book of Bill and in Journal 3. Is he kind of neglectful towards their relationship sometimes? Yes. That doesn't mean that Ford inherently sees Fiddleford as lesser than or below him, especially when after Ford finally, like, overcomes his anxiety enough to call Fiddleford and ask him to come help out with the project. And Fiddleford's like, yeah, I'll be there in like a week and a half. Ford is so fucking excited that he goes out of his way to go buy banjo strings for his friend and gets so fucking ecstatic. Like, he would never. Let me grab Journal 3. Hold on. Fucking just so adorable. Hold on. Fiddleford, where are you? My friend. That's the
I love
beans
you,
incident. We're gonna talk
Fiddleford.
about the beans incident. Secret tunnel.
Secret tunnel
Secret tunnel.
through the mountain.
Here we go. July 29th. I am overcome with emotion. The sight of my old classmate upon my doorstep this morning filled my heart with such joy and gratitude. He has sacrificed so much to come to my aid. He has temporarily left his bride and their young son behind in California for the duration of this project. He has abandoned his more other professional, I can't read in the dark, aspirations, although he has brought along a prototype of his pet project to fiddle with on his off hours. After all these years of self-imposed solitude, how wonderful it is to have a friend by my side. I will do my best to make him feel at home. I'm off to the store for some more banjo strings and microchips. Does this sound like a man who thinks that Fiddleford is below him? Video, we're gonna throw hands.
They want to kiss so bad. Sorry. Sometimes I get possessed by the yaoi.
Oh, but Fit Author is so fucking cute. God, I love Scientist Yaoi so much.
I like Fiddlestan.
I also
really
like
like
Fiddlestan. I'm a multi-shipper. I'm so powerful.
Me too.
I like mystery trio dynamics where either Fiddlestan or Fit Author is canon, and it's just that one Tumblr post that's like you have this ship where it's like you cannot separate these two, and also Joe. Joe is there as well. Joe is part of it. Joe isn't in the polycule, like it's not a polycule, but also you can't take Joe out of the equation. It just wouldn't be the same. This is mystery
like
trio to me.
Noelle, Susie, and Chris.
Exactly. I will say to that though, Susie has two hands.
Exactly. I have a friend
Like,
who is so against Cruzy, and I'm like, I hate you so much.
Like, I'm in the camp of like I don't think Chris and Noelle would date, especially because Noelle was so happy that Chris just sees them as friends in chapter 2. But I do think Susie can date both of them at the same time.
Yes, I believe in that.
I love polycules. They can do so much.
Me too.
They're so powerful. Anyway, like chat, you can tell we're having fun. But yeah, so just
who are we booing? Sorry, the D&D chat is doing something.
I'll join in. Boo. Boo. Okay, I'm gonna tap back this video by like 10 seconds to where we called Fiddleford Ford's first victim. I can't get over that. 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 Okay. Everyone take a deep breath. We can do it. We can do it.
I'm gonna block it out.
More important than anyone else's. So of course, both of them got to work dedicating their lives to building this portal. And now we get a little bit more information in the Book of Bill about how Fiddleford was actually affected by coming to help Stanford. And when looking through the missing journal pages, we see that there's a section in which Fiddleford states that him and his wife got into a huge fight because he forgot to buy her a Christmas present, and that his family reunion that he was excited to go on ended up in failure. And honestly, what makes this situation even more depressing is that Ford didn't get him any gifts, but McGucket got him some very nice presents.
Whoa. Hey, chat. Guys, I have a question for you. Hello? Am I by myself? Am
Hi.
I alone? Hi, I have a question for you.
Sorry, I
What
zoned out
religion?
'cause music.
What religion was Ford raised under?
Judaism?
Judaism! So, do Jewish people celebrate Christmas?
No. I do have Jewish family that celebrate Christmas, but that's because
That's also
they
because
married
it's like a
into
cultural thing,
Christianity.
though.
Yes, it's that, but you know, not the point.
Yeah. Yeah, not the point. Just like, okay, so this video is basically saying that, like, oh, it's so sad and tragic that Fiddleford went up to, like, hang out with Ford because, he had to abandon his wife and child. And then there was this one incident that we see in the Book of Bill where, like, he got kicked out of his own house because he forgot to get his wife presents, which is somehow Ford's fault. And also, Fiddleford got Ford two very thoughtful gifts, and Ford didn't get him anything. He didn't know he was gonna do that. Like, Ford even straight up is like, hang on. Book of Bill, come to me. Come to me, Book of Bill. Alright, let's find that section. Where's the Fit Author side quest? That's Bill. That's Bill? We don't want Bill. Bill can go away. Okay. Bill can fuck off. Okay. Let me turn on my light. I can't see anything. Trying to read Ford's cursive in lighting 5 is not a good idea. Don't do that. Yeah, so Ford goes on to describe the gifts, and he's like, but my delight quickly soured to shame. It hadn't occurred to me to get him anything at all. F reassured me that being part of scientific history was present enough. He only wished to hold my Nobel Prize one day. This was more than I could bear. I told him we were taking the weekend off. Maybe we could hunt the Yeti for holiday sweater fur. Why, we might even go so far as to purchase some sort of he writes this in quotations, nog. But F confessed that he was flying back home to visit Emma May this week, leaving me in the lab alone for the holiday. Of course, who could fault him? I sometimes forget that there's a world outside my lab. I hope my muse visits soon. He's been strangely absent for weeks. So, like,
He wanted to spend time with him.
he wanted to spend time with him. Like, you can see, like, he's already filled with shame of, like, oh, I didn't get you anything. I didn't even think about it. First of all, because he got surprise gifted because he didn't realize what month it was because he tunnel visions so fucking bad. But also, like, this whole thing was like, he's Jewish. He wasn't gonna do the whole gift giving thing because that's not what you do at Hanukkah. At least I don't think so.
I think there
I
is
think
a little bit
some
of gift giving in Hanukkah.
Yeah, they mostly. I don't. Okay, so obviously I'm not Jewish. I cannot speak for Jewish people on what happens during Hanukkah. But like, like at this point, he's still like wrapped up in his research. He didn't like even think about it, which I guess you could fault him for if you really wanted to. I just don't really see the point in doing that because like the message that's being said here about Ford's character is that he was so wrapped up in his research that like time doesn't exist to him. Like the world just keeps turning and he doesn't notice, and he's been living like that for the past like 5 years. So 6 years actually. He's been living like that for the past 6 years of like just him in his own little world. So being pulled out of that world and having like other things happen because he has someone else in his house, he's trying his best, but he's still like a man of habit. Chess.
Can the guy not be indecisive?
No, because I'm on stream. I am streaming. He cannot be yelling at me. But like, yeah, okay. This whole thing happening with Fiddleford and his wife is a Fiddleford and his wife thing. Fiddleford forgetting to get MMA presents is Fiddleford's fault.
Yeah.
Why are we trying to blame Ford for that? Is MMA Ford's wife? I don't think so. Not last I checked. Like this whole thing, like I don't know. I'm just like It's like you're making up reasons to get mad at him. That was not his fault. That's the fault of Fiddleford for being a bad husband. Also, I feel like this video kind of hinted at it a little bit as well, where it was like, oh, Fiddleford abandoned his like wife and kid to go help out Ford, and then Ford didn't even appreciate him. He forgot to cherish him. And it's like, first of all, that's not true. Second of all, people leave for business reasons all the time. It's not a healthy dynamic by any means, but it is normal where you have like someone will travel for business and stay away for a little while. Like that does happen. You know, Ford didn't have any say over Fiddleford's final say in that decision. He offered, yes. He was like, "Hey, I'm working on a project. I need your help. Would you like to come help?" Fiddleford could have declined. Why are you pretending like Fiddleford is a sheep that can't think for himself? Like, he has his own autonomy. He could have easily said, "No, I have a wife to take care of and my own projects. I do encourage you, though, if you need any, like, help, you could send me blueprints over the mail and I could give you notes or something." Like, he could have done that. He didn't. He chose to go see Ford, and that is Fiddleford's decision. Ford had nothing to do with that aside from making the offer in the first place. Like, you're removing Fiddleford's agency by saying, like, oh, Fiddleford deciding to go see his friend was all Ford's fault. Anyway.
And although they don't state this in the episode, it's important to know that Ford hid the fact that he had made a deal with Bill Cipher, and Bill was the one who put this idea of the portal in his mind. Ford had no idea about Bill Cipher and what the portal was actually for. McGucket.
Okay, yes, that's true. Okay, pausing the video again for a second, because again, I don't like the language that's being used here, but the point is correct. That Ford did hide Bill from Fiddleford. Like, he hid his like relationship with Bill from Fiddleford. Like, that is true. The reason being that if, like, you know, Fiddleford is Christian, right? And he's also very superstitious. You know, Ford mentions this. And we do see it a little bit in the show. Not a whole lot, but just a little bit. But, like, you know, Fiddleford is very superstitious. He believes in demons and shit. So, like, you know, if you walk up to your extremely superstitious religious friend and you're like, "Hey, so there's these cave paintings and I summoned this guy and we're best friends. And also he can possess me sometimes." Obviously, Fiddleford would be upset and think that Ford was being stupid for doing that. And Bill was telling him, like, "Hey, don't tell anyone about this relationship because, you know, this is just between you and me. You know, I chose you, not anyone else." So, like, my throat is giving out.
Drink. Hydrate or die straight.
Chug, 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 chug.
Welcome back,
chug,
Cassie.
chug, chug,
Cassie, you
chug,
missed some
chug.
horrifying shit.
Oh my god, you
Uh-oh.
did!
You missed some horrifying shit. Okay,
Uh-oh.
what was the exact phrasing again?
I don't know the exact phrasing, but I think my brain is trying to block it out.
Uh-oh.
The exact
no.
phrasing was something along the lines of, like, Ford, like, had the world at his fingertips. He was a world-renowned researcher, and he doesn't care about the people around him, which leads him to his first victim, Fiddleford.
Yep, that was our reaction.
We're still in the Fiddleford section. Because I keep pausing to rant. But yeah, the entire argument being made here is that
3 hours!
yeah, but the entire argument being made right here is basically that everything bad that happened in Fiddleford's life was Ford's fault somehow.
What?
Like,
What?
you missed the Fit Author special, but, like, so the part that we're talking about right now is that, like, you know, like, Ford hid his relationship with Bill from Fiddleford, and, like, yeah, obviously, Fiddleford is a Christian who's really superstitious. If you went up to your superstitious Christian friend and was like, "I have a friend who I summoned who can possess me sometimes," obviously he'd be really upset. Like, that's just common sense. I wouldn't tell him either. But then even before that, there was this bit where, like, it was Mud, what happened?
I don't know,
hey,
man.
Doodle came back.
I'm-
Doodle just came back too.
Doodle.
Welcome, Doodle. You also missed it.
You also missed the Fiddleford was Ford's first victim sentence. And like we talked about like the Fit Author special where like, Fiddleford made Ford these two extremely thoughtful gifts, one of which was a custom six-fingered glove, and the other one was a snow globe of the lab, which, two very thoughtful, took a lot of time to create gifts, especially because like later in like right after Bill was done torturing Ford, he went looking through all of Fiddleford's stuff and he found other prototypes for the six-fingered glove. Like, I'm normal, but like, I'm so fucking normal. But like, I lost my train of thought. No thoughts, only Fit Author. The train of thought. Let's go back. I unfortunately had to leave in a minute again, but we're just, hi, welcome Toodle, welcome back. You can leave if you want, it's okay. But like, yeah, that's what it was. Is that like Fiddleford got Ford these two very thoughtful gifts, and then Ford didn't get anything for Fiddleford, and then felt really bad about it. And then the video was claiming that that's like Ford's responsibility or something, or that he was completely in the wrong for not getting Fiddleford a Christmas present. But Cassie, I have a question for you.
Yeah?
What religion was Ford raised under?
Judaism, right?
Yes. Is it like a big thing? Like, do Jewish people celebrate Christmas?
I don't know how to respond.
I mean, yes,
my brain's-
sometimes they do, but like on the whole,
show him the clip. Show him the clip. What? Huh? I don't know.
I
don't know
can't
what's
do all this.
happening.
They can't hear the audio. Only
don't
I
know
can
what's
hear the
happening,
video.
like, I don't know what's fucking happening. I'm just sitting
Basically-
here and my brain is full of nothing but Shadow the Hedgehog Build-A-Bear plushie that I fucking missed the chance to get again!
Fuck. But yeah, no, the video is basically saying that it was Ford's fault and he's a bad person for forgetting to get Fiddleford a gift when like he wasn't he wasn't raised to be Christian, and also that's not his you're not required to get anybody gifts at Christmas time. That's not a requirement. And like and then it went on to say that it's somehow Ford's fault that Fiddleford and Emma May's relationship is starting to fall apart.
No! Like, it is ultimately Fiddleford's responsibility, responsibility, to keep that relationship, like, it's ultimately Fiddleford's responsibility to uphold that relationship, not Ford's.
Yeah. Like every decision that like Fiddleford makes is his own, thoughts. Like it's not anything to do with like, like if Ford shackled Fiddleford to the wall and was like, now you'll never see your family again, then that would be on Fiddleford. Or that would be on Ford. Anything else though,
Yeah.
that's not Ford's responsibility.
He wasn't manipulating him into, like, he wasn't specifically, like, driving him away from his wife. Like,
Yeah. Like I was saying, like Fiddleford easily could have declined Ford's like offer to like come out to Oregon and help him with this project. Like Fiddleford easily could have been like, "Oh, I don't want to leave my wife and kid, but if you want it, you can send me blueprints through like the mail and I'll like critique them for you." He could have done that. But he didn't.
yes.
He went to go see Ford himself. Two bros chilling in a hot tub 5 feet apart because they're not gay. Like, Fiddleford made his own choices. And, and like, yeah, Ford offered, but like, it's normal for people to go leave on a business trip for a little while. I don't know if it's entirely healthy for that to be the case, but it's normal. That's also not
Yeah.
Ford's fault. Like, we've gotten to a point where I'm like, okay, person who said this video was mid, we need to have a discussion.
Yeah.
Really thought that this portal
Okay.
was going to win Stan the Nobel Peace Prize, and he thought
I
that he
need
was
to draw
helping
Anya
humanity,
mouthwashing
when
covered in
instead
blood.
he actually wasn't.
Final
and the
girl
portal was,
Anya,
I
save
know
me.
that
Hold on.
Ford hid the fact that he had made a deal with Bill Cipher, and Bill was the one who put this idea of the portal in his mind. Ford had no idea about Bill Cipher and what the portal was actually for. McGucket truly thought that this portal was going to win Stan the Nobel Peace Prize, and he thought that he was helping.
Huh. Okay. I'm pausing for effect for people who can hear the video. Just, it's. I'm sorry. It just they called Ford Stan. I'm letting that sink in.
Oh my god.
It's
Oh my
nothing.
God.
Just.
Come
This is
on.
Oh my god.
Zeno, can you still hear me? Because I am sitting a bit away from my mic.
I can hear you. Yes.
Alright.
Mind. Ford had no idea about Bill Cipher and what the portal was actually for. McGucket truly thought that this portal was going to win Stan the Nobel Peace Prize, and he thought that he was helping humanity, when instead he actually wasn't. And of course,
Okay, but Ford also thought he was helping humanity, though. Ford also didn't know what this portal was for. Okay, so Video has just said that because Ford hid his relationship with Bill Cipher from Fiddleford was actually misled in the project and what they were actually doing. When that's not really true, because Ford was also being misled. That was not Ford's fault. He also thought that they were making a portal that was going to help humanity and change the world. Bill is the one who had hid that information from both of them.
Yeah.
That was
Because
also not
Bill
Ford's fault.
Bill's fucking sucks.
Bill was doing this new thing called manipulation. I don't know if you've heard of it. He was also doing a little bit of lying and gaslighting. He's gonna gatekeep gaslight girl boss his entire way through building this portal, and no one's gonna stop him.
Side note, a very funny thought I had the other day. Gaslight, gatekeep, and girl boss are 3 words that the internet has completely butchered.
This is
Yeah.
true, yeah.
Which is very funny. I had that thought because I was thinking about how the internet has misused the word accountability, and that's because I was thinking about mouthwashing.
Hey, chat, do you think this guy's hyperfixated on mouthwashing?
I need to draw Anya
might be.
covered in blood. Final girl Anya, save me. I think she deserves
Alright.
to kill that guy.
I think I am gonna
agree.
skedaddle to go get some food because my mom just
Hey.
got home and she will kill me because all I ate today was a bagel.
You should go eat.
I'm gonna mute, but I'm still gonna be able to hear everything. So don't
Alright.
start
Please?
talking shit about me, please.
Please start randomly interjecting if it's funny. Just be like, just
Okay, so
unmute
the
randomly
blood
and be like, what?
sacrifices.
No, I can't. I'm going downstairs. I'm leaving my
Aw.
stuff up here.
Alright, we will see you in a bit.
Okay, so Dimmons, about those blood sacrifices we did the other day.
They were very fruitful.
How come you don't include me in this shit? Come on, man! I could provide useful information. I could build a bone citadel for all of you, but no,
Oh,
no one else
shit,
can do
I
that
thought
for
you
you.
I thought you would fucking snitch.
I think you just did that. We were completely secret in the clearance, and you went live on the internet to be like, hey, remember the blood sacrifices we did a couple days ago?
Blood sacrifices.
No, but you can't just say that. Okay, I'm gonna hit play on this thing again. Tap it back 10
was
seconds.
actually for. McGucket truly thought that this portal was going to win Stan the Nobel Peace Prize, and he thought that he was helping humanity, when instead he actually wasn't. And of course, we all know the rest of the story. When the portal was eventually completed, Fiddleford ended up taking a peek inside, and the horrors that he found led to him eventually destroying his entire life. Fiddleford not only lost his family, but he lost his very sense of self. Fiddleford's life was completely ruined by this portal, which was only being built because Bill Cipher was telling Ford to do it. But eventually, Ford realizes that there isn't many people.
Hey, Video. Again, point I agree with. Using language to make it sound worse than it actually is. That's like this video's
Amazing.
MO. Okay, it's like basically saying that Fiddleford's life was ruined by this portal that only existed because Bill was telling Ford to create it. On the one hand, I agree. The portal is the source of a lot of Fiddleford's trauma and is the main reason he wound up getting addicted to the memory gun. Interestingly, the memory gun was not really brought up during that whole bit. Just that Fiddleford lost his sense of self. So that's interesting.
Girl, I feel
But
like you should bring up the memory gun.
I feel like that's the thing that ruined Fiddleford's life more than the portal did. Because, I mean, the portal was
Yeah.
traumatic,
And
but
also,
Fiddleford could have moved on eventually.
Bill.
Yeah. Yeah, because Bill was literally causing brain worms in there.
Yeah.
Understandable, he'd want to try and delete that shit, and then he got addicted to the memory gun, which that was Fiddleford's doing, not Ford's. Which I'm glad that the video didn't try to accuse Ford, at least so far. Ford holding the memory gun up to his head and being like, "Here."
Side note: there's a very good VR chat mouthwashing map. I think it would be fun to play. I think it would be. It is good. It's very good.
Interesting, thank you. But yeah, I'm just like, again, you're looping this back around to pin on Ford's shoulders, because, you ended the sentence with, the only reason that they built this portal is because Bill told them to, because Ford was so entranced by Bill. And it's like, that seems to be the insinuation here. And are we about to say that it's Ford's fault that Bill manipulated him? You better not, video. I'm resisting the urge to get mad because you haven't said that yet. But I feel like you're about to, and I'm getting very concerned.
People that he can trust. Now that Bill Cipher is after him, he needs to reach
God
out to the one
forbid
person who
abuse
he wronged
survivors
so many
not
years
act
before.
perfectly
And that, of course, brings us to the
rational in all situations.
Yeah, something that Hannah Hyperfixate said one time is that, like, people expect optimal behavior in suboptimal conditions, and I think about that a lot. Because, yeah.
Lost his very sense of self. Fiddleford's life was completely ruined by this portal, which was only being built because Bill Cipher was telling Ford to do it. But eventually, Ford realizes that there isn't many people that he can trust
Wait a
anymore,
second!
and now
Huh?
Hold on, I've
Uh-oh.
detected another language fluke here. Hang on. Okay, let me tap this back so I can quote it at you, so you can hear the exact language being
ruined
used
by
here.
this portal, which was only being his entire life. Fiddleford not only lost his family, but
only lost his family, but he lost his very sense of self. Fiddleford's life was completely ruined by this portal, which was only being built because Bill Cipher was telling Ford to do it.
Yeah. Because
I mean,
Bill.
I do want to nitpick a little bit because, like, you're kind of removing a little bit of Ford's autonomy by phrasing it like that. Because Ford was completely on board with this. Like, it kind of makes it sound like Bill railroaded him into it, which I mean, maybe, but it also is just like, Ford wanted to change the world and Bill capitalized on that. So on the one hand, it's a true statement, but on the other hand, it's like, Ford has, if we're talking about Ford taking responsibility here, which I think is the point of this video, then, like, there's a different way you could have, like, Fiddleford's life was ruined by the portal, which was only built because Bill, like, tricked Ford, basically.
Side note, every fucking time I, like, revisit the Tolpar, whether by playing mouthwashing or by, like, on this one map, I just start looking frantically at the upper right corner of that video screen, like, where the fuck is it? Where is it? Where the fuck is it? And I
Cassie,
know.
I don't think it's there.
but it's always there.
No, but neither Curly or Jimmy know it's there because they can't find it. So why put it in there if it's from their point of view?
Yeah, but this is a VR chat map! Put it in there!
Release the dead pixel cut.
Please, wrong organ. Wrong, Morgan. I need you to do 2 things. I need you to release a cut of the game that has that fucking dead pixel, and I need you to Anya DLC. Now. I will give you a blood sacrifice. I have an infant to be sacrificed for Anya DLC.
We literally gave you a blood sacrifice a couple days ago.
Please let it be worth it for Anya DLC.
I'm gonna hit play. Hold on.
All right.
Ford realizes that there isn't many people that he can trust anymore, and now that Bill Cipher is after him, he needs to reach out to the one person who he wronged so many years before. And that, of course, brings us to the interaction between Stanford and Stanley. Now, obviously, we have to mention that Stanford was under a lot of stress because of Bill Cipher. And in the Book of Bill, we get a lot more insight into how much Bill Cipher was actually tormenting Stanford. But even still, what Stanford did to Stanley in this situation is kind of unforgivable.
The
because
girls
Ford
are
doesn't care about
fighting.
Hang on.
happening in Stan's life.
Uh-oh.
The only thing that he's thinking about in this situation is himself. After 10
Yeah! Obviously! Okay, video. We're gonna throw hands. We're gonna fucking throw hands. Okay. Alright. Okay. Okay. So what this video has done, let me check on my DoorDash order just in case. Where'd it go? But like, okay, so what this video has just said is that what Ford does to Stan during this confrontation is unforgivable because he does not consider all the things that Stan has been through for even a second and is only focused on himself. I wonder why.
He doesn't fucking know what Stan's fucking been through, and he's been in an abusive relationship with someone who very much can and will end the world.
Like, yeah, like, he does not have the mental capacity right now to care about Stan's issues because I don't know if you know this, but the world is about to fucking end.
Yeah.
He is
Not to
like,
mention he has this fucking triangle man threatening to kill him and ruin every relationship he has ever had.
yeah. Welcome back. Well, we are losing our minds. Because, like, the thing is, with this scene, is that Ford... Okay, so I'm going to insert a little bit of my own headcanons in here, because, throughout discussion of Gravity Falls, people have constantly been like, okay, but I don't know why he said the boat line. Like, clearly that was just going to upset Stan. Why the fuck did he say that? I have a theory. I think I know why he said that. So if you'll indulge me for 2 seconds to explain my own headcanons about that. Basically, Ford overthinks fucking everything, right? Like, that's kind of like all he does. Is that his brain is either full of anomalies, Star Trek, dungeons, and more dungeons, or it's thinking about all the ways that a situation could go wrong because he has severe anxiety and refuses to acknowledge it because he knows how to breathe sometimes. So
He's just like Dipper. Except Dipper knows he has anxiety.
Dipper does not know any breathing exercises. But, like, he's just like me for real. But, like...
I know a breathing exercise. I never use it, though.
Breathing exercises don't work for me. They actually make my brain speed up, which makes me even more anxious, which will actually spiral me further.
Oh, dear God.
I have to do other grounding exercises. But, like, Anyway, but, like, the idea behind the boat is basically picture this. Ford has just had, like, this, 72 hours don't cross me again threat looming over him now.
Yeah,
And he's pacing. I steal her, my best friend, my beloved. And he's like pacing back and forth across the carpet, going like, okay. I need Stan to take the book, which means that I need to make a good first impression on him, which means that I need to make sure that like we're on the same page and I can get the information across. But also, I don't want to mention Bill because if I mention Bill, then that means that we're going to be wasting time with me explaining who Bill is when the clock is ticking down because it's already been a couple days because it took like time to find out what his address was, and then I wrote like 500 different posters until eventually I just settled on please come, because anything else I wrote felt really disingenuous or felt way too long and it just was not worth it. So now we have the please come postcard, and that's been sent, and now Stan's going to receive it because the mailbox is magic and it just sent the postcard where it needed to go. So Stan is probably on his way, if he's even coming at all. Okay, cool. So what can I say to Stan to make sure that like he'll take the book? Shit. Okay, so I need to appeal to Stan's interests. So I need to like make sure that whatever I say, like Stan is gonna agree with me and be like, yeah, that sounds great. So though, because I need to make it so he doesn't ask questions, because we can't waste time on questions, because the Eye Stealer is coming, and if it gets here, then I'm gonna be, fucking blind, which means I'm not gonna be able to stop like anything happening, because they're going to take my eyes, use them to open the retinal scanner. That's the only thing keeping Bill out of the basement, and then they're gonna get down there and start up the portal, and it's gonna be Jover. This is the importance of the eyes, by the way. So like, it's worse. It's worse than you thought it was.
It's worse.
Like, I love the Eye Stealer. He raises the stakes so well. Like, and also, we've got confirmation that this person read the Book of Bill, so I am legally allowed to use every detail from the Book of Bill to strike you down with the might of Zeus. Because I know you've read it. Yarr, we have here a cannon that will blow your entire argument to smithereens. It's called the Book of Bill. But like, okay, anyway. But so Ford is over here panicking, right? He's just like, okay, I need to make sure that Stan takes this book no matter what. I have to make sure that he takes the book. This is the only thing that I can do, because if Bill gets his hands on this book and he also gets his hands on my eyes, then it's over. There's nothing I can do to stop him. And Stan's not going to know what to do, so I can't keep him here because he doesn't know anything about this. I just have to make sure he takes the book and runs. If the book is gone, then no one will know how to activate it, and then I can defend the portal or the rental scanner till my dying breath, and then that'll be that. So what do I say to Stan to get him to just take the book and leave without asking any questions? Shit. Okay. What did he like? He wanted to do, like, he's really into boxing, but that wouldn't help. Oh, shoot, I know. Okay, he wanted to go to the end of the world. He wanted to sail the world. I do remember that. That was like our childhood dream. Okay, so, all right. So what I can do is I can appeal. I can appeal to our dream, right? And I can give him the book and be like, okay, go sailing. You wanted to go sailing when we were kids. Here's your chance. Take the book and go sailing. Okay. All right, good. That'll get him to take the book and just go, and then I can deal with all of this myself, because this is my responsibility. I brought Bill into the world. I fucked up. I'm going to be the one that'll take the final stand against him, because that is my job. I'm taking responsibility for all of that, etc., etc. Mouthwashing, but like, like, because
mention. Yay!
just Ford
My
does
mom made me
as-
pierogies.
Nice.
Yay!
But like, it's like a thing with Ford. Like, as soon as Ford realizes he's messed up, he takes accountability so fucking fast. Like, it's actually one of his positive character traits that doesn't get talked about a lot. And I've seen people say that he can't say sorry, which is not true. Ford instantly takes accountability as soon as he realizes that he was in the wrong, and it's one of my favorite traits of his that he has. Stan is the opposite. Stan will dance around responsibility because he's constantly running from things, whereas Ford runs towards danger and faces it head on. So if he messes up, he apologizes. Like, the thing is, though, like with the book, like, he just needed Stan to take it and go, because he didn't want Stan to get hurt, and he knew that if Stan stayed behind to ask questions, they'd be wasting time, and then the Eye Stealer would come and he would be unprepared, and then it'd be Jover. So, like, and again, this is Ford overthinking, right? Like, we don't know for a fact that that would happen, but to me, like, this is obviously like things that would have been going through Ford's head. It's like, okay, I only have like maybe 5 hours left on the clock before this fucking thing gets here. Stan could be here anytime. I don't know when he'll be here, but we'll see. I just need to get him to leave. So by trying to appeal to his want to go sailing around the world, Ford thought that would make Stan go, yeah, I'm gonna go sailing. I'll take the book and I'll do the thing you want me to do. Goodbye, brother. And then Ford would be like, yeah, thank you, bye.
Point. Like, it wasn't fully the point.
the point was that he liked spending time. He wanted to spend time with Ford.
Exactly, which
I
is the
don't
thing
think
that Ford
Ford
didn't
fully
realize.
understood that.
Yes,
Yeah.
He
no,
did.
you're right. Ford didn't, because like he just thought that Stan was in it because Stan wanted to be a pirate or something. Well, that's not true. All Stan really wanted was to spend his life around Ford. He just wanted his brother, which is the thing that Ford didn't take into account. Is that that's not what the dream was about. It's the same thing as like with the college, and like how Ford couldn't get into West Coast Tech. It was never about West Coast Tech. It was about the fact that Ford thought that Stan betrayed him. So like coming up to this thing like just take this book, get on a boat and take it as far away as you can to the ends of the earth, bury it where no one could find it. He thought he was appealing to Stan's interests. He thought that Stan would have been all for that because, he's like, "Hey, you wanted to be a pirate? Now's your chance to go bury some treasure." Like he thought that Stan would have been all for it. So, when Stan is like, "That's it? You finally want to see me after 10 years and it's just tell me to get as far away from you as possible?" And fucking Ford shoots back with, "No, you don't understand what I'm up against." It's because he just wants Stan to leave. Because he's on the clock. He's on a time limit. Bill could be here anytime to come steal his fucking eyes. And he just needs Stan to leave without asking questions. Now he's not doing that. Now Ford is like fighting him, and Ford is just focused on trying to get Stan to fucking go. He doesn't have time to worry about anything else. Like, that's really what this comes down to. And again, it shows that like this person like is trying to make an attempt to say like, "I understand Ford and he made mistakes. Here's all the mistakes that Ford really made." But it's just going right over their head because they're focused on the superficial elements of their argument and not what the argument was actually about. It was about the fact that they both betrayed each other, and then, Ford's over here like, "I need you to just go away because I have a lot of things that I need to deal with, and I don't want you to be here for that." Not only because you would be put in danger, but also because it's not your responsibility, it's mine. But he can't explain all that to Stan because that would mean wasting time. And I'm repeating myself, but you get it. Like,
I do get it. I do get it.
it's like just trying to say that Ford's actions are unforgivable right here. My DoorDasher is nearby.
Yay.
Yay! I might have to get up here in a second.
Treat.
Because saying that like Ford's actions are unforgivable here misses the entire point of why Ford was saying what he was saying. Was he in the wrong? Yeah, it was actually kind of stupid to bring up the boat thing. But he thought he was like appealing to Stan's interest because he wanted to watch out for him and also not end the fucking world. Like, if nothing else, he wanted the world to not end. I feel like that's a pretty noble motivation for the way that he was talking to Stan.
I'm sorry. This is entirely off topic. I just noticed that Puddle smiles like that. The Puddle smile is so cute.
Puddle is just a little guy.
Just a little dude.
Puddle smile? Wait, what?
Puddle is the
Tail.
name of my tail.
Oh! I'm a fake Mudwing Prince fan, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Not a lot of people know about Puddle.
I only know about Puddle because Mud sent me their character reference, so that I could draw us about to fucking kill
shit.
Jimmy Mouthwashing.
Real. Okay, I gotta go. They dropped my order off on like the doorstep of a different house that isn't mine.
Go!
It's
Run!
It's just down my driveway,
go.
but I'll be right back. You guys talk amongst each other. Bye.
So, Malevolent, right? Am I right?
Tell me more.
The Bone Citadel! Holy fuck! So, 2 episodes ago, Arthur and John is the voice in his head, right? Spoilers, I shouldn't be telling you this.
It's okay. Spoilers help me. Spoilers honestly help me. That wants to. You get it.
Okay, so, part 52, the season finale to season 5, right? We, at the end of the episode, motherfucking Kane shows up. Kane has been a major antagonist since season 2. So, you know, we found out his motivations in that episode, and just before he kills Arthur, he talks to John, and he's like, "You've been to the Dark World, which is basically hell. You've been to the Dark World twice now, and you still haven't told Arthur what happened there. You care to explain what this is?" And he causes a hallucination of this place called the Bone Citadel, which is a place that John made out of bones.
It's a metal ass name.
It is a metal ass name. It gets so much better. Just you wait. So John's like, I made this citadel when I was in the Dark World. It's made out of bones. I'm not happy about it because he is Arthur's eyes. He has to describe everything that he is seeing, and he's not happy about it. So he just describes what is around them. Doesn't explain what it is.
That is an incredibly smart way to do a podcast.
I know, right? That's why I love it so much. So in the most recent episode, we get mention of the Bone Citadel again. Because now that they're dead, they're back in hell. John's there for the third time now. Poor dude.
Oh, good. Trickers didn't eat my earbuds while I was gone. That's good.
Oh, man.
Hello.
I can't continue my Bone Citadel rant.
You can do that. I have to put my groceries away.
Citadel.
I have to put my groceries away. You can do that.
Okay, so, we're in the Dark World. We're in hell currently. And Arthur's like, well, since we're here, we kind of have all the time in the world if we neglect the fact that Cain is trying to end the universe. So, like, why don't you talk to me about your previous experiences here? You know I'm not gonna be mad because I literally ate a fucking man. So, you know, I've done some horrid shit. I'm not gonna be mad at you.
The deity in your brain is giving you therapy.
No, Arthur's not the entity. The guy, he's giving the voice in his head therapy.
Other
way
you're
around,
giving
other way
the
around.
deity in your brain therapy.
Yeah, so in 54, the most recent episode, we come across the Bone Citadel. And John is immediately like, no, we're not fucking doing this. We're not fucking doing this. I can't do this. And Arthur's like, it's okay. We're safe here. We can talk. And John's like, fuck, man. So you know how
Therapy.
the multiverse is real? And Arthur's like, yeah, I know how the multiverse is real. We were told that. John goes, yeah, well, the last time I was here, I started hunting and searching. And these bones are from one specific person, and like all the other multiversal types of this guy, right?
Oh my
And I was
god.
like, yeah. Was it an innocent person or a child? And John's like, no, God, no. It's you though.
Oh my god!
I know. He was so miserable because time moves differently in the Dark World. That is something we learned more recently. But time moves differently in the Dark World, and he was there for millennia. And in that sort of state, he started hunting for Arthur, the person who showed him his humanity, the person who killed himself for John, the person who gave up his eyesight for John, the person who forgave him through every little thing, the person who even forgave him after throwing the death of his daughter back into his face.
Oh my god!
Yeah. So he started hunting him, and my personal headcanon as to why he did that is because something about the Dark World is that it magnifies all negative emotions, right? So when he gets there, he's grieving because he has the perspective that Arthur is fucking dead, because the last thing he saw was death. Let's just go with that. With that. I'm not going into detail. So the last thing he saw of Arthur was death, and then he was tortured by an alternate version of himself, and then thrown back into the Dark World. So in that process, he's grieving and mourning and frustrated at the world. So that's only magnified by the dark world and its, I don't know, aura, I guess.
The aura.
That is not
Um,
Huh?
Did you say this is not aura farming?
His ass is not aura farming.
His ass is not aura farming. But my personal headcanon is that he was grieving Arthur so much that he went hunting in this miserable state, looking for anywhere that Arthur could be, finding one of the Arthurs, trying to see if this is the Arthur that he knows, and realizing, no, this is not my Arthur, and just killing him out of that rage and frustration because he doesn't know where his Arthur is. Because again, emotions are magnified in the dark world, so, you know.
Ow.
My
Ow.
fucking
So-
god.
So he just killed all these Arthurs and then brought their bones back to this castle, this cathedral, to house him there as a way to show his motivation and be like, this is what I'm looking for. I'm going to find my Arthur eventually. That is my headcanon. Because we don't know his motivations yet.
That's
Might
good.
just be
Oh my
dark world make
god.
emotion go meow.
Oh my
You win emotion, go,
god.
"Meow." That's dark as fuck. I love
Jesus.
that.
Dude, that is not the darkest thing that has happened in Malevolent. I hate to break it to you.
Oh, hell yeah.
I really hate to break it to you. A man spoke his own eulogy in that episode.
Oh
That's
my
awesome.
god.
Yeah, so you know, not the darkest thing that's happened in this podcast.
I can't even
Anywho,
tell
back
if
to
this
Gravity
looks good or
Falls.
not. Okay.
It is really good.
Thank
That's
you.
really good.
Okay, alright. What the fuck just happened? Oh yeah, we were talking about.
Situation
Okay.
is kind of unforgivable because Ford doesn't care about what's been happening in Stan's life. The only thing that he's thinking about in this
Miku.
situation is himself.
Hatsune
After 10
Miku.
years, Stan
Is
is
that
still
you?
willing to come to help his brother out, but Ford doesn't even want to give his brother the time of day. And to make matters worse, Ford tells Stan to literally get as far away as possible by throwing their childhood dream back in his face. And when Stanley
already
obviously
talked
gets
about that.
upset and starts talking back to Ford, he says something that, in my opinion, shows how
Uh-oh.
much of a terrible person he is. For starters, even after 10 years and gaining massive success and basically doing everything that he wanted to do with his life anyways, he's still blaming Stan for what he did as a teenager. And like I said previously, if Ford really wanted to go to that school, he could have made himself get into that school. But if he
So stupid! Okay, I cannot get over that
Oh,
they keep bringing that
boy.
up. They just keep bringing up the fact that if Ford wanted to go to West Coast Tech, he could have. Okay, and? I know we're building to the do the first worthwhile thing in your lifeline. We're building to it. I need to let it play.
did, then he wouldn't be able to blame and manipulate Stan, which is what he's trying to do here.
Sorry, I got distracted.
Oh no, oh boy.
If
Uh-oh.
Ford really
I'm
wanted
scared.
to
If
go
Ford-
to that
What happened?
Okay, let me just read this out
like
again,
doing
okay?
everything that he wanted to do with his life anyways, he's still blaming Stan for what
He's
he
still
did
blaming
as a
Stan for what he
teenager.
did
And
as
like
a
I said
what he did as a
previously, if
teenager.
Ford
And like I
really
said
wanted to
previously,
go
if
to that
Ford really
school,
wanted
he
to go to
could
that
have made
school,
himself
he
get
could have
into
made
that
himself
school.
get
But if he
into
did,
that
then he
school.
wouldn't be
But
able
if he
to
did,
blame
then
and
he wouldn't be
manipulate
able to
Stan, which is
blame
what
and
he's trying to
manipulate
do here.
Stan,
And
which is
then
what he's trying to do here.
Oh my god. He's not manipulating Stan.
I'm throwing you out a window!
That's stupid.
Demonstrates you.
I'm sending good art into chat because it's funny.
Yippee!
Take the edge off.
Oh,
Yippee!
yippee, chat!
Yippee!
Yippee!
Yippee! Let's
Yippee,
go! Yippee!
Y'all, chat.
I love
Chat.
Anya's reaction.
Yippee.
Nothing, don't let it bother you.
Nothing. Don't worry about it. Get his ass. Get his ass. I love how this artist got rid of Jimmy's stupid fucking sleeves and gave him normal sleeves. Why can't you just be normal, Jimmy Mouthwashing?
He had to roll up his sleeves later in order to distinguish himself from the inferior Yimpy on the corkboard.
Cassie, you sound like a kettle. Sorry, that was mean.
Don't die. I'll kill you.
Breathe. Breathe, goddammit, breathe!
Cassie, not like this.
Cassie, no! How will you ever listen to Malevolent?
Are you with us again? Are you good?
Yippee.
Yippee.
Curse, no good, evil,
Not unlike its subject.
Use with caution.
I need to switch to this sprite while we're talking about Yippee. Hold on.
Yippee.
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 Alright, anyway, I need to fucking talk. I need to talk. What the fuck do you mean that Ford was trying to manipulate Stan? Okay. Okay.
Me when I'm fucking stupid.
Okay. 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 Alright. So. Alright. My brain just shut down.
I'm so glad we don't have stuff like this in the Malevolent fandom.
Yeah, your fandom's small enough that there's only sane people in there from what I can tell.
Anyone who's stupid
Unfortunately,
can be
there
blocked.
are a few insane people.
And anyone
Damn.
who's stupid gets blocked by everyone.
Real.
As it should be. But, like, okay. So, let me get this straight. Ford is currently in a situation where his actions are leading to the end of the world as we know it, and he is well aware of that and is trying to stop it. And so, in a fit of desperation, because he doesn't have anyone else, in your own words, video, he doesn't have anyone else that he can turn to and trust, he reaches out to his brother because he literally has no other choice if he wants the world to survive. And so, obviously, he's not going to be in the best state to talk to Stan. He obviously tried to appeal to their childhood dream. This is a headcanon. He tried to appeal to their childhood dream to get Stan to leave without asking too many questions, because that would be wasting time, and the Eye Stealer is on his fucking way. And if the Eye Stealer gets here and Ford is unable to fend him off, then it's fucking Jover. So he has to focus on preparing for that, then hiding the journals as fast as he can. He's not in a position where he's going to be listening to anything that Stan has to say, and it's all going to sound like excuses, because to Ford, that he literally cannot care about that. It's not that he doesn't want to, it's that he literally can't. If Ford stops and actually listens to Stan's play and listens to Stan's sob story about how he's had to live out of his car ever since he got kicked out, yeah, he's gonna be sad, but then he's gonna be focused on Stan, and then the fucking Eye Stealer's gonna show up, and then it's fucking Jover. The Eye Stealer will win. Like, he does not have the mental capacity right now to listen to Stan, because he has bigger fucking fish to fry. Okay, this is what I was talking about earlier, when I said that this fandom likes to pretend that Ford just exists to be a maid/emotional support animal to Stan. Like, this is kind of it in action right here. Is that, like, Ford has his own issues that are literally world-ending, but we're going to ignore them for the sake of, oh, but look at Stan, though. Stan was also, like, suffering so much. Why do you not care about Stan? Like, obviously he fucking cares about him. He just also has other things that are currently occupying his mind that he cares more about. You know, if the script was, like, flipped and Ford, like, actually took the time to hear Stan out and, like, listen to him and care about him, and then suddenly the Eye Stealer came in and, like, fucked shit up, you know these same people would be like, Ford, why did you spend all that time on Stan when you knew the Eye Stealer was coming? Like, priorities, man. Yeah, this is him putting priorities in order. Because if he takes the time to focus on, like, everything that was going on in Stan's life instead of focusing on what he can do to, like, prevent things from going wrong for literally everyone else, the world is going to fucking end. I cannot stress that enough. He is dealing with shit on a cosmic scale. And I get being worried about Stan. Stan's the one we're more attached to, because, like, we literally just met the guy, and the first thing that Ford did after coming out of the portal was deck Stan. So I understand if you're, like, limited sympathy for him at the moment. I get that. But also, like, just logically, Ford wouldn't have been able to spare Stan any thought during this time, because if he did, everything would end. There would be nothing else. Like, he wasn't manipulating Stan. He was trying to get Stan to take the journal while asking as little questions as possible so Ford could deal with, take responsibility for his own fucking actions and try to prevent the end of the world. Yeah.
End of the world mention.
Everything happens in Gravity Falls. I'm getting so annoyed by people just ignoring the scale of which Ford's issues were, and like him dealing with those issues as best he can. Like, the world was going to end. If the Avengers stopped, like, if the fucking Avengers stopped fighting in the middle of that one city from Age of Ultron plummeting to the ground and talked about their feelings, y'all would still be yelling at them over it, like, 15 years later. Like,
I don't know what you just referenced.
Age of Ultron.
That doesn't help.
I was a Marvel kid growing up, I'm sorry.
I was supposed to be, and then I forgot.
It's okay.
But yeah, if like in the middle of Age of Ultron, if the building was fucking falling, like if the city was already fucking falling and the Avengers stopped to talk about their feelings because Quicksilver and like the Scarlet Witch grew up in an abusive relationship, everyone would still be yelling at them over it. Time and place, guys. And like obviously this was like this whole interaction was doomed from the fucking start. Because yeah, Stan was going in with the expectation that Ford actually wanted to reconnect, or he needed a little bit of help getting out of a snag. Judgy, you can stuck in the litter box again. Don't tear down the door.
I want to play mouthwashing in VR so bad.
What?
It would be
Don't tear
so
down the door, it's
nightmarish.
open! Just leave! It's open! The door is open! Just leave! Thank you! I need to get a new litter box. Okay. I completely lost my train of thought. Right, okay, so Stan was walking into the situation hoping that he was going to be able to reconnect with Ford. And so obviously when that's not what Ford wanted and he just wanted Stan to take the book and go, for reasons we've already discussed, I'm trying so hard not to repeat myself, but like for reasons we've already discussed, Ford just wants him to take the book and go, so Stan gets rightfully upset. Like, there was really no way for this conversation to go that didn't end the way that it did, you know? Like, even if the portal never started up and Stan did leave with the journal, like, Ford was Stan's last hope, too. They were each other's last hope during this little bit. And this is something else that I don't see a lot of people talking about, is that while Ford was backed into a corner and, like, like his life was being threatened by Bill and his eyes were being threatened by good old ES over here. I love that guy. We've literally never met him ever in this fandom, and I love him so much. But like, cut over to Stan, right? And when the mailman knocks on Stan's door, his reaction is to reach for a baseball bat and be like, just give me a few more days, Rico. I'll pay you back. I'll pay your goons back, I swear. And then he sees that it was the postcard, and then he goes to Gravity Falls. But, like, the subtext there is that he was about to fucking die.
I'm gonna be right back.
Okay.
Like, even if Stan wasn't about to get murdered in his sleep or something, like, it's very clear he's, like, in a really bad spot. He's got people after him. So, like, he probably was going up to Ford, seeing it as a second wind, like, okay, maybe if I can talk to my brother, help him out with whatever he's doing, then, like, I can run from my own responsibilities of, like, my own mistakes that are leading to these people that want me dead, and then I can just hide out with him and things will be great forever. Because that's, like, the type of person that Stan is. Stan runs from responsibility while Ford faces it head on. And we see that several times throughout the show. The only time that Stan really doesn't run from danger is if his family is also in danger. Other than that, he's booking it, He runs. So, like, to Stan, with Ford sending this postcard, this was his last chance to actually, like, you know, get out of there without anything else bad happening to him. So when Ford turns around and it's just like, take the book and go, Stan takes massive offense, not only because, seriously, what the fuck, but also because, you know, now his last chance is gone. Like, he's not going to be able to salvage that. It's over. So if he leaves, like, you know, he's going to get caught by these people that are very evidently bad news from the way that we see him reacting. And then who knows what's going to happen to him after that.
Rose Quartz committed a crime.
So true.
I felt it was relevant.
Yeah. Because, like, Stan was, like, having run-ins with the mob, and the fandom does talk about that, but I don't think that they talk about that, you know, Ford was Stan's last chance as well. I see less discussion about that.
Yeah.
Like, they were both heavily relying on each other to be each other's way out without considering, like, you know, without considering, like, what the other person actually needed. They were both, like, a lot of this comes down to them both being equally in the wrong. You know, Ford, like, was basically just using Stan to take the journal and go. I will concede, like, you know, he was using Stan. I agree. But also for damn good reason, I think. And then Stan was going to use Ford to, like, start a new life and, like, you know, run from the people who are trying to kill him for reasons that we don't actually know about. We can guess, but we don't know.
Money issues.
And money issues. Like,
money is the bane of existence.
I feel like the point of Gravity Falls, one of the points of Gravity Falls is that money should not make the world go round and in fact makes everything way worse. We should get rid of money.
We should get rid of money. Or at the very least do universal basic income.
Yeah.
That's besides the point though.
We don't need to get political in a Gravity Falls live stream. We could, if we really wanted to, but we don't have to.
Rose Quartz committed a crime.
Rose Quartz committed a crime. Am I almost done with the clothing folds yet? Am I allowed to see Salvation?
So fucking cool, dude. That looks so
Thank
fucking
you.
cool.
It's all on one layer because I'm a masochist.
Why are you doing this to yourself?
Because the blending is really good if you do it all in one layer. It's more risky, but it has better payoff. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna hit play. But Ford was not manipulating Stan is the point I was trying to make. They're both equally in the wrong during this entire confrontation. Stop pretending like Ford had more sins than Stan. Please. You're killing me. The whole fandom does this and it kills me so bad.
As the cherry on top, he tells Stan to do the first worthwhile thing in his life, because the
There it
only
is.
thing that Ford sees as worthwhile is helping him out in his endeavors.
Incorrect! Okay. We got to it. Okay, so the reason Ford was projecting. Ford was projecting so fucking hard.
What did it say?
When Ford tells Stan, I'm giving you the opportunity to do the first worthwhile thing in your life and you won't even listen. He's projecting. He's talking about himself.
That feels like very clear projection. I
Yeah.
haven't seen the show in like 2 years.
You should watch it again. I'll show you. Well, we can watch it together. It'll be like that time where we watched
One
Steven
day.
Universe together on a whim one day, and then suddenly we got to Rose Quartz committed a
Rose
crime, and we
Quartz
both
committed a
cracked up.
That was the
Rose
first
Quartz
part of the
committed a
sentence.
crime.
Rose Quartz committed a crime.
Rose Quartz committed a crime.
Damn, I sure hope she did.
I sure hope it does. But, like, yeah, so, like, when it comes to that line specifically, Ford was so fucking projecting. Because, like, think about it. really think about it. Like, Ford's entire life, he's been told that he is only able to base his worth on what he can create and what he can contribute. So, when that whole backfires, and now the only thing that he's created is a doomsday device, and the only thing that he can contribute is ensuring that it gets shut down and it cannot be reopened, you know? Like, obviously, he's gonna feel like a fucking failure. He got railroaded into, not really railroaded, but like he got manipulated into building this device, which he was told was going to change the world for the better, only to find out that, oh no, he was actually just helping to doom the world. He feels stupid. You know, he feels like an idiot. Which is something that a lot of people in these types of relationships will feel like, if we want to get all psychological about it. Like, a lot of people do blame themselves for falling for abuse when that's like not what you should be doing, you know? It's not your fault you were manipulated. But to Ford, who in trying to take responsibility takes it a step too far and blames himself, like he thinks that like, oh yeah, it's like, you know, this is my fault, I have to fix it. So the worthwhile thing in your life is because to Ford, the only worthwhile thing in his life that he has ever or will do is making sure this portal never turns on. So because Stan is like fighting him about that and making it so that way he can't, like, he won't take the journal, which means that Bill will get his grubby little hands on it, which means anyone can open it, which means it's fucking Jover. Like, he's recognizing that if Stan doesn't take the journal, then the world is going to end, and then Ford is going to be a fucking failure for like everything. And like don't misconstrue my words here. I'm not saying this just because like Ford is upset that he's a failure and that's his only motivation. He genuinely cares about other people, like so much. Like, he was being tortured for a fucking month, and he held out that long because he didn't want other people to get hurt. You realize how much willpower that takes, right? Like, I'm saying that at the video, not you. Like, I'm just, okay. This is something that goes over a lot of people's heads, is that Ford was fucking projecting right there, which is funny because they'll also turn around and be like, Ford is the king of projection. He is. He's projecting so hard you didn't even realize it. King of projection, I agree. Hello, I'm mad.
I heard.
I want to play Beat Saber.
Then go play Beat Saber.
Play Beat Saber.
I'm going to unpause the video.
Good luck.
It's what he did to Fiddleford, and it's what he was trying to do to Stan. And you want to know what the word...
Oh boy. Oh no.
What happened?
So we just got off the sentence, like, you know, Ford was trying to manipulate Stan, and then I unpaused it, and the video was like, it's what he did to Fiddleford, and it's what he tried to do to Stan.
Dude.
He didn't manipulate
Why?
Fiddleford, though. He didn't manipulate Fiddleford. Fiddleford made all his own choices. What are you talking about?
Not everything is premeditated manipulation.
Just because things
People
didn't
are
work out and
stupid.
Ford is at fault for that doesn't mean Ford was fucking manipulating him. What are you talking about? Point to me. Let me show you Journal 3 and Book of Bill. Point to me in either of these two books where he specifically went out of his way to manipulate McGucket. What?
Worst part is about all of this, Ford didn't really want his journals to be hidden. Because to Ford, everything in the world must revolve around him. He is the most important person. He's the main character. Because honestly, Stan was right. If he really wanted to get rid of the journals, all he would have had to do was burn them. Instead, he tells Stan to go as far away as possible, preserving his work because, well, it's his work. And
Pause. Okay.
Oh
This is
boy.
another thing. We have once again come across a point that I almost agree with, but the language is making it sound so much worse than it actually is. That's like this video's entire MO at this point. Like, takes a drink of my milk.
If only I could
But-
drink milk.
Alas, you cannot.
One day you'll be able to. You just need a new spleen.
Yes.
One day. But
Okay.
like, okay, so the video is saying that like Ford doesn't actually want his journals to be hidden, because at any point if Ford actually wanted to get rid of his journals, all he had to do was burn them, which is true. Clears my throat. Where is it? Can you hear my pages flipping, or is it not as funny?
Yes, we can.
Yay! Okay.
Yippee.
Cassie, you sound so downtrodden at the ability to hear pages.
Okay. All right. I was wrong about everything. I've shut down the portal. Damn it all. My mind reels from the horror and humiliation. How could I have been so foolish as to let Bill into my mind, and how can I prevent his coming apocalypse? Ford, I can't read your
Bro, you
fucking
don't need to
handwriting.
go so hard on the acting, Jesus.
F has abandoned me for my hubris, and Cipher has gone suspiciously silent. There's no time to lose. I must destroy the portal, burn my journals, and leave town forever. I'm setting out to get firewood now. Torment me all you want, Cipher, but your games are finally over. 3 a.m. I have stared at the fire, journals in hand for hours. I just can't do it. The knowledge in here could be a gift to mankind, the portal's potential limitless. Am I really going to destroy it all just out of spite? No, I won't give him the satisfaction. Instead of destroying my work, I'll find a way to destroy Bill instead. If Cipher has a weakness, I'll find it. I'll outsmart the devil yet. He may be a god, but I am a scientist. Okay, first of all, holy shit, man. Calm down.
Literal
But
Vader
that's-
kid right there.
Yep.
Both
Honest-
you and Ford. That's directed at you too, Dimmons.
Haha. I am a theater kid, a little. But yeah, so like Ford knows, like, he could have burned his journals and everything would have been fine. But the thing is, again, I'll bring up Ford sees his sense of worth as what he can create and what he can contribute. So in that, the journals are everything that he has. That's his entire sense of self-worth right there in those pages, Everything that he's created and can contribute are hidden in those journals. That's his entire life's work right there. So if he were to just, burn them, then what even has been the point of any of this? It all would have been pointless, So Ford can't bring himself to. And same thing with the portal, actually. Okay, so I'm going to talk about my own little fan fiction for a second because I don't know how else to explain this, so just bear with me for a second. But I have a Gravity Falls fanfic that I swear to God I'm still writing called Because I Care About You, Damn It. But I also call it Eye Patch for short because that's shorter.
Yes, that one. That one that I think about occasionally. I don't think about much.
No, you're good.
That's
Right,
why I
phrase
don't
it.
think about much.
I mean, I don't expect you to. It's okay. But like, in Eye Patch, I actually want to bring that up. That Ford's entire sense of self-worth is wrapped up in the portal. He spent all this time working on it, hoping to God that this would help humanity, and then it turns out, oh no, it won't because it's a doomsday device, and he can't bring himself to destroy it. Because what if you could still salvage it? We see later in Journal 3 that one of the dimensions that Ford visits is a dimension where that exact thing happens. They're able to salvage the portal, and Ford is able to live a life as a world-renowned scientist with Fiddleford. Like, Fiddleford came back, and they're both running the Institute of Autology together. And
Love wins.
love wins. And it's possible if Ford could just find a way to prevent Bill from ever opening the portal, then you wouldn't need to destroy it now, would you? You'd just be able to rewire it and have it go somewhere else, and then suddenly you can explore the multiverse. It would be brilliant, So Ford is holding on to a distant hope that he might be able to salvage this. And he might be able to turn it so that way, this project had a rough beginning, but ultimately it does still help humanity because now we're able to explore the multiverse and learn more about everything than we ever would have otherwise. Is it a bit of a pipe dream? Yeah, but clearly we see in Journal 3 that it's possible. He could have done it. So, trying to say that, I don't know, that, he's selfish or like completely 100% in the wrong or only focused on himself, or God forbid he has an ego because he doesn't want to destroy this portal that he's convinced can still maybe bring some good for humanity. Like, yeah, obviously. Plus, something else too is that, yeah, if Ford were to publish right now, he would be a world renowned scientist. He just has to drop his journals off, maybe black out the parts that he doesn't want people to know about, like the blueprints, and everything would be okay. But can I bring up once again that Bill can torture him without the need for possession? Like, if Ford had even thought about like getting rid of just the blueprints and then publishing the journals, Bill would have done something horrible to him, right?
Oh, absolutely, without a doubt.
Like, people. Right, okay. I once again am stating that Ford is dealing with issues on a cosmic scale. Like, his and
Yeah.
Stan's issues aren't really comparable. I mean, they are a little bit because they're both at the end of their ropes. They need each other, and they're both not in a place to listen to each other about each other's issues. So this whole thing was doomed from the start. But aside from that, these issues really are not comparable. So it's like, well, I guess no, I take it back. You can compare them a little bit further. You could say that they're both being chased by the mob. Because, Bill is basically like a gang leader with all of his little henchmaniacs, and
One of them
Stan is
just the
actually tied up with the
intergalactic
mob. Yeah, exactly. So, in that way, they are comparable. But when it comes to the actual stakes of them, Stan's life was in danger, and with Ford's issues, everyone's lives were in danger. Like, one of these does take precedence over the other. Like, just logically. And trying to like downplay all of like what Ford was going through as, oh, he's just selfish, completely misses the actual stakes of Ford's issue here, like his actual struggle. Because if Ford really was just egotistical and that was it, then yeah, Stan would be completely in the right. I wouldn't be here talking about it. But like, he's not. Yimpy. Yimpy, save us.
Yimpy, save us. Curse no good evil, not unlike its subject.
But when we just casually insult Daisuke's art skills like that, that's so mean.
the song.
I know.
Oh, I think Daisuke being an artist connects to his never knew what I want to be stuff. Do you think that connects?
Oh.
I think it connects.
I do.
I didn't even
He's
think
just
about
like-
that.
You
He's
can't
just
be an
like me for
artist.
real.
You can't be an artist. Artists don't make any money. You need to go make money. We need to delete money.
He's just like me for real. I
We
need
need to
play
delete
Beat
money.
Saber. Hang on.
Alright,
I'm
I'm
gonna
going to
play
keep
Beat
playing this
Saber.
video because if I don't, we're never gonna finish it.
Alright.
Honestly, there's only really one thing in that journal that's going to destroy the world, and that's the fact that he has the blueprints to make the portal. If Ford
True.
truly wanted to protect the world, he would have just ripped those pages out and burned them. But he didn't. Why didn't he do that? Because Ford is a bad person.
Bad person.
Bad person. Okay. Alright, so I already spent time talking about this, but the reason that Ford couldn't just rip out the fucking blueprints is because he was holding out hope that one day he might be able to salvage this, in which case he's going to need the blueprints in case the portal breaks down or something, because we see in Journal 3 that he absolutely could have done something like that if he had the opportunities and resources. And the difference between a better world and the one that we're living in right now, in canon Gravity Falls, is that when Fiddleford presented him with like all of his research and was like, just publish this and not turn on the portal, Ford actually listened, and that's literally it. That is the convergence right there. Like, Ford could have theoretically salvaged the portal and then could have used it to save humanity. And is that a little selfish? Maybe. Maybe. But like, wouldn't you? Like, if you were in this situation and you're like, you just got manipulated into building a doomsday device, but you still can see the potential of that doomsday device. I have an echo.
Yeah,
Hi.
Cassie.
That's me. Sorry. Shit.
But like, if you like still saw the potential of that doomsday device to maybe help someone, wouldn't you want to take it? Have this all not be for nothing? Yeah, especially since that's all Ford thinks he can do. Like, I don't know, like maybe he is being a little selfish here, but I don't fucking blame him.
Selfish
Like,
doesn't inherit.
hang on, Mud, you're breaking up really bad. What?
That was not me.
That was me. Hello. Shit. Hello.
Hello.
Okay, what I said was a character being selfish, like a character acting selfishly or a character acting irrationally in stressful situations doesn't inherently make them a fucking villain.
Yeah, like just going to claim that Ford is a bad person because he's, as Hana Hyperfixate said, is acting in like people are expecting him to act in an optimal way in suboptimal conditions.
Yeah.
I love that quote. I'm sorry, but like that is basically what we're seeing, and it's like he's allowed to be a little selfish and a little upset that this didn't work out. That's completely reasonable to me.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay, I turned on echo cancellation. Hopefully that should be better.
all right, let's see.
Yippee!
Yippee! All right, it sounds better. It sounds better. All right.
Yippee!
All right, let's
I'm gonna
keep
play Beat
going.
You know
Saber
what?
now.
Stan was right about another
Godspeed.
thing. Ford hogged all of his college grant money that he could have used to help his family. In fact,
Wrong! No!
Oh boy. Oh no.
Stan was right about another thing. Ford hogged all of his college grant money and kept it to himself. It's grant money. It's
What the
grant
fuck?
money.
People are stupid.
Ford he wouldn't have been able to give it to anybody else because you know for a fact Philbrook was also asking for a cut of that pie. the reason that Ford didn't give it to him is because you literally can't, because that's not what the money is for. It's not for personal use, it's for research.
Yeah.
that was one of the main reasons why Stan got kicked out, because his family needed money and Ford was supposed to provide for them. But he didn't. He took all of that grant money, moved himself in the middle of the woods, and completely secluded himself.
Is it Ford's responsibility to pay his parents' bills?
No.
Uh-oh! Oh no, I'm mad. Oh no.
Okay, so this person was just like Ford chose not to send any of his family any of the money, even though they really needed it. And it's like, okay, even if that were true, is that Ford's responsibility?
No,
I don't
it's
think
not.
so. Like, honestly, part of me is almost like if Ford were to cut off Philbrook and Karen, like even just like financially or socially, like he's not wrong for doing that. It's his money. Like, goddamn. I'm like, I have to hit play. We have to keep going.
The two twins eventually do
Question,
get into a
can you
fight, and
hear
we know
Beat
that
Saber through my mic?
No.
No.
Thank God.
Okay, let me
I
tap
can
back
play
10
copyrighted
seconds.
songs.
provide for them, but he didn't. He took all of that grant money. That Ford is eventually pulled into the portal, not to be seen until Stanley brings him back. And of course,
Ford is pulled into the portal. I don't think that's what happened. Again, this is just the video using language. This one isn't as egregious, but still.
I want to get a tattoo where Stan has his burn scar tattoo looking thing.
Hell yeah.
That would be so fucking neat.
I don't know what I'd get there though.
I'm trying to survive Muffin right now, help!
Oh, good luck.
We can't. Material Collective will come.
Da, 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 da.
We don't want to invoke Material Collective. We'll all die.
Let's just start.
Okay, I'm just like... What did the video even just fucking... Oh yeah, Ford was like pulled into the portal. I recall him being pushed, but alright. Go off.
Yeah, I also recall him being pushed.
Me when I'm fucking stupid.
Me when I'm just skewing my words on purpose to make Ford look like an idiot.
Stanford isn't grateful that Stan brought him back and instead is about to kick him out of the house, which honestly is just throwing his brother out on the street. I mean, what is Stanley supposed to do when the summer ends? He just dedicated a majority of his life to getting his brother back and faked his own death to keep up the ruse. And the thing is, Ford knows this and doesn't care because, again, he is the most important person. Because
Okay. Okay. So we're talking about how Ford was going to kick Stan out of the house at the end of the summer. And while yes, that was not great. Ford should not have said that. But also he was angry. And we've seen from these Pines guys that they'll just say shit when they're mad and then regret it later. Do you genuinely think that Ford was going to be able to go through with that?
No.
Yeah.
And if you do think that, then you're downright wrong.
Like, you cannot look me in my fucking eyes and tell me that Ford genuinely was preparing to kick his brother out of the house by the time we got to, like, Weird Beginning. Are you sure? Like, yeah, obviously Ford should have talked to Stan about it and been like, hey, sorry I said shit when I was mad, I don't actually mean it. And Stan would have been like, okay, nice. And they don't do that because they're, like, old men who are in their 60s who were raised to believe that communication is just a ruse given to you by communication to sell you more communication. But, like,
I almost got full combo and I missed one note.
it sucks.
I think with these two's dynamic, though, is that they already understand that whatever they say while they're angry, it's just to make the other feel worse.
Yeah.
Because that is how they've been raised, that is how they've known each other, that is what they know about, like, each other's habits. So,
Ford was just saying shit.
Yeah, so, like, even if he did apologize, I think Stan would be like, dude, I know already, it's chill, relax. I already forgave you. I forgave you, like, the second you calm down.
Yeah. I don't know if I 100% agree with that, but yeah, no, for real.
Like, I am exaggerating, but, like,
Stan
you get
took it
what
to
I'm
heart
trying to
because
say.
he fucking hates himself. Yeah, I do think Stan took it to heart immediately because he fucking hates himself, but
yeah, like,
I also
he
think
internalizes it.
Ford
He
didn't mean it.
internalizes it, but he knows that Ford doesn't really mean it.
Yeah. Look me
Like,
in
he's
my
like-
eyes and tell me that Princess Unattainable would kick Stan out of the house. I don't believe you.
but like, if Ford said, God damn, you're shit at this board game, Stan would be like a kicked puppy. He would take that down to heart. He'd be like, what the fuck? But he'd immediately forgive Ford because he knows that Ford's, like, even that, like, he can, Ford
Stan
could
would
mean
just
it, but,
fucking
like, he knows
double
that it's
down
not.
and be like, I refuse to be bad at this board game. And then Ford would wake up in the wee hours of 4 a.m. to find Stan, like, still trying to get better at this board game and frustrating himself because he keeps getting in his own way.
But that's what their dynamic is. They understand they're siblings. So, like, you can piss the other off, and you don't have to apologize because, like, you should apologize, but you really don't have to if you know your sibling well.
And also, they were raised in the 60s, so neither of them are very good at that.
That too. That too. That's very important.
They both suck at communication. I think that's, like, the main point of their thing, actually, is that they can't communicate for shit.
I got full combo Muppet!
Nice!
I'm gonna pull up the soundboard.
I love that so much.
It's because my mic doesn't pick up my clapping. I have to use the soundboard instead.
Real! Discord's so mean. It does that to me, too.
Like, it picks up me gently rattling my deodorant, but no, you can't listen to me clap?
It's bullshit, bro. What the fuck? Okay, hold on. I need to... This shirt has hands.
But you have two.
I have two. I'm superior to the shirt.
Exactly.
Okay. I'm gonna keep playing this fucking...
Let's be
Oh,
totally
boy.
honest, it's Ford's fault that he was pushed in the portal in the first place. Ford insulted Stanley first, attacked Stanley first, and injured Stanley first. And it is not his fault that Ford didn't properly take down the portal because, again, his research is more important than stopping an interdimensional demon from coming into our physical reality. For somebody who
Ooh, we're victim blaming now. That was victim
Oh,
blaming.
Oh.
It's Ford's fault that he got pushed into the portal.
Dude.
Ooh, we're victim blaming now. Okay. I do think that there is some fault on Ford's end that he fell into the portal because obviously he should have realized that the portal was like turning on and like he understands how it operates and he understands the danger. He should have like he just never should have brought Stan down there in the first place. Like he understood the danger. He obviously like I think he wanted to show Stan so he could be like, "Look, I'm not crazy." And I do get that, but at the same time, you know, like he should have realized. But at the same time,
He's
like
not in the right headspace.
Yeah.
yeah, like Ford is actively losing his mind, and he's only had like maybe 20 hours of sleep cumulatively across the entire month. Leave him alone.
Yeah, like
Free
he's
my man. He
not
did
in-
things wrong, but oh my fucking god, leave him alone.
yeah,
No,
like
that's me with Ford.
when you get that little amount of sleep over the duration of a month, your brain literally starts breaking down. So he's most likely experiencing hallucinations, forms of
100%.
psychosis, delusions that are only emphasized by Bill's manipulation. So he's not really thinking clearly. He's struggling to walk, man.
Yeah, like something else too. I did research into this and I've been meaning to meet I've wanted to bring this up to you two for so long because it's such an interesting fun fact, but I just
What was
never
it about?
found a good time. Where's my phone? That wasn't it.
Are you talking about
But
sleep
like
deprivation?
no, I'm talking about something else but does relate to Ford. Is that you know how like whenever Ford gets possessed by Bill, like he wakes up and his eyes start crying blood?
Yes.
I looked that up. Apparently that's like normal. Like sometimes
What?
it just happens. Yeah, like
Oh.
if you like pop a blood vessel or if like
Whoa.
your eyes
Yeah,
are really strained, you
normal.
can just start crying blood. It's like normal.
Yeah, that is
But it
actually really
does-
normal.
Yeah, it does
It's
mean
scary
though
looking.
that like the strain that Bill is putting on Ford's pupils whenever Bill possesses him to like make his pupils form that like elongated shape is putting so much stress on his eyes that he does cry blood. But that's also not the biggest symptom that Ford should be worrying about. Like that
Yeah.
does just happen sometimes. Though he has been happening the entire month though, so he could very well be going blind a little bit. And that is a
Yeah.
problem.
Extensive
But
blood vessel damage in the eyes can be very, very dangerous. I'm
yeah, so that's
sure.
another thing
Like,
that
I
Ford
haven't
is
done
dealing
research
with.
into it.
Yeah, I looked it up for eye patch because Ford loses one of his eyes in eye patch.
Did you know
It's
that
like
you
the
can
whole
cry
reason it's
without
called
an
that.
eye?
Someone really was there to steal his eye.
What?
I guess someone really was there to steal his eye.
Mud, what? I didn't hear you.
You can still cry without your eyes, as long as you have your tear ducts.
Good to know, thank you! Okay.
You're welcome. I have a blind character who lost their eyes, so I did that research.
I'm so bad at research. I tried so hard to like look for a bunch of different things and I got fucking nothing. So I was just like, all right, I'm just gonna have to start bullshitting at that. God, I need to finish eye patch so fucking bad.
Good
My
resources.
fanfic, I'm sorry. I swear to
Good
God, I'm still
resources are the
rotating
Mayo
constantly.
Clinic and some John Hopkins. Those are two really good resources.
Ooh, thank you. I can't research for shit. This was like my thing in high school
Oh,
is that I can't
Cleveland
do
Clinic
research.
too.
I don't think I know that one.
Oh yeah, it's really good. Here, I'll send
Oh.
you one for eye trauma. A link.
Yay! Alright, but anyway, back to this bullshit. It's Ford's fault he fell into the portal. I think that's a funny joke, but you're saying it legitimately, and that's not okay.
Skill issue on Ford's part. He should have just
Skill
locked
issue.
in.
You should have just kicked Stan's ass and then this wouldn't have happened.
Oh, I'm playing the Beat Saber map that makes me feel like I'm going to heaven, and it's not because it's particularly difficult, it's for other reasons.
The lesbianism?
No.
Huh. Anyway, we need to hit play on this fucking thing or we'll
Shut
be here
down his
forever.
portal, all it took was a couple switches to turn it back on. But I digress, and the episode ends with both Stan and Ford being angry at each other, with Stan saying that the kids are all the family that he has left. At this point, I would assume that most people will start to realize that Stanford was a very self-centered person. Ford has this massive victim complex even though he was incredibly successful in his life.
Whoa! Ford does not have a
Oh,
victim complex. Ford has a martyr complex. Get it right.
Yeah, that does not
Get
think
it
he's a
right.
victim.
Like, he literally was a victim. So first, have that. But then also, no, my guy has a martyr complex. He literally was like, I'm not going home until Bill Cipher is destroyed. And then didn't make any plans for after Bill was destroyed. Like, what were you going to do with yourself? You didn't think you could go home.
God, I hate this video.
Ford.
I can't even hear it.
You can, all you're getting is my reactions to it. Okay.
And in the process of his pursuit of knowledge, ended up ruining 2 people's lives in the process. But despite the
Aw,
Oh my
Fiddleford.
god, his
Oh, no.
pursuit of knowledge ended up ruining 2 people's lives.
Dude.
Dude.
Me when I'm fucking stupid.
Fiddleford made his own choices. He has his own autonomy. What are you doing? And then, like, with Stan made his own mistakes too. Him breaking the project had nothing to do with Ford's, like, wanting to get more knowledge. It's because Stan was afraid that Ford was gonna, like, leave him behind forever, which is not true. Like, Ford literally said, come visit me. And for Stan, it was in one ear, out the other, because all he knew as a 17-year-old boy who thought the world was ending was that he wasn't gonna get to see Ford anymore, and he didn't know what to do without Ford. This had nothing to do with him gaining knowledge.
This is irrelevant, but y'all, I just S ranked again. I'm
Oh,
so
wow.
fucking cool.
Sorry, buddy. My alarm just went off.
I had a scratched eye once. It was not fun.
Oh lord.
That sounds horrible. Hi, buddy. You okay?
It was just really, really itchy. And it felt like there was something in my eye, but there wasn't
You
for
smell
like a
stinky.
week.
You smell very stinky. That sucks. That must have been annoying.
It was. I was not having a good time.
Okay, so I need to text my partner. Hold on. Okay, I found my phone. It was sitting on top of my trash can. Okay, chat. A, it's not Ford's responsibility. B, his parents were really shit and not great and their relationship was messy and he generally does not need to owe them anything. Yes. Okay, I believe that was when we were talking about the fucking Ford didn't give them his grant money. Which again, it's grant money.
I keep failing this
Okay.
hot to go map. Chapel Roan, I'm sorry. Fuck.
Hang on, did I? Oh my god, I don't think I sent Nix the fucking stream.
Oh.
Whoops.
Why do all these cool maps keep going so
My
fast
bad.
that I can't fucking get them? I'm so sad.
I forgot to put this stream in a bunch of places. Okay, you know what? It's too late. It's too late. It's too late. It's too late. It's too late.
No, you can. No, it's not too late. Go, 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 go. I believe in you.
Checkers, what are you doing? Down. Checkers.
We all
Down.
may die.
Down. Good boy.
I'm gonna send more Bone Citadel art.
Yay! I will look.
It's so pretty. It's so pretty.
2, 3, 4.
Okay. It's fine. Everything is fine. Okay. Guess I can put this in memes and photos. Okay, what the fuck did this video just say? I forgot. Okay, let me go back a little bit.
This massive victim complex, even though he was incredibly successful in his life, and in the process of his pursuit of
Shit,
knowledge,
Beat Saber
ended up
maps do
ruining two
sometimes.
people's
My
lives in
God.
the process. But despite the evidence that I've already provided, I know that a lot of people are still going to give me pushback by saying that Ford wasn't a bad person, he just made a couple mistakes. But unfortunately, this isn't the case.
Okay, so they just said, like, okay, I'm gonna get some pushback for this video from people saying that Ford isn't a bad person, he just made a couple mistakes. I mean, yeah. Hi, I'm pushing back at you for that. Anyway.
And at this point in the video, we need to talk about the relationship between Bill Cipher and Stanford Pines. Ford tells us directly that the reason that he summoned Bill Cipher was because he hit a roadblock in his research and he wanted to find a creature who had the answers. And in the
Whoa, that's not what he said. Okay. That is not what Ford said. Okay, so the video is like, Ford says himself that, like, the reason that he summoned Bill is because he found a block in his had a block in his research and he wanted to find a creature that could give him the answers. The first half of that sentence is correct. Ford, like, did not set out specifically to find a creature that could give him the answers. He just wanted to find the answers and then found who he thought was a creature that could have the answers. Like, he didn't set out to go cheat or anything. He just found Bill and then was like, oh shit, this might be my chance. You know, like, there's a difference. Am I being petty?
I think you are.
Sorry, I'm
show,
looking at
he says that
malevolent
he found
things.
a cave painting that specifically told
Yeah, I'm
him
beat
not
very
to
distracted.
summon
but I am
Bill
trying to
Cipher,
pay
but
attention to
because
you.
he hit a roadblock in
Yay.
his
I'm
research and he
tuning
wanted
back
to
in.
find
I
a
got very
creature
distracted
who
very
had the
quickly.
answers. And in the show, he says that he found a cave painting that specifically told him not to summon Bill Cipher, but he did it anyways. Because
Because he's
he
dumb.
was desperate and needed this information. But you know
Yes.
what's really funny about this? In the Book of Bill, there's a section where Bill
Who the
Cipher
fuck
is
was that?
talking about his previous companions, and he states that the very first companion that he ever met was the shaman. Bill Cipher was trying to dupe the shaman, but
Where are
he
you going
became
with this?
wise and ended up betraying Bill Cipher. The shaman then not only sealed Bill Cipher away, but ended up drawing cave paintings warning people in the future on how to stop the beast with one eye. Now listen, this
Yes.
could totally be a coincidence,
Swear to
but
God, if they say that
didn't we
Bill is the victim of Ford, I will lose my shit.
just hear Ford say that he found a way to summon
don't
Bill
think they'll
Cipher
go
from a
that
cave
far.
painting that told him not
Please
to.
don't go
And
that
because
far.
Ford was so desperate
From what
and
I'm
his
seeing of
research
the
was
Hang
editing,
on.
it looks like it's going that far.
Hang on.
no.
so important, he decided to not heed their warnings and just summon him anyways.
Because he's stupid! It's because he's stupid! Say affectionately, but stupid! Hi! Yay, equal is here! Okay. Oh! Okay, okay, this one isn't as egregious as the other ones, actually. This one's making me laugh. But, like, okay, so the video was just like, in the Book of Bill, we get introduced to, like, the shaman, and the shaman, you know, Bill tried to dupe the shaman, and, basically he tried to trick the shaman, and the shaman realized what Bill was doing, sealed him away, and then made cave paintings telling people not to summon Bill. And this is true. But then the video goes on to be like, so obviously, you know, Ford found these cave paintings, found the warnings, and then summoned him anyway. And I'm just over here like, yeah, because he's stupid.
This is what we call a character flaw.
Exactly. He's a little stupid, and it's okay.
Didn't the video say somewhere at the start that they were going to ask why is it that people like him so much? Oh my God, that was in a negative way, wasn't it?
No, it was more so that, like, the question that the video posed at the very start was, how many times can you make the same mistake until it stops being a mistake and just becomes part of your personality?
I'm pretty sure
they ask something along the lines of like, what is it that makes him such a fascinating character? Oh, that's
Yeah,
what
yeah.
they said.
Yeah, what makes him such an interesting, complex character. And now they're just listing out everything he's done wrong, victim blaming him, and saying that he basically drove Fiddleford into insanity, and he's the one who manipulated Stanley. It was all his doing.
me when I'm a Rose Quartz hater.
Ford and Rose are so similar in like their respective fandoms like that because people are just so quick to point to them and be like, "Look, they're pure evil." No. Also, it's funny. I found a post the other day that was like, "Hey, by the way, you people who say this shit about Ford but really love Stan, you guys know that Stan would fight you in like a parking lot for saying these things about his brother, right?" And then there was a reblog that was like, "Okay, for the people who are saying that Ford would do the same, you're wrong. Ford would not fight you in a parking lot. He would just fucking kill you." Yeah. I think about that post a lot. Okay. Alright, video. This video is trying to be like Ford, like, like, had all these warnings that, like, don't summon Bill, and then he summoned Bill anyway because he's self-centered and he only cares about his research.
No, because he's
just a little stupid. Sometimes the simpler answer is the better and funnier one. Right? Okay, anyway.
Yeah, you guys want to tell me again that Ford isn't a bad person? I mean,
Wait, hang on, what was the previous sentence you just said?
desperate, and his research was so important, he decided to not heed their warnings and just summon him anyways. Yeah, you guys want to tell me again that Ford isn't a bad person?
Make him a bad person.
Uh-oh. What is it?
Okay, hang on, let me go back so I can read this out again. Hold
Now
on.
listen, this could totally be a
This could
coincidence.
totally
but
be a coincidence,
didn't we just hear
that Ford say he found a way to summon Bill Cipher from a cave painting that told him not to? And because Ford was so desperate in his research, was so important that he decided to not heed their warnings and summon him anyway? Yeah, you guys want to tell me again that Ford isn't a bad person? What does that have to do with him being a good or a bad person? That's just him being a little stupid.
Intelligence is not a marker of morality.
And like, yeah, Ford found the cave painting. Like, have you heard of hubris? Exactly, thank you. Like, Ford was desperate in his research because, he got stuck. He got stuck in his research and he was like, I've hit a roadblock. I don't know where to go from here. And so, he'd heard about like some cave paintings and he went to go investigate, hoping that it might tell him something. And it did. It said something about an all-knowing being that you should not summon, but also it is all-knowing. And Ford was like, okay, I guess I'll talk to this thing. What's the worst that could happen?
Everything.
And then now we know what the worst that could happen is. Like, yeah, the bad time travel man can have the rift for a minute. What's the worst that could happen? Chess, your ear is flipped backwards. Chess, your ear. What happens? Hold still. There we go. He does this sometimes. But, okay. Chess, this is like the fourth time you've destroyed my train of thought, and it wasn't even your fault that time.
God, I need to show you guys this one Beat Saber map because it's legitimately beautiful. Oh my god.
Nice. Okay, we need to keep going. We're not even halfway through yet.
Go.
Come on. This is what I was talking about, that Ford doesn't realize that he is not the center of the universe. He quite literally sees a demonic cave painting and people telling him not to summon this beast, and then he ends up doing it because he wants answers. Whatever Ford...
That doesn't make him a bad person. Okay. This is what I was talking about earlier with, like, he's presented with evidence, like, he comes across a demonic painting that tells him not to summon this being, and then he does anyway because all he cares about is his research. It's such a bad faith read of this situation.
It makes him stupid. It doesn't make him a villain.
Those
Yeah.
are different.
Like, this wasn't him being like, I'm going to summon a demon so I can sell my soul to him so I can finally learn the secrets of the multiverse. The painting never explicitly called Bill a demon. The painting just said, don't summon him. That's not the same thing. And, like, yeah, most people would think, oh, summoning, demon, got it. Like I said before, it's a little stupid.
This is
Smartest dumbass.
This is completely irrelevant. I desperately wish there was a mouthwashing VR mod because can you imagine how goddamn nightmarish it would be?
That would be
Oh
so
god, I
cool.
don't even want to imagine it.
Imagine doing the horse,
It.
the snake horse bit in VR.
Imagine doing the auto cannibalism bit in VR.
Oh god, I don't want to. We're gonna keep going. I don't want to imagine that.
I
Guys,
do.
we're only 12 and a half minutes in. We still have 16 minutes left.
Oh my god.
Hold on. I'm going to go back to my computer. Hold on.
Okay, you do that. I'm gonna hit play.
Wants, he takes regardless of the consequences. And
Whatever he wants, he takes regardless of the consequences.
Dude.
What? What? Point to me in the
He didn't
series
know
where he
about the
does that.
consequences. He didn't know about the consequences at the time. He was only told, don't summon this guy. He's a scientist. He's like, well, if you're not gonna tell me why, I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, like, he's looking for answers. It's like a scientist thing to do. I had to move myself over because I was, like, eating my microphones.
Yeah, but like, my uncle is a biologist. He wanted to go into the pharmaceutical industry. He was working with HIV. He went into the lab with a ripped hazmat suit. He could have gotten HIV.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
oh god, Jesus.
He's a teacher now, so he's no longer in danger like that. But
Okay, good.
still, scientists are fucking insane. They do wild shit.
Oh, hey, Hank.
My partner's here. Yay!
Hi.
I have to ink on I'm dying.
it is this
I have a
mindset
hand on
that
your
allowed him
shoulder.
to be
You
controlled
can
by
do
Bill
this.
Cipher
You are
so
God's
easily.
silliest meow meow.
Oh boy. Oh no.
Okay, hold
Oh
on.
no.
Because he
I'm so
wants
scared.
answers.
So
Whatever
fucking
Ford
scared
wants
right now.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna read this part out.
universe. He quite literally sees a demonic
He quite
cave
literally
painting
sees
and
a
people
demonic
telling
cave
him not
painting
to
and people
summon
telling
this
him not to
beast, and then
summon
he
this
ends up
beast,
doing
and then
it
he
because
ends up
he
doing
wants
it because
answers.
he
Whatever
only wants
Ford
answers.
wants, he
Whatever Ford
takes
wants, he
regardless of the
takes
consequences.
regardless of
And
the
it is this
consequences.
mindset
And it is
that
this
allowed him to be
mindset that
controlled by
allowed
Bill
him to be
Cipher
controlled
so
by Bill
easily.
Cipher
And I
so
think it's time
easily.
Oh.
You're fucking with
Have
me.
you never met a scientist before? Have you never met a fucking scientist before?
No, seriously.
Do you know how fucking batshit insane they are? They do wild shit for the sake of information.
Also,
That's why the whole
hey,
scientist program exists.
if you didn't want to be a victim, why did you dress like one?
Yeah, it's like scientists consider the repercussions. They consider them, they safeguard to the best of their ability because there could be other situations that might occur that they just don't know of, and then they go forward with the experiment, which is what Ford was doing.
Yeah. Like, let's be the fucking cave painting really only said that this was a mind beast of vast knowledge, do not summon, or something along those lines. It said nothing about him being a demon, and it specifically mentions the mindscape. Ford probably thought,
Of course,
all right,
Ford is gonna
the-
look into that.
the worst that could happen is that I'm gonna have a nightmare. I'll give it a try. He did
Yeah,
not
he's
look
a supernatural scientist. He's going to summon the supernatural for the sake of science.
Yeah, not to mention that 2,000 years ago, people thought that, like, the sun eats people. They could have been wrong.
Exactly.
They could have been right though.
They also could have been right. This is true. They were right. Oh yeah, do you guys want to know a
You
fucked
don't
up
know.
fun fact that I'm gonna bring up in
Oh, no.
eye patch that I'm gonna emotionally destroy my audience with? Is that in Journal 3, if you hang on.
Wait, shh, don't spoil it to the audience.
Huh?
Spoil it to us. Put it in the chat.
Okay, it's
Put it in the
about the
chat.
shaman
Trust.
though.
Trust.
It's about the shaman though. It's okay. I feel like none of the people who read eye patch are here, except for like maybe 2 of you, but it's fine. I really want to mention this because no one fucking talks about this. And no one fucking talks about this. And I don't know why they don't talk about this because it's so fucked. Where's the history page? Where's the history page? That's the ghosts. We found the ghosts. We don't want the ghosts. We want history. Hi, Blendon. Bottomless pit, stomach-faced duck, because that's the thing. The invisible wizard. Your muse, yourself. Did I pass it? Hang on. Where's the history page? Is it further in?
I need to stop. I need to stop
No.
scrolling through YouTube. What do you mean? There's a Deltarune rhythm game. There's a rhythm game in Deltarune. What do you mean? What do you mean? By
Oh,
that?
oh,
Oh,
That's fucking awesome.
oh! He
Run,
found out.
get out of there.
Scrolling,
Get out of
don't
there.
worry.
Run!
I stopped scrolling. Don't worry. It was just a thumbnail.
Where is
Sounds fucking
Mabel?
awesome, though.
Save me! Okay. A bit of history. Here we go. Okay, so on the A Bit of History page, if you go all the way down to AD 1000, native people mysteriously evacuate town in a hurry. Describe Gravity Falls as a cursed land. Leave behind a treasure trove of pottery, blankets, and symbols. Some art depicts my muse and his interactions with the shaman named, I can't read your writing, Modoe? Modi? I think? Mode? I can't read his fucking handwriting. Art hoarded by the Northwests. And then, he has like a picture of artifacts. And then underneath of that, there is a code written in Ford's like code that he made that Bill hijacks in the Book of Bill to fuck with him, basically. And I do have the exact translation. I do have the exact translation. The notebook is right here. Okay. I can tell you the exact translation of what that thing said because it is horrible and I need you all to hear it. Myself, my muse, answer key, a bit of history.
Getting an autism diagnosis.
I should. Ask
Take me
shaman
with you.
Okay, so this is the code that Bill writes on the bottom of the page. Asked shaman to build first portal, big mistake. The thing was made out of twigs. Guy lit himself on fire to try to end my reign. Drama queen.
Oh shit, I didn't catch all that. I need to really listen to the stream.
Hang on, I can just read it again. I have it right here.
Okay, then can you do that?
I just... Hello, Miss E. I just realized who that is. Hi, E. Oh my god. Okay, wait.
Huh?
Really, really cool Gravity Falls AU creator. Hello.
Ooh, hello.
I'm gonna get shy. Okay. Okay, so...
Start eating the walls. It works every time. Just trust me on that.
But yeah, so asked shaman to build the first portal. Big mistake. The thing was made out of twigs. The guy lit himself on fire to try to end my reign. Drama queen.
Jesus.
You guys get the implications of that, right? Like,
Kind of.
saying... Yeah, okay, so, basically, Bill, first came in contact with the shaman and tricked the shaman into making the very first portal, but, the thing barely worked. But even then, it's implied that Bill was able to possess the shaman as well. And from what we can tell, everyone else fled. They all ran, and, the native peoples, moved out of Gravity Falls in a hurry, because, yeah, obviously. But then with the shaman, though, the shaman wasn't able to escape Bill. They were able to use the Cipher wheel to banish him. But Bill, more than likely, was still able to possess him. The shaman was basically Ford, Beta Ford in Bill's plans. And, he was still able to possess the shaman, and in order to escape Bill, the shaman set himself on fire to get away from Bill Cipher. Implying...
Oh!
Because here's the other thing, too, is that in the Book of Bill, we see that Bill can possess corpses. So in order to ensure that Bill could never possess him again, the shaman lit himself on fire to ensure that there was nothing of him that remained. And no one fucking talks.
Oh my god!
I have no idea if Ford was able to translate that bit, if he knows what that code said, but if he doesn't, please don't tell him. God, I cannot. Like Journal 3 makes Bill out to be like this like even bigger of like a scarier threat than he was already in the show. And in the show, he's already pretty scary. And then the Book of Bill comes along and makes it worse. Like, God, I'm normal. I'm normal. I'm normal. I'm normal. I'm normal. I'm normal. Anyway, eye patch. Back to this fucking video.
Ah.
Hi, E. You walked in on us victim blaming Ford.
Not us. This video.
Yeah. You're not gonna believe this, but right before it gave the transition for a bit of the translation, the computer crashed. The lore was too deep. My
Oh.
laptop couldn't handle it. I'm so sorry. Okay, we gotta go. We gotta go.
Whatever Ford wants, he takes
go.
regardless of the consequences. And it is this mindset that allowed him to be controlled by Bill Cipher so easily. And I
Didn't
think
wanna
it's
be a
time to
victim.
talk
Why'd
about
you
the
dress like
parallels
one?
between Bill Cipher and Ford because there's a lot of them. Both of these
Yes.
characters were born special. Stanford Pines was born with an extra finger, and Bill Cipher could see in the third dimension. Both of these characters also received special treatment. Stanford was obviously given preferential treatment by his father and by the
That's not true.
professors and teachers. And Bill Cipher says that
Okay, we're once again saying that, like, hi Oliver. We're once again saying that Bill had that Ford had preferential treatment between the two parents when that is pure headcanon. That's not said anywhere. Like, there's more evidence to suggest that Philbrook treated both of them exactly the same for their entire
Listen,
for their
if Ford
entire
didn't want to be
lives.
a victim of
Then
manipulation, he shouldn't have been so easy to manipulate.
yeah, like, oh my god, this video is killing
So
me.
stupid.
Oh, okay, we need to go. We need to. What?
Go, 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 go.
everybody loved him
I was
immediately,
saying
and
it's
even the
stupid
mayor
because
said that
it's
he was the
stupid.
best baby of all
And I
time.
won't be
And
silenced
You
on that.
believe him? Okay. Hold on.
Oh
Hold
no.
on.
Oh
Hold
no.
on. Okay, so we're using the Book of Bill again, and something in the Book of Bill that Bill talks about is that, like, back on his own home dimension, he was the specialist boy and everyone loved him, and even the mayor said that he was the specialist boy ever, and I'm over here like, you fucking
And
believe him?
everyone clapped.
Yes, everyone clapped. There's more evidence in the Book of Bill to suggest that Bill was also ostracized than like beloved. But you know, he's gonna say he was beloved because he's Bill Cipher.
Do not
Like-
believe Bill Cipher. He's a fucking bastard.
Like, okay, there's this one page in the Book of Bill that has what?
By the way, you might want to sort the chat thing by live so that you can see all the messages.
What?
On the side of Fuji, on the side, no, not Fuji, on the side of Streamlabs, sort the chat by top because you are missing some messages.
Well, I have my phone up. I can see them.
Oh,
Spielberg was more opportunistic than anything. Yeah, exactly. Like, with everything that we know about Philbrick and his relationship to his sons, all he did was see Stan and Ford as a means to an end or a means to get more money. Like, he didn't give a shit about either of them. Like, saying that Ford was, like, the preferred son is missing out on, like, it's honestly just making Ford look worse for no real reason because Philbrick didn't care about either of them equally. Which, if you want to get into the nitty gritty of it and like get more specific, Philbrick did love them. There is evidence to suggest that, like, you know, he was at least a little bit fond of them slightly. And you know, like, abusers do love their kids, but it's also like, you know, saying that Ford had preferential treatment is missing out on so much shit, especially since, like, you know, this person keeps bringing up the Book of Bill and it's like, hey, I've read the Book of Bill. Well, if you knew that, then you know that Philbrick only values Ford because of the fact that he can bring in millions. He doesn't care that Ford was successful. He cares that, like, Ford is able to bring in money. And, like, you could read nuance into why Philbrick values that, but we're not going to do that because that's not what this stream is about. Like, it's I can't get over that. Like, say that like Ford had like more special boy privileges than Stan did, but I feel like they were both very equally looked down upon. Because like Stan was the more like traditionally masculine one, but and Ford was the one who like was doing better in school. So they both equally they both had their strengths and weaknesses that Philbrick would have latched onto because Philbrick was the type of bitch to compare them to each other every single chance he got. Why can't you be more like your brother?
like it's literally just that one of them like supposedly cost us our entire future, and the other
Well,
didn't.
one of them, yeah, the other one cost them potential millions. He says potential millions, not even our entire future. Just, we might have made a little money. Maybe.
like that, like you get it.
Yeah, I get it. It's like they keep mentioning that. Oh yeah, guys. For the people who are just now joining us, earlier in this video, this person claimed that Ford was like coddled by Fabric and Karen, and I'm like, where?
Whether
They
you're
also
supposed
said
to-
that Ford made Fiddleford into a victim.
Yeah, that's how
Which-
this video introduces Fiddleford, is that he was Ford's quote-unquote first victim.
I know.
stupid. This video is stupid. It's bad.
The entire point of Stan and Ford's conflict is that they are both equally in the wrong as each other and both equally in hot water as each other, just for very different reasons. Stan's are more grounded than Ford's are. And, he gets more attention because, he was like, he's the one we've been following this whole time. And for A Tale of Two Stans, we only just met this guy. And Ford's, issues are on a more cosmic scale, but both of them are having their lives threatened by, the mob. Both of them were under his first victim. Yeah,
First victim.
this video is a doozy. Because the thing about this victim, the thing about this video is that it keeps saying points that I agree with, but wording it in a way that is taking it is as bad faith as possible. And I'm just because it's like while we've been sitting here talking about this video, I keep having to go with, okay, I agree with that, but why are you saying it like that? But yeah, no, we're officially in victim blaming territory now, so that's fun.
This video's so great.
Okay, gotta tap this back to.
Hand.
That's a frame. I love animation.
Animation is the best.
Treatment by
Love
his
wins.
father and by the professors and teachers. And Bill Cipher says that everybody loved him immediately, and
He
even the
was
mayor
God's
said that he was
specialist
the
guy.
best baby of all time. We also know that
I
both
can't
of these
believe you
characters
believe
have
him.
massive egos, and they're not quick to forgive people who wronged them in the past. And finally, both of these characters did wreak havoc on their own dimensions. Bill Cipher destroyed his
Whoa.
own universe by trying to get everyone to see in the third dimension, and Stanford Pines indirectly caused Weirdmageddon. And don't worry,
Okay. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Okay. But okay, so this video's going on and comparing the Bill and Ford to each other and how they have a lot of parallels. So that's what happened. Okay.
I don't get that reference. I haven't read a book of Bill.
I'll tell you later. Okay. So, yeah, so the video is basically saying that, okay, oh my god, okay. The video basically said that they both equally wreaked havoc on their dimensions because Bill destroyed Euclidia and Ford was manipulated into building the portal, which inadvertently caused Weirdmageddon.
Dude,
I don't think that's the same thing.
Gravity Falls is so small. It's such a small part of the world.
What is a small
That is-
lumber town?
Dude.
You burned the entire dimension!
Oh, I'm losing my mind.
So, fucking Bill did both of that shit!
Yeah, both of those are Bill's fucking. Oh my god. Okay. Okay.
Sounds exactly like Watch Mojo!
Oh my god. Pardon? You and me both. Okay.
we're
We
going to
need to
explain
keep
that
going.
point in a lot more detail later on. But of course,
Oh,
their
please.
similarities do lead them to becoming very close, and Stanford unfortunately falls for Bill Cipher's
That's what
trap.
I'm
And with the
saying.
information that we get not only in the cartoon show, but also in the Book of Bill, we can say for
I
absolute
don't think they
certain
did
that this
watch it.
was
Holy
not a
shit.
casual fling. Stanford allowed Bill Cipher to use him as a puppet, figuratively
Yes.
and literally. And of course, Ford didn't tell anybody about his relationship with Bill Cipher, not even his closest research buddy, McGucket, who destroyed his entire life trying to help Ford out. But
Wow. Wow.
Oh no, oh
Wow.
no, oh no, oh no.
Okay. Okay. I had a point that I literally was waiting to pause to talk about. I just wanted them to finish their sentence, and then they said something so wild that I don't even remember what I was waiting to pause for. Oh. Okay, I need to read this one out again. Okay, so for the people who are just joining, hi Dark Lord. Okay, for the people who are just joining, Cassie and Mud cannot hear the video, only me and you guys can. So whenever I need to like
That's why-
quote it, I
that's
have to
why-
like talk over it.
That's why I have to keep explaining it.
Okay.
But also in the Book of Bill, we can say for
We can
absolute
see
certain
for
that
absolute
this
certain
was
that
not a
this was
casual
not an
fling.
casual
Stanford allowed
fling.
Bill Cipher to
Stanford
use him as a puppet,
allowed Bill Cipher to use him as a
figuratively
puppet,
and literally.
figuratively and
Ford
literally.
didn't tell
And of course,
anybody
Ford
about his
didn't tell
relationship
anyone
with
about
Bill
his
Cipher,
relationship
not
with Bill
even his
Cipher, not
closest
even his
research buddy,
closest friend,
McGucket, who
Fiddleford. That's what I wanted to pause for, is again, like, we're bringing up the superstition thing. Like, we're bringing up the, like, again, like, Fiddleford is a Christian, like, superstitious guy. So, like, why would Ford bring that up to him? Because Fiddleford is immediately going to call Demon, and he'd be right to do that. But also, you know, at the time,
that phrasing feels so victim blamey to me.
Yes. To ignore it, sake of trying not to repeat myself.
Ruined his
But,
life
like-
trying to help him. McGucket made the fucking gun!
Yeah, like, if anyone ruined Fiddleford's life, it was himself. Because he made the memory gun. I think that's the next part. That's the person. Hang on.
destroyed his entire life.
He destroyed his entire life trying to help Ford out. That's what it was. That's the bit I lost my mind at. He didn't. He didn't. Fiddleford made the memory gun to try and forget Bill. That's true. But, like, the only person that ruined Fiddleford's life was himself. He made all those choices that resulted in him using the memory gun on himself. Ford had nothing to do with that and actively told him several times, this is a bad idea. You should destroy that. What do you mean?
I have a hunch on, like, what this video, like, what the motivation behind it is. Because sometimes people will find characters annoying or grating, and then will come up with grand reasons to be like, no, my disliking of them is definitely justified.
Yeah, this does kind of feel like that's what it's leading into. I'm just like, if you don't like Ford, you don't have to.
Exactly,
Yeah.
like
You don't have to.
you don't
It's
have
fine.
to make a whole video about it.
Like, you can just not like him, but
Okay,
like, when it's like usually when you don't
Fiddleford hard on
You
McSucket started cult seconds. Thank you.
but like from what I've observed, like when
It's 11, I need to
someone
be quiet.
like from what I have from
Oh,
what
no.
I have observed, when like usually when someone dislikes a character, like I'm trying to figure out how to phrase this. Like usually it starts with just finding them annoying, and then because you already dislike them, then you see everything they do through a bad faith lens.
Yeah. It's like you're allowed to not like them, and you're allowed to find them grating, and you're allowed to criticize their actions. God, like, fuck, I'm not trying to say that Ford did nothing wrong here, because he absolutely did.
Everything's wrong.
He did many things wrong. Like, this is not how you go about, like, media criticism. Like, this falls so, like, this entire section so far about, like, Ford and Bill really has been, like, if Ford didn't want to be a victim, then why did he dress like one? Like, can we not?
I don't think that's like how victim blaming arguments go.
I know, but, like, that's, like, what I mean, though, is that, like, they're basically saying that, like, Ford, like, you know, like he had his ego and he was like so self-centered that he like knew that he shouldn't have summoned this demonic being, which he didn't know was demonic. Like he shouldn't have summoned this demonic being to tell him answers, even though he was really desperate in his research. And the video acknowledges that he was desperate. That's what you do when you're desperate. You do stupid things. Like, and it just basically says like he like let himself get manipulated by Bill Cipher by allowing Bill into his mind and believing all of his lies. How dare he believe all of Bill Cipher's lies when, you know, he was being lied to and tricked and manipulated. It's like the video has kind of hinted at that a couple times already now, but it's like, you know, just very much making it out so that way forward, like it's almost like he knew he was being manipulated and went along with it anyway. And that's not how manipulation works.
You don't have to create new crimes that he did.
Yeah. Like, guys, the man who abandoned his wife and child and made a cult and used it to erase the memories of his fellow townspeople is cool, actually. He's just the little guy. It's Fort's fault, obviously.
Obviously.
He fucked up enough on his own, you don't have to create new ones. The funniest thing about this is that Fiddleford would probably build a revenge robot if anyone said his problems were Ford's fault. Yeah. Fiddleford get more crazy, actually.
You are discounting all of the work Fiddleford put into ruining his own life.
God, I'm just... Bill said he was the bestest baby in the universe, so it has to be true. Ford should have known Bill was lying to him. Exactly. Like, you're letting Bill manipulate you, too! Oh, good golly. We gotta keep going. We gotta keep going.
The most interesting thing about the relationship between Bill and Ford
Stop
is how
forgiving
close
my
they
war
actually
crimes!
became.
They
And in the book of Bill,
so hard on them!
I worked so hard on those.
destroyed his entire life trying to help Ford out. But honestly, the most interesting thing about the relationship between Bill and Ford is how close they actually became. And in the book of Bill, we get multiple sections going over how intimate their relationship truly was. But in one of these pages, we see that Ford and Bill are talking about Stanley. After seeing a commercial with Stanley, Sanford decides to vent his frustration.
Yeah.
Go back for a second. Go back for a second on that video.
Tap back, okay?
Yeah,
Do you want me to go
hold on.
further? Is this good?
Closer. Yeah, play it.
For how
Okay.
intimate the relationship truly
For how
was.
intimate
But
the
in one of
relationship truly was. Is this where you want me to pause on?
No.
Do not bring Stan into this. Oh, we are far past bringing Stan into this.
Wait, keep going. I thought I saw
Okay.
something and I was gonna have like war flashbacks, violent war
Oh, no.
flashbacks.
these pages, we see that Ford and Bill are
Oh,
talking
God.
about Stanley. After seeing a commercial with Stanley, Sanford decides
Damn it!
Do I want to know?
I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you.
can't
You
know.
don't get to
Cassie,
know.
You can't know.
cannot know.
You cannot
Okay.
know.
Okay.
You don't want to know. You don't want to know.
Chat.
Good.
Chat.
I
Should
knew
I know?
I knew I wasn't able to
Chat knows.
Chat.
Someone
Oh my
DM Dark
God.
Lord. Someone DM Dark Lord. I don't want to.
I'm not doing this shit.
I'm not strong enough.
Not on this platform either. Not on this one.
Minecraft server.
Just know we saved the town.
Oh, that's the thing you were struggling not to reference that I don't know what context is.
You don't want to know. You don't want to know. You don't want to know.
You don't want to know.
Okay, I don't want to know. All I will say
God.
is so that.
Oh my God! Why would they include that
I'm
in this?
dying. I'm dying.
Why would they do that?
It's absolutely bonkers to include that in a serious character analysis. Yeah, for real.
Yeah. Why on earth
Huh?
would they do that?
First of all, doesn't that Ford only have 5 fingers? I'm not tapping it back.
Yeah, he only has 5 fingers.
I'm dying.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me. I decided that I don't
Daddy
want to
Ford
know.
hated you very much.
I hope that explains it to you, Cassie.
Okay, I don't need any more explanation. I don't need any more explanation. Do not explain further. Do not explain further. I'm too asexual for this.
Yep.
Oh god. I think I do know the forbidden lore, actually. Yeah, probably.
Okay, so that's why you didn't want it. Okay, so
Oh, I'm fucking crying.
Okay, good to know.
I didn't even realize that that's what that
I'm
was.
too ace.
I'm also too ace, but we don't talk
All of
about
us are
that part.
asexual in this chat.
Asexuality wins.
I think I erased it from my mind. This is the correct
I'm
response
sorry
to
for
finding
reminding
out
you.
that video is real.
Okay, I definitely don't want to know if it's a video. I definitely don't want to know.
We need to
Somehow that makes
we need
it
to move on.
worse.
We need to move on. We need to move on.
Decides to vent his frustrations to
Don't look
Bill
it up!
Cipher.
No!
No, I'm sorry. Shock and surprise. The graphic.
Oh, they just looked it up. They need to make the
Get out! Get out! Get out! Stop talking about it! Chat, stop talking about it!
What did you
Chat,
say?
I'm sorry!
Oh god.
Oh, I have to tap it back because I don't know what the video is talking about now. I'm sorry, chat. I'm
No!
sorry. Sorry, I have to. I don't know what's happening anymore.
Truly was. But in one of these pages, we see that Ford and Bill are
Scary,
talking
go
about
away.
Stanley. After seeing a commercial with Stanley, Stanford decides to vent his frustrations to Bill Cipher. And Bill Cipher during this
What are you
interaction
wanting
says
at?
something
We explained
very
it, didn't we?
Okay. He saved the town. He saved the town. He saved the town.
I will not be looking it up.
Don't look it up, don't look it up, don't look it up, don't look it up. It's not worth it, dog.
It's not worth it. I can tell. I'm gonna drop Anya mouthwashing covered in blood as because she is killed. Good for her.
She is killed?
She
Oh, no.
has killed.
Yay! That's better.
You all know
Good
who
for her.
she killed. You all know exactly who she killed.
Noodle, you don't want to know. You don't want to know. Don't rewind the
You
screen,
don't
whatever
wanna
you do.
know. I don't want to know.
Hi, Doodle. Please do not rewind the stream. You don't want to know.
Do not.
Okay. Alright, so we're talking. Okay, the video's talking about that one time that Ford and Bill, like, were talking about Stanley, which I don't know if we're gonna talk about the build-up leading to that conversation or not, so let's see.
He tells Ford that if he wants to contact Stanley again, all Stanley will do is mooch off of him. Bill
Okay.
then goes on
Yes.
to
I like how
say
it just
cut off
falls there.
Flop.
I know, it's so stupid.
Hang on.
Actually says something very interesting. He tells Ford that if he wants to contact Stanley again, all Stanley will do is mooch off of him. Bill then goes on to
Yes.
say he cut off contact with his family because they were all
Fallen.
holding him back. Ford then wonders if things could have
Ball.
been different, in which Bill Cipher states that you cannot undo the past. And honestly, this is a really interesting conversation, and I think it shows how much
Yes.
of a bad influence Bill Cipher truly was on Ford. Because yeah,
Yes.
Bill Cipher is right. You can't go
Get you a
back and change
scientist
the
that can
past, yet you
ragdoll.
can always work towards a better future. But it seems like Ford doesn't really have this mindset, which is why he's constantly living in the past and why he can never really get over his grudges. And
What? What? Wait, what?
Uh-oh.
Get you a scientist that can ragdoll. Okay, so video has, it looks like he's like, Ford, what are you doing to your nose there? So, like, okay, so video has gone on to talk about this conversation between Bill and Ford, where, you know, Bill mentions that if he tries to contact Stan again, all Stan's going to do is mooch off of him, and, you know, that's a reason not to contact him, which is an interesting parallel because, like, it shows that, like, Bill, like, don't, like, only looking to the past is going to hold you back. You should only look at the future, and how Ford and Bill, like, are opposites in that because Ford can only stay in the past and refuses to move on to the future. What?
I haven't
That's
watched
not-
Gravity Falls in a while, but that doesn't sound right.
But they keep referring to the person as a video. I'm sorry, I don't know their pronouns and I forgot what their user is. Because I had to download it in order to be able to play it on Streamlabs. Otherwise, it kept doing that thing where it blacked it out like Netflix does if you try to record it. I can look it up real quick. Hold on. Hang on. Who made this? Type in Ford Pines again. The chestnut tanuki. Okay, so the person who made this is the
Ford
chestnut
Pines
tanuki.
is a bad person.
Rose Quartz committed a crime.
Rose Quartz committed a crime.
Rose Quartz committed a crime.
She sure did. I can't argue that. Okay, hold on. Let me pull up my book because I have it next to me. All right, I opened immediately to the Lost Journal page. Just noticed.
Also, chat a note, a fun just for those who only recently got here. I also haven't read the Book of Bill, and Dim's read what do you by the way, you have 72 hours before I sent the ice stealer after you bit and all of that, and it was like, Jesus Christ!
We got a live Cassie reaction to the torture segment from the Book of Bill.
Torture.
Pardon me if I'm wrong, but Ford's a scientist. Wasn't his whole thing in that regards moving towards the future and doing something good like that or something? Yes, exactly. Like, Ford's whole thing is that he stakes his worth on, like, what he can create and what he can contribute to the people around him. And so, Bill used that to manipulate him into being like, oh, so you really want to help humanity? You should bring us to the entire next level, and I can show you how to do that. So, like, Ford Pines is the modern Rose Quartz we didn't know we needed.
And Stan is more stuck in the past than Ford is.
Yeah, because Ford is constantly trying to move forward. That's like a big part of Ford's character is that he's constantly like shoving down his feelings about stuff from the past and not addressing them. Because every time he does address them, he has feelings about it, and he doesn't want to have feelings about it.
Plus, the stuck in the past, like not wanting to move forward versus wanting to move forward, like stuck in the past versus looking towards the future thing was like the main thing of the conflict between Dipper and Mabel in those last episodes, and they are very much parallels to Stan and Ford.
Which is why the Ford Pines Stan had a lost twin plot twist works so well, is because it recontextualizes everyone's arcs. That so easily could have been such a shitty plot twist. But it's not. I love this show.
Yay! Yippee!
Okay, hang on. I've got the page pulled up right here. I'm trying to see. So the thing that led to Bill and Ford talking about Stan is that, Ford saw one of Stan's commercials, specifically the Grifter, which is the crime lifter, a sponge you can trust. I love this guy.
I'm so tempted to look at the comments on this video, but at the same time, I can say as someone who lives in the most brain-rotted fandom ever, never look at the comments. It's not worth it.
Yeah. Okay, so for context,
Which one are you
Cass is
referring to? I
currently
can
in
think of a lot.
mouthwashing. The mouthwashing fandom.
I'm in the mouthwashing fandom. Don't go in the
It's bad in their game.
Deltarune.
Deltarune is actually way more chill than I was expecting it to be. That might be because I'm not in that side of the fandom, but like Deltarune's actually
I've seen
chill.
some shit.
From what I've
The
seen,
Grifter makes a cameo in A&E. That's awesome.
Deltarune Tumblr users are great. Mouthwashing Tumblr users are fucking terrible, and I hear it's better there than it is on other parts of the internet.
Oh my god, it's so much better on
God.
Tumblr. It's unbelievably better on Tumblr.
And even then, it's still
That's
bad.
horrifying. Thanks.
I've seen some stupid fucking takes.
We don't need to get into mouthwashing right now.
Yeah, we don't need
already got our hands full.
to unpack all of that.
Oh my god, oh god. Okay, yeah, so but like the reason that Bill and Ford started talking about Stan in the first place is because, Ford saw an ad and then he was like, he spat out his coffee when I saw this. My brother Hawking scams under the name Panley Steins. I had half a mind to call that number. Hang on, a sticky note. Just so I could pretend to be the police and maybe scare us straight for once. There is something so galling about seeing your own face committing crimes on your own TV. When my muse saw me break my stress ball, I decided it was finally time to vent about Stanley. And then they go on talking about that. Where it's like, how about that? You've got an inferior clone. Why didn't you just eat him in the womb? Think about how powerful you'd be. You can't just eat your twin, Bill. You'd be surprised what you can eat. I say sure, call him if you want him to start mooching off you again. Me, I went no contact with my home dimension and I don't regret it. All they did was hold me
Oh.
back and sabotage my talents. Can you imagine? Okay, so fact check.
Okay,
He went
so
no contact, huh?
two things. It is so unfortunate how Bill is an abuser and a bully, but he's also so funny.
He is extremely funny.
You'd be surprised what you can eat. That's my.
You can be
step of
surprised when you can eat.
You pull it
No contact.
That's the ultimate form of no contact, because they can't contact anyone if they're dead.
Imagine being
No
able
one
to
can
contact someone
them
on
if they're
Euclidia.
blown up.
You trillions of years late to that party.
Guys, Bill solved the unemployment problem in his home dimension.
Oh my god!
Bill solved the housing crisis.
Also global warming, I think.
Kelsey, don't die. Kelsey, don't die.
Don't die! Oh, I forgot I have a sprite for this. Hold on. Okay, so then they keep talking. More than you know. But do you even wonder if maybe things could have been different? Take it from a guy who's tried. You can't undo the past unless you want to thaw a giant baby out of a glacier. Come again? Figure of speech. It means waste your time. I guess you can never really go home again, can you? I sure can't. My dimension was entirely burned out of existence. Want to see the only thing that's left of it? Cipher removed his hat and plucked a single speck from dust from within. The last atoms of a demolished reality. I was dumbfounded. What? Your entire home dimension destroyed? How? By what? Bill looked distant. More distant than I'd ever seen him. By a monster. That's unimaginable. Did you ever track this beast for revenge? I could help you. I could hunt it down. He laughed joylessly. Sixer, it would eat you alive. That's the, in context, that is the whole passage.
You could be surprised.
You can
I hate how Bill is just so.
Oh, my globe was warmed already.
Boy, that glow was sure warmed.
Oh my god. Like, yeah, so okay, so that's the whole context here. So what this person is saying is actually they're making a very interesting point. In that it's like, but like, you know, like he okay, hang on, my brain. Give me a second. Hey chat, I need you to know I have extreme undiagnosed ADHD and I have 5 trains of thought running at the same time, and if I lose track of one, it's gone forever.
I have ADHD and I'm looking to get my Adderall prescription fulfilled, and when I tell them, hey, the Adderall has the effect it has on ADHD people, on me, I'm going to get diagnosed. Yippee!
Yippee! But
I'm
okay,
neurodivergent. Don't know what flavor though.
I think
I have both. Send help.
Look at you. You are both autistic. I don't think I'm autistic, but I know you two are. Because I know.
You are the knower.
That is like the 5th time that someone's called me up. No, not even. It's been so many more than 5. Like I went on
Your
a rant
special
about.
interest is malevolent.
No, it's not. It's transmissible spongiform encephalopathies.
What the fuck is that?
Do you want me to talk about transmissible spongiform encephalopathies? I don't. Please let me talk about spongiform.
How long has this stream been going for? We're still like halfway through this video.
Okay, I want to talk about transmissible spongiform encephalopathies.
Oh, good lord.
You guys better let me talk about TSEs after.
No, I don't even know. Bro, we're gonna have to like start speedrunning this shit. But at the same time, I'm so fired up, I don't know if I'm capable of speedrunning this shit.
Times 2 speed.
Speed run.
I'm invigorated and unmedicated. Real. Okay, what the fuck were we talking about? Let me take back 10 seconds.
But you can always work towards a
Unmedicated
better future.
person.
Stan
Ford
talk.
doesn't really have
Stan
this
talk.
mindset, which is why he's constantly living in the past and why he can never really get over his grudges. And yet,
Okay, so what they're saying is that like Ford doesn't have this mindset, which is why he's constantly living in the past and why he can't get over his own grudges.
What?
Do I have to say it again? Like Ford is under the impression that Stan specifically sabotaged him on purpose because he didn't want Ford to leave him behind. And when paired with all the evidence, it looks like Stan did it on purpose. And Stan didn't even really have a chance to explain himself before he was kicked out. Ford felt absolutely fucking betrayed by him. It's like, you know, hang on. I'm restarting my brain.
This always happens.
Please send me Adderall. Like,
I would also like Adderall. I've been forgetting so many things, and it's driving me insane.
In the mail.
I'm the forgetter. I'm the one who forgets. Please. Like, okay. But yeah, so like with Ford whole thing here is that like he felt actually betrayed. Like that Stan had done it. This was not about. I need to reiterate again. This was not about West Coast Tech. It could have been any fucking school that was like, hey, we want to look at your project and see if you're a good candidate to come to school. Ford would have been excited either way. Like it's not about West Coast Tech specifically. They just made West Coast Tech an Ivy League school to really hammer in the point as to what happened between these two and how bad it hurt. But in actuality, it really doesn't matter. What really matters is that when it came down to it, from Ford's point of view, Stan went and sabotaged any attempts that Ford had at like getting away and making his own future because from his point of view, Stan like was directionless and didn't know what to do without Ford. And so acting out of fear or spite or jealousy or what have you, he prevented Ford from having like a future. It wasn't about the school, just like how it wasn't about the boat. Fuck you. Okay. Because, yeah, it wasn't about the boat either. Like, all of these are just like little pieces that they're putting on the board to help further emphasize the point of the fact that this was a betrayal. Like, it wasn't about Ford being selfish or self-centered or just wanting to get into the best school possible and only caring about himself. It's the fact that Stan went in and broke his project and then tried to laugh it off like it was no big deal. Which, I have a Gravity Falls hot take about that I meant to post about. This might be the stream where I actually bring it up. Not yet, though. I'm too scared. There's too many people here. I have a hot take about that, like about Stan horsing around in the gym that I don't think people are ready for.
Oh, the headcanon that you never posted on Tumblr, and I got very confused by.
Yeah, because I said I was gonna post
Maybe
it,
you
and I
should
fucking
tell us,
forgot.
because I'm really curious.
Okay, all right. So
Thank
this is
you.
gonna. Okay, so obviously from people who are watching this stream, hi. I feel like I understand Gravity Falls pretty well, at least a little bit. So like. I'm not saying this in bad faith. I'm not saying this to hate on Stan. Please hear me out before you kill me. I think Stan should have broken it on purpose. Like, from a writing perspective. Because, like, a lot of this comes down to, oh, it was just an accident. Stan would never, like, purposefully hurt Ford like that. Okay, but consider he was pissed off. And these Pines people do stupid shit when they're pissed off. And, like, now it creates a kind of a bit of an unequivalency between the two betrayals, because for Stan it was an accident. He didn't actually mean to hurt Ford, but Ford absolutely like was hurting Stan. I don't want to say on purpose because that sounds too harsh and accusatory, but he did purposefully shut the curtains. So like it does paint Ford as a bit more in the wrong than Stan, even though they were both equally betrayed by each other to each other's eyes. But I think it would have been more interesting, like, if Stan actually did betray Ford and actually did break the project and then immediately regretted it. Like, don't change anything else about that scene or the series. Nothing else needs to change. Just that Stan broke the project on purpose and then immediately regretted it, tried to fix it, snuck off when he thought it was okay, and then everything else plays out the exact same way. Like, yeah, it's one of those things where you mean it in the moment and then regret it immediately. And also, they were 17. Yes, you guys get me! Okay, this is a safe space. Yippee! Like, I don't know, I'm always worried that people are gonna kill me for having that take. Like, I'm not saying
Yeah, I'm
this
not
to
against
hate
that.
on Ford or like,
I'm
he
biased.
deserves it. I mean it because it would even it out a little bit. Yeah, dumb kids doing dumb things, exactly. Like, because we can see that Stan clearly cares about his family and he really wouldn't hurt them on purpose. Like, even if he broke the machine on purpose, that's still true. Because it's like, in the moment he was mad. Sue him. Like, all of my arguments would still be exactly the same. For Stan and Ford equally. This is a safe space. Oh, cool. Can the Hat Man come?
Yeah, he'll come. I just need to
Yeah,
chug,
he's
I just need to
allowed. He's
chug
invited.
Gatorade. I'm going to chug a
Pointing
bottle
at
of Gatorade.
Noel Finley, pointing at Charlie Dowd, they're coming here.
Who the fuck is that?
They're my hat men. Hat
Okay.
man. Singular.
Anyway, hi chat. That's my Gravity Falls hot take that I'm scared to post to Tumblr.
It's a good take.
Yeah, that's not that bad. I was expecting it to be much worse.
Okay. Might just be
Like
I
the
just
way
think it
that
would
you
be more interesting if it did actually
amped it
hit
up
the
to be
machine.
the way that you amped it up to be like this horrible thing, I was expecting it to be like Mabel should have died or something. Like,
I say this as someone who is a Mabel enjoyer and got very mad. If that was me,
Yeah.
I would have been you.
yeah, I am also a very big Mabel enjoyer and would have been very, very pissed.
You know what the Hat Man is.
Because Stan does do things
this
that hurt
not
his
safe
family,
space
but like with
suddenly?
Waddles and Mabel, he regrets it afterward, but still very much did do the thing that Mabel asked him not to do. Yes. Okay. So the Hat Man is a reference to I think a Twitter post that was like, oh fuck, I don't remember
You
how
want
it
to take
starts.
17 Benadryl and start the Hat
when I
Man?
take 17 Benadryl and see the Hat Man. The what? Oh, this is not.
Oh, this is not a safe space suddenly.
I know that pulls my heart.
Me too.
Me when I take 17 Benadryl and start seeing the Hat Man.
The Hat Man.
Oh,
Oh, this is not a safe space suddenly.
We got so fucking distracted.
Sonic plushie save me.
Oh my
I
god.
do start seeing spiders when
Okay.
I'm tired, though. It's not fun.
Do you think Ford starts seeing spiders whenever he takes 17 Benadryl and starts seeing the Hat Man?
No, Bill would start seeing the Hat Man.
Bill is the Hat
One
Man.
Benadryl.
Bill is the Hat
One
Man.
Benadryl.
Bill is the fucking Hat Man.
Fair enough.
He's an impulsive guy who acts before he thinks. So seeing him have it be a thing he's doing as a kid would tie it together. There's nothing compared to my hot take, which is that Dipper should have erased Ford's memories. Oh shit!
Yeah, what? Elaborate?
Damn, alright!
We're getting off topic again.
I have the video pulled up. I'm waiting to hit play.
Do it.
Just do it, just do it, just do
Oh my
it.
god. Okay.
Again, we have another similarity between Bill Cipher and Stanford. Now, doesn't
Wait,
really
what
have his
similarity we're
mindset,
talking about?
which is why he's constantly living in the past and why he can never really get over his grudges. And yet again, we have another similarity between Bill Cipher and Stanford. Now, we have to make one thing very clear. Ford is not a bad person because he was taken advantage of by Bill Cipher. But in that
Okay, thank
same
you.
breath, the reason that Bill Cipher was so easily able to take advantage of Ford is because he basically played to Ford's worst character trait.
Okay, thank God. Okay, so the video did not do the, did not say that it was Ford's fault that he was manipulated by Bill, but it was Bill taking advantage completely of all of Ford's, worst traits. Thank God! I was so scared.
That's how manipulations work. It preys on your insecurity.
Yeah, okay, no, I was worried that this video was about to, victim blame Ford to hell and back. Okay, good. I was so scared. Okay, we need to keep going.
And like I've said multiple times in the video, Ford thinks that he is better than everyone around him. He's
Uh-oh. Where this is.
brought up the fact that, as I said before, Ford thinks that he's better than everyone around him again.
He doesn't.
Source of his insecurity. No, Ford thinks that his only worth comes from what he can create and what he can contribute, which to him is academics and being a scientist. So of course he went all in on academia and being a scientist. And whenever he starts to feel like he's getting stuck, he gets desperate because he's like, I have to prove myself constantly.
Someone frisbee the manipulative triangle.
Now I know you're not exactly aerodynamic, but if I just
No. Anyway.
oh my god, Bud, have you seen the charity stream?
I've seen clips from it.
That goes against a lot of their arguments so far. What are you specifically referring to? Because what are you specifically?
Yeah,
referring
basically that they've been trying to say that you know, Philbrick, okay. I mean, yeah, but Ford has been a manipulator and like, you know, it's all his fault that everything has come crashing down and yada yada yada. So to say that, you know, like, oh, Ford, like to actually like admit that Ford is a victim here, like goes against a lot of their argument. I do agree. It's
Not
like very like,
necessarily, because
I
like
mean, maybe you can be both.
yeah, you can be both.
You can be both. It's just again, this is like just such a bad faith big take of Ford though. It's like, oh, chat. Earlier, whenever we introduced Fiddleford into the story, the way that the video introduced him was as, quote, I am quoting the video, Ford's first victim. Like,
Ford's first victim.
I can't get over that.
Yeah, that was insane. That was genuinely
was
one of the most
crazy.
insane things I've ever heard.
Ford
Oh
thinks
my
he's better than
God.
everyone else. Actually, he's just an
Grandma-
idiot and
Sorry.
doesn't know how to talk to people. He says greetings. I mean, come on.
Yeah. Do kids
I'm
still
gonna
say
switch my mic.
greetings?
Hang on, I'm going to switch my microphone to the one that I can have closer, have not be on my desk, so that I can show.
Oh, I can't
that
believe I
it's
wasn't
all.
there for that. That happened right after you and Cassie left. Right after you and Cassie left for the first time is when that happened, and Mud and I lost our fucking minds.
Yeah, we lost our shit.
Ford's
It was
first
insane.
victim.
I also need to stop
Oh
getting
my God.
emailed by business
Every day, I
colleges.
receive emails.
Oh God. Don't go to business school. You'll become a
I
plagiarist.
don't want to go to business school. I want to go to art school. Leave me alone. I'm an artist. I'm not smart enough for that shit.
Business major. They're untrustworthy. Hang on.
I'm
let me,
aware.
Microphone switch.
Wrong. That haircut
That's
Ford had was his first victim.
Oh my God. Don't go to school. No, I want to go to school. I can't stand it here.
Oh my God. Okay, I have to hit play. We have to go. We have to
Play.
Sees himself as more important, and so when somebody comes to him and tells him that he is more special than other people, he starts to believe it. Bill
Ow!
Oh boy. Oh God.
Of course, Specialist Boy Ford Pines, as soon as someone else tells him that he's Specialist Boy Ford Pines, he believes them instantly and then believes everything else that they say.
Dude. Dude, that was like his first form of genuine validation that he got from someone. Like, dude, you're kidding,
He's
right?
the first person who's validated Ford since Fiddleford, and he went separate ways after college like 6 years ago.
Dude, I can't stand this person. I can't stand this video. I'm gonna lose it.
Missy, you can't just say that!
Oh my God! Oh my God! Yeah, I can't say that. I can't say that. I could, I just don't want to.
Oh, I didn't start reading. Oh.
Specialist boy Ford believes that when someone gives him a compliment, that makes him a bad person. Yeah, don't you
He got complimented and then latched onto the person who gave him a compliment. Sue him.
I do agree with
Sue
Missy on
him.
this topic, though. I do agree with Missy.
I
Just
also
saying.
agree, but also.
I agree, but you cannot.
You can't say that.
No, say it with your chest. Say it with your chest. Go for it.
That's true, but you shouldn't say it.
Why not, huh? Why not? You got an issue with it?
No.
Exactly. So say it. Say it with your full chest.
No. This guy was nice to me, so he can't be evil. Signs of a horrid
Oh my
personality.
God.
This man is rancid because he accepted a compliment once. Ah!
Jesus Christ.
Oh my God. Okay.
Cipher was an ego boost for Stanford, and that's one of the reasons why he continued his relationship for so long without questioning anything.
What? Chat. Chat. I have my head in my hands. Chat.
Oh God.
Chat, save me.
Oh no.
Chat.
Oh no. Oh
Chat.
no. Oh no.
Okay, so what the video just said was that like Bill was an ego boost to Ford, and that's why Ford stuck around for so long.
Fucking
Oh my god.
bitch.
They were.
Do-
It was an abusive
Oh my god.
relationship.
Do they know how
Like-
hard it is to get out of abusive situations?
Ford didn't even realize he was being manipulated. He just thought they were friends. He had a friend. He and Bill were friends.
Dude is
Oh.
autistic. He needs the friend. He takes whatever friends he can get.
Yeah, literally, like the only friend he had growing up was Stan, and then he was betrayed by Stan, and then like maybe 2 months later he met Fiddleford, and then they had a really good friendship in college, and then once they went their own separate ways, and like Ford moved into like the cabin by himself, he had no one. He didn't like. This is another point that people bring up about Ford. This is unrelated to the video. I'm bringing up this argument, but I've seen people say that like, oh well, Ford could have reached out to people at any time and talked to them. This is true. Consider that he has social anxiety, and also his mind was elsewhere. Because I do that. I could call my mom at any time, and I haven't spoken to her in months. Not because I'm resentful, but because I just don't think to do that. Like. Some people just
Dims?
don't think to do that, and it's fine.
Dims, we
Like-
need to see the Doodle Girl art.
Wait, what happened? Dims, I would like you to know that a few hours ago I drew Rubber Hose Roy in the Family Guy death pose and prematurely put it in your DMs in case the video was that bad. It's. Let me see. Oh, it's on Tumblr. My DM's on Tumblr. I went to Discord. Okay, hold on.
Literally, like I don't think I've been in an abusive relationship before, but literally, like I have met several people who have been in those, and literally every time it takes them a gargantuan amount of effort to leave because that abusive relationships aren't easy to leave, and it's not because it's a fucking ego boost.
Yeah, it's
because they were
definitely not an ego
friends.
boost. Especially from my
This
experience.
is beautiful.
It's
This is
not
beautiful.
an ego boost. It is a detriment to your mental health. The only reason I left was because, like, I was so unwell.
Doodle,
Mentally
can I put this
and
on stream?
physically.
Yeah, like okay, I've also been in an abusive relationship before, and it's like it's not a boost to your ego. It's because you have good times with the other person. Like you have those
Yeah.
good moments where you're like, okay, but this is them at their worst, but I've seen them at their best. At their best, they're really fun and they're like really funny and they make me feel good. You know, just because they make me feel bad a couple times doesn't mean it's abusive. And then
I
it keeps
had
happening.
a separate situation where I had to deal with threats. So
Oh shit.
that was
Yeah.
a different situation where
Yeah, well,
threats
I
make it much
towards the end of mine,
very
I
difficult.
also was dealing with threats.
Yeah,
That
so
was-
it makes it very, very
Uh,
difficult to leave, especially with threats like that. So it's like, oh,
Yeah,
that's
and like
great.
Okay.
Ford was dealing with that very bad because
Yeah,
Bill stood him on the fucking ledge.
literally.
I stuck around due to loneliness and loyalty issues. Yeah. Like in my case, like the reason that I stuck around is because I was involved in a group project with like a bunch of other people. And in that group project, the leader turned out to be just not good, you know, like very I don't want to say controlling because it's kind of the opposite of what he was. But he just like basically like he started calling himself a monster but then wouldn't explain like why he's calling himself that, and then whenever we tried to get him to open up he would just spiral further and further and further until he started taking it out on us because we wanted to care about him, and just started like towards the end of this shit he was giving like shoujo anime villain monologues on Anon in
God.
our inboxes.
He said one to me. He said one to me, and I wasn't even
Yeah.
involved. I wasn't involved
You
in
weren't
anything.
even involved.
Jesus fucking Christ, man.
It was crazy.
was getting really angry because he was being
The worst again.
Oh my god.
the most involvement I had. I went on a rant because I
only been in the server, and I just went on a furious rant because, like, oh boy, my mental health was not good during that whole thing, and I was fucking mad. And,
Hang on, I
and
need to.
then it turned out he was lurking in that server, and he was like, "So are you all bark and no? Are you actually gonna do something?" I don't remember exactly what he said. I
Yeah,
remember the
but
last
he
thing he
was
said,
like
but I'm
had
not
an
going
alt
to say it.
account that he was using to stalk us with.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
It was bad.
Yeah.
it was bad. It was bad.
Wait, seriously? Yeah, no, Nix, let me tell you later. It was bad. But also, everyone look at my stream right now. Thank you, Doodle. This is gorgeous. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you,
Doodle, this is
Doodle.
amazing.
I'm just
But
gonna
yeah,
hide
back
that. I'm
on
not even gonna delete that.
back on
Okay, I'm just gonna hide it. I'm gonna reactivate that whenever
back
I
on the
need it.
topic of back on the topic of Bill and Stanford. It's just wild to say that this was an ego boost, because like
That's not how it works.
read the book of Bill. They've read the book of Bill. They saw what Bill
Literally.
was doing to him. How are you reading this as an ego boost rather than an abusive situation?
I kind of wish I could turn on my webcam so I could show you just how marked up my book of Bill is, because it like has sticky notes like sticking out of it at like every corner. And I have them
Take a picture on your
color
phone.
coded.
Take a picture on
Yeah,
your
I could do
phone,
that.
and then
I
into
will
the
send it
Discord
to
chat.
myself so you guys can see just how marked up my book of Bill is.
Yeah.
So I have a bunch of like those like little mini sticky notes, like the little short ones that you just use to like mark up pages so you can see where you're at. And then on each individual
Yeah, I think
page
we
as
are
well,
sure.
I
They've
have
mentioned it a couple times, right? They've mentioned the book of Bill a couple times.
And
Yeah.
haven't they brought up like specific details?
yes. So it seems like either they're pretending they've read it and are actually just getting their shit from online, or they actually have read it and are like purposefully misreading the text. So
I'm willing to bet it's the former.
I don't know, honestly. Like like little skinny tabs. Yeah, you'll see. I took a picture of it and I sent it to myself. Let me
The funny thing is, I
download
was
these and then
thinking
show you what
about,
my book of
I was
Bill looks
thinking
like.
about- the funny thing is, I was thinking about like that one person who sent me an ad on Threads near the end. I was thinking about them earlier, and it's very funny that I get to bring it up now.
Yeah. Me when I make a speech about how you have no balls.
What?
I love.
It's funny to look back on now because of how anime villain they sounded. But
Like, who do you think you are?
bestie, what are you doing? Okay. Well, the new stores image one, it's fine. I don't need to name it. I'm gonna delete these later. Okay,
But
so
yeah, I think
chats.
Oh, sorry.
Here's my book of
I
here's
was
my
gonna
book of Bill.
say,
Oh,
oh my god.
that is a very large image. Hello, phone. Oh yeah, you can see Checker sleeping in the background. That's that like
Oh my
black
God,
blob back there
Checkers!
is my kitty. He's sleeping. Also, the orange part off to the right is Chess's tail. They're both sleeping over there.
The part where Bill does the whole 72 hours thread, because it's hard to twist that to be anti-Ford. Yeah, Dim's read that. Dim's read that bitch.
I
once
read that
already.
in a dramatic voice.
Holy
Okay.
shit, dude.
Here's my book of Bill. See how very annotated it is. Okay,
Jesus.
so all of these tabs are color coordinated. Where the green ones are just other information about. Like, hang on, I have a guide. Uh-huh.
There's no
Yeah, so
green.
Ford's PTSD
It's like
and
the
his
blue.
recovery are marked up in like blue green color. And then the yellow ones are the quote unquote good times and gray areas, and the red ones are pure abuse. And that is how I marked up my book of Bill. And I need to pull up a second image because I took another picture as well. But adding further to this, on each page that I have marked up with a thing, I have a reason for why it's marked up on an actual, like, full-size sticky note. So just as a random example, here's the War in My Mind page, where I have this. My phone takes so big pictures. What the fuck? The War in My Mind
You
picture.
can right-click the image and do like you can right-click the image and you should be able to
Yeah.
like fit to.
But yeah, okay. I keep forgetting I can do that. I'm a boomer when it comes to technology. I'm 22 and I don't know what I'm doing. But yeah, so like on each individual page that has one of these sticky notes on it, I also explain like what's happening here. So like with the War in My Mind page, we have physical abuse, mental abuse, emotional abuse, endangerment, psychological horror, 10 different ways of fucked, not to mention the chessboard, Ford's favorite song playing, and the fire. Like he's trying to make Ford see how caring Bill can be. And then on the next page, we have psychological abuse, harassment, threats. He did this purely to get under Ford's skin and hurt him in any way possible. And then like every single page in the Book of Bill that has like one of these like tabs on it is marked up like that, kind of explaining why I like marked the pages the way that I did. All right, I can get rid of these now. They don't need to be there. Goodbye. But like don't test me on my
Yeah.
knowledge about this.
It was not a fucking ego boost.
Yeah, it was not. And like
Relationships are not fucking ego boosts. Except to anyone except maybe probably the abuser.
Yeah.
yeah, especially in this situation.
Well, hang on.
Because like
He says, that the Book of Bill is free to view in its entirety on the Internet Archive. I did not know that. That's good to know. Thank you. So if you want to read the Book of Bill,
but,
there
like
you go.
especially in this situation, Bill is very egotistical. He thinks very highly of himself. So
He's dry.
this situation where he is literally being called my muse by Ford throughout the journal is such an ego boost for him. While
Such an ego boost.
in return, Ford is just not being treated right. He's being tortured.
Yeah. Like, even in, like, the quote-unquote good days, because I had Journal 3 marked up like that, too. It doesn't have nearly as many sticky notes, you can guess. Like, it is marked up like that, though. And in even the quote-unquote good times, like, I also annotated Lost Legends, but that one doesn't have anything to do with Bill, so it's just 5 sticky notes where I basically said, fuck you, Philbrick. But yeah, so in the quote-unquote good times, it's still very clearly like there's a massive power imbalance between Ford and Bill, where obviously Bill is this interdimensional being that can fuck with Ford's brain as much as he wants with no consequences unto himself. And that's already terrifying in and of itself. But even then, like even if you take the like power dynamic away from it, like take all of Bill's powers out of the equation, and there's still a massive power imbalance because Bill claims to like hold all of this knowledge and all of this stuff, and he's the only one who can help Ford out, and Ford believes him. So like obviously Ford's gonna stick around for that, if nothing else. But even on top of all of that, they were friends. Ford sees him as an equal, which is not true. But like that's like how they see and relate to each other, is that like they were both they're both like pursuing, they're both in the industry, I guess, of like trying to pursue knowledge and trying to like improve other people's lives, because in Ford's point of view, that's what Bill is doing. Bill just showed up to him and was like, hey, do you want some free knowledge? And Ford was like, sure. So they both have the same goal in that. But obviously, Bill is manipulating him. He holds all the cards. And when it becomes very clear that this is not healthy, this is a bad dynamic, and that Ford is in an abusive relationship, like by then it's too late to leave it. And he's literally given Bill like permission to take away his autonomy in a way that he can't say, no, you can't do that actually, unless you're Dark Lord's cat stand. I love that fic, by the way. We don't have to get into that though. It's like the one fic I've ever seen where Ford just goes up to Bill and is like, the deal is off because you're not holding up your end. And Bill's like, fuck. But like, Cat Stan mentioned, I fucking love Cat Stan so much. Anyway. So, I know Dark Lord is here. I'm not saying that just to hype up Dark Lord. It's just true.
No, you see,
But yeah,
that would be an example of an ego boost.
Yeah, here, Dark Lord, have an ego boost just for you. From me. Welcome.
But like purposefully hyping someone up on like, you weren't doing that on purpose, but you're still hyping them up.
Yeah,
That would
like,
be
there's a
considered an ego boost, while Bill was not doing that. He, like, yes, he did give Ford some praise, but
oh
there
my
were
God.
consequences to that. It's not like some hyper fan situation where Bill is obsessed with Ford and grovels at his feet the second that he speaks to him. It's not like
Yeah.
that. It's an abusive situation.
That's what Bill wanted Ford to do.
Yeah, just the other way around. But the way that they're posing this, that Bill is the one doing the groveling, is insane.
Yeah, like Bill did not like Bill needed Ford to like open the portal, and that's like the entire reason that he's like quote unquote sucking up to him is to like gain his trust, you know? Finally I can fix this really bad blending. But like, oh hello. Hey, welcome in.
Hello, new
Adelford has just
person.
subscribed. Hello. Okay. I'm gonna make an interdenominational portal and end the world now. Interdimensional. Is it? Hang on. What's on my thinking cap? Is it interdenominational? Like not in a math sense, but like in like a you have like a because like the multiverse has a lot of weird, strange creatures in it, so you have like all these denominations within them.
Christian specifically.
What?
Chat.
Oh, is it? I don't know. I didn't even know that was an actual word. I was just running with the root word like denomination. My bad. Okay. I don't know why it autocorrected to that. Damn. Okay, we need to go. We need to go. We need to go. We got so sidetracked.
We've been here for 5 hours.
We're
I
15
fell
minutes
asleep
in,
for like 30 minutes.
and then I woke you up by screaming no into my microphone.
Yep. You know, it's deserved. I didn't mean to fall asleep.
It's not go to bed.
No. I need to work
You mean
on...
it's deserved, sir? I'll kill you.
What?
What'd they say?
No, I'm talking to Mud.
Oh, well, yeah, it is deserved, because I need to work on my portfolio, but I haven't done that. I haven't even plugged in my tablet.
5 more hours to go. You should.
Oh my god. Did you know you have 30 minutes? 30, 30, 30!
I gotta lock in. I would not be able to finish this whole thing in 30 minutes. I was literally about to go to bed. We sent the link into Discord. I'm sorry.
I'm here locking
You're waking everyone up. How dare you?
My bad.
I am here logging in to draw the
Somebody
AU
with the-
where Anya fucking murders Jimmy.
Lock in.
Good for her.
I'm back from the woods and also locked in. Hell yeah. I also have to lock in. We gotta go.
People, he starts to believe it. Bill Cipher was an ego boost for Stanford, and that's one of the reasons why he continued his relationship for so long without questioning anything. Somebody with the intelligence of Stanford should have questioned the point of a portal. He should have...
Whoa! Okay.
Oh god.
Someone with the intelligence of Stanford should have questioned the portal.
Fuck you!
You guys realize he was being too right?
Oh my god.
It's almost midnight for
This is
me.
my
Yeah,
final
same. It's
straw.
11:55 right now.
Yeah, it's 11:56 for me. I'm ahead of you. I'm winning the race
It's
of time.
11:56. You're ahead of me by like 10 seconds.
I'm winning the race of time.
Every time I think about time zones, my brain starts to melt.
Oh my god.
How's that shit work?
Okay, so you're saying that Ford should have been smart enough to realize that he was being manipulated? You know that's not how manipulation works, right?
Yeah, that's not how manipulation works.
Oh my god.
Fucking manipulated. It's insane.
Are we all in EST? What the hell?
Apparently not
EST gang, let's go.
Dark Lord. Oh,
But where's Dark Lord at?
an hour behind, I
Oh,
think.
11 p.m. You're an hour behind. Okay. Neat. I don't know. I just saw 11. I was like, hey, yeah, it's 11 over here too.
Nah, it's almost 12 for us.
Yeah, chat, my brain doesn't work. I don't know if you know this. My brain is non-functional most of the time.
Listen, I've got the numbers. I like numbers, which is another sign that I might be autistic, but we're gonna ignore that. But I like numbers, so I can help you with the numbers.
I have dyscalculia. I physically can't like numbers.
Oh my god! I can fix this! Oh my god!
I wrote a fic where time zones were a major plot point and I could physically feel my brain leaking out of my ears. I'm so sorry. It's weak and the night is young over here. Okay. Meow.
Actually thought about some of this stuff before just blindly following Bill Cipher. But Bill Cipher gave
Oh my god, he should have thought about this stuff before blindly following Bill Cipher.
Bitch.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Chat, save me.
Jack's suffering right along with you.
Oh no. He should have realized he was being manipulated. How could this man who was being manipulated not realize he was being manipulated? He's so stupid. Why did you let yourself get so manipulated by not thinking about the words that were being said to you while you were being manipulated? Does it make it any better or worse if I tell you guys my morning alarm goes off in 7 hours? Go to bed.
Dude.
Oh my god.
Wait, I have work tomorrow, don't I? Okay. I get up at 11.
Oh my god.
No, it's okay.
Oh my
I have
god,
to get
I'm
up at
employed.
11.
Holy shit, I forgot I'm employed.
Life development. You have a job now.
I have a job. I'm gonna be earning $16 an hour.
You're making more than me. What the fuck?
What? I think that's just minimum wage for my state.
I need to move to wherever you are. What the fuck?
In
I'm
New
making like
York?
14. That explains it. That explains it.
Yeah, it's $16.50 per hour. I'm under minimum wage, actually.
What the fuck?
Just barely by 50
I
cents.
need to like get an online job that's stationed in New York. What the fuck?
New York is great, dog. Dude! Going to California right now.
I need to get a job from California that I don't have to actually go to California for.
I used to
Yeah,
go
it's hot down there.
No, now I'm neither in California nor am I a girl.
Evolution.
Dude, California Girls is the theme song to my current D&D campaign. Deadass.
Oh my god. If I tell you that my first thought whenever I hear that song is supernatural mobs are unforgettable.
I have no clue what you're referencing.
Minecraft parody.
Good lord.
Sorry, I'm a product of my time.
Creeper. Oh, man.
Unfortunately, California's living wage is also high as hell to my knowledge. Yeah, that's why you need to get an online job that's based in California.
Exactly.
Life hack.
Don't mind at night, yeah.
Don't mind at night is the very first Minecraft parody I ever heard in my life, and it's responsible
That
for the
is
person
so
that I am
real.
today.
That is so
That
real. I
song
think
made
it was
me who I
mine
am.
too.
The second one was like an Enderman.
I don't know that one.
Kingdom style.
I'm not gonna make that joke.
Me in the South, where most of my states are still at like 725 or something. I'm so fucking sorry.
Come to New York. It's cold here. It's
Come
nice.
to my house, it's freezing in the winter. Or at least it's supposed
I
to.
know.
Last year actually wasn't that bad.
Yeah, my room is the only one that's like not insulated, so I get really, really cold in the winter, but it's kind of nice. I get to bundle up.
Prices are like $6 a gallon. Jesus Christ. Come live up north with me. It's way better balanced up here. Mine was diggy diggy hole. Fair. Why did my chat just go away?
Uh-oh.
I
Hello?
don't know.
Where did my chat go? Hey, YouTube, what the fuck was that? YouTube? What the fuck was that? There we go. Okay, chat's back, we're fine. That was just my phone being weird. It's fine. We're gone. We're gone, reduced to atoms. We have to go. We have to go.
We have to go.
We have to go.
Stanford something
Lock in,
that no
lock
one
in,
else
lock
in the
in.
world would have
Lock
been
in.
able to do.
This feels like
A
D&D.
confirmation bias that Stanford is the
I need to play
biggest
D&D
genius
so
of this
bad.
time period.
This is exactly what it's like. It's just a lot of lock it in.
Uh-oh.
I can't because this video keeps saying stupid shit.
Oh boy. It's a
Hang
wonderful
on, let me
phrase for Anna
tap it
Dipper.
back.
Bill Cipher. But Bill Cipher gave Stanford something that
Bill
no
Cipher
one
gave
Are
else
there
in the
not many
world
Stanford
would have been able
mosquitoes
to
down
do.
south?
What? Hold on. What the video say?
There are mosquitoes in
Point
here.
of a portal.
Hang on,
He
hang on,
should
hang
have
on.
actually thought about some of this stuff before just blindly following Bill Cipher. But Bill Cipher gave
But
Stanford
Bill Cipher
something
gave
that no one
Stanford
else in the
something that
world
no
would
one
have
else
been
in the
able to
world
do.
would have been
A
able to
confirmation
do.
bias
A
that
confirmation
Stanford
bias
is the
that
biggest
Stanford is
genius
the
of this
biggest
time
genius
period.
of
And in
this
fact,
time
Bill
period,
Cipher
and in
said
fact,
himself,
Bill
he's
Cipher said
amused that only
himself he's
chose the
amused that
smartest person
he only
to
chose the
go and
smartest person
inspire.
to
And
go and inspire. Yeah.
I can't threaten people on YouTube. I can't threaten people on YouTube. I can't threaten people on YouTube. Woo!
You know that that one part of H Bomber Guy's like climate change video where he's like, It's me right now. I can't.
You can. I'm not doing it because I like to keep my count.
Okay, I'm just. Plus, I think if you were to threaten someone on my channel, it would be a strike to my channel. No, please. Like, okay. So, like, video. Fucking Chestnut Tanuki over here. That's actually a really good name, by the way. I like your name. Chestnut Tanuki over there. Hello.
Name is wasted on this channel.
So watch this gets banned. Okay, so this person, like, I my train of thought just died.
Stanford is the biggest genius.
Right, that was like confirmation bias that Stanford is the biggest genius in the world. Why are you looking at Dipper like that, my guy? Wonderful frame to pause on. But like, no, if you actually think that you're the smartest, bestest, most important person in the world, you don't need anyone to fucking tell you that. Because you already think that. So why on earth would Ford, like, latch on to Bill so hard if, like, he already believed that? Like, Ford's whole thing is that he doesn't actually think that, because it's, like, his biggest insecurity, which is why he latched on so hard when Bill said that, is because, like, because Bill flattered him so much, Ford was able to be like, wait, you actually think that? Wait, okay, nice. And, then he allowed himself to get carried away a little bit, maybe. But, like, if a god comes up to you and is like, you are my chosen one because you are the smartest guy of this generation, are you just gonna not believe? Like, Ford is under the impression that Bill is a god, right? Like, that's part of how Bill was able to manipulate him so much, is because Ford literally thought he had a divine experience where the divine being said, by the way, I choose you because you're really smart. Obviously, he's gonna believe Bill, and it goes to his head a little bit, at least a little bit, maybe more. I don't think more. Because if God tells you that you're smart, why would you not believe him, Triangles are the hottest shape. Oh my god. If anything, he would have rejected the idea that Bill knows more than him because Ford should be the guy who knows everything. Exactly. Like, if
My mom
Ford
just tried to make
genuinely...
sure I wasn't losing circulation.
What are you doing that would make you lose circulation? Are you good?
I've got a wrap on my arm right now.
Oh. It's true. Ford
But triangles
told
are the
himself.
hottest shape. What can they do with those points? I mean, I need to leave. I need to leave.
I'm refraining from making a joke.
Pentagon.
Do it.
No, I can't. Cassie's here.
Pentagons are the
DMs.
hottest shape. Dumbass.
What are the hottest shape?
Pentagons.
Oh my god. Pentagons are just made up of 5 triangles.
And therefore triangles are the hottest shape.
No.
They have
Pentagons are the
3
hottest
corners.
shape
I mean, come on.
because how many popular jokes are there about triangles? None. I can name one very popular joke about a pentagon.
There's a
Nice.
joke here. There's a joke here. There's a joke here.
9/11 was bad.
Oh! Oh my god!
They hit the
die.
I'm dying.
Don't die, I'll kill you.
They hit the fucking Pentagon.
He hit the fucking Pentagon!
Of course.
I drew that once. I drew that. Hold on, let me see if I can
Bro,
Oh my god.
Just play wrong.
9/11 was bad.
You know, a lot of people were making jokes about, like, Ford's been out of this dimension for so long, so he wouldn't know what 9/11 is. And there's this one specific piece of art that was, like, Stan and Ford on the stand of War II, like, in New York. And Stan's like, look at there, Poindexter, the Big Apple. Been a long time since we've been in there, huh? And Ford's just like, Stanley, where did they go?
Stanley, where did they go?
I drew this in school. I deadass drew this in school. Look in chat, look in chat.
Stanley, where did they go?
I'm fucking shaking. Where are they?
I'm in the wrong. I'm in...
I was having a great day on 9/11 of last year.
Do you think 9/11 happened in mouthwashing verse?
Probably.
9/11 hasn't happened in the malevolent universe yet.
Yes.
But it will. It
It
will.
will. But we're in
I hope your
1934
foreloads are
and the
there for it.
past. And hell.
Damn.
And hell.
It sucks.
Yeah, we're in hell right now. We're literally in hell. What?
Huh?
Am I hallucinating shit?
I think you're
thought I just heard,
hallucinating.
like that one TikTok.
Do you think gnomes were responsible for Gravity Falls 9/11?
I would believe it.
Yes.
Me too.
This is canon supported. Trust me.
Evidence the gnomes suck.
Did you are you
They
like
would.
Alex Hirsch's 21st hair?
Yes.
I just saw the image for that. Hey, I'm glad it's still circulating. That's one of my favorite Gravity Falls posts.
Schmebulok did 9/11.
Schmebulok did 9/11.
This is how
I don't know what to
Schmebulok
tell
Sr.
you.
died. He was in 9/11.
Like as the plane is flying into the building, Schmebulok.
Schmebulok. You know, there's like 3 generations of Schmebulok, and there's implied that there's way more than that. There's Schmebulok Senior, Schmebulok, and Schmebulok Junior.
They hit this fucking Schmebulon.
They hit the second Schmebulok.
A second Schmebulon is hit.
Oh my god!
Alternative options. The tower is just.
They just shrunk down really small.
Oh my god.
It's been investigated by the FBI.
Schmebulon wasn't inside.
We're gonna get banned so fast.
Oh no.
All of this because
Dude,
I said
I
that
should not be
Pentagon's
making
on the
these
hottest
jokes.
shape.
I should not be
Started the
making
9/11
these jokes. My dad was there. Like,
Oh my god.
he was
I
one of the
forgot you were
first
in New York.
responders. He was one of the first responders. I'm dead ass. I go up to him one day and he was like, I saw a brain there. I was like,
I just switched to my Stimmy Sprite when you said that.
I would also give you more rights to make that joke. Hottest Gravity Falls big jump is 3 gnomes in an opening suit.
God! I'm gonna throw up. What the fuck?
Can someone
Oh my
clip this whole
God.
conversation? One of us needs to clip this whole conversation.
We gotta
and just
find this
post it.
conversation when the stream
9/11
totally
was
ends.
bad.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Stop! Oh my god.
Oh my god, Artistic Red Fox is here. Everyone is here. I have everyone in my comment section. Yeah.
Just as we're making 9/11 jokes.
We need to go. We need to move on. We need to get back to the really bad Ford takes. Oh my god, I need to hang on. How's this
Been
looking?
here for 6 hours.
There needs to be more spread.
9/11 was bad.
Because 9/11 was bad.
I was talking about 9/11. James's avatar. Oh my god, I love talking about 9/11.
Love 9/11s.
We're gonna get fucking banned.
Why do I have
my
her
God.
actually in here twice? Okay, let me ascend for a second. Hang on, there we go.
Dude.
Don't question why I have the sprites that I have in here.
Dude, I think they were in the towers.
We need to resume. We need to resume so that I
Oh, we
can
need
keep
to
drawing
go.
on your mouthwash and covered in blood.
You can do that anyway.
I can't do that anyway. I don't know why I need
Inkwell,
permission.
why? Inkwell, stop. Please.
Who's responsible for 9/11? No. Do you want to know a really bad Ford hot take that I have not personally heard, but Hana Hyperfixates talked about that has been like eating my brain since they mentioned it?
Oh god. Eating your brain like transmissible spongiform encephalopathies? Sorry.
What the fuck is that? But like,
I'll explain
no,
after the stream.
Please, I'm so curious. But like, there's this one Gravity Falls hot take that Hana mentions having seen back during the Great Stan Wars of 2015. That was basically like, oh, so Ford created a mind control tie that was then used by quote Ronald Reagan's masters to get him elected. And Ronald Reagan is the person who like fumbled at the AIDS crisis. Did Ford do an AIDS crisis?
Oh my god. Jesus fucking Christ. Ford hates gay people?
Because my parents are probably
Ford is homophobic.
My parents are probably asleep. I need to quiet down. But
I'm so sorry. It's 12:15. All my roommates are trying to sleep. I'm so sorry. None of them have DM'd
sucks
me
for
yet,
you
so I
guys.
think it's fine. But like, this is why I had my door shut.
I apologize for my many 9/11 jokes.
Ford causes AIDS.
Oh, we cannot be joking about this.
None of us are sleep deprived. We're all functioning at 100% brain faculty right now. Functionality, not faculty.
I
See,
think
we're
that
not
proves
sleep
your point.
deprived. We're not sleep deprived.
I go to
I
bed
didn't
at,
fall
like,
asleep during this stream.
I go to bed at like 3.
I go to bed at 5. Although last night I accidentally went to bed at 8, trying to avoid going to bed at 7.
Jesus.
I have a problem right now. I'm sorry. I don't know how to fix it.
We need to
It's okay,
resume.
still love
We
you.
need to resume. Okay, we gotta go.
Of this time period. And in fact, Bill Cipher said himself, he's a muse that only chose the smartest person to go and inspire. And Stanford
because he tricked
ate
him.
this up without having any critical thinking about the implications of making a deal with Bill Cipher. And
He ate this up without having any critical thinking about making a deal with Bill Cipher. He thought Bill was his fucking friend. He didn't know Bill was a demon.
He ate Bill Cipher? What?
I mean, something happened on karaoke night.
I wonder
Not a
how he
word,
saved
chat.
the town.
Not a word, chat.
Chad doesn't have to say the words, I will.
Ford would probably say he's a Republican and be very involved in politics, and then the very first president election he's back for is 2016. Imagine Ford's face. Oh no!
I remember seeing a post.
He was being manipulated.
I remember seeing a post recently where it was like, I'm so glad 2016 is back in reference to Gravity Falls. And then after the election, they were like, this is not what I meant. I think I have a screenshot of it. It made me laugh so hard.
Apollo really said bet.
Where's that fucking thing that she can
Oh, I need to tell you both. I
hit
think
Jimmy over the
Mud
head
knows
with
this,
and
but
kill him with.
Yay. I think Mud might know this, but I need to tell both of you that it is canon in Gravity Falls that during 2020, the pandemic still happened, but McGucket was president, and because McGucket actually cares about people, he actually, like, was able to find, like, a cure for it, and, like, lockdown lasted for, like, I think maybe a month tops.
Yay!
Because
Oh
my
McGucket
God, I didn't
actually
know
would
that.
be a good president. Yeah. OP, he made a deal with bad guy Bill Cipher. Wow, cool summoning triangle, ooh woo. Yeah, president of the US, to be clear. Yeah. Um, like, McGucket was president in 2020, and this fact makes me happy. But, like, this is the better timeline. Can we...
Yeah, can we go there?
This video is not about McGucket, though, except when we're pretending that, like, you know, that it was... it was Ford's first victim. Can't get over that.
I would like to
Swear
go to this timeline. I'd love to do research on eldritch deer with chronic wasting disease. I think that'd be cool.
Nothing.
Where did that come from?
I'm thinking about transmissible spongiform encephalopathies.
McGucket being president would be great and so terrible. Yeah. He'd be like Quentin Tremblay and make the weirdest shit legal.
Oh my god.
The -$1 bill.
The -$1 bill. Wow, this is worthless. It's less than
It's
worthless.
less than worthless, my boy.
We have to go. We have to
Thinking
go.
about this further,
Go,
this
go,
is
go,
actually
go.
a really cool parallel
chat, lock
back to
in.
Stanley when
Wait, ooh. Okay, interesting
ate
point being
this
brought up.
up
Hello.
without having any
Yes,
critical
Missy,
thinking
I
about
will-
the implications of
I will
making a
kiss
deal
you
with Bill Cipher.
platonically.
And thinking about this further, this is actually a
I don't
really
know how
cool
old you
parallel
are.
back to Stanley when he broke Stanford's machine. Both of these characters didn't realize that their actions would have these unintended consequences, and because of that, they were now unable to fix the situation that they got themselves into. But
Okay, that's interesting. Okay, that's interesting. All right. So a person is saying that, like, you know, Ford eating Bill's, like, you know, words up uncritically was a parallel to Stan because both of them didn't realize that their actions would have consequences. And on the one hand, what? But on the other hand, I do kind of see that. Like, that, I do think that that is a parallel. It's just, again, the fucking wording of this video is making it sound way worse than it actually is. We're back to this again.
Heartbreaking. The
Because-
worst person you know just made an interesting point.
Yeah. Like, this video has been doing that the entire time, where it's like saying things that I agree with, but saying it in such a bad faith way that I have to stop and like rebuke it anyway. But like, oh my god. So I do agree that like both of them didn't realize the consequences of the actions that they would have had because Stan knew he was in trouble, but I don't think he knew he was in get kicked out of the house levels of trouble for breaking the project, you know? And then like with Ford, I don't think like he was being manipulated because he thought Bill was his friend. You know, like he thought that they were both working towards something great together. And you're not wrong, but I still hate you. Um and like they were both working on this thing together. And I don't know, it's an interesting idea that like they parallel each other a little bit, but also you're once again saying that Ford should have used his critical thinking skills and realized he was being manipulated, which is not how manipulation works. So I was on the fence about this take, but I've decided I don't like it. Just because like Stan wanting Ford to stay and like sabotaging the project like on accident is not the same thing as Ford thinking that he has a friend and then believing his friend because why would you not believe your friend when they tell you things? Like, oh no, he didn't realize he was being manipulated. He's such a bad person. That's not really an equivalency, I'm sorry. Certainly Stan should have known that his family sucked. Literally. Like, he's 17. Maybe this person is projecting. Maybe, but I don't know. I don't even know where to take that.
I've got Mirror by R.I.P. stuck in my head now. I don't know why.
Rip.
Which one?
You should get static stuck in your head again.
Reflection shows same old face, but not my own. I don't like what I see. Something that just isn't me, oh God.
The Malevolent
remember
song.
me.
That's so Ford core. That's Ford
It is
core.
very
Hey.
Ford.
Malevolent.
It's also Stan core. It's both of them.
It's
Yay.
literally Arthur Lester Malevolent.
Yay!
Yay! We gotta go.
It's also sometimes I forgot what I was saying.
Grabs your
It's
shoulders. We
also-
gotta go.
It's also good cop, bad cop from the Lego movie. And I'm
Honestly,
not kidding.
yeah.
I see
No,
what
you know
you're
what?
putting down.
I hadn't even considered. You're right.
It is.
I'll bite. I'll
Yeah,
bite.
it's an especially bad take considering that Stan was a child who made a mistake and Ford was a lonely man and believed his only worth was in what he could do, not that the heart is in the way, not in being a person of by his own worth. Yeah. Stan was literally 17 here and Ford is like a grown ass adult who thought he had a friend. Like the more I think about it, the more this comparison just falls apart. You had me for a second, but then I thought about it. Like I like parallels, that's probably why. But like just
If
yeah,
you
no,
like
this is-
parallels, you're gonna love Malevolent.
Oh, I know.
There's so many. There's so many. Makes
We've
me
been at
insane.
this for 6 hours. I know. We gotta go. We gotta go.
Sorry,
We're
let's lock
16
in. Let's lock
minutes
in.
We gotta log in.
Unlike Stanley, who, even though his life was
I
tough
can draw
and he
on
did a
your
lot of
mouthwash.
things, continued to try to move forward and fix the past by creating a better future, Stanford didn't do this. He
No!
Uh-oh.
That's not what Stan did! Okay. Okay, so no. Okay, so the video was just like Stan was constantly trying to fix the past and move forward while Ford never did. That is not even a little bit true. Stan was also running from the past because they both could have reached out to each other at any time, but they both felt like they needed to prove themselves before they could do that. Stan felt like he needed to earn millions before he was even allowed to look at Ford. Why the fuck?
Out of his
Yeah,
car.
that is explicitly stated in the Book of Bill website.
Yeah!
This is not a website.com.com.
Someone get OP out of the kitchen.
Yeah, they're burning the food. It's making the entire house reek of death.
I can't breathe. Oh my god, it's like that's not even a little bit. That's not even a little bit. Oh wait, okay. We gotta
couldn't
go.
let go of the past, nor could he let go of his past identity, which is one of the reasons why he didn't just outright destroy the journals. Because without
I accidentally
hold on, what
inflicted
are you saying?
myself with the lesbian beam.
really cool parallel back to Stanley when he broke Stanford's machine. Both of these characters didn't realize that their actions would have these unintended consequences, and because of that, they were now unable to fix the situation that they got themselves into. But unlike Stanley, who even though his life was tough and he did a lot of things, continued to try to move forward and fix the past by creating a better future, Stanford didn't do this. He couldn't let go of the past, nor could he let go of his past identity, which is one of the reasons why he didn't just outright destroy the journals.
He couldn't let go of his past identity, which is one of the reasons he didn't outright destroy the journals. I mean, again, I kind of agree, but you're saying it in such a bad faith way. There's several reasons that Ford didn't destroy the journals, but the big one is that his entire self-worth was tied to what he could create and what he could contribute, and if he destroyed the journals, then all of this would have been for nothing, and he would have zero proof that he mattered at all. Hey, OP, you realize that Ford was under the impression that he was about to die, right? Especially towards the part where, he reached out to Stan to be like, hey, can you come take my journal, please? He thought he was about to die. Or if nothing else, he was about to get completely blinded and then have his eyes used to bypass the retinal scanner, which would allow Bill to access the portal, which would end the world. He was hopeless. He had nothing. Of course, he was trying to cling to the one thing he thought he had worth in. The journals were proof that he mattered and that he actually did something. Of course, he didn't want to destroy them.
Y'all have been watching this vid for 6 hours, unfortunately.
Yeah. We gotta go.
Because without the journals, how would people know how smart Stanford was? They couldn't, and they couldn't possibly know how groundbreaking his research was or how influential he could have became. And it
Okay, again, you're saying something I agree with, but in such a bad faith way. It's basically saying that, like, without the journals, how would anyone know how smart Stanford was and how big of an impact he could have had? Yeah, obviously, because that's what he staked his worth on. If I made a video essay, it would be about the fact that all of Gravity Falls' problems lead back to Philbrick, because if he'd been a good dad, Stan would be happy and Ford wouldn't be so pressed. Honestly, yeah. Like, a lot of issues stem from Philbrick, because, like Philbrick is the one who, like, constantly compared them to each other, which is something that they continue to do later in life. We see in Lost Legends that he addresses both of them by just Stan, to the point that in sync with each other, they point at each other and they're like, "Oh, he means you." So then they both have to go see what Philbrick wants when he really only wanted Stanley. But he says he calls them both Stan because he doesn't care. So, like, like, a lot of this stems back to, like, Philbrick only saw value because Philbrick was not easily impressed, and he only saw value in his sons when it mattered to him, which is why he didn't see a whole lot of value in Stan as the years went on. Because even though Stan was more of, like, the macho manly man that Philbrick wanted both of his sons to be, Stan was also, like, struggling in literally every other part of his life, whereas Ford was, like, actually, like, doing things and actually, like, becoming someone and doing, like, good in academics, because, like, that's something that Ford was good at and Stan wasn't. And then Philbrick was the type of person to constantly compare them and be like, "Hey, why can't you be more like your brother? Ford, why can't you swing a fist like your brother can? Stan, why can't you, like, study like your brother can? Like, go be like your brother." Like, it's almost like your childhood affects who you are as a person. Yeah, it's all because you let yourself get manipulated by the triangle, actually. How dare Ford
We're going
want
to
to
be
leave a
manipulated by
legacy?
a shape. We all know what shape can be manipulated by.
But it's just like, even then,
I'm not
the
saying.
whole core of this argument is basically saying that Ford was in the wrong for wanting a legacy. I don't think that's even true. A lot of people want to leave a legacy. A lot of people would want to shake up things. It doesn't make you an inherently bad person, and it also doesn't inherently mean you're the smartest person in the room for wanting that. Like, Ford wanted to make waves in the scientific community, and that was his dream, and that's fine. You guys realize that's fine, right? Like, what part of Ford wanting a future for himself makes him a bad person? Ford is an Alexander Hamilton kitty.
I hate that I can't even say you're wrong, because my little brother was very hyperfixated on Hamilton.
So was I. I still have
No,
that
you
entire
don't
musical
understand.
memorized.
My little brother was so hyperfixated on Hamilton that he didn't know that Thomas Jefferson was actually white.
Oh my
Oh my
god!
god! Oh my god!
Sorry.
I am serious.
Okay, that's actually really funny. Why does he write like he's running out of time? No, seriously. That's kind of exactly what Ford is, actually. Ford is like a cross between Alexander Hamilton and Odysseus. It just depends on what stage of his life we're talking about. Falling all out here with, like, the Icarus metaphor, but he's actually more like Alexander Hamilton. I gotta be real. Because history has its eyes on him. I played Angelica in a Kids Hamilton production. Holy shit. That's actually awesome, though. Good job. But also, they're not giving out the rights, so that was probably illegal. That's still really cool, though. I knew someone was going to reference Epic. I am obsessed with Epic the musical, you don't understand. Like, oh my god. Oh my god. We need to move on. We need to move on. But, like,
Lock in chat, lock in chat.
I literally have a post on Tumblr where I drew Ford in, like, that one pose from Wolfie the Witch's Remember Us animatic where he's, like, pointing a sword at the camera and being like, I the infamous Odysseus. I redrew that with Ford and said like he's so Odysseus coded actually, and that post has like I think like 10 notes.
Oh my god.
God damn it. It's always
Am I
helpful.
Curse you,
wrong?
Tumblr.
He's gonna get arrested for being involved with illegal musicals. No. Leave me out of it. It's fine. He was a kid. It's fine. Okay. Okay. We gotta go. We gotta lock in. We gotta lock in. I have to draw.
You keep saying that.
And then I keep pausing every 2 seconds because this person keeps saying the most batshit stuff. It wouldn't be the worst thing I could be arrested for. What do you mean by that?
What?
I think you know exactly what they mean by that.
It is this character trait that makes Stanford coming out of that portal a
We
bad
gotta
person.
continue!
And this,
Lock
of course, brings
in!
us to one of the most
We are locking in.
influential
Whoa,
outright
whoa, whoa,
destroy
whoa.
the journals. Because without the journals, how would people know how smart Stanford was? They couldn't, and they couldn't possibly know how groundbreaking his research was or how influential he could have became. And it is this character trait that makes Stanford coming out of that portal a bad person. And this, of course, brings us to one of the most
Take a second.
That gasp scared me.
Let's take a second.
Uh-oh.
Because Ford made the egregious error of wanting to be remembered and wanting to matter and wanting to have have a legacy. Because of that makes the Ford that comes out of that portal a bad person.
Are you fucking with me?
Oh my god! This video, man! That animation of Ford stepping out of the portal is still fire. It is.
It really is.
What is taking voices behind me for? Oh, Chess is messing with the water. Okay. It's fun to watch your persona crash out and twitch in real time as your facial expressions change. Yeah. I'm like, I should turn on my webcam specifically so that way you two can see my reactions in real time. Let me do that actually.
Oh my god.
The chat's not gonna see it, but you guys will.
I'm paying more attention to drawing Anya.
I'm not elevated to you. Sorry, that sounded
Okay,
really weird.
How do you draw?
There we go.
What the fuck? I need to
Hi.
get reference.
Oh, my cheeks are red. That's how mad I am. I didn't even realize
my
that until
God.
just now.
Oh my god.
I literally look like my avatar right now. That's awesome. Okay.
Alright, chat,
I
I'm
don't think
gonna
we
start
have the same
ignoring you.
definition of bad person here. Okay, I actually am gonna bring up something kind of tangentially related. I'm gonna bring up something tangentially related, but like, how does one define a good or a bad person? And like, are those the only two things that a person can be?
Well, there's morally
Jeez.
gray for a reason.
I'm like,
That's a phrase.
I know it's kind of like naive to say, but like I'm someone who doesn't like operating in the frame good, bad, control. Like I know that's
Yeah,
like,
I know. I don't either. I don't
like-
think that's naive. I think that's smart.
Yeah,
Like,
that
it's
is
always more
actually much
nuanced than
more.
that.
Yeah. Because morals are a complex. You can rule things as worse or better on this spectrum of morals. I'm speaking with my hands. I don't know why my camera's not on. But you know what? What's going on? So I'm gonna speak with
Hey,
my
two
hands.
of them.
So,
Hello.
yeah. Hi. I'm not binding, ignore that. So it's like
I
this
didn't even notice.
spectrum. And like on one end you have evil, and on one end you have heroic, and then in the middle you have gray, like morally gray. And someone could do something that is considered morally gray, and then one person can consider them a good person, the other one can consider them bad. It depends really on on each person's set of morals. So like,
Yeah.
me for instance, in like a hypothetical situation, if someone kills another person, I'd immediately go to, oh, that person is bad, but then I hear why they did it, if it were in self-defense or another valid reason like that, then they'd be back on the good side. It depends on what it is. So murder
there's
and
other
manslaughter,
factors.
stuff like that, I can consider that a morally gray standpoint, because depending on the motive, it can be either evil or heroic. It really just depends. While
Yeah, it
someone
depends on the
else could be
situation.
like, murder no matter what is evil, even if it's in self-defense. So it's really just dependent on everyone's morals. And that's my opinion.
Yeah, so
at least.
trying to like box someone into the binary of, oh, you're a good person, oh, you're a bad person as well. Something else that like I think about is like, first of all, who gets to make that call? Like, who are you to walk up to someone and be like, you're a bad person, you know? And then like, even aside from that, like even if everyone just universally agreed on like the like what makes a good person and what makes a bad person, like when someone gets labeled as a good or a bad person, that's placing an expectation upon them that either if they're a good person, they are never allowed to mess up ever, because then that would make them a bad person. And if they're a bad
Exactly.
person, then they're incapable of being good. So why even bother? So
Exactly,
it's
which
like
is
you
why
get this
calling
binary
someone
that just hurts everyone involved.
Yeah. So you can never really call someone a good or a bad person unless you explained your set of morals. And I had this
Yeah.
exact conversation in class when we were reading Lord of the Flies, because we had a lot
I
of
fucking hate
morality
that crap.
discussions. I know you do, and that's why I brought it up.
Fuck you.
I'm sorry. But so I don't remember the exact conversation because it's now 2 years ago. But we sat around in like a circle and discussed like which characters were considered bad and which characters were considered good, and I was like, well, that doesn't work. This is a horrible situation for each of these kids to be in, and their morality is different, and each of
It's
our moralities are different. So we're going to feel more attached to certain characters that we believe are good, and we're going to feel disdainful towards more other characters that we deem are bad. It
yeah.
truly is heavily dependent on everyone's own perspective.
Not to
So,
mention they were pushed into a really extreme situation in that book. And like I
yeah,
don't like it, but like you can't look at these kids and be like, "Ah, this is an accurate representation of humanity in crisis," when it's just not.
yeah. There's a real life story of kids being stuck on a secluded island,
Getting Lord of the
and
Flies.
yeah, literally. And none of them attacked each other. None of them hurt each other. They survived for a decent amount of time. One even got their
Sure.
leg broken. And it's not like the kids immediately went to cannibalism and ate the guy, Jimmy. Anyways, it's just sort of like that.
Okay, no, Chet's kind of right. We're like getting into like college level psychology talk on a Gravity Falls
This is college
stream.
level? Holy shit. Honors English
We
10,
did it,
you've
King.
done me
We
well.
did it, Chet.
We're going to college.
Yippee!
Oh,
They are.
shit,
We
I'm
gotta
taking a
keep going. We
college
gotta
course
keep
this
going. We
year.
gotta keep going. You're good. Good luck, soldier.
I'm not ready. I have to listen to podcasts over the summer.
Oh no. Okay. We gotta go. We gotta go.
Most important topics in the entire video, Stanford and his sense of self. Because in the later half of the second season, Ford becomes one of the main characters, and therefore he gets a lot of screen time. And of course, we get a lot of information about Ford, and I've already gone over the majority of what we learn, but there's still one thing that I've purposely left out, and that of course is the relationship between Ford and Dipper. Now listen, I know what I'm about
Oh
to
no.
say is going to make a
Oh
lot
no.
of people
God.
very
Oh
mad,
God.
and your initial
Oh
reaction
no.
Happening.
may
I'm
be to
staring so
complete-
hard into this camera right now.
Well, this person already just prefaced this with, I know what I'm about to say is about to piss a lot of people off.
Oh, fuck.
So now I'm afraid. Oh no.
Having a good time.
Ignore me
Having a great time.
entirely. Just
Having a great
hear
time
me
right now.
out because I have
Not
a
losing my
really
mind.
good explanation
hearing you
for
out.
what I'm about to say. Ford is a horrible influence on Dipper. Hold on, let me explain. Because obviously, when Ford is originally introduced to Dipper, he has some pretty choice words to say about him, basically writing him off as just a sweaty preteen. But eventually,
I mean, yeah. Okay, so before we get into this, the person's basically.
Before we get into this,
Uh,
Jim, have you taken your meds?
I don't need to take them at night, no. But yes, I have taken my
took
meds
my
earlier.
meds.
Oh, thank God.
Okay. But before we get into this, okay, so the person is saying that Ford was a horrible influence on Dipper. Again, I agree, but why are you saying it so extreme like that? Horrible. We're going with the word horrible.
He
Okay, well,
projected a lot
neither
onto
Grunkle,
Dipper.
neither Grunkle is a good influence. Write that down. Yeah, like both
Yeah.
of them were not good
Both of them are
caretakers in very
bad.
different ways.
Yeah, and both of them have given both of the children weapons. That's just
Yay!
I love
let's just
everyone
put
points it
that
out.
out
Like,
there. So
why did Ford
neither
give
of them
Dipper
are
a
good
crossbow?
people. Like not
Why
like
did
that.
Ford
Like
give
good
Mabel a crossbow?
influences.
Okay.
Neither of them are good influences in that aspect. So we can consider that.
But we got to single Ford out to make him look bad.
Yeah. Like Stan gave Mabel a grappling hook.
And
Dude.
she was cool as fuck.
She was
This
cool
is
as
true.
fuck.
But
But
Ford also gave
he
Mabel a
also
crossbow,
made
and
them-
Mabel also almost kind of injured Stan with it, and
Yeah.
neither of them did anything. It's the cops! Got it!
Yeah, and like even then, Stan had both of the children make fake money. Like that.
Yeah. Are we gonna
Okay.
Right.
forget about that one time that Stan almost sold Mabel to, like, Gideon?
Oh my god. I
Are
don't
we gonna
remember that,
forget
but
about
yeah,
that?
I buy it.
Yeah, it's like, Gideon, it's the episode that introduced Gideon where, like, he kept asking Mabel out and Mabel didn't know how to say no, and Stan went to Bud to just basically tell him to get his kid away from Mabel, and then Bud basically converted Stan over to
now
his
this-
side, and it's like,
this
sorry,
is
Mabel, you
beautiful.
have to marry Gideon. And Mabel's like,
Oh
what the
my God.
fuck?
What the fart, dude?
The county jail was so cold, Grunkle Stan. Mabel's just got that aura that makes people want to give her weapons.
Which is
gives
iconic
you
of her, but
authority?
irresponsible of the adults around her. Just saying.
Yes, exactly.
God forbid women do anything.
We should give her a taser and see what happens.
We should give
Maybe
her
when she's
tasers.
older.
Yeah.
Maybe when she's older. She's 12.
She's like 20 now. So
She is like 20 now. We'll give her any weapon she wants. She's a grown woman.
Yes, she was either born in 1999 or 2000, depending on who you ask, which means she's either 25 or 26.
grown woman. And
She's
it's
old
not like
enough,
there
give
was
her a taser.
9/11 was bad.
If I ever saw Mabel, I'd give her a sword. I agree in this.
That's
Hi,
so
Jess.
real. Because
Why are you
she
yelling at me?
loves that thing. And like both of the Grunkles engaged with that interest that she had. And the thing that I think OP
Why are you-
is referencing is the episode where Ford asks Dipper to stay with him to study and do like
right before we
science
get
bit.
in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like yeah, that wasn't great, but at the same time, that's just how Ford's brain works.
Yeah, like
he's
Ford.
a scientist,
Ford,
so he's
like-
like assistance. I need help with these things, and this kid is clearly interested in this topic, so I think that he would clearly enjoy it as well. That is how his
Also-
brain is working.
Like, God forbid that Ford find the very first person he thinks that he can trust and that he doesn't want to let go of him.
Yeah.
Like, how
and-
dare you form a positive bond with this young child?
Yeah, who is family?
Like,
And-
obviously, he shouldn't have offered him the partnership, but also he was projecting, like, everything that was going on between him and Stan
He was projecting
onto
so
Dipper.
heavily.
Bad thing
He's
to
the king
do,
of projector. He's the king of projecting.
He's a projector. Like, a projected, like, screen. Projector. You know what
He's
I'm
one
saying.
of the projectors you find down in Chapter 3 of Bendy and the Ink Machine.
Thank you for
One
getting
of
what
them
I
is
was
named
trying to
Ford.
get across.
Motherfucker, I had just started singing Projections by CG5.
CG5 has really good songs. I'm not afraid to admit that.
No, he does. I
Yeah.
agree. If Abel had a gun, many problems in Gravity Falls would be solved. Granted, there would be many new problems, which...
It's fine.
I read a
it's fine.
crossover Malevolent and Gravity Falls fic where Mabel just deadass fucking kills Bigfoot because it was attacking Arthur.
Oh my god. Good for her.
I
It was
believe in her
badass.
power.
It was so badass. But
She should do this more. I need to get rid of these like blue
It's
marks.
just-
They're tripping me up.
like, what about Grunkle Stan? They've been with him for the most part over summer, and we can see the bad influence that he has over them. Why are we singling out Ford?
Yeah, like maybe we're gonna get into Stan later in this video, but I do just want to point out that like yeah, like 'cause like the main reason that I paused is because I do agree that Ford was a bad influence on Dipper, but the word being used is horrible. Like again, it's just like you're said a thing I agree with, and then are using language to make it sound way worse than it actually is.
She
Yeah,
uses
this is
glitter
manipulative
bombs, but they're
rhetoric,
real
in my opinion.
Yeah,
This
you're
is
you're
this is-
counting on us having not watched the show. And then,
yeah.
like just being like, oh, actually, Gravity Falls was worse than you remember because Ford exists, and then there's like lightning effects and like evil
Grunkle Stan
cackling.
taught them life skills, like crime.
This is true.
Like,
Oh, Cassie, did you know
I
there was a
haven't
cut
watched-
Gravity Falls? There was a cut Gravity Falls B plot where Stan was gonna teach Wendy how to shoplift.
Oh my god.
That would've
I
been
love this
awesome.
guy. Anyway, like, I need to play. Do we have anything else we want to say on this?
No, I think I got my point across.
Yeah. There we go. Shading is so hard. Don't do this, kids. Don't be like me.
Yeah, it's so fucking hard, especially when I'm not using special layer effects. I tried
Okay,
and I failed.
Consider, Anya's going to be covered in blood.
Good for her. She deserves it.
Specifically, it will be Jimmy's blood.
The blood of
because
her
he did
enemies.
die, and she
Don't
wouldn't
say
be-
anything insane. I'm
but
putting
I-
my antenna headband back on.
Here, meow meow.
Yeah, he's yelling at me. Actually, he's yelling at the trash can. He's not yelling at me.
He's yelling.
Ford begins to realize that he and Dipper share a lot of similar qualities, and therefore he tries to shape Dipper into a miniature version.
I need to
of
wash my
himself.
hair. I got
and in
sunblock
doing
in it
so,
yesterday.
he leads Dipper to make a lot of bad choices and to start to isolate himself
I'm
from
not
his
gonna do that.
family. And why does
Hang on, I need to tap this back again.
good explanation
language.
for what I'm about to say. Ford is a horrible influence on Dipper. Hold on, let me
The
explain.
language
Because
being
obviously, when
used.
Ford is originally introduced to Dipper, he has some pretty choice words to say about him. Basically, writing
Yeah,
him
that's
off
really
as
funny.
just a sweaty preteen. But eventually, Ford begins to realize that he and Dipper share a lot of similar qualities, and therefore he tries to shape Dipper into a miniature version of himself. And in doing so,
You say that like he did that on purpose. Okay, the video was just like, okay, so whenever Ford meets Dipper, he thinks he's just kind of a sweaty preteen and writes him off until he realizes that he and Dipper have a lot in common, and then he tries to shape Dipper into like a miniature version of himself. Again, I agree, but you're saying this like he did that on purpose, and it's not just like a result of Ford projecting onto this kid.
Yeah, no, like their first bonding moment was with Dungeons, and More Dungeons, right?
Yeah.
Because Dipper was trying to find someone to play with him, which is the most accurate thing I've ever seen ever.
No one ever plays
And he
D&D
couldn't
with
find
anybody.
anyone, which is again is the most accurate thing that I've ever seen.
I have you bitches to play with when I finally fucking play D&D. We need to do a campaign so bad. I need to show
We
you
do.
Gale and
I am
We
so
do.
excited to like host a campaign one day.
I gotta make a stupid little character for the campaign. But
Anyway,
Use
Um,
the sad clown.
I'm not using that clown. I have a story for them now. Their name is Clarence, by the way.
Clarice.
Yeah. Where was I? I was saying something.
That
Oh,
like
Dungeons, and More
Dungeons
Dungeons.
and More Dungeons.
And he just so happened to stumble across Ford, who had a really cool die. And he was like, holy shit, you play Dungeons, and More Dungeons? And Ford was like, yeah, I play Dungeons, and More Dungeons. That is their bonding moment. That is when they realize they have a lot more in common than they thought. And that is when they started actually getting along and
Nerd
talking
to
to
nerd
each other, because...
communication.
What?
Nerd to nerd communication.
Yeah. But that is just how Ford works. He isolates himself. He doesn't really know how to interact with people and bond with people. Autism. And when he gets a chance, he will take it because it's the best that he has. At least in my opinion, that's how I'm reading it.
Yeah.
So taking that situation and being like, hey, this kid has a lot more in common with me than I thought, and he's interested in the things that I'm interested in, maybe I can work with him. Maybe he'd want to work with me. I think that would be a good idea. So what was the point that they made again? Slipped my mind.
Is that like I don't remember.
It's that for the first row, they were off as like a sweaty team, but then once he realized they were sorry.
Yeah, and it's really funny. No, Journal 3 is so fucking funny because Ford actually thinks higher of Mabel than Dipper in Journal 3 at first, and he just says that
So
Dipper's
desperate.
really annoying and a sweaty preteen, and it's so funny. It's so funny.
I'm so
I love this
desperate
guy.
for any Ford and Mabel interactions. I want them to interact so bad.
God, me too.
They'd be so cute in their
We were
stupid fucking
robbed.
sweater town together.
There's this one post that like blew up back when Book of Bill
I
was
think I
still
know what you're
really
talking
new.
about.
Yeah, like Mabel in Sweater Town, and then Ford like walks up to her, and he goes into Sweater Town next to her, and then she just like drops her head on like on his arm, and it's so cute.
It's not fair that we can't have this in real life. I need someone to be in Sweater Town with me.
Admission is free. Anyone's welcome. Just
but yeah, it's just like he was isolated at the beginning. Wasn't he told to stay in the basement by Stan?
yeah, he was.
So yeah, he was literally isolated. Dipper just happened to stumble across him at one point, and
He
that's how
literally
that
fell
all
into the
unfolded.
plot. He literally
Yeah.
fell into the plot.
He literally fell into this.
I do want
so
to
it's
bring
just-
up. Hang on, no, keep going. Hang on.
I don't know. I have nothing more to say. I'm getting
Okay.
too heated now that
I
I
need
can
to-
speak with my hands.
To counter the really bad Ford takes that are happening in here, I think so. So a lot of people who don't like Ford. Something that Hana Hyperfixates brought up again in one of their videos. I'm sorry, I really like Hana Hyperfixate's channel. But one of the things that they bring up is that something that people used to accuse Ford of was like letting the Cycloptopus loose on purpose because he wanted to manipulate the kids into seeing how cool
I
and
remember
badass he is.
That's
I
Yeah, that is
actually think
stupid.
it's
I think
kind
it
of
just
cute.
happened.
I think it's actually really
Oh,
cute
yeah,
because, like, no, listen,
I think
listen.
that is cute because he just wants the attention from them because
He
he's
just
so
wants to
lonely.
see them so bad because he was stuck in the basement. So he's like, okay, I want to go up and see the kids, but I'm not allowed to go up there. What would allow me to go up there? Lunch? I mean, maybe. Oh, what? Well, wait. What if there was like a human skin-eating monster on the loose, and it got upstairs? Then I would have to go see the kids, right? So let me grab this like creature that I know for a fact isn't actually harmful, and like pretend like it's eating my arm, and then it gets loose in the gift shop.
Now, realistically, I don't
saw
think
the
that's what
kids for
happened.
2
I think
seconds.
it just got loose. You know.
I Honestly, I just think it's not that deep because it's supposed to just be a cold open. But I do think that
Yeah.
interpretation is adorable.
I think that interpretation is really sweet, but I don't think that's what happened. I think it just got loose. And I'm gonna start
Good night,
barking.
Dingle.
I'm gonna start barking.
Bark.
Oh my god, I'm losing it.
Oh, we gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go.
Now all I need to do is
Locking,
cover
locking,
her
locking.
blood.
He leads Dipper to make a lot of bad choices and to start to isolate himself from his family. And why does he start doing that? Because
Anya.
Ford did the exact same thing. At the very beginning of the series, Dipper reads that he can trust no one in Gravity Falls, but after being saved by Mabel and trusting in her, he realizes that that isn't true. And throughout the entire series, these twins have been together through thick and thin. They're each other's partners, and although they're kids and
Yes.
they make mistakes, they truly want the best for each other. But it seems like once Ford enters Dipper and Mabel's lives, there's an immediate wedge placed between the twins. And Ford's favoritism aside, one of the main things that Ford tries to do with Dipper is to get him to be more independent, which on the surface seems like a good thing. But Ford's idea of independence is pushing away your family, which is
Okay. I feel like I just need to pause because that's what I've been doing this whole time. Again, they're saying a lot of they're doing okay, so they're kind of recapping the show at this point and just being like, here's things that happen. And the way that they're saying it, I do agree. Like, when Ford enters the picture, like there is a rift that's placed between Ford and Dipper, but it's not a rift caused by Ford. Like Ford himself showing up is not the thing that caused the rift between Dipper and Mabel. The rift is caused by the fact that Dipper wants to grow up too fast and Mabel doesn't want to grow up at all, which is reflected in Stan and Ford's story because they were the same way, where Ford wanted to grow up too fast and Stan didn't want to grow up at all. And then seeing how that fallout happened, Mabel was like, hey, we're not going to end up like Stan and Ford, right? We're not going to get all stupid. And Dipper's like, of course we're not going to get stupid. We're better than that. Haha, good night. And then they almost do end up like that because Dipper wants to grow up too fast. And Ford was giving him the opportunity to do that. Like, I'm also going to go to bed. My bed is calling to me. Good night. Good night, Dark Lord. But yeah, it's like, Ford was giving Dipper the opportunity for him to grow up too fast, which is ultimately what Dipper was after. That was like his goal. And, Mabel, who doesn't want to grow up at all, at the same time was having a reality check where she basically like was realizing that high school isn't a musical and that it actually kind of sucks. And
Yeah, it sucks ass.
high school,
Especially the
school's so
musicals
bad.
in high school.
Oh God. Our high school didn't even do any musicals, and I'm actually kind of sad about that. I would have been there so fast. But like,
I don't know, man.
it's like this person is recapping the show, and it's like just mentioning all the like main themes and stuff, but somehow tying it in to make it so that it's like Ford's fault. That once Ford showed up, then everything went to shit, without actually acknowledging the reason that everything went to shit, just so that way they can blame it on Ford, when that's not really what happened. Yeah, that Doodle says, and that rift of growing up is strengthened by the fact that Dipper's hero, aka the author of the journals, aka his grunkle, is right there and he idolizes and wants to follow what he says. Yeah, exactly. Like, Dipper being pulled away from Mabel, like, a lot of it is because of Ford, but the main reason that that was even allowed to happen is because Ford symbolized everything that Dipper wanted to be. That's not inherently Ford's fault. Like, you can't blame Ford for Dipper idolizing him. That's not like a thing. So, like with Ford being like, hey, like if you want to like do research with me, I would love to have you. Here's a chance to grow up, and I know that that's something that you want to do because you've talked to me about that before, and I would love to have you. And so of course Dipper's gonna jump on that because yeah, like that's all he's really wanted is to be able to be taken seriously and to grow up, have all these more adult responsibilities and more adult opinions. He wants his voice to drop, he wants to grow chest hair, he wants to be seen as like a man, all of this stuff. And Ford was giving him an opportunity to do that. So like saying that Ford is like the source of all of Dipper's issues is very much like a misreading of the core themes of growing up, which is weird because this person has also mentioned the theme of growing up. Like, I know OP understands this. So
Like,
stands
they,
on
like,
table.
want
Yeah,
to
that
focus
exactly.
on the abstract, but not like.
Is this just fucking rage bait?
I don't think so. Because like in rage bait videos, they tend to be like more disinterested in the material. Like I do think this person is like purposefully misreading the text, but it doesn't read quite as rage bait to me. It's like I don't really know what OP is trying to do here. I gotta be real. This honestly, this sounds like a lot of takes that people have about Ford on the internet. Like I've encountered takes like this before, especially in fan fiction. People do hold these opinions, so it's less rage bait and more of a reflection of like the media literacy of this fandom when it comes to Ford. So like, because I want to bring up again, a lot of people just see Ford in like the fan fiction scene as like Stan's emotional support animal slash maid. This is like especially in like no portal AUs where um chest stop it. And like no portal AUs where neither of them fell through the portal, and Ford gets more of a chance to actually listen to Stan and learn about like what he was going through. A lot of the time in those AUs, everything happening with Bill gets dropped. Like either Bill is just used to like toy with Stan for a little bit and to show Stan that Ford isn't crazy, and then that's kind of it, and then Bill goes away after that, or it's like Bill doesn't even show up at all.
I'm
Like Bill
pretty
just
sure.
kind of
I'm
disappears.
wasn't. I don't know if I'm misremembering, but wasn't like when that I remember you drew this one comic of a fanfic where that was not true.
Yeah, I had a comic from uh of by like a scene from the fanfic by the Skin of Your Teeth by Revenant. Oh my god, I just forgot their fucking name. But like most of the chat is gonna know what I'm talking about. By the Skin of Your Teeth is fucking iconic. Um and yeah, no, that fic is very focused on like Ford has to deal with Bill and then tying in all these interpersonal relationships together in a nice little bow where they wind up teaming up with Fiddleford to finally defeat Bill for real. And it's just really good. It's really good. And it doesn't that fic doesn't like say anything regarding like Ford in that sense either. Like it doesn't have to. You don't have to like demonize Ford or like say that he was completely wrong or whatever just to be able to have a plot where they help him out and Ford realizes that he very much doesn't like he very much like wasn't treating Stan right for the past couple of years and was being unfair to him. You don't have to like demonize the guy to like have a story like that. And By the Skin of Your Teeth is a really good example of someone doing that right. I still have yet to read your fic from Mirror. It seems I remember the comic was so fucking fun. Yeah, I don't get me started on my own comic that I drew for that because I put so much fucking stuff in there. Like, unfortunately I burned out. I wasn't able to finish it, but I do remember it fondly. I need to I need to post the unfinished like sketches that I have for the next couple pages online because I do have the rest of it sketched out that I was gonna do up until Cypher attacks Stan. But again, this isn't about that. Wait, Emily, yeah, I'm trying so hard not to get into it. This is the stream isn't about that. But yeah. So all right, we gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go. Okay, I'm unpausing it. Just
Basically,
okay.
what he's trying to get Dipper to do to Mabel. And this, of
Been
course,
here for
brings me
7
to Dipper and
hours.
Mabel versus the future.
Okay, hang on. As soon as I unpaused it, it said that like Ford was trying to get Dipper to separate from Mabel on purpose. Great. Okay.
I just wasn't thinking about him in that
Yeah,
moment.
he just wasn't fucking thinking about that. Because to Ford,
He's
separating from your twin
stupid.
is a good thing. Yeah, he's fucking stupid. I love him. He's dumb. He's dumb.
Ford's not a master manipulator.
I'm
He's
putting in so
an
much restraint right
idiot.
now.
Oh my god, my throat's like giving it. I do have to
Same.
go to bed now. Good luck with the next hours. Thanks, Fran.
Do
Good night.
you understand the amount of restraint that I have to not start saying things that will upset multiple people?
I'm very curious what you mean by that.
I'd rather not say.
Okay, fair.
It's a lot of yelling, screaming, crying, throwing up. A lot of I hate yous.
Okay, I'm just like, I can't. Trying to make Ford seem like he was purposefully setting out specifically just to separate Mabel and Dipper is such a bad misreading of his character. Even if he did think, even if he did think that like it was healthy for Mabel and Dipper to separate because that's what he needed as a kid, that doesn't mean it was. Like, he's projecting. He is projecting. He's the king of projection. He needed that as a kid. He needed to be separated from Stan so that way he could grow. I do agree in that. Like, he should have been like he and Stan should have gone separate ways at least for a little bit. Because they were very codependent on each other, and that's not good. You know, the fact that Ford recognized that is actually really cool of him. So like I don't know, man. I'm just okay, we gotta go, we gotta
Thus,
go.
in this episode, Ford is trying to convince Dipper, who of course is 12 years old, to leave his family behind to come investigate Gravity Falls with him.
Because he's
And throughout
projecting.
the episode, although Dipper is giving some pushback, Ford eventually convinces him to leave Mabel behind. And obviously, because of this, Mabel ends up running away, getting tricked by Blendon, who is being controlled by Bill Cipher, and unfortunately, Weird Mageddon begins. And many people in the fandom,
Yes.
especially when this episode first dropped, blame Mabel for everything, saying that she was
I
completely
need to get my
irrational
pillow
and that
ready
she was
because I'm gonna
holding
start
Dipper
biting.
back. But if you think this, you would be entirely wrong, because Mabel was completely justified in her response to Dipper. For starters, it's really detrimental
True.
to split up siblings, especially when they're young, and let's be honest, 12 years old isn't necessarily a jump into adulthood.
Okay. It is detrimental to split up siblings, especially when they're young. On the one hand, yeah, but on the other hand, are you saying that Ford and Stan shouldn't have been split up? Because I disagree. Like, they shouldn't have to stick together just because they're siblings. At least they're not going down the die 12-year-old girl Mabel's a demon route, thank God. Yeah. Small video W, thank you. Thank you for coming to my girl's defense. Like, it's not her fucking fault. It just, okay.
And
Okay.
when we're
We
looking
got.
at this situation, we see Ford convincing Dipper, a 12-year-old child, to leave his parents and sister behind because he's meant for something greater. Putting into
Do you
Dipper's
think they
mind
would have
that
let
if he
him?
stays behind, he is holding himself back. He's also inadvertently putting into Dipper's mind that he is meant for something more, but Mabel isn't, which is why he needs to separate himself. And listen.
Because he's projecting! Like all of the things that this person said so far, I agree with, but it comes with the stink of everything that's happened already. You're reading this in so bad faith. And like, it's not inherently, like, you are just stating what's happening in the show, but I know what your opinion of Ford is, so it's like making me brace myself anyway, even though you're saying things I agree with.
Dipper and Mabel are two different people, and they
This
do
video
have
is
two
absolute
different
dog
sets of
shit.
needs. But
Yeah.
look
I
at the
have
language
good
that Ford is
news,
using here. He describes the relationship.
Look at my stream.
Hello?
Yes.
I need to see. It won't let me in. It won't let me in.
This is what I imagine Markiplier looked like after he
Yay!
filmed Iron Lung.
Yeah.
You gotta put some blood in her eyes. Just to add to the effect.
There we go.
Make her go blind.
This be fucked up for what?
Okay. I do appreciate that we've entered like a quiet period in this video where we're just recapping everything. So it's like I can
I'm
actually
so glad
calm
it's
down and
just
focus
recaps
on my
because
art.
because if it's not recaps, I'm going to actually start mauling someone.
Because, like, I mean, the video is trying to insinuate that Ford was specifically on purpose trying to separate Dipper and Mabel because Dipper was, quote, meant for something more. And I'm over here like, yeah, that is a recap. that is something that happened. But also, again, just the wording, the wording. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. There's nothing inherently wrong with this part of the video. It's okay.
Which is why he needs to separate himself. And listen, Dipper and Mabel are
I
two
thought I
different
was gonna
people,
draw
and they
today.
do have two different sets of needs. But look at the language that Ford is using here. He describes the relationship between Dipper and Mabel to be suffocating,
Dude,
basically
and my fucking roleplay partner fucking died.
Oh, rest in
Huh?
peace.
Wait, do you mean actually? I can't tell.
No, not actually. Just
Oh, thank
waiting.
God.
Waiting for a response.
Alright,
But I
so
have the
now we've
patience of a
got
goldfish.
Guys, we've gotten to the part where Ford calls the relationship between Dipper and Mabel suffocating. And I'm just. Well, the video was like, look at the phrasing that Ford uses here and then proceeds to not play an actual voice clip. Alright, let me see if I can remember. Let me see if I can remember exactly what Ford said. It was like, no, I'm not gonna do that actually. Let me find that conversation that Ford had with Dipper.
Unlike you, we can cite a source.
They live!
Okay, I don't remember what it was exactly. Can I find that scene? No, okay, YouTube doesn't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Cool.
Mm-mm.
Oh wait, it does. Okay. It was just taking
Ooh,
forever
this
to
coat
load for
bag
some
is
reason.
pretty.
Great news, everybody! Anya mouthwashing is covered in blood because
I'm
she
gonna be
fell
covered in blood
swimming.
next.
Yay!
I'm gonna start threatening
Everything's
people.
bleeding out.
Can you guys hear that?
Yes.
Barely.
To a good technical college with photography and media production minor to start my own ghost hunting show. Huh. It's like talking to a younger version of myself. If you're so sure of what you want out of life, why wait? Why put up with the drudgery of school? Trust me, I'd love to fast forward the whole thing, but it's not like I have a choice. Dipper, I've been thinking. I'm getting too old to investigate Gravity Falls on my own. I need to train an apprentice to help me fight monsters, solve mysteries, and protect this town. And I think I'd like to keep it in the family. What are you saying? I've read your additions to my journal, and I'm impressed with your potential. What would you say to staying in Gravity Falls after the summer ends and becoming my apprentice? What about school?
Fortunately, I'm
Dipper,
feeling
I have 12
Johnson.
PhDs. Parents would be thrilled I could
I'm
give you
hearing
such an
Omni-Man.
advanced education. There's also Mabel.
Just
She'll
hit
be
forward.
alone in California. Mabel will be fine on her own. She has a magnetic personality. I watched her become pen pals with the pizza delivery man in the 60 seconds he was at the door. Gosh, we've never really been apart before. And isn't it suffocating? Dipper, can you
See? Okay. Hang on, let me finish. Hang on.
He's
honestly
not.
tell me you never
Let me tap it back a little bit. Let me finish this.
been apart before? And isn't it suffocating? Dipper, can you honestly tell me you never felt like you were meant for something more?
Okay. With the entire context stated of what Ford was saying, Ford saying, isn't it suffocating, was not him talking about Dipper and Mabel's entire relationship. It was just the fact that they're never apart from each other. Not the fact that they
It's
have a
not only that
suffocating
either.
relationship.
It's not just that either. It's the fact that he's not taken seriously, and Ford sees that.
Yeah. Like, it's just misconstruing Ford's words here.
Yeah. Like, Ford understands Dipper's position because he was in that position himself.
Exactly.
So,
like, yes, he is projecting, and he's putting
he is
his own
projecting,
issues on
but
this
it's
kid.
rightfully so.
Yeah, like, it's not unfounded. And, like, I do agree that, like, they shouldn't split up yet, because they are 12, they're still growing, they should, like, finish high school together, if nothing else. But then after that, like, then whatever. After that, then they can make their own choices.
Even then, when he says, isn't it suffocating, I took that more as, isn't it suffocating knowing that you're not taken seriously? She goofs off way more than you do. She's not really interested in the same things that you are. Don't you want some space and some interest in some things that you're interested in rather than what she's interested in? And someone who will take you seriously? Like, that's what I took that as. Not as,
because, like,
we need
Gravity
to separate
Falls
you
is
and
his
Mabel
place
immediately.
to thrive. Over in Piedmont, he doesn't have this.
Yeah, like, Ford is seeing this as, I don't want to separate you and Mabel because I don't like I think you two are having issues. I
think Mabel
don't
should
even want to
die.
separate you. I just want you to be happy. He just wants
Yeah.
Dipper to be happy.
Like, he was prioritizing his relationship with Dipper and, like, hey, I see that you're, like, you know, you have potential, you want to, like, be something. Here's a chance to be something because I see you. I connect with you.
Exactly.
Trying to pretend like Ford was manipulating Dipper into, like, abandoning Mabel is such a, like, bad interpretation of his character.
Godspeed.
Goodbye. I just to the person that told me that this video was fine and it was just mid, you have some explaining to do.
Yeah.
I'm not,
I want to know who that is and their address for no particular reason.
I'm not telling you.
I want to have a friendly conversation with them.
Okay, we gotta go.
Saying that Dipper is being held back by his sister. The wedge that he's placing between Dipper and Mabel will eventually lead to their relationship completely breaking
The
down.
wedge that he is placing between Dipper and Mabel. That wedge was already there.
I'm gonna start biting. I'm gonna start biting people.
Because, like, the thing is, it wasn't a crack that, like, appeared as soon as Ford showed up. It's been there since the first fucking episode, where Mabel just wants to goof off and be silly, and Dipper wants to be taken seriously, and they get in each other's way. That's the main conflict, is that
they love each other.
Yeah. Look at Ford's pose. Oh, he's sleepy.
Oh, he's just like me for real. That's how I feel. That's how I feel right now. Oh my god.
It's like sadness and Inside Out. Just drag me around. But, like, what's the power of Grayskull as spots? To me, he's trying to give him an earlier shot. Give someone, like, he likes a better chance. All that, or yeah. Yeah, because, like, high school fucking sucks. And, like, Ford would know he was bullied relentlessly the entire time. Like, if anyone could skip high school, I feel like they fucking would, you know? And Ford is literally giving Dipper a chance to do that. It's like, hey, do you want to put up with getting bullied at school, or do you want to come hang out with me? You know?
Okay, now, my situation is, I wouldn't skip high school if I was the only one there. I would love that, honestly. I would love to be just,
then
like,
you don't have to
one-on-one
deal with
taught.
everybody else. Like, I
Exactly.
just like learning.
Yeah, I like learning. It's fun.
It's why I liked college before I dropped out, is because, like, everyone here just actually wants to be there. I'd argue that being homeschooled is worse. Oh no, 100%, I agree.
Oh yeah, I would never want to be homeschooled. I can't stand it here.
Being homeschooled would be so fucking awful.
Yeah, I
So,
would.
you know, then your parents can teach you whatever the fuck they want.
Yeah, my dad. Not a reliable source.
Fun. Okay, we are. Chat, I believe we're 2/3 through this video. We can do it. We can do it.
Does happen. Because Ford was so selfish and needed an apprentice because he was unable to adventure alone anymore, he was going to destroy the relationship between Dipper.
Because Ford was so selfish and he was unable to, like, research on his own, he sought out to destroy Dipper and Mabel's relationship.
I think I'm gonna go get some ice cream. I can't do this shit.
Oh my god. You guys know, hey OP, Ford was just talking to, like, have this dramatic reveal of, I want you to stay here and, like, do this with me. I don't think he's actually getting too old to do shit by himself. Have you seen him? Have you seen him?
He's fit as fuck.
This man is a sci-fi badass. Dude, speaking as someone who's been homeschooled, it seems great earlier on, but also you managed to own your time, and not as many deadlines fucking sucks when you have undiagnosed ADHD. So yeah, it helps. Yeah, like, Ford can absolutely still do whatever the fuck he wants by himself if he wants. Point is that he just wants to, like, do it with someone because he's lonely. He's lonely and he misses having someone around to adventure with. He wants Dipper to stay because he cares about Dipper.
He just cares about his family, man.
Yeah, Ford pulls the "I'm too old" excuse to get Stan to go sailing too. Yeah.
Dude, but Ford literally just wants the best for everyone. Like, even the world. That is his entire motivation. Even from the
Yeah.
beginning. He did the
God, I love
research.
him.
He thought that his research was going to help the world in a scientific standpoint. And then when he found out, hey, this portal is fucked actually, I'm gonna get my brother, who I haven't spoken to in years, so it's gonna be nice to reconnect with him, even though I'm entirely sleep deprived and I can't really think properly. I'm gonna get my brother to take my journal, because he's the only person that I trust, and run away with it, because then it's gonna save the world, and it'll be the best thing that ever happened, and he'll get what he wanted, because then he gets to sail
He
away,
gets
and
to
he
go
can be like,
sailing.
do whatever he
Stan
wants.
just wanted to go sailing, so he gets to go do that. Look, I'm being so thoughtful.
Yeah, that is his mindset. He wants the best for everyone. What are they not
God,
understanding? He is
it's
not a
so
bad person.
funny.
He wants the
It's
best
so
for
funny.
everyone.
I see Ford. Okay, the way that I personally see Ford is exactly that. Someone who like wants the best for everyone and will go to any length to make the people around him happy. He just has a really skewed idea of what that is exactly.
Yeah, because he's fucking autistic.
He's stupid.
Dude,
Like he's neurodivergent as fuck. He cannot pick up social cues.
he's
And he's
trying
also
his
a little
best.
dumb. I
He's
love
trying his best. Okay, I'm gonna start crying. I swear to God.
him. He purposefully manipulated Dipper to get him to go away from Mabel, so that way, because he's so old and he can only focus on himself, you're taking him at face value when he says that he's too old to do shit. Have you seen him?
Did you see how he did that little thing on the thing with the metal thing and the gun? Did you see that? He was like, you saw that, right? You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about.
In Lost Legends, he literally, like, whenever he hears the first sign that Mabel is in trouble, he's like, I'll be right there. And then he jumps out the window on, like,
That
the
was a
third
great Ford
floor.
impression.
I'll be I'll be right there. No, that was worse. Okay, never mind. Ignore me. Then he like jumps out the window. He like jumps out the window of like the third floor, does a bunch of backflips, lands in the grass like in the superhero pose, and then immediately runs off. And it stands in the doorway like, can you stop being such a fucking drama queen and use the door like a normal person?
He's a theater kid, and he wants the best for
Yes.
everyone.
I love him.
He's dramatic
I
as
love him
fuck.
so
He
much.
owns everything that he does. He can be a little bit of a dick sometimes, but that's okay because he's just trying his best.
I think the sleep deprivation is kicking in a little bit.
Yeah.
My voice is also just going because I've been talking for 6 hours, apparently.
Oh my god.
Like, if I sound like I'm really strained, it's not because I'm sleep deprived, it's because my throat is giving up. We gotta go. We gotta go.
Dipper and Mabel. And listen, I know there's going to be a few people in the comments saying that this was a great thing for Dipper because this is what he wanted to do with his life. But let me remind you again that Dipper is a child and he needs to be around other children to grow and develop properly. Because when you
I
think
agree.
about it, Ford never said he was going to enroll him in school at Gravity Falls. He was going to homeschool him because he has 12 PhDs. So yeah, he was going to isolate Dipper to form him into a miniature version of himself.
Oh no, he wants Dipper to skip the drudgery of school, which for him was a fucking nightmare, and homeschool him because he has 12 PhDs, because he just wants Dipper to be happy, and he did all of that to manipulate his ass.
Whoa, so
This horrible
scary.
person.
So scary that a family member wants the best for their family.
I know school fucking sucks. I will homeschool you because I have all the knowledge that you will ever need. You don't have to put up with the nightmare that is school, Dipper. Get behind me, I'll protect you.
Farm him! You didn't tell me anything about farming!
What?
Doodle said farm him.
When did I say that?
No, in the video, did they say farm him?
Did they? Hold on. He tapped this back, what the fuck?
This is what he wanted to do with his life. But let me remind you again that Dipper is a child and he needs to be around other children to grow and develop properly. Because when you think about it, Ford never said he was going to enroll him in school at Gravity Falls. He was going
Just
to
stupid little
homeschool
nod.
him because he has 12 PhDs. So yeah, he was going to isolate Dipper to form him into a miniature version of himself.
Form. Okay, the person said form, not farm. He's going
Oh.
to isolate Dipper to form him into a miniature version of himself because he's so self-centered. Good fucking God. Ford wants the best for his family. The problem is that Ford thinks he knows what is best for his family. Yeah.
putting this child's life in danger because he needed somebody to adventure with. And listen, I'm sure that there were
He
some
didn't put
aspects
Dipper-
of this that would have been beneficial to Dipper, but the cons
People are
outweigh
talking about the Bone
pros.
Cathedral.
This would have been a horrible situation to not only put these twins in, but also
They're saying
just
they
to
want
put
one.
Dipper in general.
scares
And
me.
of course, this leads into the final horrible thing that Stanford did, which of course
final
has caused
horrible
Weirdmageddon.
thing.
And I know
Final horrible thing that Stanford did, which was cause Weirdmageddon. Do we have to go over this again?
We all realize that it's Bill who caused Weirdmageddon, right? Because
Hey,
he's
Chad, I have
a
a question for
manipulator?
you. Chad, I have a question for you. Do you think the guy that made the plans for Weirdmageddon and decided to actually try and enact Weirdmageddon and ultimately caused Weirdmageddon is to blame for Weirdmageddon?
I can't fucking do this.
Oh my god.
I hate this fandom. I hate this fandom so much.
My circle of this fandom is wonderful. My circle of this fandom is delightful. But oh man, there's people like this out there.
I don't even want to talk about Dipper Goes to Taco Bell, man.
No, sounds fake. Do not mention that fucking thing. Put that away. We're not talking about that. I hate that I know what you're talking about.
It was so bad.
You know someone made a Ford Pines Goes to Taco Bell after T-Bob came out.
I thought that someone made a Dipper Pines Goes to Geometry class. And that scared the shit out of me.
They better
So I
not.
just never read it.
Good God.
Dude, do not look up Dipper Goes to Taco Bell. You will be put on a watch list.
Yeah, please do not look up Dipper Goes to Taco Bell. Okay, if you really want to know, Coley Does Things has a video explaining that one, but content warning for like everything.
Yeah,
It's one of those fics that was created purely to shock its audience, and not in a good way.
Yeah, that...
Please don't. Please don't. No, please. Oh god, yeah, don't. I only get killed by angst from my own AUs occasionally. I know. Like that hamster fic? What hamster fic?
What the fuck are you talking about?
What does this mean? E. What do you mean by this? So basically Jack type shit that's like sent the shock value just for shock value. Yeah. There's some egregious things happen in Dipper Goes to Taco Bell, and it's there purely to like make the audience go, "Why is that in there? That's so horrible."
I regret reading the whole thing. I read the whole fucking thing.
You fucking read it?
I read it.
You're
I was
stronger than me.
curious as fuck.
I just watched
You know
Coley
that
talk
saying,
about
curiosity kills the cat? It really does.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
The writing is shit, too.
The hamster fic isn't Gravity Falls. The hamster fic is, oh no. Do I
What
want to
is the
know?
hamster fic? I do want to
Do
know.
I
I want to
know?
know. You know that saying, curiosity kills the cat?
It looks like you haven't learned.
I have not. I will die again.
Wild thing to say out of context.
Someone clip it.
What shit has continued to be said?
Yes, I do.
He
You
says
don't
no,
understand
you don't.
how bad this
You don't wanna
curiosity
know.
is. I will find it somehow.
Huh?
Oh god. Okay, Cassie, did you hear any of that?
No.
Okay, so we've gotten to Ford was purposefully
Dan and
trying
Phil?
to
Are we talking about
God.
fucking Dan and Phil?
What?
I'm trying to figure out what this.
Okay, what were you saying? I don't
So
know.
basically, we're at a point in the video where the
it is.
person is
I'm gonna read it.
basically trying to say that Ford purposefully manipulated Dipper into isolation and was willing to homeschool him, which was so evil because Dipper should be around other kids. And on the one hand, I agree, but also that's not evil. That's Ford wanting the best for his family because he knows that high school is a goddamn nightmare and he wouldn't put even his worst enemies through that.
Why are we still here? What are we doing?
Mud is about to go ruin his mental health.
Don't worry, I've already done that.
Make it worse!
I did find it though. I found it.
Oh god.
My
chest, please stop pulling at my chair.
Thinking about Final Girl Anya.
And then you walked back into this shit.
I imagined Jimmy dead. It was very nice. It was very
Yay!
entertaining.
Peace and love on planet Earth. We gotta go, we gotta go, we gotta go, we gotta go.
Mouthwashing is dead.
Okay, I
Is
think
that
there's only
euros or
1/4 left of
pounds?
this video. We can do it. We can do it,
Is that
chat.
euros or pounds? I don't.
I don't know.
It's a pound. Okay.
That a lot of people will blame Mabel for this because she gave up the rift to Blendon, but let me be very
Dude,
clear.
really?
This is not
That's
her
such
fault.
bad grammar.
In fact, if
Come
Ford had
on,
stopped
you're
playing
better than
favorites
this.
and had told both sets of twins how important the rift was, Mabel would have never given it up. A lot of people
This is true. Okay, the video mentioned that like if Ford had just told both twins what the rift was, Weird Mageddon never would have happened. This is true. That's just straight up true. Yes. Okay. I know you're about to say that Ford was like evil and he should have mentioned it anyway, but also the reason that he didn't is because he has trust issues. He like in Journal 3 he mentions that the reason that he hasn't told Mabel about the rift is because he saw her shaking snow globes in the gift shop and got nervous. Understandable, I think. Like you just met this kid, you don't know like what she gets up to. I'm like, I don't know. I gotta keep going. We gotta keep going. We
like
gotta
to say
keep going.
that Mabel isn't smart, but she is very intelligent, just like Dipper, but in a different
Thank
way.
you for defending
so
my
no,
girl.
if she knew the importance of the rift, she would have never given it up, regardless of how she was feeling in that instance. But unfortunately, she
Yes.
didn't know because Ford didn't tell her. And when we really start to trace it
Why would Ford tell her though? Ford only just managed to trust Dipper. It's not that Ford trusted Dipper over Mabel. It's that Ford, like Dipper, is the first person that Ford has been able to trust in years. Like, it's not about specifically that he chose Dipper over Mabel or that he sees Mabel as inferior. It's that he has trust issues. And, like, all of this, I can't imagine any reason that Ford would have trust issues. He's never been slighted by anyone in his entire fucking life that didn't have massive, massive
They spelled
consequences.
menacingly
I can't
wrong.
think of anyone. They what?
They spelled menacingly wrong.
They did? Wait,
They
are you
did.
talking about the fic that you're reading or the video?
The fic that I'm reading.
Oh.
Why are you
Mud, please. Don't. Your mental health. Gotta go.
in fact, the rift would have never been formed if Stanley didn't have to save Stanford. But why did Stanley have to save Stanford? Because Stanford could not get over himself enough to disassemble the portal and allow his journals to be burned. And
Oh. Oh.
now?
Stanley didn't have to save Stanford. But why did Stanley
But
have to
why
save
did
Stanford?
Stanley have to
Because
save
could not get
Stanford?
over
Because
himself
Stanford
enough
could not
to
get over
disassemble the
himself
portal
enough
and
to
allow his
disassemble
journals
the
to be
portal
burned.
and
And
allow
if we're
his journals to be burned. Oh.
This is disgusting.
We've already talked about this. We've already talked about it. But, like, Ford.
Just get over the years. Just get over it, man.
How fucking dare Ford want to be remembered and hope that maybe there's a good positive outcome from all of the abuse that he's currently suffering? How dare he think that maybe he might be able to salvage this so that way he could turn it around and make something of himself out of this? Because how dare he look for a bright side to being abused?
God, fuck it.
I'm so sorry.
Really going to go for maximum blame, the only reason that Bill Cipher didn't give up on Earth was because Stanford ended up summoning him. And why
Maybe. Okay, now we gotta let it play. We gotta let it play.
did he summon him? Well, he hit a roadblock in his research. The man sacrificed the entire world because he couldn't figure something out.
My god! My god! Okay. Oh, the video's back to being really bad. Okay, you had me for a little bit. I was able to just play it. Had a little bit of commentary and it was fine. But now we're back to this shit. Yeah, he didn't know who Bill fucking was. He didn't know that Bill was evil. Oh my god! I need to just read this out again. I did.
Summoning him and portal and allow his journals to be burned. And if we're really going to go for
And if we're
maximum
really
blame,
going
the
to,
only reason
like, if we're really going to assign blame, the
Bill
only
Cipher
reason
didn't give
that
up
Bill
on Earth
Cipher
was
didn't
because
give up on
Stanford
Earth is
ended up
because
summoning him.
Stanford
And why did
ended
he
up
summon
summoning
Well,
him.
he hit
And
a
why did he end up
roadblock in
summoning
his
him? Well, he hit a
research. The
roadblock
man
in his
sacrificed
research.
the
The
entire
man
world
sacrificed the
because
entire
he
world
couldn't
because
figure something
he
out.
couldn't figure something out.
Bitch. Fucking no.
Oh, my cheeks are so red right now. You're really saying
You know, I
that
think the fic is
Ford went
better than
into
this.
that abusive, toxic as fuck relationship, knowing that it would ruin him, all because he was willing to end the world because he wanted knowledge. Oh my god. I'm just gonna let the video speak for itself at that point. I feel like I've done my job.
Oh god, my post
I've done my job over the past, like, 7
God.
hours.
Terrible news. One of my posts got fucking tagged with Jimmy X Curly. No! Shut up!
Oh
Get
god.
off my blog! Get off my
I'm experiencing 3 different horrors all at once.
Get off my fucking
Guys.
Oh, Jesus.
block. Get off my blog!
Mike,
God.
kill this man.
Larson, kill this man.
I made a gif. I made a fucking gif of Jimmy mouthwashing, sobbing and crying for people's enjoyment, and I made it because I hate Jimmy, but it's getting reblocked by people who don't.
Tragic. Oh god.
I need to screenshot this so that I can bitch about it.
Just block the entire mouthwashing fandom.
I hate this fandom so much.
Oh my god.
Y'all,
We gotta go.
If
What?
anyone here hasn't played mouthwashing, first of all, look up the content warning. Second of all, please play mouthwashing. Third of all, don't go anywhere near the fandom. It's bad in there.
It's like the one fandom, like the one place where you shouldn't ship the characters, and it's actually detrimental and horrible to ship the characters, and people do it anyway. Guys, let's headcanon Jimmy as a closeted homosexual, and that's why he did that to Anya.
I hate this.
Did they just say cry harder, my love?
Yes.
What the fuck are you two fucking talking about?
Chat. I sent the tags. I sent the stupid tags. I
Oh
blocked them
god.
both. I'm
Oh god.
I made that gif for Jimmy haters.
Oh my
Stop!
god.
No!
We have to
That is
go.
disgusting!
I hate the mouth.
Mud, you're the one who chose to read it. Okay. This stream is falling apart as we speak.
Remember that saying, curiosity killed the cat?
My stream is falling apart.
Multiple levels of psychic damage. I'm getting attacked by the mouthwashing fandom being stupid as always. Dims is getting attacked by this video being stupid. Mud is getting attacked by his own hubris.
Mud,
Stop
please.
that.
Mud!
Ah.
Mud!
Close out of the pit.
I gotta finish it now. I started.
No!
God. I gotta go. Hang on.
I gotta
Because
commit.
he needed answers because he was so full of himself, he ended up causing Weird
Stop.
Mageddon.
That
Oh my
that is a
god.
horrible last line. I didn't want to read that as the last line. My eyes just skipped down there. I'm gonna do something.
Okay, when we're off stream, I'm gonna ask you what the fuck this fic is about, but not yet.
Cassie, you're gonna want to leave for that
The old
conversation.
man at the beginning of every horror.
What?
E in chat, just like I feel like the old man at the beginning of every horror movie. Dimmons, it's not worth it. I know. I know. I'm not gonna go read it. I just want to know what the horrible thing is. I'm curious as well, but not enough to read it. Anyway, back to this fucking bullshit. Okay.
DM you the stupid fucking tags I got
Sacrificed the
blasted
entire
within my
world
inbox
because he
because I
couldn't
need you
figure
to suffer
something out.
with me.
And because he needed answers because he was so full of himself, he ended up causing Weird Mageddon.
Because he needed answers, because he was so full of himself, Ford ended up causing Weird Mageddon. That's so fucking victim blamey.
I'm gonna throw up.
That's so fucking victim blamey. How dare Ford want answers to like the whole point of his research that he like that's like his main source of income is people funding his research and they need him to like have an answer for why all this happens as part of his research. So of course he got desperate.
This
Oh my
video
god.
reads like the kind of shit Ford would say about himself in the middle of a spiral.
Literally. This is just every bad thought that Ford has ever had about himself rolled into one accusatory video that if Ford Pines ever watched would kill him instantly.
I'm back.
Hello.
What are we talking
I'm suffering.
about?
I'm
Me too,
suffering.
bro. Me too.
We're back
Me
to
too.
victim blaming him. So bad.
Oh, I'm not gonna say what I want to say.
But if that's the case, then why do people like this character? Because
Why do people
Ford
like him?
does grow as a character. But the thing is, it's
Why do people like you? Why are they subscribed to you, motherfucker?
very
Calm.
slow.
I'm
and we
normal.
really don't
I'm a
get
good
to see the
person.
full transformation
not say
until
that.
the very
Just then.
end of the series.
No one heard
One of
anything.
the
Okay, so this person is claiming that the reason that people like Ford Pines is because he grows as a person, and towards the end of the series, he actually but his development is very slow, and it only really kicks in at the end. I will agree that his growth is kind of slow, but only if you're watching for the first time. If you actually go back and really tear apart the episodes after the show is done, and you fully understand Ford's motivation, I feel like his growth was paced very well, actually. Because he starts out isolated by himself in the basement, where he doesn't trust anyone. Then Dipper literally falls into the plot, and he's able to bond with Dipper over stuff. Then the mind control tie really had nothing to do with Ford. It was just a funny excuse to have the twins mind control Stan, because that was a Stan episode, and Ford really wasn't important to that one. And then after that, then I believe we had the last Mabelcorn, where the whole point of that episode is finding ways to defend the shack, and uh Ford telling Dipper about his relationship with Bill, which is very important. Ford winds up opening up about it, and we fully see everything that happened. And then we understand why Ford has trust issues. So we see that because, he is able to bond with Dipper, that, he trusts Dipper, which is progress. The fact that he trusts Dipper when originally he's under the impression that he can trust no one because everyone is out to get him, literally, because Bill can possess people. The fact that he's found someone that he can say with his full chest that he trusts is, a good thing. That's a good thing. And then after that, then we get Dipper and Mabel versus the future, where, Ford, I've seen some people saying that this entire episode was a test. I don't think that. I think Ford was gonna offer that to Dipper either way, but it's because he's like found his next one person. Because that's all that Ford has ever had is just one person. Like that's how his entire life has worked. Is he's always had one person that he can trust. First it was Stan, then it was Fiddleford, then it was Bill, and now it's Dipper. Like it's just a pattern with him. And so he found his next person, and he didn't want to let him go. And then by the time we get to Weird Mageddon, he's able to actually see, like, he's able to make up with Stan, which is good. Like, he's able to recognize, like, this is my fault that I let Bill into this dimension, and I am trying to take accountability and responsibility, but the one thing that I can do to fully erase Bill is, erase him from somebody's mind. And I would do it myself, but I have the metal plate, which means that the memory gun doesn't work. And so Stan offers himself up, and it's Stan's idea to switch clothes so that way they can trick Bill that way. And you can see that Ford does not want to fucking do that. Like, the entire time that they're enacting this plan, Ford is silent and nervous as fuck, and when it actually comes time to, like actually use the gun on Stan, he has to look away. And he's shaking so bad. Like, the only reason he's going through with this is because he knows he has to. And at this point, like, he can't back out. Memory vial AU, don't hurt me. E, please. E, don't mention that. Please. Please. Don't do this to me right now.
Sorry, I'm recovering.
No, you're good. E has an AU called the Memory Vial AU, and what it is basically that the memory gun does kill Stan, and Stan's entire sense of being is in one of the vials that the memory gun stores memories on.
I'm not gonna say
And
what
that's
I
like
wanna
the entire premise is that he's dead. And then
I'm not
Ford
going to
is-
threaten anyone.
Ford
I'm
is
not going
able
to threaten
like-
anyone.
Please don't. Like Ford is able to like look at Stan's memories, and he resists for a while because he knows it's intrusive, but eventually he gets curious and looks, and he has to like stop and start all throughout the night, and it goes backwards from when Stan like was killed to when they were little. And then there's like a variant of this
vial?
AU where the vial like breaks, so Stan's is completely gone now.
What the fuck, dude? Why would you do this?
These AUs hurt me specifically.
I can't threaten to hunt you down right now, but no, that's what I'm thinking.
E and Dark Lord both have some like E's AUs are like a lot like very dark and fucked up, and then Dark Lord's AUs are just like crack taken seriously. It's actually kind of funny. Like
We need more crack taken seriously. We need more crack taken
Dark Lord
seriously
is
in this
very good
world.
at that. Oh my god, okay. I don't even remember what this video just fucking said. I'm just over here like what did you just say?
Ford does
I don't
grow
even
as
know
a
what
character,
videos
but the
it's
thing
saying.
is,
Oh, yeah.
it's very
That the
slow, and we
fucking
really
cat
don't get to
psychic
see the
flash
full.
So bad that I've just been sitting here in blind rage.
Join me.
Transformation until the very end
Stop
of the
trying to
series.
blow
One of
up
the
my
biggest character
skinny
flaws that I have
fucking
repeated again and again with Ford is the
mouthwashing.
fact that he
Why
self-isolates,
do
and he
people
tries
do
to remove
this?
Because they do that.
Ugh.
Hey, I resent that Abandon My Eulogy has a happy ending. I know. God, I need to keep reading Abandon My Eulogy. Abandon My Eulogy is one of those fics where I'm like, I need to read that, and then I go to read it, and then I get through the first couple chapters, and then I get like other fics that I need to read, and I start like reading those, and then I forget what happens. So whenever I'm like, I need to read Abandon My Eulogy, I have to start over from the beginning so I can remember what happened, and I've done that like 4 times now.
Oh my god.
I'm
That's me
so
with the
sorry.
Dragon Prince.
I know it's good. I just need to lock in. Love me some getting pissed at some bullshit with my mutuals. Yeah. Like, I'm just fucking happy that you guys decided to join me for watching this, even if you guys aren't actually watching it, and you're just, like, listening to my commentary, because I don't think if I was doing this by myself, this would have been a much worse experience.
Ugh.
Being a
Okay.
hater is not good for me, by the way, Doodle. Then I start threatening people.
I think it's good to be a hater sometimes. But not all the time. If you're a hater all the time, then your view of reality is gonna just become so skewed.
I can't be a hater all the time because I will
a hater to these fucking. I can be a hater to that person who fucking tagged my gif of Jimmy mouthwashing, crying and sobbing that I made because I hate him. I can
We wouldn't have had
fucking
the
be a
9/11
hater
kill.
to that person who tagged it, calling him Mia Moore. Who are you?
Oh god.
Yeah, that's really gross.
Most of my AUs have happy endings. That's true. The premise is just also hurt.
Epic
Everything
musical
except like
jump scare.
Science Time with Dr. Pines hurts me. Oh fuck, I said Pines. Okay, Science Time with Dr. Pine. You could throw me in a ditch, by the way.
Oh my god, it's already 2 a.m.
How does that one hurt? No, that's like the one that doesn't. That's the one AU that doesn't hurt me that you made. I love Science Time with Dr. Pine. It's so silly.
Your Honor, I hate to interrupt. How much longer do we have on this video?
Not long. We have 6 minutes.
It's 2 a.m.
God,
It's 2 what? Oh my god,
It's
it
2
is.
a.m.
What the fuck?
for 8 hours.
We gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go.
We gotta
go.
lock
full
in, dog.
transformation until the very end of the series. One of the biggest character flaws that I have repeated again and again with Ford is the fact that he self-isolates and he tries to remove himself from his family. But obviously, we see in the episodes leading up to Weirdmageddon that he starts to open himself up again. And it's not just
Yes.
with the kids, he starts to open himself up to having a relationship with Stanley. So let me put that psychology minor to good use and truly postulate on
You have a
what
psychology
caused Ford
minor?
to be such a self-centered and selfish
Yeah,
person. In my
no, you
opinion, I
don't.
think that a
I
lot
don't
of
buy
his
that for a
trauma
second.
truly did spawn from his father treating him different than Stanley. There was some pretty clear favoritism between the twins, and I think that a lot of people will see the direct impact that their father had on Stanley, but kind of ignore what he did to Stanford. Because when you think about it, he basically put all of their hopes and dreams onto Stanford's
Dude, it's the
shoulder.
senior
And for this
animated.
Yes, true.
reason that
Yes, it is.
Stanford has a savior complex. The reason why he pushes every
Does Ford have a savior complex? I know he has a martyr complex.
I
He
don't know what the
might.
complexes mean, so maybe you shouldn't be asking me. I'm a little slow with those things.
I know the Atlas
Hmm.
complex is when you feel like you have to do everything, and I know that because of Dimit, because of characters.
Hello.
I only know the Oedipus complex because I read Oedipus Rex and I thought it was really good.
What is an Oedipus complex?
It's when a boy gets like a young boy gets really attached to the mom.
Oh yeah, that.
It's a little
that fucking
incestuous
that
at times.
story. That story. Okay, no, I know what you're talking about. Never mind.
I did really like Oedipus Rex though. I thought it was fun.
Okay, honestly, I'm gonna be real. I could see Ford having like a savior complex actually, because it does ultimately boil down to he wants to be the one to save the world. I do see that for me personally, I see it more as him trying to take responsibility for his own actions and he like wants to make things right. But I could see him just also being in it because he wants to be the one to do the saving. You know what? This video made a good point. I could see that. I could see it. Hello, Mr. Principal Man. I think we're about to get to the no, I think we passed the shot that I'm animating on this.
Because when you think about it, he basically put all of their hopes and dreams onto Stanford's shoulder. And it is for this reason that Stanford has a savior complex. The reason why he pushes everybody else away is because from a young age, he has always been the smartest person in the room. And because his family
Wrong.
put so much pressure
I
on him,
guess.
if he were to fail, he would basically be letting down everyone. You guys see where I'm going with this? Stanford was the golden child, their literal ticket out of a poverty-stricken area. Stanford was supposed to be different from everyone else. Not only was he crazy smart, but also he had 6 fingers, which immediately differentiated him from the rest of the people that he met. So tell me, what happens when you have a person who is clearly special and you put all of these outside pressures onto him? He develops main character syndrome. This is one of the reasons
I
why
agree.
he truly only focused on himself, because he's the main character. He's the only
Ford has main character syndrome. I agree. I would argue that Ford has an ego as a result of him overcompensating for low self-esteem that makes him feel more like he needs to be the savior. Like, look at how he draws himself. Yeah, I agree. Like his ego is absolutely a front to cover up how little he actually like thinks of himself. Because like my guy does not. like trying to say that Ford thinks that he's the smartest person in the room, or that he's like, you know, that he is constantly self-centered, or all of this other stuff is like, it's I mean, it's technically true, but it's doing him such a disservice. Okay, so basically what this video is doing now is it's kind of coming around to saying what I've been saying this whole time, just using like less harsh language. And I'm like, okay. I'm like actually kind of agreeing with this person on a lot of what they're saying now. Of like, all of these expectations are placed on him. He was already special because of his six fingers. You know, he was the money ticket, the golden child, etc. I agree with all of this. I have less to say, but like,
Yeah, I mean, he was literally turned gold.
now I'm just wondering if like you were being harsh to him on purpose. If you understand how he works so well. Yeah, like main character syndrome, plus thinking he knows best for others, plus coming from a good place, plus outside separating circumstances equals Ford. Yeah, exactly. My man, his main character syndrome's so fucking bad.
It did not get better when he got knocked into the portal.
Yeah.
Only one who truly matters. So let me give you guys an example. He
Wait, what?
develops main character syndrome. This is one of the reasons why he truly only focused on himself, because he's the main character. He's the only one who truly matters. So
No! Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. You
Oh
had me
boy.
until
Oh
you
no.
said that. It's like, this is why he's so focused on himself. It's because he's the main character. He's the only one that matters.
Bro,
Wait,
You
what?
had me until you said that.
if
Wait, what? What? What?
Obviously, Ford understands that other people matter. It's just that every time we see him interacting with other people, it's when he's pushed into an extreme situation where he can only focus on himself because that's all he's able to do.
if he only valued himself and thought that no one else mattered, then he would have just let Bill destroy the world.
Yeah,
And
like,
he
if Ford
wouldn't have
really was
offered
that.
to take Dipper as his assistant.
Yeah, like if Ford really was that self-centered, then when Bill was like, "Hey, do you want to join my hench maniacs?" Ford would have been like, "Yeah, that sounds awesome."
I thought for I thought for a solid second you were gonna say when Bill was like, "Hey, do you want to join my harem?"
I have heard people call him that.
I mean,
I mean,
different.
okay. Video, I'm judging you again, but for a very different reason this time. Let me see if I'm right on what you're about to do here. My hair.
my
I'm just saying, if you really love me, you would share him.
Oh my god.
You know, Scamilton let that joke through somehow.
I know that
It's
was
so
really weird.
wild.
That was really weird. I don't understand it.
Pro harem, let's go.
I guess.
let me give you guys an example. When McGucket went through the portal, the first thing Ford asked him wasn't, "Oh my gosh, are you okay?" It was, "Oh my gosh, what did you see?" If it was between letting the world go into ruin or admitting that he was wrong, he would do the latter.
I need to take a walk. I need
Oh
to. I
no.
need to
Oh
leave.
boy.
I
Oh
need to leave.
Jesus.
I need to leave. Oh my
Oh Jesus fuck.
god.
Oh no. Oh shit. What the fuck? What?
Oh, hold on.
Chat, fill me in. Chat, fill me in.
Oh my god. Are you kidding me?
Chat, please fill
Are
me
you
in because
kidding
Dims is not
me?
telling us.
Are you kidding me? Okay. So, hey guys, what is Ford's main motivation in season 2 before Weird
Hold
Mageddon
on.
happens?
I need to check something. What did the video say?
Live life? Exist? Bond with his family?
Oh, like,
Try
okay,
to
external.
reel
His
in his
external main.
PTSD?
Those are all internal, yes. I'm talking about his external motivation for season 2. There was like a MacGuffin in season 2 that Ford was very focused on. Because
The rift?
if
Snow
the
globe
fucking
thing?
rift! Because probably Kill Bill. Yeah, probably. I mean, now that he's home, he can't really do that unless he lets Bill into their dimension, and he does not want to do that. Because if he wanted to do that, he would have just destroyed the rift. But like, this video just said this, I need to do that thing where I read it out again.
This is one of the
Oh,
reasons
God.
why he truly only
Okay.
focused on himself, because he's the main character. He's the only one who truly matters. So let me give you guys an example.
So let me give you guys
went
an
through the
example. When
portal, the
McGucket
first thing
went through
Ford
the
asked
portal,
him
the first
wasn't,
thing
"Oh
Ford
my
asked
gosh,
him
are you
wasn't,
okay?"
"Are
It
oh my
was,
gosh,
"Oh
are
my
you
gosh,
okay?" It
what did
was,
you
"Oh my
see?"
gosh,
If it
what
was
did you
between
see?"
letting the
If it
world
was
go into
between
ruin or admitting
the
that he
world
was
going to
wrong,
ruin
he would
or
do the
admitting that he was
latter.
wrong, he would do the latter.
What?
I,
I'm
I,
confused. What? I'm
his
confused. What?
entire motivation ever since building the portal was preventing the end of the world. He admits he was wrong immediately. He says, "I've made terrible mistakes and I need help." He says, "Hey, this is a doomsday device in my basement that can be harnessed for terrible destruction, which is why I have hidden my journals which explain how to operate it. Here's journal 1, get it as far away as possible so the world doesn't end." He doesn't tell anyone about the rift because he's worried that someone might sneak in and break it. He does. The entire reason they go into the fucking crash site, the crash site Omega, is because he needed to get the adhesive to fix the glass that was containing the rift, because if they
Ford,
didn't, then the
apparently.
rift would
Whoops, I
break and then
fucked
Bill
up.
would
I'm
get
gonna end
here
the
and then
world
the
to
world
cover
would
my
end.
tracks.
Ford apparently, whoops, I fucked up. I'm gonna end the world to cover my tracks. That's what Jimmy Mouthwashing would do.
It's what he would do.
It's literally what he fucking did.
Fucked up time to do cannibalism.
Because Jimmy really was, "Oh shit, my actions have consequences. Well, time to crash the ship."
He did that!
He did that! Are we really saying that Ford is as bad as Jimmy Mouthwashing? As I messed up, we gotta go bald.
Didn't Walter White
I
do
hate
that?
it here. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
Didn't Walter White do that?
Walter
he?
White? Are we talking about my fucking dad?
fucking what? Oh yeah, I
My
forgot.
dad? I feel like we've had this conversation before.
The
I
dad of
forgot.
Walter White, yo.
I forgot. I forgot we had this conversation. Oh my god. Okay, video. I thought we were just gonna play this out. I thought we were just gonna play this out, but then you had to say that. I had to say
I
that.
forgot what the video said. What did the video say again? I
That,
forgot.
like, if Ford was given the choice between taking accountability and ending the world, he'd end the world instead, because he can't take accountability for any of his actions.
Girl, what?
That is just factually, unprovably untrue. As soon as Ford realizes he's messed up, he dedicates his entire life to stopping Bill. What are you talking about? Okay, we gotta go.
Constantly see his ego get in the way of him doing good because of his past relationships with other people. Stanford's biggest enemy.
We see his ego getting in the way of himself because of his past relationships to other people. It's not his ego that keeps getting in the way. It's
I
not.
must restrain from threats.
That's not what happened. Ford has an ego, but it's covering up insecurity. And, like, the thing that keeps getting in the way of him, like, interacting with other people is because he has trust issues. He never had any issues interacting with Stan until Stan broke his project. He never had any issues interacting with Bill until Bill said the end of the world. He never had any issues interacting with Fiddleford until he was under the impression that Fiddleford was going to betray him. What do you
I'm
mean?
gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. This is my final straw. I hate to break it to you all, but this is it.
I
This is it
I
for
could
me.
make a joke, but I'm not going to.
make that joke. Make that damn joke
No,
right now.
I can't. I can't. I
Do
can't. I
it.
can't.
Do
I
it.
can't.
Do
I'll
it.
tell
Do
you
it. Do
later.
it. Do it. DMs.
I'll tell you later.
No, you're gonna forget. DMs right now. You're gonna forget.
Zone, dude,
This is
because
true.
I'm still mad at those people. I'm the bad side of the mouth watching fandom found my post. Still mad about it. Why are you people like this?
Anyway, I'm not saying that out loud.
That's what I've been thinking this entire time. That is exactly what I've been thinking this entire time.
You put it in chat. Yeah, I can say it. This is gonna be my 13th reason.
Oh, good lord.
Oh my god, okay.
Always been his ego. And in this video, I've definitely
This is
heard
it for
a
us.
lot of
Ego.
This is it for us, gang.
him doing good because of his past relationships with other people. Stanford's biggest enemy has always been
Really good
his
run.
ego. And in this
Stanford's biggest enemy has always been his ego. I don't think so. We gotta keep going. We gotta keep going. We
video,
gotta
I've
keep going.
definitely harped on a lot of the negative characteristics that Ford possesses. But just because Ford starts off as this bad person doesn't mean that he lacks good qualities. And if you're confused, let me give another example with his brother Stanley. It is very obvious that Stanley is a bad person. Think about it. He's a criminal. He's a con artist. He isn't somebody—
Okay, we're calling both of them bad people equally. I'll give this video points for that.
Thank God.
Stanley is also a bad person according to Chestnut. Stan is also a bad person. You know what? If we're using all these metrics to call Ford a bad person, then I agree. Sure, why not?
that you would necessarily look up to. But by the end of the show, a lot of people would characterize Stanley as a good person. Why? Because your past doesn't define your character, it's what you do in the present that truly matters. And yes, Stanley was a bad person in the past, but the way to grow and develop is to
I just
allow your
realized
good
that the
qualities
stands don't have necks.
I mean, they do. They're just old.
They do, but you can't see them.
You can't see them.
Grunkle.
This show
Grunkle.
avoids drawing necks at every opportunity it can.
What?
Okay.
Grunkle Skunkle wins the Funkle Bunkle.
Stunkle Funkle wins the Funkle Bunkle. I have a soundbite for that somewhere on Discord. I'm not gonna go look for it yet. I'll save that for the end. Your past doesn't matter, and then showing this clip where Stan doesn't remember his past is so fucking diabolical. He literally has no past right here.
Lord.
I'm just like, okay. I don't. Stan is complicated. Like, okay, you know what? No, I'm not gonna let this person get away with calling Stan a bad person either. Like, obviously he's a bad influence. I'm not gonna debate that. He just is. He's a bad influence on Dipper and Mabel, and he very much is an old man who was raised in the 60s. I agree, okay? But, like, that doesn't inherently make him a bad person, because when push comes to shove, he does the right thing. Like, the only time in this show where he really actively does the wrong thing, and not counting A Tale of Two Stands, like everything in the present, the only time he actively does the wrong thing, well, there's 2 times, is when Waddles gets taken and then Stan lies about it, saying, like, I didn't put him outside, I fought for him, I lied, because, he lied, and then he grew after that by realizing, like, that he shouldn't have done that. He was in the wrong. And then the other time that we can say that he was actively choosing the wrong thing is when he tried to get Mabel to marry Gideon. Like, other than that, he's pretty set,
And both of those were like in season 1.
Yeah, like, by the time we get to season 2, Stan's kind of good, like, he's all good. He still has a little bit of learning and growing to do, but it doesn't mean he's a bad person.
He's still running a tourist trap and is still kind of a scammer, but
Okay, but, like, you go to a tourist trap to get scammed. The people who go to the Mystery Shack are literally asking for that. Like, it's what you went there for. And also, like, Stan is an entertainer, It's, like, the thing he's good at. Leave him alone. But, like, there is a third thing. The third thing with, like, the county jail. That is the other bad thing, that Stan actively chose the wrong thing. But, like, he's a criminal, and he doesn't know how to handle kids. And
I don't remember what that one was.
Yeah, me
the
neither.
the very first episode where Stan, like, it has like a cutaway gag where Stan was trying to get Dipper and Mabel to make fake money, and then they get
I know.
arrested, and then Mabel has a comment that's like, the county jail was so cold.
Even that's a throwaway joke.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
gag. That's a gag. Honestly, a lot of the things that Ford does that are wrong, I feel like, are also just gags. Like,
I just remembered that fucking joke where Dipper was like, Uncle Stan, are you blindfolded? And Stan was like, well, with these cataracts, I might as well be.
what is that, a woodpecker?
And then immediately cuts to him driving off the road.
It's so fucking funny. Okay, we're almost done. We're almost done, gang. We're almost done.
You shine more than your negative ones. And this exact same thing happens to Ford. Both Stanley and Stanford started off as bad people, and both of them made mistakes. And just like how Stanley grew to be a better person, Ford did the exact same thing. Because what is truly the antithesis of ego? Self-sacrifice. The biggest
Is it?
Oh boy.
What is
How do
the
you know?
antithesis to ego? Self-sacrifice. Does it have to be sacrifice specifically to be the antithesis to ego?
What?
I feel like the opposite of having a big ego is being humble.
Yeah.
What?
What do you mean self-sacrifice?
Being egotistical, self-sacrifice is a thing you do. Ego is not a thing you do.
Yeah, ego is like a
Yeah.
personality trait. Okay, we gotta go.
problem with Ford's character has always been his ego. If it wasn't for his ego, maybe he could have reached out to Stan earlier and patched things up. If it
wasn't for his ego, maybe he could have reached out to Stan and patched things up. Yay, I have an excuse to pull out Journal 3 again. Okay,
Are you fucking with me? Are you
Okay.
fucking with me?
Here's the thing, is that in
If
Journal 3...
interesting insight from Doodle. If anything, I feel like self-sacrifice could be something influenced by ego. Yeah, like...
Yeah, no, you're right.
Not to bring up mouthwashing again, but if spoilers for mouthwashing, that's what Jimmy did. At the end, that's what he did. He sacrificed himself, and it was entirely so that he could feel like a hero at the end.
Yeah. Okay, I am looking at Journal 3 right now, and I'm kind of flipping through seeing if I can find a good example. But the only times that Ford ever brings up Stan, before he and Bill start working on the project together, is in fond, like, reminiscence. And he, like, has a couple things here and there, like, oh, I wonder what Stan would think about this. I wonder how he would react if I showed him this. I wonder what he's doing now. If I could find a good page that has that I can talk about. Even like after like the project starts, he still mentions that, because one of the times he mentions it is the Gravity Falls Lake, where he mentions that this is his favorite place to go, and then like has like a little drawing of like the Stan Award that he then crossed out, and has like a text next to it mentioning Stan in like fond reminiscence of like, I wonder what Stan would think of this, if he would like it, I wonder how he's doing. I can't waste my time doing this.
Not to sound like a deadbeat dad, but the phone does go both ways. To be fair, Stan was very I don't know how well he could afford a payphone.
He could. We do see him call Ford at least once. Like Stan actually did attempt to reach out to Ford, was able to contact him, but then hung up because he was scared to talk to him. But I do agree, like at any point they could have called each other and things could have started to get resolved. Like that's not all on Ford, it's not all on Stan. The Gravity Falls fandom loves putting Stan in a situation where he has to talk to Ford over the phone. It's like a trope in this fandom. But like, yeah, Stan could not have contacted Ford just as easily, or Stan could have contacted Ford just as easily as Ford could have contacted Stan. However, it makes sense for both of their characters for them not to. Yeah, it's just, the reason I was bringing up Journal 3 is because, like, I fully believe that if Bill hadn't started getting Ford to think negatively about Stan again, he was at a point in his life where it looks like he was about to reach out to Stan. Like, if you translate everything that he says about Stan in Journal 3, a lot of it is just him missing Stan and wondering what he's up to. And I feel like give him a couple more months, maybe a year, and he would have been like, you know what, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. And then he's gonna hype himself up for like a month before he actually gets like he before he overcomes his anxiety enough to do it. But then I could also see Ford being like Stan, and then as soon as he hears Stan's voice, he just hangs up.
This
Like
actually,
I
like,
could see
uh,
both of that.
I have a thought. Why is it that I think I have a question that I'm going to answer. Why is it that the fandom holds Ford to such a higher than Stan?
And you're
I
kind of
feel-
cutting out.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on, I'm gonna.
But
Okay,
yeah,
so
okay,
why,
so you said like what? Okay, yeah, sorry.
why is it that the fandom holds Ford to such a higher standard than Stan? I feel like the answer to that is like Stan is like, it feels a lot more like Ford put himself in the situation where he went through all of the horrors, and Stan was kind of like,
Like thrust into them.
yeah, and like to an extent that's true, but at the same time,
Yeah. And then if you're speaking, you get cut out again.
I'm not.
Okay, all right. It's just, yeah, like the main reason. So there's two main reasons that like people like put Stan up on a pedestal and like put Ford lower down. Actually, I don't know how many. I'm just gonna list all the ones that I have on top of my head. The first one is screen time. Stan has 2 entire seasons with the audience, and Ford has like what 7 episodes. Like, there's not as much time to get to know and like love Ford. Like, we're not able to endear ourselves to him quite as quickly as we have to Stan because we've spent more time with him. And the first introduction we get to Ford is him decking Stan. Hang on. I feel qualified to answer this. Yeah, E, you get it. It's like the rose quartz thing with the screen time. Yeah, no, I agree. Like Ford and rose quartz are very much in similar
I can't
character.
play the soundbite. Mudge, can you play the soundbite?
Yes. 1 second. Ah.
Rose Quartz committed a crime.
Yeah,
I got you, man. I got you.
Rose quartz committed a crime. We need to get a
Rose
version of that for
Quartz
Ford. Is
committed a
there like a
crime.
clip? Is there a sound clip of anyone yelling at Ford and calling him stupid? I think Stan said something like that at one point, right?
You see, to have a Rose Quartz committed a crime soundbite, it must be part of a larger sentence, but easily able to be clipped. Rose Quartz committed a crime.
Committed a crime.
That was
Rose
so
Quartz committed a
heinous.
crime.
But like, yeah, so another reason that Ford is held up to such a standard is because again, like there's favoritism where people just like why does Stan have yeah, Stan, why do you have 6 fingers?
Gloves.
I know those are Ford's gloves, but like the last finger shouldn't be like folded, it should be like flopping around.
Cotton. Stuffed it.
Stan also has a much broader backstory, and that his backstory is less mapped out, and it's way easier to add a shit ton of trauma in there. So people give Stan way more angst in his backstory. That's true. Like, hello, all the people who just joined from the almost killed Stan server that I'm in. That's where this huge influx of people came from, including E. Hello, E. Like, you could easily do that to Ford as well, because I do believe he had several near-death experiences beyond the portal, but he tends to not talk about them, so the fandom doesn't either. um, but yeah, and then there was another one that Forgot. There's another reason. Yeah, mostly just that like Ford closed the curtains on Stan. I feel like that's the moment that made a lot of people really not like him. And again, I'm gonna bring up my hot take that Stan should have broken the project on purpose because I feel like people would have hated Ford a lot less
And you're
if,
right.
if that were true. Like,
You're so right for that.
I can't believe I didn't get burned at the stake for that take. Let's go. Like,
Plus,
but
I feel like
like,
I feel like
hang on,
oh,
hang on.
absolutely. The thing with Ford though is that it's mainly Bill driven, and Bill is hard to add to fix because he's like a black hole. If he's there, he's a huge problem.
Yeah, true. And I think that is a big reason why people cut Bill out of no portal AUs is because they don't want to deal with him because he's like this big like, if Bill is there, the attention has to be on him or else.
Yeah.
So again, if you just
But
want to
I
write a
feel
fic
like
about like that, then I understand, but also
it's I know I know I'm like I'm very tired. It's 30 minutes until my bedtime.
I'm guilty of this. Real. God, there's this I need to keep writing eye patch so bad because part of I don't want to say that the main reason I'm writing eye patch is out of spite, but I cannot lie and say that this isn't the reason that I'm writing eye patch. Is that like I wanted a no portal AU that took into account the eye stealer that like didn't pretend that Bill doesn't exist because there's a lot of no portal AUs that pretend that Bill just doesn't exist. And on the one hand,
I'm
I do
curious.
understand why, but on the other hand, it's like most of them.
I'm very curious as to if there's any AUs where Stan and Ford managed to get in contact while Ford was stuck in the portal.
Like if they managed to talk to each other.
Yeah.
I think I saw. Okay, yeah, I think there's two like that. One of them was like whenever they fall asleep, they're able to see through each other's eyes, and the other one was like they actually managed to talk to each other. Yeah, then there's Martian Stan. I forgot about that. Like, yeah,
It's like,
there's a couple of them.
it's like I feel like it'd be like because like I feel like it'd be interesting if you if like you also have it like while Dipper and Mabel are like something like that while Dipper and Mabel are at the oh my stream ended are at the mystery shack. That could be interesting. I
Yeah.
know though. I'm not thinking.
You are sleepy. We gotta go. We're almost done. We're almost done.
We're almost done.
Ego,
Almost free.
self-sacrifice.
The
The biggest
stream
problem with
is
Ford's character
8
has
hours
always been his
long.
ego. If it wasn't
This
for
happens.
his ego, maybe he could have reached out to Stan earlier and patched things up. If it wasn't for his ego, maybe Fiddleford's life wouldn't have been destroyed.
If it wasn't for Ford's ego, maybe he could have reached out to Stan earlier and patched things up. If it wasn't for his ego, hang on, what exactly did you just say about
There has
Fiddleford?
always been his ego. If it wasn't for his ego, maybe he could have reached
Hang
out to
on.
Stan earlier and patched things up. If it wasn't for his ego, maybe Fiddleford's life wouldn't have been destroyed.
Maybe Fiddleford's life wouldn't have been destroyed if that motherfucker wasn't so egotistical.
Come on.
Can we stop blaming Ford for Fiddleford's life falling apart?
The stream lagged at that bit.
Oh shit. Yeah, my laptop is getting really warm. That's
You have to repeat what you said for the chat.
Hello, chat. He said he's if that motherfucker wasn't so egotistical, maybe Fiddleford's life wouldn't have fallen apart. Can we stop blaming Ford for decisions that Fiddleford himself made?
You are discounting all the work that Fiddleford put into ruining his own life. And I feel that's just disrespectful towards Fiddleford.
Oh, he says, hold on, there's an exact fic of that where Ford has a long-range phone in the portal. Ooh. Wait, I don't know that one. Send that.
Fiddleford worked so hard on his crimes.
He started a cult all on his own two hands. Come on now.
Don't you fucking blame Ford for his cult. Ford didn't have shit to do with the cult.
Ford actually has an entry in Journal 3 where he sees members of the Society of the Blind Eye and he's like, fuck, I'm right, I'm being watched! No! He like freaks out about it.
I was literally just Fiddleford started a cult. Fiddleford started
Damn,
a cult, but
Ford.
it has nothing to do with Bill.
Damn, Ford, if you weren't so egotistical, maybe you wouldn't be panicking about the fact that your bestie made a cult that is currently stalking you.
God forbid men start a cult.
God forbid women do anything. I mean, it was implied that Fiddleford erased some of Ford's memories. That's also true.
I did not know that.
Yeah, in the Blacklight edition, Ford goes on about how he thinks he has, like, reason to believe that Fiddleford used the memory gun on him at one point.
Oh shit.
I don't remember what he thinks Fiddleford erased. I just remember that that's, like, a thing. Alright, we're almost done.
I
We're
mean,
almost
it's
done. We
fitting
gotta
that
walk
you
in.
don't remember what you think he erased.
Always been
Yeah.
his ego. If it wasn't for his ego, maybe he
It
could
got
have reached
erased.
out
They don't
to
have it
Stan
anymore.
earlier and patched things up. If it wasn't for his ego, maybe Fiddleford's life wouldn't have been destroyed. If it wasn't for his ego, maybe Dipper and Mabel wouldn't have had that massive fallout. And
Fiddleford erased
Wow!
all the times he stubbed his toe.
If it wasn't for his ego, maybe Dipper and Mabel wouldn't have had that falling out. That was there before, way before Ford showed up. What do you mean? Ford exacerbated it, sure, but it was already there. They were gonna have a fallout at some point. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Bro.
Oh my god.
Bro.
Dipper wanted to grow up too fast, and Mabel didn't want to grow up at all. This was going to lead to a confrontation at some point. Ford had nothing to do with that.
Why are we still here?
Just to suffer. That had
We're all
almost nothing
going
to
through
do with
unique
it.
forms
Yeah!
of hell.
Literally the only thing that Ford added to, like, that fallout is giving Dipper a chance to, like, stay in Gravity Falls with him because he wants to keep his one person close to him again because he's only just learned how to trust and he doesn't want Dipper to put up with, like, the hell that is high school and he wants to have a research partner again. That's literally it. That's literally all Ford did to add to that conflict.
Dims,
I'm losing my mind.
Dims, we're both going through the hell of people are misinterpreting my favorite character. Mud is free of this because Mud is in the Malevolent fandom, and that's apparently really nice.
No, unfortunately, some people misinterpret John.
God damn it.
And he's my favorite character, so alas,
We
suffer.
all go through the hell of people are misinterpreting my favorite character. Actually, now that I think about it, there's probably something to the fact that Ford is your favorite character in Gravity Falls and Curly's your favorite character in Mouthwashing. There's something to that.
Yeah, and Spinell is my favorite character in Steven Universe, I know.
I mean,
there's a pattern. Also, I love Rose. I also love Rose Quartz in the Steven Universe. She's not my favorite, but she's up there.
I mean, Curly and Ford feel more similar than those two do to Spinell.
That's true, yeah. Though Rose Quartz, I feel, is also very similar to Ford.
Yeah,
at least from like a narrative perspective.
She committed a crime.
She did. Rose Quartz committed a crime. Okay, shading. Work with me here. Okay, we're almost done. We're almost done.
Finally, if it wasn't for his ego, maybe Bill Cipher would have never been summoned to Gravity Falls in the first place.
Oh my god. If it wasn't for Ford's ego, maybe Bill Cipher would never have been summoned to Gravity Falls in the first place. He was desperate. That had nothing to do with his ego. Fuck you, Ford. If only you weren't so ambitious and self-centered, maybe you wouldn't have read out the cave painting that said it could give you answers to your problem.
God damn it, Ford! If you hadn't been so easy to manipulate, maybe you wouldn't have been manipulated.
God damn, Ford. I can't even comment. I know we just gotta run. We just gotta get to the end of this
Unfortunately, the
video.
consequences of the ego did eventually catch up to Stanford, and bit by bit, he realized that maybe what he was doing wasn't correct. It is very clear that although he does isolate himself, he does love his family. And although he only really shows it to Dipper and Mabel, he does also
Shout out
love
to
his
like
brother as well. And throughout the final
shout out to like the calm piano, like he had a revelation music happening in the background right
God.
now.
episodes of Gravity Falls, I think that Stanford begins to realize that he may not be the center of the universe and he can rely on other people. But what truly broke
Maybe I should listen to more of the Oh Hellos. They calm me down. This is nice.
Nice. Okay. Hold on.
And throughout the final episodes of Gravity Falls, I think that Stanford begins to realize that he may not be the center of the universe and he can rely on other people. But what truly
Ford starts to realize he's not the center of the universe and he can rely on other people. Wow, it's almost like
Are
he
you
got over
fucking
his
with me?
trust issues or something.
Are you fucking
lose
with
it.
me?
Oh my god.
Mike, I'm gonna lose it.
Mike, kill this guy.
Mike, kill my kids.
Tear down my house, tear down my set.
I know what you're referring to. I'm imagining you're referring to Michael Afton from Freddy.
Mr. Afton, please tear down my kids. I know you can do it. You've done it before.
Mike, kill my kids. I know you've done it before because you killed my other kid.
Oh my god, we're losing it. We're fucking losing it, man.
We're losing our sanity.
It's in the morning.
Okay, we can do it. We
It's
can do it. We
almost
can do it. Lock in.
3.
broke the camel's
Lock
back
in.
with Stanford was the fact that Stanley sacrificed everything in order to fix his mistakes. Because like I said, everything up
Yes.
until that point
Yes.
was basically caused by Stanford. But in
No!
Oh my god.
Uh-oh.
The thing that broke the camel's back was Stanley sacrificing himself. This is true. I agree. Because I can't. Oh my god. Because everything up to that point had basically been caused by Stanford. Loud
Oh my
incorrect
god.
buzzer.
Are you fucking with me? Everything up to that point was caused by Bill.
It was either caused by the brothers being brothers and not communicating with each other and having like built up resentment for each other, plus Philbrick reinforcing to Ford all of the worst aspects of Stan until Ford was able to move away and start thinking for himself again. And then he met Bill, and Bill is the reason that like Ford like ever started building the portal, and the only reason like Bill was a positive influence in Ford's life for like 2 years. And you know, like they were good friends. You know, they were like this wasn't Ford's fault. It ultimately fell on the fact that Ford and Stan had a falling out, caused both by each other's betrayal and by Philbrick having expectations for both of them that neither of them could meet, exacerbated by Bill showing up and being like, you know, like you're the greatest, smartest person alive. Psych, I'm gonna kill you. You know, like that wasn't Ford's fault. That wasn't Ford's fault. Ford summoned Bill, and that's like the worst thing he did. Up until like if we're just talking about like Ford and Bill, that's like the worst thing that Ford did at this point was just fucking summon the guy. If we get Fiddleford involved, then I think the worst thing that Ford did was the, you know, everything that happened at the diner. That happens in Journal 3. But like even then, it's not because of his ego, it's because he has trust issues. Oh my god.
In order to protect the people that he cared
This is it
about,
for me.
Stanley was ready to make the
Fucking-
ultimate sacrifice,
wanna
completely
compare
losing
fucking-
his sense of
Oh,
self. And this is something that I
is Ford. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. Something.
Is
Jesus
evil
fucking
Ford in the
Christ,
room
that-
with us right now?
something. Jesus fucking Christ, that thing. The worst thing Bill did is horrifying.
The what?
The worst thing Bill did.
Yeah. The worst thing that Bill did to Ford was fucking terrifying. I remember reading that for the first time and just going like, holy shit, how did Disney allow this?
Because the book was for adults.
I guess. But also, like,
Society of Gravity Falls had been like Gravity Falls being made for kids is important because its message is very important for kids because growing up.
yeah, it's
But
a coming of age story.
God, I wish that they'd been allowed to do more Northwest Manor mystery shit.
Yeah.
Ancient sins.
Stan-
Ancient sins.
Cassie, I need to tell you. I don't know if I told you this or not. The book of Bill straight up calls Ford pansexual at one point.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
does that even mean?
baby.
No, because like Bill was talking about all the dreams that all the characters have, and Ford has a reoccurring nightmare where he's like at like a school spelling bee or something, and they're like, "What are you attracted to?" And he's like, facts and logic, careful preparation." And Bill's like making fun of him for that. Basically, Ford took a gay test and realized he's a homosexual and is having a like spiral about it.
Oh my god.
Not sure what to call that. Pansexual.
It's
Brought
very
up in the
good that
beginning.
Gravity Falls it's very good that Gravity Falls is a kids show. But I wish that Disney would stop being pussies and would let the kids see more nightmare shit.
I agree. We need to traumatize the children more.
Traumatize the children.
I agree.
Traumatize the children. Children love Freddy Fazbear. Children
I
love
love
the story of dead
ancient
children.
sins. Ancient sins.
Ancient sins. Ancient sins.
Okay, we gotta lock in. We're so close.
Lock
We're
in.
so close to being done with this fucking thing.
But in order to
Fucking
protect the
A.
people that he cared about, Stanley was ready to make the ultimate sacrifice, completely losing his sense of self. And this is something
Yes.
that I brought up in the beginning of this
Ford
section,
was
that
also willing to
Stanford's
make that
sense of
sacrifice, but he
self
literally
is one of the most
couldn't.
important things to him. And as we saw in the series, this is something
Uh-oh.
but it's specific.
Hold on. Hold on. My earbud just died. Give me a second. You did boss murder Stan in multiple AUs.
Now you get it.
Chat, can you hear me? Guys, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes. Hi.
Okay, good.
Here.
A good day to die again made me cry, by the way. That's a good thing. But ow. Ow.
Yeah, can you hear more than I?
Hello?
Yeah, you
Hello,
should be
hello.
able- My earbud died. It has nothing to do with Streamlabs. I had to like put in my other one. So
Yeah,
earbuds
but
told
when
me a
you're-
while ago they were low on battery.
Yes, but consider that the audio is stupid.
My laptop hates me specifically. Here, I'm the self-centered one here because every technology issue in the world has to come down to my laptop hating me. I have such a victim complex, guys.
Just, but that's the type of shit my brain says to me.
Okay, let's go.
And because of this reason, that Stanley's sacrifice finally gets through to him. As we saw in the series,
Wait,
this
what?
is something that he's willing to sacrifice a lot in order to keep. But it's
Yes?
specifically because of this reason that Stanley's sacrifice finally gets through to him. Because Stanley gave up something even more important than his life. He gave up his entire being. And it's at this moment that finally Ford's ego breaks. He's able to accept
His ego breaks. Hey, guys, Ford was also willing to make that sacrifice. He physically couldn't because of the fucking, the metal plate in his head prevented him from actually being the one to make that sacrifice. Otherwise, he would have. He straight up tells Stan that. Ford would have, like, he would have instantly thrown his life away if it meant defeating Bill. That's all he's been trying to do for the past 30 years. Like, trying to imply that Stan sacrificing himself is the thing that made Ford, like, wake up and realize he was being a shithead is, like, it's, like, such a bad faith take. Like, yeah, Ford made a realization about Stan during that scene, but it wasn't that, like, Ford had been horrible to him. It's that their time was up. Ford realized during that scene that, like, you know, he basically, like, fucking, how do I put this into words? Like, during that scene, the thing that, like, E, can you help me? It's a metal plate, he would have absolutely done it, yeah. Like, he absolutely feels like Bill was his responsibility to get rid of, and he would have taken the self-sacrifice chance in a heartbeat if it meant that Bill could be gone forever. The only problem is that he couldn't. Exactly. Oh my god. Like, Ford in that moment where Stan sacrificed himself, Ford did have a realization about Stan, and it's that he was wrong about him. Like, Ford, up until this point, you know, being the stubborn motherfucker that he is, holding on to anger because it's the one thing that he knows he can control, and it's the thing that's been bringing him comfort for the past 40 years. Like, you know, he's clinging to this anger for a multitude of different reasons, but, like, you know, he's realizing he doesn't have time to be angry at Stan anymore. And that by, like, holding on to that anger, when it's so clear that Stan is a different person now than he was as a kid, like, hurt them both, and now he doesn't have a chance to get to know this version of Stan. It's not that his ego is what got in the way. It's, like, the holding resentment and the fact that, like, he didn't let himself because he didn't trust Stan not to hurt him again. So in this moment where Stan is literally putting his entire being on the line, Ford realizes, oh, I don't know you at all, and now I never will. And also, it's because he has to kill his own fucking brother. Like, it's not even an ego thing. That's just like like, if you have to point a gun at your sibling in order to save the world, like, you're saving the world and your sibling gave you the command to do it. Like, this is something your sibling says that you should do. It doesn't mean it's gonna be any easier. Like, okay, you're gonna know what I'm talking about. But there's this one post that has artwork that was something along the lines of, you thought that you had 10 years, 30 years, a lifetime to be angry at him. And then it turns out that, like, you don't anymore. And he had 10 years, 30 years, a lifetime to wait. And now that time is up. And now you'll never see each other again. Something along those lines. Yeah, Stan's sacrifice wasn't just for the kids, it was for Ford too, and that's why Ford feels so guilty. Stan didn't just put his being on the line for the world, he gave himself up so Ford didn't. So Ford didn't give himself up like he was planning to. Yeah! Because, like, if they hadn't done that, then, like, Ford was gonna have to, like, tell Bill the equation that was going to break the bubble, which would have affected everyone. And, like, to Ford, that was his only option. Like, some people like to pretend that it was Ford's idea to sacrifice Stan. But, like, it is so clearly not. That's something that Stan told him to do. Because, like, Ford literally was about to give himself up to
if
Bill.
If Ford really wanted to stop Bill, then he would have just thrown Bill at the weirdness bubble, and he would have splatted there like a fucking
like a fucking bug.
Jeez. Just throw him at
Save
the
the kids
weirdness
and
bubble,
Stan.
like
He said that. This person is, like, purposefully mishearing everything that Ford has said. If they would just play a voice clip or actually read out any of the actual dialogue from Ford, so many of their arguments just fall apart. Like,
Dang, it's almost 3 a.m. We gotta lock in. I'm
we gotta
sorry.
lock in.
That he may not be
I'm so
the
sleepy.
hero of the
Video is
universe,
9
and because he
hours
no longer sees
long.
himself at up his entire being. And it's at this moment that finally Ford's ego breaks. He's able to accept that he may not be the hero of the universe, and because he no longer sees himself at the center of everything and realizes that his actions do have consequences, he can finally move on and become a better person.
No! Okay. The worst part is that they're using Ford's words in order to make this argument.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
They
is
say.
that, like, when Stan sacrifices himself, that's when Ford's ego breaks, and it's like because he no longer, he can't be the hero anymore because that's Stan, so he's able to step down and be a better person. Ford does say that he's not a hero and he's in fact the brother of a hero and he's okay with that in Journal 3. This is something Ford has said himself. But like,
Oh
you
my
know, he spent his entire life trying to take down Bill Cipher. So yeah, he has main character syndrome, so of course he sees himself as the hero who's going to take down Bill, but then as soon as he realizes like, oh yeah, it's Stan. Like Stan is the one who does that. It's not his fucking ego. It's like his love for Stan that like breaks him because he's been shoving that part down for so long.
You sound like you're on the verge of tears, dog.
I'm so tired. I'm like I'm not actually crying. I'm honestly kind of
Again,
laughing.
this
Like,
video is like the shit Ford
this
would
video
say
is
about himself
breaking
in a
me.
self-deprecating manner.
Yeah. This is shit Ford would say about himself in the middle of calling himself the worst person alive.
Ford when he's having a fucking mental spiral.
These are just Ford's inner thoughts.
And
A
at the very
video
end of the series, we
sprung
see
from the
that Stanford
deepest depths of Ford's self-hatred.
longer
Yeah,
sees
Ford is
himself
just
as the
making this
center of
video
everything
today.
and realizes that his actions do have
He hired a
consequences.
voice
He
actor.
can
Trust me,
finally
Go,
move on and become a
I'm
better
like
person. And
Once he realizes
his
his actions have
53rd
consequences, he can
mustache hair.
finally move on. I hate this video.
This video is the speech Ford would say before getting sucker punched by Stan on the Stan of War.
Stan grabs him by the shoulders, like, if I hear you say this shit about my brother again, I'm going to kill you.
And he's talking to his brother while doing it.
Exactly, you get me. Hey, don't talk about my brother that way. But Stan, I am. I know!
At the very end of the series, we see that Stanford is finally able to move on, and because of that, he's able to repair his relationship with Stanley. But listen, I understand
Move
if a
on
lot
from
of
what,
people don't
bestie?
like my
Hey, OP, what was Ford able to move on from? His ego? Or maybe his past abuse that he's been letting dictate his entire life up until this point because he dedicated himself to killing his abuser and then felt frustrated when he couldn't do that. Who is responsible for ruining Phil Ford's life? Ford, I will actually put you in timeout.
I was planning to go for a lot longer, but then my voice broke.
Yeah. On the other side, hey guys, check out my rendering.
That
It looks badass.
so
Whoopee.
fucking cool.
Whoopee. I'm so happy about this. I'm so happy. Like right here specifically where I've been working for the past little while. Yippee. I need to go back and I need to add like the blue highlights, but I'm happy. I'm good with this.
You are fucking insane, dude.
Hey, thank you. You guys. I'm not confident in my rendering skills even a little bit. So seeing this like kind of not look bad is making me so happy.
That looks baller as
Oh yeah, it looks
shit.
really good. It looks like a photo.
Yay! I wouldn't go that far, I don't believe you.
I believe me. Fuck you.
Man. Hey, want
Can't
to talk
believe you
about
don't believe me when I
self-deprecation
say
and all the
things.
shit that Ford would be saying about himself?
Where's that fucking Ben Affleck holding a cigarette meme? I need it for two reasons. One, reference image. Two, because it's
My face when people victim blame Ford and don't take into account the reason that he did any of the things that he do and just pretend that he's like an egotistical bastard who can only think about himself. I have to go to bed. Go to bed! Go to sleep!
I also have to go to bed. We gotta lock in.
We gotta lock in! Alright.
characterization of Stanford. But I do want to say there is one last piece of evidence that may convince you. And that, of course, is Stanford himself saying the exact same thing.
Wait, what piece of evidence for what?
Hold become a better person. And at the very end of the series, we see
I
that
can't
Stanford
find the
is
original,
finally able to
but
move
I found
on, and because
something
of that, he's
even
able to
better.
repair his relationship with Stanley. But listen, I understand if a lot of people don't like my characterization of Stanford, but I do want to say there is one last piece of evidence that may convince you. And that, of course, is Stanford himself saying the exact same things that I just told you. Because at the end of Journal 3, Ford finally
one last example of Ford being a bad person, because I know some of you out there are not going to like my takes of Stanford. So here's one last piece of evidence that I'm right and that Ford is a bad person, is all of the things that Ford says about himself.
Are you fucking with me?
That's it. That's it. I'm
That's it.
going back. I'm going back.
I guess
That's
because
all I'll
Ford
say.
is the
I'm going
knower
back.
of all things. He declares himself a bad person in a fit of self-hatred. He must be correct. Just self-deprecating. What the fuck? Yeah.
Realizes that he made a lot of mistakes, but promises to fix them. He says that Stanley was the true hero, and he is just the brother of a hero.
He calls him Stan a hero. He's just the brother of a
Totally
hero.
fine with. Dipper states
Which
that
he's totally
as he
fine
was
with.
trying to get Stanley's memory back, he was relentlessly apologizing, trying to make things right, and of course, he even states
Girl,
that
that
Stanley
directly
did one of the most
contradicts
selfless
you
acts a
constantly
person can
saying
do, and
that he's egotistical.
Oh my god. Okay, something else right here is that Ford very much overcorrects in like calling himself a bad person at the end of Journal 3. Because like, hold on. I promise this is not gonna take long. I swear to God, it's not gonna take long. Okay.
You better not be lying.
I hope I'm not lying.
I think they're lying. I think they're lying to us.
Yeah, I also think they're lying. I'm not happy about it.
The Demons 456 lied to
Okay.
us.
I'm
The
tired,
Dimmins
man.
just lies to everyone's stream. Hey guys, I've actually been making shit up about Ford this entire time, and this person is 100% correct. I just wanted an ego boost of being correct over somebody. I like dominating the haters.
Praising Demons.
What? What did I
Cassie, please
say?
don't die.
What did I say?
Dude, you're killing Cassie.
My bad.
Look at how egotistical you are.
All of you are beneath me. Oh my god.
Are we locking in?
This isn't the right page, but I fucking love this guy. Ford, I love you. Ford, I fucking love you. I love you so much. I love you so much.
I need to send my image of Anya mouthwashing covered in blood.
Do it.
God forbid women do anything.
And here we have the bottomless pit, a mystery of Gravity Falls that I still I've never fully solved. Based on my investigations, tossing these journals inside could land them just about anywhere. They may end up in the center of the earth, being devoured by a subterranean dinosaur, or in another dimension, or somehow in the hands of another young, curious mind whose adventures had just begun. Perhaps someone who will find secrets in this book that were hidden even from me. And then brings us to you, dear viewer. If you are holding this book in your hands, you hold something more than a record of the curious happenings of the town called Gravity Falls. You hold the record of one man's folly and the kindness of a family that saved him from himself. It's never too late to learn that growing old doesn't have to mean growing up. Stay curious, stay weird, stay kind, and don't let anyone ever tell you that you aren't smart or brave or worthy enough. If you have come on these adventures with us, then thank you for being an honorary member of the Pines family, and your adventure starts today. And if anyone ever gets in your way, well, we have an entire section on curses. Have at it. For the last time, until we meet in some distant world, this is Stanford Pines signing off. This was the wrong page, but I couldn't find it, and I wanted to like have something good at the end there. Thank you. But basically, towards the end, he basically starts like saying that he like, that this was really all his fault. He blames himself for everything that Bill did. And he just starts saying that, like, he's like a selfish piece of shit. And in the book of Bill, he has another signing off where he realizes that, like, this isn't true, and he has a good support network that's going to help him out. It's really nice because it shows that, like, oh yeah?
What is the framing device of the Book of Bill? Because I know Bill answers questions from the audience. Like, what is the status of your relationship with I don't fucking know somebody? And he's like, this Q&A is now over.
Bill is his scrapbook project from his arts and arts and crafts class in therapy.
Yeah, that makes you do that shit.
It's so fucking funny.
Oh, you didn't
Yeah,
know
no,
that?
he's in internal therapy jail. He's in the theraprism.
Oh my god!
It's so funny. But yeah, so like Bill's whole thing is that he sent this arts and crafts project back to Earth somehow to see if he couldn't trick someone else into making a deal. And then towards the end of the book, like the people who work at the theraprism are like intercept him and are like, "Hey, you weren't supposed to see this book. It's okay, we'll handle him. You can have a good day."
And then Ford found it and was like, "Hey, that shit wasn't my fault." That
Yeah,
shit was
Ford
not
found
my
it and he
fucking
writes a
fault."
couple of notes in there. Like the first one he writes is like, "Hey, by the way, don't read this book." And then he talks about like how he knows Bill and he knows that Bill is bad news. Please put the book down. And then after like 10 pages you get another bit from Ford where he like taped in like a torn out journal page where he's like, I see you've decided to read the book against my warnings. How fucking dare you?"
Yeah.
And it starts going on about how, like, he also was indoctrinated into the cult of Bill Cipher, and it can be hard to pull away, especially if you're attracted to the things that hurt you, which could mean nothing. Like, and, basically it tells you again to put the book down, and then you don't hear from Ford again until the very end of the book, where he's like, "So I've walked in on my family reading this, and they were all laughing at Bill, and none of them blamed me, and we all just had a good old time, and it's made me realize that having a support network is actually really good and really valuable. We can all move on. It was none of our faults. Bill is the one who did all of this shit. Thank you and good night."
Yeah, pretty much. From what
We
I've
have a
seen, at
minute and
least.
a half left of this video. We're
What
so
was
close.
what was the fucking what I know there was something one of the I know I've seen screenshots where it was like, what like, are you going to address the rumors about you being in a relationship with this fucking thing? This Q&A is now over. Who was it?
Yeah, I don't know.
Check.
I don't know if it's in the Book of Bill or if it's on the website, and I don't have the mental
I think it
capacity
was
to
on the
check
Book of
right now.
Bill.
It was on the Book of Bill. Actually, solid internal three.
Was there
You
a
can find
Q&A
it.
in the Book of Bill?
I think I'm pretty sure that was on the website, actually.
No, that was in the book, I'm pretty sure.
Well, the Book of Bill has, like, his secrets to dating, which is, like, to trap someone in a room and then sing to you until they break enough that they're able to admit their true feelings.
Bill, I love hate you.
It's very I'm mouthwashing brain. It's very fun to goodbye. It's very fun.
Go to bed, please. Go to bed.
It's very fun to compare and contrast like because like we love hate Bill Cipher because he is an abuser and a murderer and he sucks, but he's also just so funny.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, there's Jimmy mouthwashing.
Okay, I found what you're talking about, but this is him talking to himself, where he's like, "What is love? Love is a chemically induced hypnosis the human body uses to trick people into not eating each other just long enough to procreate." Bill, have you ever been in love? Sure, tell your mom hi for me. By the way, have you had a DNA test recently? Don't ask me for any particular reason. Seriously though, have you? Asking me if I've been in love is like asking a black hole if it liked your mixtape or asking a subterranean fungal spore network who its favorite animated princess is. I'm a multidimensional specter of chaos that transcends reality. I couldn't possibly care less about which bag of plasma blushes at who or why. Okay, but like, you gotta be crushing on someone. I will light this book on fire. Methinks you doth protest too much. Methinks? Kill me before you start telling me about your polycule. So there's no point to love at all? I didn't say love was pointless. The more people love you, the more brainwashed sheep you can bend to your whims. So conquering hearts is one of the more important things you can do. So you'll give us dating tips then? You know what? It will reflect poorly on me as an overlord if my new henchman has no social skills. So I guess I'll teach you my incredible dating tips. Just be careful. These tips are powerful. You might wind up with 100 husbands, which is a giant scheduling nightmare. Don't come crying to me when husband number 48 gets mad that you forgot his anniversary. And then he goes on to talk like how to trick everyone into loving you and all of this other shit that just hints at him being in a relationship with Ford. The actual interview you're thinking about was on the website, and I'm not gonna go look for that right now.
Hold on, you might be able to find it by just looking up the Bill Cipher interview. I know it exists because there was a Colleen Ballinger reference.
Oh yeah, I remember that one. That was
that's
in
what
the
you're
book.
talking about. That's in the book, yeah. Okay, hold on.
Can you
Hold
get
on, I
it?
know what you're
Can you
talking.
get
I will
it?
find it. I will find the toxic gossip train ass.
That made me cackle when I saw it.
Hi, Ford. I saw. Oh yeah, The Great Gatsby's required reading in this book.
Yeah, it is.
I should reread that now that I've
Motherfucker,
actually experienced the Book of Bill. Or
Motherfucker, I
now that
wrote
I've experienced it.
I
I
wrote a
found it.
fucking joke in my Lego Movie script that after this video goes up, I'm going to read The Great Gatsby. And I wrote that joke so that I would be mandated to read The Great Gatsby. And now it
Good.
turns out you've read The Great Gatsby too.
I have not read it. I experienced it as a musical. Okay, Bill, the Bill Cipher Show. Pretend to be happy. Bill tells all. He's been on your mind, but what's on his? Today's guest has done it all. Mentally scarred 12-year-olds, stolen a Grammy, possessed a pope, even written his own celebrity cookbook. Out, existential dread. In, existential bread. I sat down to discuss fame, fashion, and pyramids with the guy who's also me and my entire audience. Bill, make an unholy sound for Bill Cipher. Crowd of Bill Cipher's cheer. Thank you, thank you. It's great to see you. It's great to beat you. The pleasure's all ours. So, I wouldn't be much of an interviewer if I didn't start with the one question everyone is talking about. Let's get into this. Are you dead? And then the words yes and no are placed over top of each other with an exclamation point. So do with that what you will. Bill, it doesn't get much clearer than that, folks. Let's move on to gossip. Any regrets about causing the apocalypse? Look, I already addressed that in my apology video, okay? Move on. And then it has him with the fucking xylophone. Is it true you once dated a howling void? Wow, how many times am I gonna have to hear this one? Just because I got coffee with a howling void one time does not mean we're in a relationship. Whatever happened to privacy, huh? Next question. I've heard you don't know how to wear pants. Is that true? Yeah, right. This picture begs to differ, and the picture is him of like split in half with the pants like stuck on sideways, and one of his like feet is portrayed like sticking out of the pocket. How do you respond to claims that you're just a teenager? That's ridiculous. I'm 1,012,000,000 years old. I'm a preteen. You'd like to plug? Sure, your eyes and mouth with cement. Is it true you're the biological father of Phineas from Phineas and Ferb? This interview is over.
That's what I was thinking about.
I like you. You're so fucking funny.
He's a
Can we
terrible
please finish
person.
the video, please? I'm so tired. I'm sorry.
He's a terrible person, but he's also funny, unlike other characters.
Real and true. But yeah, we need to go. We need to go.
Go, go, go.
And he
Okay.
has true strength. And of course, by the end,
Okay, what are you talking about?
apologizing, trying to make things right. And of course, he even states that Stanley did one of the most selfless acts a person could do, and he
Because
has
he did?
true strength. And of course, by the end,
Yes.
he completely recants on his phase, trust no one, because he realizes that there was true strength in his family all along. So listen, I may have
Yes!
told a little white lie to
Yes! Yes! Because Ford's character arc is about him not trusting people. So of course the last thing he does is reminisce on his trust no one thing and be like, well, that was stupid. His arc wasn't ego, it was him having trust issues. You're almost there.
Because he was in an abusive relationship.
You said something about telling a white lie in this video, and I'm about to get pissed off if you say what I think you're about to say.
And of course, by the end, he completely recants on his phase, trust no one, because he realizes that there was true strength in his family all along. So listen, I may have told a little white lie to get you guys invested in the video, because Stanford isn't currently a bad person. He was a bad person, and he did make a lot of mistakes. To
He
me,
was
some
a
of the
bad
most
person.
compelling characters in fiction
Okay.
have always been those that have many flaws. And to steal from Alexander Pope, to err is to be human. Part of
Terror is to be human. Okay. I love what this person is trying to be. Okay. So this was just clickbaity. All right. So this person was like, okay, so I told a white lie in the beginning of this video to make you guys click on it. Ford is not a bad person. He used to be. And to that I say, no, you're still wrong.
Shut up.
You're still wrong.
being human is making mistakes, and honestly, you're not going to go through your entire life being perfect. And honestly, it's kind of impossible to live up to this heroic standard and to always make the right decision, and honestly, to always be a good person. But it's the way that you grow, move past this, and try to be better that truly inspires.
Oh my god, did you just say that making mistakes doesn't make you a bad person? You're so close. OP, you're so close. You're this close. You're this close to getting it. You're so close.
Actually fighting the urge to make a mouth-washing reference. Our worst moments don't make
Our worst moments don't make us monsters, Jim.
inspires people. And in my opinion, this is one of the
She
reasons
has
why
to
Stanford
believe
is so
that,
beloved
because if
by the
she
fandom.
can't
Because
believe
regardless of
that-
how many mistakes he's made in the past, people
I'm
want to
sad
see
about
you get
Anya
better, and they want
again.
to see you improve, and
I
by the
love
end of
you,
the series,
Anya.
he does that. And so, despite his beginnings, I truly do think that by the end of the series, Stanford is a good person.
Okay, so despite his beginnings, by the end of the series, you do genuinely think that Ford is a good person. Okay, I'm so glad that we spent all of that time victim blaming him and making him seem like he was this master manipulator and like, oh, Fiddleford was his first victim and like
Fiddleford was his first victim.
Fiddleford was his first victim. And there's like lightning and thunder and like Ford cackling evilly on top of like a really like pointy Tim Burton castle shaded against the light of the moon. Oh, okay.
And honestly, he's somebody to aspire to. But that's all I got.
Wow, after all of this, you say that Ford is someone to aspire to. Really?
Girl.
Because
I'm
the
gonna
Ford Pines that you just described throughout the entirety of this video is someone that is so like self-centered and wrapped up in only himself that he wasn't smart enough to see that like he was right. Or that he wasn't smart enough to see that he was wrong until his brother literally had to end his own life to end the apocalypse, and that's the thing that made him realize that he doesn't have an ego is because his brother sacrificed himself. And Ford is literally so dumb that like he thinks that he's the smartest person in the room constantly and has this big ego that leads to him like being right constantly all the time about everything all day until that happens, and now suddenly he's magically a good person because he learned the power of self-sacrifice. You're saying that's someone that we should be looking up to?
I hate this guy so much, it's unreal.
Okay, you
We spent 9
completely
hours
missed.
doing this.
I'm so
We spent
tired.
9 hours here.
For today. So if you guys like this video, make sure
9
you leave a like,
hours.
subscribe.
If you guys like this video, make sure you like and subscribe. I'm getting it. Go away. Go away. We're done. We're done. We're done. We're done. We're done. We did it. Chat,
Dislike.
we did it.
Dislike.
Yay!
Oh my god. I
Wolfie.
actually managed to get some shading done on Ford. Yay. I need to save this. I haven't saved in forever. Okay.
Save!
I just did. It's fine.
Okay.
Oh my god. I have a headache.
Well, it sucked.
I have a headache.
Yes,
Oh my
you,
god. Let me hop over here to my
At the
stream
very-
ending. We're good.
At the very
I
least.
feel like I've said everything I need to say. I'm good.
At the very least, Anya mouthwashing has killed.
Yay. Alright, anybody have any final thoughts? Because I actually do have a couple things that I want to say.
I want to talk about TSCs once we're
Rose
off stream.
Court committed a crime.
Rose
Rose
Quartz
Quartz
committed a crime.
crime.
I need to turn off my fucking... Hang on, I can't use the soundboard on this laptop. Okay. Oh my god. I'm just so the thing that I keep getting caught up on is that this person was like purposefully, if not purposefully, okay, so this person was like misconstruing the text to fit the narrative that Ford has always been this self-important, egotistical, driven, only caring about himself ass motherfucker. And he's someone who, like, basically deserved to have Bill give him a wake-up call by swooping in and, like, manipulating him. And that he was,
Horrifyingly abusing him.
yeah, and that Ford was so wrapped up in himself and his own goals that he couldn't possibly
there wasn't-
see other
And there
people.
wasn't even a token like, oh, of course he didn't abuse to be deserved to be a. You get what I'm
Like, even though the
fucking
video never
losing it.
explicitly said that Ford deserved to be abused, it got really close to saying that a couple times. Like,
Yeah, like there's not even a token. Oh, of course he didn't deserve it, but
but, like,
not even a token that.
I'm just like, if you don't want to like Ford, that's fine. But I'm saying, as a Ford fan and someone who enjoys his character greatly, and someone who I do look up to him, the reason that I enjoy Ford as a character is because he's someone who has never had life go his way. But god damn it, he wants it to so bad. Like, when he wanted to go to the school and he wasn't allowed to because, the sabotage that happened. And he wasn't able he did pretty well in school and he got Fiddleford out of it. The whole college era is like the one time where life really was going Ford Pines. Then he moves into Gravity Falls and he's able to like do his own thing, but he's so fucking lonely constantly because he's like so used to having someone by his side. And so like even if he were to go make friends, it wouldn't have been the same. He still would have been lonely because he needs that one person. Like he wants that one person to just be by his side and go on adventures with him. And that used to be Stan, it used to be Ford or Fiddleford. And then when Bill showed up, then, he had his one person again. Even though Bill ghosted him a lot of the time and really only appeared to him every couple of months, Ford cherished their relationship so much because Bill was the closest person to him physically and mentally by that point. And so he latched on to him. And then, he was given this opportunity, hey, make a portal and you can go change the world and do that thing you've always wanted to do. And Ford's like, oh yeah, of course. That sounds great, thank you. And then, they all work together until it turns out that, Bill was lying. And then he lost both of his one persons are gone now. Fiddleford is gone because Ford drove him away because of Bill's influence. And, Bill is not gone, and that is the problem. And
I need to. I'm probably gonna dip from the street. I'm probably gonna dip early.
go to bed. Go sleep.
because-
I don't know. I have like 2 more minutes of things to say, but please go sleep.
All right.
Bye.
I love you.
Love you too. Bye.
Love you. Oh.
Just like Ford always had that one person, he just wanted something. He just wanted his life to amount to something, and he just needed that one person by his side in order to get there. And then one by one, all of those one people betrayed him, and he was never able to actually do the things that he wanted to do in life. Like, even by the time we get to the end of the show and everyone's had their happy endings, Ford's research remains unpublished. The portal is torn down, and he never wound up going into the school that he wanted. The one thing that he really wanted to do at the end of the day was study anomalies. And I feel like part of his arc was realizing that, like, he doesn't need academia. He doesn't need all this extra stuff. He just wants to hang out with his brother. And I do think that is a good ending for him. But at the same time, all of these other goals that he had, he never actually managed to reach. And the show like painted it as like a moral failing. So did Journal 3. Painted it as like a moral failing of like you should settle down. And then Ford laughs. He's like, I couldn't dream of settling down when I'm this close to achieving my dreams. And it's like, obviously, no one would. No one would actively throw away their dreams if they're actively on path to get them. That's dumb to hold them to that moral standard of you should just settle down and like do this because no one would fucking do that. That's not a moral failing. That's just him reaching for his goddamn dreams. Like, it's this whole thing, like, I look up to Ford because he's someone who was able to, like, understand, like, he fumbled his own life massively, both by himself and by outside influences. And he fumbled his own life, but he was able to pick it back up. And the end, like the last years of his life, are gonna be spent with his brother, with Fiddleford, with his family, a family that actually supports him, not like Fiddleford and Karen were. And he's actually able to live the best years of his life at the end. All of this buildup that he had up to this point of just constant failure after failure after failure after failure, of losing people, of people betraying him, he got a happy ending. And that's why, if I were to say that, I look up to Ford, that's why. And I enjoy him as a character because he's funny. I enjoy him as a character because he has so much to say, and he's like, he's weird, he's autistic and neurodivergent as fuck, and he definitely has issues, and he definitely is like at a point where he can't really see past like some of his own, problems, his own like sense of self. But it's not because of ego. It's just like he made a lot of mistakes, but he's able to like learn and move past them. I do agree that that is a reason to like Ford as a character, but the main reason I like him is just because he's just like me for real. I gotta be honest. Like painting him in this negative light where he is this egotistical person who can't see a world outside of himself until his brother dies is such a bad misreading of his character, and it misses so much nuance that the show is trying to say. My voice is actively giving out, but yeah.
Yeah, I heard that, and it sounded like you were really, really sad.
Yeah. I'm just like, this video was bad. I went into this video with an open mind because, I got my sources from Tumblr, which isn't super reliable to be like, oh yeah, no, that video was awful. And then I heard one person say that, oh, it's not as bad as it's not as bad as everyone thought. It's mostly just pointing out all of his mistakes and then saying that he wound up as a good person at the end. And I guess that person was right. But like the way it talked about Ford's mistakes leading up to his turnaround, and the fact that we're calling him a bad person for some things that he did were like morally neutral, just makes this a bad video and makes it a bad take that wasn't enjoyable to listen to. Like, yeah, I guess that's my piece right there. But I need to eat something. I'm hungry.
Go eat.
But yeah. So thank you, Mud, for joining me. And thank you, Cassie, too, if you ever go back and rewatch the VOD. Thank you for
Love you,
joining me. And thank you to
Cassie.
everyone in chat for hopping
I
on and
saluted. I don't have
experiencing
my
pain
camera on,
with
but I
me.
saluted to you.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone, for being here. If I did this by myself, I would have actually died in real life. Like, taking, like, actually being able to rebuke the points like this has actually been, like, I don't want to say it's been an ego boost for me, but I do think, like, it's I have a solid understanding of Ford, and I've been pretty insecure about that for a while. So being able to come into this video and be like, actually, has actually been kind of nice. So, I can say that I understand Ford quite well now, that I was able to come to his defense like this. But yeah, so just, yeah, thank you everybody for watching. I plan to edit down this VOD, but I have no idea how long it's gonna be. I have no idea. I might just take the most interesting parts. We'll see.
The
But yeah,
9/11 jokes.
the 9/11 jokes. Yeah. All right. Thanks, everybody. I will see you all next time. Bye.
Toodaloo, people.